Chapter 1. The Repair of the Pipe and the Unexpected Plunge. On a seemingly ordinary day in early July, destined to alter the course of fate, Ling Kun, out of goodwill, was assisting his neighbor, Mrs. Shun Fengjiao, in fixing a water pipe. Yet, fate has a penchant for mischief. Just as he was about to conclude the repair, an urgent sound of unlocking echoed from outside the door. It was evident that her husband had returned unexpectedly. Shun Fengjiao's complexion turned ashen in an instant, abruptly pulling away from the tutorial on the Kun character. Beads of perspiration forming on her forehead, her lashes trembling, her eyes filled with fear and panic. Gripping Ling Kun's arm tightly, her nails nearly digging into his flesh, she urged in a voice tinged with desperation, "Quick, hurry, my husband is back. You must hide at once. If you don't, he will surely harm you." "But you said you were divorced and single." Ling Kun's heart raced, his pupils constricting suddenly, the blood draining from his face. Shun Fengjiao had no time to explain. She insisted he find a place to conceal himself, fully aware of her husband's temper. Even Ling Kun, having just retired from the Special Forces 2 months prior, was at a loss. Not long ago, while taking out the trash, he had exchanged pleasantries with a neighbor, and over time, the two solitary souls had grown familiar with one another. He often found himself captivated by her solitary figure, her alluring silhouette clad in provocative attire, the hints of her charm stirring tumultuous waves within him. In his panic, he could only gather the scattered clothes from the floor, clumsily clutching the window frame to escape, perching precariously on the narrow ledge of the air conditioning unit. The metal frame groaned under his weight. "Judgia, why are you taking so long to open the door? Are you cheating on me?" Her husband's furious voice erupted the moment he stepped inside. Shun Fengjiao hurriedly denied it. No, I was just taking a nap." "Don't lie. Who the hell sleeps in lingerie for a nap?" he bellowed, his gaze falling upon the disheveled bed with a small puddle of water in the middle, his expression contorted with rage. Ling Kun held his breath. Shun Fengjiao's husband violently yanked aside the pink curtains, and in that instant, when his bloodshot eyes met Ling Kun's, time seemed to freeze for half a second. "You shameless harlot!" The man stormed toward the balcony, reappearing moments later wielding a tumper-long stainless steel clothing rod. Ling Kun pressed against the wall, the cold edge of the metal frame digging into his calf. When the sharp rod lunged toward his shoulder, he instinctively leaned back to evade it, but his foot slipped off the air conditioning unit. The sensation of weightlessness flooded over him, accompanied by a woman's scream from above. Shun Fengjiao's cries were torn apart by the wind as Ling Kun's body traced a desperate arc through the air. Her husband, peering out, bore witness to the entire scene. Terror supplanted his anger, and the rod slipped from his grasp. From a height of 26 floors, the wind whistled past his ears like a sharp whistle, plunging him into an eternal darkness. Below, a crowd gathered, their screams rising in a cacophony. When Ling Kun regained consciousness, he felt a soft pair of lips pressed against his, imbued with a minty freshness and warmth, as if an invisible hand were desperately pulling him from the abyss of death. "Have you awakened?" Under the glaring sunlight, a striking figure appeared before him like a dream. Her hair, drenched in seawater, clung closely to her fair skin, while a white dress hugged her curvaceous form, revealing glimpses of delicate pink lace beneath. The unmistakable silhouette of her alabaster curves was utterly captivating. The sight of her, reminiscent of a veiled beauty, stirred a surge of blood in him, igniting a rising fervor. Ling Kun found himself in a daze, as if still conversing with the deity of dreams, but upon opening his eyes to the enchanting beauty before him, his heart raced with astonishment, as if his soul had momentarily departed from his body. Could it be that the lord of the underworld, fearing his journey would be lonely, had bestowed upon him such a bountiful gift before his departure? Even if he were to meet his demise at this moment, it would not be in vain. Contemplating this, how could Ling Kun possibly squander this inexplicable grace? He took a measured step forward, gently cradling the back of the woman's head, his tongue teasingly parting her lips. Her soft, delicate touch ignited a sensory experience so vivid that he could scarcely discern whether he was ensnared in a fleeting dream or entangled in the web of reality. Slap! The woman raised her hand, delivering a crisp strike to Ling Kun's face, the sting igniting a fiery sensation on his left cheek, jolting him into complete awareness. He gazed at her, taking in her flushed cheeks and slightly rapid breathing, her eyelashes, now arched from the earlier rescue, glistening with indignation. In a daze, a wave of intense dizziness washed over him, and memories surged forth like a tide. Currently, the island is divided among three major factions. The Old Power, entrenched in the Central Valley, leveraging their intimate knowledge of the terrain to tightly control the sole freshwater lake, using food and women as bargaining chips to construct their throne of a local despot. The new force occupies the coastal region, with the most notable being Ouyang Li, a former governor clad in an administrative jacket, who, alongside his ruthless subordinates, has firmly established his foothold. Mayor Yuan's faction, bound by organizational discipline, excels at strategic planning. The wealthy merchant group, led by Han Yu, as the actual controller of the semiconductor enterprise, relies on his vast wealth to curry favor, promising substantial monetary and material rewards in exchange for allegiance. The three factions engage in both overt and covert conflicts, each seeking to devour the other while vying for a share of the Old Power spoils. As an employee of Han Wuji, Ling Kun initially believed that aligning himself with Han Yu's influence would ensure a prosperous existence. Yet, due to his lowly status, he was often forced to venture out in search of sustenance. He also bore the burden of caring for his girlfriend's family, offering up the hard-won food, only to be met with their scorn. Throughout their year-long romance, he had yet to even brush his lips against hers, yet he remained steadfastly devoted. However, tensions among the island's factions escalated relentlessly. In a fierce confrontation, Han Yu, seeking to quell the turmoil and preserve his power, callously thrust Ling Kun into the role of scapegoat. This young man, treated as a discarded pawn, reflecting on his past, felt utterly despondent when he was mercilessly pushed off a cliff, plummeting into the sea, his life forever suspended at that moment. Had it not been for the serendipitous intervention of Yuan, a retired swimmer with a voluptuous figure, he might have already met his end in the depths of the ocean. Ling Kun mused to the original owner. "Since I have borrowed your body to live anew, I shall assist you in conquering the women you could not, and I will avenge the grievances you could not settle." In his past life, Ling Kun was a prince of romance, adept at providing emotional value. He once resided with his girlfriend, who not only cooked and laundered for him, but also willingly surrendered her wages. Yuan stepped aside, shaking her damp long hair, shedding her soaked white dress and laying it on the rocks to dry, leaving only her bikini. She then picked up a jacket from nearby to wipe her body. Having spent considerable time with the swim team, donning a swimsuit had become second nature, rendering her attire entirely appropriate. Catching a glimpse of the dazed Ling Kun, she scrutinized him closely. He appeared to be in his mid-20s, standing tall and slender, approximately 1.7 to 1.8 meters. With sharp brows and bright eyes, a pronounced nose, and deep, ink-black pupils, his lips were thin yet well-formed. Although not conventionally handsome, he possessed a certain charm upon closer inspection. What are you daydreaming about? Faced with such a seductive beach beauty, her alluring figure, and porcelain skin, Ling Kun felt his throat dry and instinctively swallowed. He realized that his primary mission in this unfamiliar world was to survive. Only when he heard the lady's question did he return to reality. Ling Kun quickly accepted the fact of his transmigration, awkwardly averting his gaze and clearing his throat to mask his inner turmoil. He understood that maintaining composure was paramount. He must first ensure his own survival before seeking revenge. Thus, he feigned calmness and replied, "I am merely a bit unaccustomed to the surroundings." Yet, his gaze could not help but wander back to that stunning vista as he pondered how to establish himself in this new environment. Yuan chuckled lightly, her eyes glimmering with a hint of jest. "Unaccustomed? You must be cautious, then this place is not one you are familiar with." Her words carried a tinge of concern, yet also bore a warning. Ling Kun nodded, contemplating the necessity of quickly adapting to everything here in order to find a way to survive. Returning to the company of Mr. Han was unequivocally out of the question. He began to survey his surroundings, a desolate island, overgrown with weeds, while in the distance, waves crashed against the rocks, producing a thunderous roar. The sun hung high, scorching the earth, and the air was thick with a briny scent. He recognized that he must swiftly locate food and water, or survival in this alien environment would be exceedingly difficult. He glanced at Yuan, a wave of gratitude washing over him. This woman had saved his life. Thank you for rescuing me. My name is Ling Kun, he said earnestly. Yuan waved her hand dismissively. It was but a small effort. My name is Yuan, and please, do not be too formal. We are companions now. Ling Kun managed a wry smile, surprised by her forthright nature. He nodded, affirming, indeed, we are companions now. By the way, are you familiar with this island? Yuan frowned slightly and replied, this island is perilous. 3 major factions vie for power in both open and covert struggles. We must tread carefully. I can guide you to find some food and water to address our immediate concerns. Ling Kun felt a surge of joy with Yuan's assistance. His chances of surviving in this unfamiliar environment had significantly increased. Gratefully, he gazed at Yuan and said, that's wonderful. Thank you. Let's set off at once. Yuan replied, first, allow me to teach you how to catch fish. With that, she bent down to pick up shells and sticks scattered on the ground, commencing the creation of fishing tools. At that moment, Shun Meng, wrapped in a beige shawl and supported by her close friend Zhang Mei, approached with grace. Upon noticing Ling Kun crafting tools, Shun Meng regarded him with indifference. Before she could utter a word, Zhang Mei, her fingers adorned with bright red nail polish, jabbed a finger at Ling Kun and began to scold him vehemently. What are you doing just sitting there? What use is that wretched stick? Go find something to eat. Do you wish to starve her, dear Meng? Unbeknownst to them, this Ling Kun was no longer the pliable individual they once manipulated. Chapter 2. Activating the system. Ling Kun feigned indifference, continuing to fashion his spear. As he completed the spear, a mechanical prompt echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired Daily Necessities Hardware Mall System. Ling Kun was taken aback, followed by a wave of elation. In this desolate island, possessing such a system was undeniably a beacon of hope amidst despair. He stifled his excitement and discreetly examined the functionalities of the system. The mall displayed a plethora of items, ranging from everyday necessities to hardware tools, resembling a miniature supermarket. How's 100 points? Ling Kun pondered internally, eagerly anticipating the system's response. The host can earn points by completing tasks, collecting resources, and crafting tools. The system's cold voice resonated within Ling Kun's mind. From that moment forth, the trajectory of Ling Kun's fate irrevocably changed. He gazed at the rudimentary yet hope-filled spear in his hand, his eyes glimmering with determination and resolve. Shun Meng and Zhang Mei observed Ling Kun's transformation, their expressions a mixture of confusion and disbelief. Ling Kun paid no heed to their astonishment and incomprehension, preparing to embark on his fishing endeavor. He understood that sustenance was paramount for survival on this island. Yuan silently observed Ling Kun's every move, her gaze revealing a hint of admiration and curiosity. She had never encountered a man so resolute, especially in such dire circumstances. Meanwhile, Shun Meng's best friend Zhang Mei, unable to contain herself, interjected with indignation. If you manage to procure meat this time, our dear Meng will allow you to hold her hand. Ling Kun, upon hearing this, inwardly scoffed. Just holding hands and thinking to dismiss me? I must replace the original owner's effort standing up and pedaling with all my strength. Holding hands is trivial. Suddenly, Ling Kun broke into a grin. Do you desire meat? He turned to Shun Meng, who was casting a wary glance at Yuan. Is it possible for Yuan to assist? Before Yuan could respond, Shun Meng interjected. What help could she possibly provide? Her voice carried a tinge of bitterness, silently questioning whether this fellow would be rendered immobile at the sight of a beautiful woman. Ling Kun deliberately approached Yuan, inhaling the faint scent of seawater that lingered in her hair. Yuan is a national-level athlete, exceptionally skilled in swimming. What purpose do I serve in bringing you along? What can you possibly contribute? Shun Meng found herself at a loss for words, her expression oscillating between shades of green and white, clearly taken aback and displeased by Ling Kun's rebuttal. Zhang Mei, noticing the tension, quickly stepped in to mediate, attempting to lighten the mood. All right, we're all in the same boat here, so let's not quarrel. Ling Kun, since you have a way to procure food, please get on with it. We are all quite famished. Ling Kun smiled faintly, withholding an immediate response, pondering to himself. My quest for sustenance is not for your benefit. Should there be an abundance, I might consider sharing. However, If I find myself lacking, then I can only express my regrets. Do not presume I am still the same Ling Kun who always prioritized your needs over my own. Prior to departure, he had shed his clothing, leaving only his undergarments, and if not for the current circumstances, one might think he was vacationing in Hawaii. He and Yuan Yuan arrived at a shallow area where the water barely reached their knees, crystal clear, revealing a myriad of small fish darting about their feet, unperturbed by their presence. Ling Kun brandished a spear, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards Yuan Yuan, whose ample figure was fully exposed to his sight, nearly causing him to lose his composure. At that moment, the system triggered a task. Ding. The host has received a side quest. Successfully teaming up with Yuan Yuan will yield double points and a lottery reward. Failure will result in the loss of speech functionality. Ling Kun cursed inwardly. Loss of speech functionality? Does that not render me mute? From their earlier exchange, it was evident that she was not a difficult person to engage with. Forming a team was merely a trivial matter. Observing Ling Kun frozen with the spear, Yuan Yuan urged, "Hurry and spear the fish. Why are you just standing there? I haven't eaten all day." Ling Kun immediately refocused, intently watching the movements in the water, while Yuan Yuan assisted in her attempts to herd the fish. Why are these fish so clever, always evading capture? Ling Kun chuckled, seeking to ease the earlier tension. Yuan Yuan replied, "Perhaps they sense danger, be a bit quieter." Seizing the moment, Ling Kun thrust the spear into the water with precision, only to miss entirely. "Ah, so close," he lamented, feeling a twinge of frustration. Yuan Yuan reassured him, "It's all right, try again, look, a fish is swimming over there." Holding his breath, Ling Kun transformed into a focused predator, waiting for the opportune moment as a yellow grouper swam within arm's reach. With a swift motion, he executed a lightning-fast strike. The sizable fish, weighing 2 to 3 pounds, was impaled, and the seawater was instantly stained a deep crimson. Simultaneously, a system notification chimed. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have earned 3 points, bringing you one step closer to reaching the pinnacle of the deserted island. Ling Kun quickly accessed the points redemption panel, astonished to find an array of items available. Lighters, nail clippers, peelers, and cotton swabs, all the essentials for survival on a deserted island. However, the food section was disappointingly limited to just 5 items: salt, alcohol, soy sauce, vinegar, and tea. Nothing more. That it seems that sustenance can only be procured from this deserted isle. As I continued to peruse the surroundings, my gaze was drawn to an item available for exchange at a mere 1 point, which in reality is scarcely worth a dime. In desperate need of fire to prepare a meal, I promptly utilized 1 point to acquire a lighter. Upon confirming the exchange, my point balance instantaneously dwindled to 2, while a new companion nestled snugly in my pocket. I deftly extracted a fish from the harpoon and nonchalantly tossed it onto the beach, subsequently engaging in an island rendition of a fishing master. With precision, the harpoon struck true, securing a black sea bream weighing 2 to 3 pounds. The system chimed. Ding. Congratulations on earning 3 points. Observing my points surge to 5, a grin spread across my face. What a lucrative endeavor. But how to dispatch the fish without a proper tool? Swiftly, I summoned the system marketplace in my mind. A standard straight-hand fruit knife for 5 points, though inconvenient to carry pass. A folding dagger skyrocketed to 15 points, yet this posed little concern. A few more fish would easily cover the cost. Not one to linger, I quickly enlisted Yuan Yuan's assistance. Together, we orchestrated a synchronized fishing challenge in the shallows, with Yuan Yuan transforming into a human fish herder, directing schools of fish toward me. Seizing the moment, I plunged into the water, and the harpoon struck with unerring accuracy. Ding! The system notification echoed. You've gained 15 points. I was momentarily taken aback. What hidden treasure had I unlocked today? Pulling the harpoon from the water, my eyes widened in astonishment. What a catch! It was a grouper weighing 3 to 4 pounds, a true delicacy. Suddenly, it became clear that the system's points were linked to the market value of items. Pricier goods yield greater rewards. With 3 fish totaling over 10 pounds, I had more than enough to fund the dagger. The remaining smaller fish, frightened, scattered in a frenzy, leaving the shallows vacated. It appeared I would need to shift to another battleground to continue accumulating points. Yuan Yuan, and I waded through the glimmering seawater back to shore. Upon arrival, I hastily opened the system marketplace, exchanging 15 points for a folding dagger, leaving me with a mere 5 points. I retrieved the dagger from my pocket and set about preparing the freshly caught fish. Scales were scraped, bellies were gutted, and the fish were rinsed thoroughly in seawater. By the time I returned to the shade of tree with the fish in hand, Shun Meng and Zhang Mei were already awaiting eagerly. Zhang Mei called out, "At last we can feast." Surviving on wild fruits daily leaves one utterly unsatisfied. I shot her a disapproving glance. All you do is shout? Hurry and gather firewood. If you don't want to eat fish, then keep silent. Just as Zhang Mei was about to retort, she reconsidered with a meal of roasted fish imminent. Gathering firewood seemed a small price to pay. She turned to Shun Meng. "Sister Shun, you rest here. Yuan, come with me." Her tone was reminiscent of a feudal landowner commanding her servant. How dare she treat her savior with such disdain? My temper flared. Why must you meddle? If you wish to go, then go, stop dawdling, and if you don't want to, then be on your way. Chapter 3. Doubtful, this insufferable woman has been instigating her grievances in front of her girlfriend, so she certainly wouldn't hold back. Zhang Mei, left without a retort, huffily went off to gather firewood alone. Shun Meng, gazing at Yuan's revealing swimwear, felt a surge of jealousy. Deliberately turning her head away, she resolved to devise a way to reclaim Ling Kun's attention for herself. Meanwhile, Ling Kun was intently whittling a stick with a dagger, oblivious to Shun Meng's subtle machinations. Having threaded the fish, he ingeniously constructed a makeshift grill using nearby branches. Yuan lent a hand, arranging the grill while occasionally glancing at Ling Kun, her eyes sparkling with admiration. She realized that this seemingly ordinary man was remarkably capable on this deserted island, earning her newfound respect. When Zhang Mei returned with the firewood and beheld the scene before her, her heart sank even further. With a huff, she discarded the wood and muttered about how winning a man's favor was hardly impressive. Ling Kun caught wind of Zhang Mei's remarks, furrowing his brow. His hunger was paramount, and he deemed her words unworthy of a response, likening her to a barking mad dog. Producing a lighter from his pocket, he ignited a pile of dry leaves and twigs, and soon a vibrant fire blazed to life. As he roasted the fish, the mouth-watering aroma wafted through the air, tantalizing the senses. Observing the fire's intensity, Ling Kun contemplated spending 5 points in the system store for a packet of salt, only to find a salt option grayed out and locked. Reluctantly, he abandoned the idea. Minutes later, the fish was ready, and he distributed it to everyone. Shun Meng accepted her portion, her dissatisfaction evident as it was not a grouper, yet she suppressed her frustration and began to eat reluctantly. The group savored the unseasoned grilled fish, which had a distinctive flavor, lacking the strong fishiness of freshwater catch. Shun Meng and Zhang Mei feasted on snapper, but Zhang Mei soon began to complain, declaring the fish unsatisfactory and riddled with bones. Ling Kun shot back, suggesting she could discard it if she wished and to leave if she was unhappy, his tone direct and unyielding. The two women stared at him, wide-eyed, as if they had encountered an alien. Zhang Mei's pupils dilated in shock. Was this the same Ling Kun who had once been a devoted sycophant? Had he been possessed? Shun Meng, equally incensed, stomped her foot, exclaiming, "Ling Kun, have you lost your mind?" Ling Kun shrugged nonchalantly, adopting an indifferent demeanor, stating that whether he was mad or not was inconsequential. They could say whatever they liked. Shun Meng's temper flared. Having never faced such paternalistic behavior from Ling Kun throughout her life, she scoffed and stormed off. After taking 10 paces, her steps unconsciously slowed. From the corner of her eye, she glanced back, only to find Ling Kun still in the same position, engrossed in his grilled fish. In the past, this maneuver would have prompted him to chase after her, trying to placate her. Yet today, he seemed utterly unaffected, as if transformed. A wave of disappointment washed over Shun Meng, but pride prevented her from stopping. She continued forward. Meanwhile, Zhang Mei eyed the last yellow stingray on the ground, plotting to retrieve it for a treat for her friends, only to be met with a playful jab from Ling Kun's spear, delivering a whimsical counterstrike. Zhang Mei, in anguish, danced around in place, gasping in pain as if about to unleash a torrent of expletives. Just as she was about to roll up her sleeves for a confrontation, she met Ling Kun's intimidating gaze that seemed to say, "Dare to move?" Instantly cowed, she slinked away to find Shin Meng. Upon returning to their dwelling, Shin Meng was filled with dissatisfaction and confusion regarding Ling Kun. She could not fathom why the once devoted Ling Kun had suddenly turned so distant and aloof. Zhang Mei could not help but mutter, "Has this lad taken leave of his senses? Why has he become so difficult to manage?" Shin Meng remained silent, her heart a tumult of emotions. She reminisced about the sweet moments shared with Ling Kun, as if they had occurred just yesterday. Yet now everything had changed. She was left pondering whether this abrupt shift was a cruel twist of fate or a revelation of Ling Kun's true character. Upon entering the cave they called home, Shin Meng discovered her parents present. Her father, a robust figure marked by the passage of time, exuded a profound steadiness in his gaze. Her mother appeared somewhat gaunt, her features etched with a hint of severity, yet worry flickered across her face. Seeing her daughter return, Shun's mother immediately grasped her hand and inquired, "Did you find anything to eat during your outing?" Shin Meng, with an impassive expression, replied, "We found nothing." Shortly thereafter, Zhang Mei re-entered the cave and promptly reported back, embellishing her account with exaggerated grievances against Ling Kun. Shun's mother listened casually, well aware of Zhang Mei's character. However, when she heard that Zhang Mei had originally intended to bring back a fish, but was thwarted by Ling Kun, disbelief washed over her. She mused that Ling Kun, typically so eager to please Shin Meng, would never act in such a manner. A young man, approximately 1.7 meters tall and as slender as a reed, approached the cave, adorned with black-framed spectacles. Though he appeared gentle and harmless, beneath the surface lay a scheming disposition. He was Liang. He returned with a snake weighing around 2 kilograms, brimming with excitement as he proclaimed, "Today, we feast on meat," expecting to see joyful expressions. He was taken aback when the girls hardly acknowledged him, their eyes not even lifting towards him. Liang assumed it was merely a fear of snakes that caused their indifference. Another young man of similar height, slightly portly, named Pan Dong, observed Li Yang's attempts to ingratiate himself, thinking the girls were neglecting him entirely. He stepped forward and suggested, "Let us prepare it. Once it is roasted, we can call them to eat." When the golden, crispy snake meat was presented before Shin Meng, her expression remained unchanged, her eyes vacant as they fixated on the flickering flames. Within her heart, however, turmoil brewed like an ice-covered lake, undisturbed yet perilously still. Despite the delectable fare laid out before her, the shadows of her heart lingered, the coldness of Ling Kun's demeanor stabbing at her like a sharp blade. "I have already eaten outside. You may enjoy it yourselves," she declared. Liang, incensed by her words, retorted, "If you weren't going to eat, you should have said so earlier. It has all been prepared now." As soon as the words left his mouth, he carelessly tossed the snake meat onto the ground. Observing this, Mother Shun hurriedly stepped forward to retrieve the discarded delicacy, gently brushing off the dust as she chewed, reproaching him, "Xiaoyan, my child, even if you refuse to eat it, you must not treat food so carelessly. Are you not aware of the scarcity of provisions in these times?" Ever since his cousin, Shen Mange, blossomed into a graceful young woman upon turning 18, Liang had developed feelings for her. He persistently pursued her, yet his efforts remained in vain. Initially, he had thought that being stranded on this deserted island would present an opportunity, but progress remained elusive. The individual who had pushed Ling Kun off the cliff was a deal brokered by Liang in exchange for 2 wild chickens, which were in fact captured by Ling Kun himself. Ultimately, Liang deceived his cousin into relinquishing the fowl. In the cave, Wang Wan, of average build and unremarkable appearance, harbored feelings for Liang, but he paid her no mind whatsoever. After a series of events, Ling Kun resolved to abandon his residence in the cave, deeming his previous actions meaningless. Furthermore, the system's task compelled him to contemplate alternative lodging options. After consuming the fish and sipping the bottled water handed to him by Yuan Yuan, he inquired, "Where do you usually reside?" Yuan Yuan replied, "I live in a tree hollow." "Oh, then let us don our clothes and go there together," Ling Kun suggested. Yuan Yuan looked at him in astonishment. Chapter for the goddess of Ji. Ling Kun, feeling somewhat embarrassed, gently touched the tip of his nose and explained, I merely wish to visit your abode to glean some survival techniques. After all, in this environment, we must lend each other aid and confront challenges together. Upon hearing this, Yuan Yuan's eyes flickered with a hint of caution, yet she soon relaxed. She understood that on this desolate island, an additional companion equated to a greater hope for survival. Thus, she nodded in agreement. At that moment, the undergarments worn by both had long been evaporated by their body heat and the sweltering weather. He swiftly donned the clothing that had been laid out on the sun-drenched rocks, along with his shoes and socks. Yuan Yuan, barefoot, stepped onto the scorching stones, her fingertips brushing against the warm polyester fabric, while the sea breeze playfully danced with her skirt. As she removed the heated fabric from her head, a briny, fishy scent wafted toward her. The zipper glided down her back, entangling her hair in its teeth. She raised her hand to disentangle it, only to tug painfully at her scalp. Help me. Before her words could fully escape, Ling Kun approached with enthusiasm to assist. His fingertips brushed against the nape of her neck, and as his thumb grazed the fabric's edge, she noticed his Adam's apple bobbing as he swallowed. The sound of crashing waves from the crevices of the rocks suddenly felt distant. Ling Kun's breath swept across the fine strands of hair at her neck, his fingers cautiously untangling the knots in her hair. Amidst the rustling of the zipper against her hair, she counted the shadows cast by his eyelashes on his profile, until the fabric finally conformed to her body's curves. As she turned, the sea breeze lifted her skirt once more, and she found herself unable to distinguish whether the pounding of her heart came from the rising tide or the proximity of the man beside her. Both were unconsciously enveloped in this delicate atmosphere when a desperate cry shattered the silence. Help! Help! Ling Kun and Yuan Yuan exchanged startled glances, instinctively turning toward the source of the sound. In the distance, a figure stumbled towards them. A pair of large coconuts swayed with each step. Wow, seriously? When did G become so commonplace? Do you understand the value of G? Ling Kun recalled watching adult films with his roommates back in the dormitory and had seen some serious investigations. In our country, the proportion of A is 25, 26, B is 41, 45, C is 8, 95, and G is a mere 0.003. In life, while women may appreciate G, men are even more fond of driving G. Is there anyone who doesn't like G? During middle and high school, girls with ample figures often felt a sense of inferiority, hesitant to walk with their chests held high, opting for loose clothing to conceal their more pronounced features, often walking with a hunched back. However, upon leaving the school environment and stepping into society, people's fashion styles typically diverge starkly from their student days. More and more individuals now tend to showcase their physical allure through attire, unabashedly exuding confidence in their silhouettes. Those with a light-framed, dawn-fitted clothing that accentuates their graceful form, while those with curvaceous figures often wear snug pieces that highlight their alluring contours. It has become commonplace to see silhouettes clad in tight-fitting leisure yoga pants and yoga tops gracing the streets. The outfits that seamlessly blend comfort and style seem to boldly proclaim a pursuit of bodily aesthetics to the world, allowing the charms of grace and elegance, proportioned stature, delicate fluidity, and exquisite curves to sway with each step. Having encountered a mere 0.03 chance, Ling Kun yearned to seize this fleeting opportunity. Her long, silky hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall, framing a porcelain face that was breathtakingly beautiful, with features as meticulously crafted as a fine work of art. Dressed in a JK uniform, she exuded an air of noble elegance. Moreover, she possessed enviably long legs, a slender waist, and a proudly curvaceous figure that created a perfect silhouette. Each stride radiated an alluring charm, her beauty striking enough to captivate all, as if it could reach deep into the soul. Ling Kun was tempted to ask her, "My lady, can you see your toes while standing?" At that moment, the legendary honey badger came rushing over with a huff. Once it reached the rocks, the creature would be unable to follow. Ling Kun, observing the creature's approach, seized Yuan Yuan's hand and dashed toward a nearby rock that stood over a meter high. The beauty followed closely behind, with Ling Kun leading and the lady trailing. He felt assured that there was no risk of exposure. Ling Kun inquired, "What trouble did you stir up with it?" The beauty, resting her hands on her knees and gasping for breath, replied, "I am called Chio Kyoka." She wiped the fine beads of sweat from her forehead and pointed to the apple cores scattered on the beach, explaining, "I was eating an apple under the coconut trees when one rolled to the edge of the rocks, inadvertently colliding with the foraging honey badger. Its eyes lit up as it reached for the apple, but I snatched it away just in time." Chio Kyoka stamped her sandy wedge heel, continuing, "It bared its teeth and growled at me, and in a moment of indignation, I kicked its rear. Little did I know that this creature would hold a grudge, chasing me along half the coastline." Meanwhile, the honey badger remained below, furiously circling the rocks, occasionally glancing up to snarl at the three atop the stone. Ling Kun observed the honey badger below, remarking, "This creature possesses an unusually fierce temperament, unafraid to confront lions, hyenas, snakes, and other beasts." Chio Kyoka sighed in resignation. "I had no idea it would turn out to be such a nuisance. Had I known, I would have avoided provoking it." Ling Kun stated, regardless of who offended it. "It will not relent until it has vented its frustration, either by bringing them down or confronting them directly." Yuan, witnessing a real honey badger for the first time, turned to Ling Kun and asked, "What shall we do? Although I possess a dagger, if this creature were to scratch me and cause an infection in this desolate place, I fear it would lead to my demise." To ensure their safety, Ling Kun scanned the surroundings, and his gaze fell upon a long, thick log about 5 meters away. Clenching his fists, he devised a plan, saying, "Stay put here and do not move. I will draw its attention." Before he could finish, Ling Kun leaped from the rock and sprinted toward the log. Sensing the honey badger's relentless pursuit, he realized that his current physique was no match for that of his past life, and he needed to enhance his physical training. The honey badger, sensing the movement, immediately let out a roar and chased after him. On the rocky outcrop, Chio Kyoka and Yuan wore expressions of acute anxiety, their hands tightly clutching the edges of their skirts as they fixated on the heart-stopping confrontation. Ling Kun seized the long wooden staff, feeling its solid form instill a modicum of reassurance within him. He inhaled deeply, turning to face the charging honey badger. The staff sliced through the sunlight, carving a sharp arc as Ling Kun swung with force, the tip whistling through the air as it struck the honey badger. The creature, nimble and evasive, managed to dodge, but still received a glancing blow, emitting a furious roar. Seizing the moment, Ling Kun stepped back, leveraging the length of the staff to maintain distance, his gaze resolute as he braced himself for the next onslaught. On the rocks, Chio Kyoka and Yuan held their breaths in tension, their hearts pounding like drums. Chapter 5. The robbery. He stared intently at the honey badger before him, its fierce visage baring teeth in a menacing snarl. A slight movement of his Adam's apple betrayed his tension as he silently pondered, "How many points can you possibly yield me?" A flicker of determination glimmered in Ling Kun's eyes as he swung the long wooden stick, raising a cloud of dust around him. 10 minutes later, the system notification echoed in his mind. Acquired 10 points, total 15 points. At that moment, he was panting heavily, beads of sweat cascading down his cheeks, thoroughly soaking his clothes. Ling Kun dragged the limp honey badger to the rocks, a weary yet victorious smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Yuan furrowed her brow, an expression of discomfort shadowing her features as she remarked, "Just toss it a bit further. It feels awkward just looking at it. We mustn't waste it. If we dry it out, it will serve as tomorrow's sustenance," Ling Kun replied. Chio Saika's eyes sparkled with admiration as she gazed at Ling Kun, her voice a melodious lilt as she exclaimed, "Wow, Oni-chan, you are incredible. If it weren't for you, I might have been bitten today." Her sweet tone sent shivers down Yuan's spine, while Ling Kun felt as though his ears were brushed by soft feathers, a warm sensation blooming within him. What kind of musical experience was it aboard the ship? Ling Kun suppressed the peculiar feelings rising within him and redirected the conversation. "Your Chinese is so fluent. I would never guess you were a foreigner." Chio Saika flashed a charming smile and explained, "Oni-chan, my father is Japanese, My grandmother is British, and my mother is Chinese. I lived in China for a while, and even chose Chinese as my major in university, which is why my Chinese is so proficient. Ling Kun and Yuan exchanged knowing glances, nodding in unison. With a hint of surprise, Ling Kun asked, "You're already in university?" "Yes, Oni-chan. I'm in my second year." Chio Saika replied playfully, winking at him. Yuan could not help but exclaim, "If I were to judge you solely by your face, I would have thought you were still in high school." Chio Saika's eyes lit up with enthusiasm as she asked, "Really? Do you think so too, Oni-chan?" After receiving a nod of affirmation from Ling Kun, she jubilantly leaped into the air, cheering, "Yay! Long live Oni-chan!" The curves of her figure were undeniable, causing Ling Kun's younger self to stir with unexpected interest. In an attempt to ease the tension, Ling Kun focused on the honey badger lying on the ground, stating, "I'll take care of this first, lest it begins to stink." 20 minutes later, Ling Kun adeptly prepared the honey badger. He gathered some dry twigs and retrieved his lighter, igniting them. The flames flickered to life, casting a faint glow on his weary face. As the aroma of roasting meat wafted through the air, Chio Saika danced excitedly nearby. Ling Kun's gaze inadvertently drifted to Chio Saika's ample form, causing him to swallow hard. The brightness of the lights was somewhat blinding. In middle and high school, girls with ample bosoms often felt a sense of insecurity, opting for looser clothing to conceal their figures. However, stepping out of the confines of academia, they donned battle attire, yoga wear, and form-fitting outfits that accentuated their silhouettes. Yuan curiously peered from beneath the shade of the trees, observing Ling Kun's movements. With deft skill, Ling Kun flipped the honey badger meat, golden fat dripping into the fire, producing a sizzle and sending sparks flying. At that moment, the sound of footsteps echoed from a distance, and 3 figures emerged into their view. At the forefront was a tall, robust man, his gaze exuding a fierce intensity, followed by a man and a woman, both appearing weary and frail. "Hey, there you are. Finally found some living souls," the tall man bellowed as he strode purposefully towards the roasting meat, his tattered camouflage uniform seemingly narrating the hardships of his journey to this desolate place. Ling Kun stood up warily, gripping his short knife tightly, his eyes sharp with inquiry. "Who are you? Where do you come from?" The tall man crossed his arms, looking down at Ling Kun with a hint of disdain. "I'm Lu Dong. I served as a special forces soldier for 5 years. If it weren't for the shipwreck, I wouldn't have ended up in this cursed place. The 2 behind me are from the same boat. We are nearly starving on this island. If you have food, it would be only fair to share some with us." He deliberately emphasized special forces, as if to intimidate with his past identity. "This is our hard-earned catch." Ling Kun frowned, his tone resolute. "We barely have enough to eat ourselves." At this moment, the middle-aged woman in her 30s, who had been following Lu Dong, stepped forward slowly. Though her face was haggard, her eyes conveyed a fierce determination. She had a well-defined physique, albeit with slightly darker skin. "I'm Aku," she said, gesturing toward a man in his 40s beside her. "This is Old Joe. I used to be a survival training instructor. After half a month of struggling on this island, I owe my survival to my experience." Maku spoke with measured calmness, each word imbued with the gravity of a professional. "Young man, we are not here to rob you. We merely wish to negotiate. If we pool our resources together, it's far better than struggling alone." Chio, hiding behind Ling Kun, whispered, "Onaikan, they don't seem easy to deal with." Yuan, feeling tense, stood up and moved to Ling Kun's side. Ling Kun glanced at the 2 girls beside him and then at Lu Dong and Ma Ku, inwardly lamenting. If it were his former self, he would have been unafraid. At this moment, he was desperately questioning the system for guidance, but received no response or hint. However, he was resolute in not relinquishing the hard-won food. Even the tiniest morsel was still sustenance. "No, I cannot give you this meat. If you are hungry, you can seek food elsewhere. This island is not devoid of resources." Lu Dong's expression darkened, realizing that he needed to adopt a more menacing demeanor to obtain food, and took a step forward. "Kid, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a punishment." Ling Kun took a deep breath, vowing to enhance the physical capabilities of this body thereafter. He gripped the dagger tightly, his gaze resolute, as if to say, "Let us see what unfolds." His voice resonated powerfully. Despite facing two men, retreat was not an option. He was determined to protect Yuan Yuan and Qian Daiqinya, as well as the hard-earned provisions they had gathered. Men possess an innate desire to protect and to display their valor in the presence of beauty. Thus, the two parties stood in a tense standoff, the air thick with anticipation, as a conflict seemed poised to erupt at any moment. In the distance, the woods stirred, a faint sound echoing as if someone were whispering for aid. Having gone a day without sustenance, a sense of irritability gnawed at him. Lu Dong let out a cold chuckle, reaching out to seize the roasted meat. Quick as lightning, Ling Kun intercepted, brandishing his blade before Lu Dong, the steel slicing through the air with a sharp whoosh. At that critical moment, the distant cries suddenly grew clearer. "Help! Help me!" Ling Kun was taken aback. How could there be yet another plea for assistance? In such a brief span of time, two cries for help had emerged. The voice was tinged with a sob, accompanied by the sound of something heavy dragging across the ground. Both parties, captivated by the unexpected call for help, turned in unison towards the direction of the woods. Chapter 6. The capture of the crocodile. Suddenly, a bloodied middle-aged woman came tumbling out, desperately crawling, pursued closely by an enormous crocodile. The creature opened its gaping maw, sharp teeth dripping with flesh, splattering mud, and leaving a long trail behind. "Quick, run this way!" Despite his past as a Special Forces soldier, having faced the battlefield and wielded a weapon, Ling Kun knew the necessity of stepping up in times of crisis. He shouted, brandishing his short knife towards the crocodile's eyes. The middle-aged woman seemed to clutch at a lifeline, exerting every ounce of strength to flee toward the crowd. Lu Dong's face turned ashen, the fierce demeanor vanishing in an instant. He turned to flee, but was seized by Marco. "We must help. The presence of this crocodile poses a significant danger to us as well." The crocodile's speed exceeded their expectations, swiftly closing the distance to within 10 meters. Ling Kun quickly scanned the area and noticed a natural depression beneath the rocks. "Over there, use the rocks for cover." He pulled Qingya, and Yuan Yuan along, with the others following closely behind. Just as the crocodile was about to pounce, Ling Kun brandished his dagger, thrusting it fiercely towards the creature's eye. The crocodile roared in agony, thrashing violently as its tail swept across, nearly sending Lu Dong flying. The middle-aged woman collapsed to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. My child is still over there." Ling Kun gritted his teeth and looked at the equally shaken crowd. "We cannot stand by and watch, but we must first deal with this beast." He turned to Lu Dong, "Special Forces man, are you willing to join me?" Lu Dong's face flickered between shades of pale and green, but he ultimately clenched his fists and drew a rusty dagger from his waist. "Let us do this." The crocodile's murky eyes glinted with menace, its foul breath assaulting them as it opened its maw, seemingly poised to devour them all in the next moment. "Let us go. We cannot allow it to succeed." Ling Kun's veins bulged as he roared, gripping the inexpensive short knife tightly, charging towards the crocodile, aiming for its vital spots. The tall man, Lu Dong, wielded his rusty dagger, flanking the creature with a fierce glint in his eyes. The others mustered their courage, hurling branches and stones at the crocodile. In pain, the crocodile lashed its tail like a steel whip, snapping nearby branches with a series of cracks. Ling Kun, agile and swift, dodged the sweeping tail and seized the moment to plunge his short knife deep into the crocodile's jaw. Warm blood erupted like a fountain, splattering his face, the metallic sweetness filling his mouth. With collective resolve, after a fierce struggle, the crocodile finally collapsed, convulsing a few times before lying still. Within Ling Kun's mind, the system's voice once again announced, acquired 20 points, totaling 35 points, followed by a note, as it was not a solo kill. Only partial points were awarded. Although he did not receive the full amount of points, Ling Kun could hardly contain his excitement, eager to see what items could be exchanged for 35 points. He promptly accessed the system interface. Items available for 35 points. Toothpaste, toothbrush, cup, stainless steel basin, stainless steel bowl, spatula, kettle. Forel electric rice cooker, though it's of no use here without electricity. Scrolling further, he saw a pressure cooker, frying pan, cleaver, and axe, among others. However, he quickly regained his composure. Even if he were to redeem something, he could not explain its origin to the others. So he decided to set it aside for the time being. The participants of the battle were utterly exhausted, collapsing to the ground as if their bones had been scattered, their chests heaving violently as they gasped for air, recalling the harrowing moments they had just endured with a lingering sense of dread. At that moment, Yuan inquired of a middle-aged woman, "Sister, what happened to the child you mentioned earlier?" The woman, snapping back to reality, replied, "My Huan was devoured by an alligator." Hearing of the misfortune that befell the woman's child, everyone present felt a wave of sorrow wash over them. Observing the collective sadness, the woman revealed the truth. Her Huan was, in fact, a teddy bear. With this revelation, the tension in the crowd dissipated, and they collectively sighed in relief. The setting sun painted the alligator's carcass a dark crimson hue, as the scent of blood mingled with the aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air. Chio Saika's eyes sparkled with admiration as she trotted over to Ling Kun, carefully pulling a cloth from her pocket to wipe the blood from his face. Her voice filled with infatuation and respect. "Oni-chan, you were simply magnificent just now, like an invincible superhero from movies. Without you, we surely wouldn't have escaped the jaws of the alligator." As she spoke, she gazed up at Ling Kun, her eyes unwilling to stray from him for even a moment. Feeling a bit bashful from Chio Saika's praise, Ling Kun scratched his head and chuckled. Oh, it was truly a collective effort. It wouldn't have been possible without everyone. After saying this, he looked at the others, who, despite their exhaustion, wore smiles, and a warm surge of emotion filled his heart. "Indeed, Saika, you should temper your exaggeration," interjected Lu Dong, his tone tinged with a hint of jealousy. Yet a rare smile graced his face. After all, who wouldn't wish to shine in the presence of beautiful women? Chio Saika stuck out her tongue and made a playful face, but then she earnestly declared, "Regardless, Oni-chan, you are the best." Ling Kun smiled and gently ruffled her hair, his gaze tender yet resolute. "Yes, I appreciate your kind words." He turned to Lu Dong, grinning. "So, there is no need to compete for food now, right?" Lu Dong nodded. "Indeed, with the alligator taken care of, we have plenty of food." Looking around, he suggested, "Let us split up and collaborate." The group began to busily prepare, some gathering dry wood to start a fire, while others commenced processing the alligator meat. Despite the recent perilous encounter, the shared experience allowed them to cast aside their previous discomforts into the ether. Ling Kun invalid deep, gripping his short knife firmly as he aimed for the resilient scales of the crocodile's abdomen. As the blade pierced the flesh, the friction between the scales and the edge produced a jarring sound. With a forceful flick, a sharp hiss echoed as grease mixed with blood splattered onto the sandy shore. "My goodness, this crocodile could sustain us for several days." Lu Dong crouched down, wielding his dagger to carve off a substantial chunk of meat. The fierce expression that once adorned his face had vanished, replaced by a broad grin revealing a gap where a tooth once resided. "Brother Lin, had it not been for your leadership, we might have met a dire fate. It is hard to fathom that we managed to slay such a formidable crocodile." The creature's back was too tough for the dagger to penetrate effectively. Thus, Ling Kun commenced his dissection from the softer abdomen. After considerable effort, with the crocodile's head remaining relatively intact, the rest of the meat had been severed and laid out upon the beach. Gazing at the skeletal remains before them, the two exchanged a knowing smile. Those who have tasted crocodile meat are aware that it is not particularly palatable. Rather, it is the crocodile's innards that are deemed the most delectable. Chapter 7. Fishing. Ling Kun gazed at the blood-stained and greasy tools in his hands and suggested, "Let us proceed to the seaside to cleanse this meat." The group collectively transported the chunks of meat to the shore, where the gentle waves rhythmically caressed the sandy beach. Ling Kun skewered the pristine crocodile meat with a stick and immersed it in the sea, swaying it back and forth for rinsing. Tiny morsels of flesh dispersed with the current, and soon schools of fish congregated in the water, competing eagerly to devour the delectable offerings. "Anakin, look, so many fish!" Chio Saika exclaimed, her excitement propelling her to leap in delight as she pointed at the surface of the sea, her eyes brimming with wonder. "Shall we seize this opportunity to fish? We shall never have to worry about food again." Ling Kun observed the fish schools thoughtfully, nodding in agreement. Indeed, this was a splendid opportunity not to be squandered. They all began contemplating methods to create fishing tools, ensuring a more secure food supply in the future. The others gathered around, their eyes rekindled with hope as they watched the thrashing fish. Ling Kun lifted the crocodile meat from the water and tossed it onto the beach, droplets scattering in all directions. The group nodded in unison and began to gather materials, weaving rudimentary fishing nets from branches and vines. Out of the corner of his eye, Ling Kun noticed Chio Saika on her toes, plucking palm leaves, her nimble fingers dancing like butterflies as she swiftly fashioned a funnel-shaped fish trap. Old Joe crouched beside the rocks, weaving the vines into a net bag, oblivious to the red marks forming on his rough palms. As their makeshift tools were prepared, Ling Kun discarded the crocodile's head and entrails into the sea. Within minutes, the surface of the water erupted once more. Schools of silver sardines shimmered like a flowing galaxy, occasionally leaping from the water, creating splashes. Slightly larger mullets swayed their grayish bodies, using their broad mouths to snatch up the scraps. Even a few vividly colored snapper circled cautiously around the periphery of the fish schools. Chio, you and Old Joe guard the sides. Ling Kun gripped the spear and waded into the knee-deep water, the briny waves splashing against his wounds as he gritted his teeth against the sting. The fish, startled, scattered but gradually regrouped, lured by the remnants of flesh. Ling Kun aimed for a half-meter-long mullet, his wrist snapping into action as the spear grazed the fish's back and plunged into the sand. This way, Chio Saika shrieked, shaking the fish trap, causing the sardine school to suddenly change direction and collide with her cleverly set snare. Old Joe seized the moment, expertly enveloping 3 panicked snapper in his vine net. Ling Kun inhaled deeply, crouching down to grip the scraps in his palm, the metallic scent of blood spreading across his fingertips. As the fish school converged once more, he swiftly hurled the spear. The sharp shell pierced the mullet's gill cover, warm blood diffusing into the sea, creating a rosy mist. As the sunset bathed the sea in amber hues, the beach was piled high with thrashing fish. Chio Saika hummed a tune as she cleaned the fish gills, while Old Joe constructed a makeshift hearth with stones. Ling Kun gazed at the flickering flames, suddenly finding that the salty sea breeze had transformed into something sweet. He fashioned a rack, arranging the fish and crocodile meat neatly for smoking. As night fell, the bonfire by the seaside blazed brightly, illuminating the busy silhouettes of the group. Lu Dong was responsible for preparing the crocodile meat and fish for the evening barbecue. Ling Kun sat beside the campfire, gently poking the pile of logs with a slender branch, sending sparks flying and illuminating his resolute face. He turned to Chinya and softly inquired, Yuan, do you know how to grill fish? Yuan shook her head slightly, a hint of embarrassment in her voice as she replied, I haven't really cooked at home, let alone grilled fish. Upon hearing this, Ling Kun smiled faintly, rose to his feet, and assured her, do not worry, I will teach you. It's quite simple. With our combined efforts, we shall soon enjoy steaming grilled fish. The little fish we had for lunch has left us quite famished. Before long, the air was filled with an enticing aroma that made one's mouth water. Marco, Old Joe, and Lu Dong had already been ravenous since the afternoon. As the fish was finally grilled to perfection, Lu Dong eagerly reached out, the first to grab a piece, seemingly oblivious to whether it was too hot to handle. Qin also took a grilled fish, taking a small bite, her face instantly lighting up with surprise. Ling Kun, this fish is exquisite. The skin is crispy, while the inside is tender, truly delectable. Ling Kun smiled and waved his hand dismissively, saying, this is the result of everyone's efforts. Without your help in catching the fish, we wouldn't have such a sumptuous dinner. Marco, savoring his meal, chimed in, indeed. Many hands make light work. Old Joe echoed his sentiment, enjoying a piece of grilled fish as he remarked, yes, it was quite difficult when we were in the forest, living from one meal to the next. Above the grill, fish and crocodile meat continued to roast, prepared as jerky for easier storage. Unseasoned pieces of meat, even when dried, would not last long. Sipping from a coconut shell filled with fresh water, the satisfaction was evident on their faces. As night fell, the sea breeze gently caressed the shore, and the waves lapped at the sand, creating a soothing sound. Ling Kun, thank you, Yuan, suddenly broke the tranquil silence of the night. Ling Kun turned to her, offering a gentle smile as he replied, "What are you thanking me for? The one who deserves gratitude is me. Without you, I might not have made it this far." At this moment, Lu Dong interjected, "Do you two have a story?" It was not a secret, and Ling Kun briefly recounted the details. Marco di Mart. I never imagined Ling Kun was such a sentimental person. Lu Dong gazed at the dried fish on the grill, exclaiming, "Goodness, this should last us for several days." He crouched down, using a knife to cut a large piece of meat. The earlier ferocity vanished, replaced by a wide grin revealing a gap where a tooth was missing. If it weren't for Brother Lin leading the way, who knows where we would be tonight, starving. He skewered the meat on a branch and handed it to the middle-aged woman, who paused momentarily, trembling as she accepted it, tears falling into the sizzling grease. When someone proposed forming a team, Yuan's fingers tightened instinctively, crumpling the leaves in her grasp. We were doing just fine on our own before, weren't we? Teaming up can be troublesome and lead to disputes over sharing. But we just fought a crocodile together. Lu Dong, in a fit of urgency, rose to his feet as the oil from the skewers dripped into the fire, producing a series of sharp crackles. If a beast were to approach again, acting alone would surely spell disaster. Having led numerous recruits in military, he understood the paramount importance of teamwork. The crowd chimed in with agreement. Yet only Yuan turned her back, fiercely prodding the campfire with a branch, sending sparks flying. Ling Kun, fixated on the flickering flames, suddenly recalled the moment when Yuan had hurled a stone at the crocodile's snout during its desperate thrashing. Her ferocity rivaled that of anyone else. He picked up a stick and began tracing circles in the sand, remaining silent. Marco chimed in, stating that forming a team did not imply that one must heed the directives of another. Rather, it was a partnership of mutual assistance. Food would be distributed according to effort, and safety would be shared in rotation. He glanced at Yuan, asserting that encountering danger together offered a better chance of survival than going solo. The tense atmosphere was softened by the warmth of the campfire. Chapter 8. The kidnapping day. Old Zhou seized the moment, pointing towards a distant tree. Over there provides shelter from the wind. We can construct a makeshift hut using vines and branches, and we can stay there tonight. Ling Kun, unhurried, replied, "There is no rush in forming a team. Let us consider it for a couple of days. For now, I will assist you in building a shelter." The original owner had perished within the group. Thus he approached Lu Dong's invitation to team up with utmost caution, ensuring he did not dismiss the idea outright. Yuan and Chayota Saiko were tasked with drying fish by the fire. The men transported branches back and forth from woods. As the first sliver of moonlight crept upon the crooked yet sturdy hut, the aroma of crocodile meat filled the camp, and someone began to hum a tuneless song, startling the owls from the treetops. As the group paused to rest, a figure stumbled out of the forest. The newcomer appeared to be around 40 years old. His suit and leather shoes caked in mud, his tie askew around his neck, and his gold-rimmed glasses missing a lens, revealing a bloodshot eye. He leaned against a tree, gasping for breath, his gray hair plastered to his forehead with sweat, and one of his shoes was missing, exposing several holes in his sock. "Help! Is there food?" Lu Xingfeng's voice was hoarse as he staggered towards the enticing scent of meat. The group tightened their grips on their weapons until he spotted Ling Kun, suddenly widening his eyes. "Xiaoling, it's really you. I knew that in times of trouble, you would persevere." He hurried forward, reaching out to pat Ling Kun on the shoulder. Ling Kun deftly sidestepped, frowning at his former superior. Lu Xingfeng, however, paid no heed, his gaze flitting over Chayota Saiko's ample bosom and Yuan, instantly straightening his back, brushing off the dust, attempting to regain his former authority. "Xiaoling, you've truly let things go awry. How can you lead everyone so carelessly? I emphasized in the company that actions must be well planned. Just look at this shelter you've constructed, and your fish grilling technique is unprofessional. The fish must not be too far from the fire, otherwise. How long will it take to cook properly?" He paced around the camp, gesturing at the busy crowd. And you all, young people, lack experience. What is needed most at such times is a leader to coordinate the entire situation. Xiaoling, you were once my subordinate. You should understand my capabilities best. Now, listen to my arrangements, and I will ensure your safe departure from here. Ling Kun observed his performance with cold indifference, and once Lu Shengfeng finished, he leisurely wiped the grease from his hands. Manager Lu, this is not the company. Your authoritative demeanor is ineffective here. On this island, survival depends not on position, but on ability. Lu Shengfeng's face instantly flushed crimson. You show such disrespect. Do you believe I want to terminate your employment upon my return to the company? No need for such trouble. I'll just have the company dissolved. Ling Kun stood up, his gaze icy. Get lost. What uses a fat man like you on this deserted island? Whether you can return is another matter entirely. Ling Kun pinched the fish to gauge its doneness. I'll take a portion of the dried fish from here. Is that acceptable? Chio Kyoka, Lu Dong, and Marco all exhibited expressions of confusion. Chio Kyoka inquired, Onaikin, are we to part ways? At the same moment, Lu Dong exclaimed, where are you planning to go? After witnessing Ling Kun's audacity, he harbored a strong desire to recruit him. As Ling Kun spoke, he divided the dried fish into 2 portions, carefully packaging one of them. Lu Dong and the other 2 merely observed in silence, refraining from voicing any opinions. We have a place to stay, but if we all go together, it may become cramped. Therefore, we could form an alliance, notifying each other when necessary and looking out for one another. Lu Shengfeng, eager to assert his presence, interjected, you are causing division. Do you not understand the importance of a team? Ling Kun shot a glare at Lu Shengfeng, retorting, mind your own business, leave. Taken aback by Ling Kun's fierce gaze, Lu Shengfeng recoiled slightly, yet unwilling to concede, muttered under his breath, I'm doing this for everyone's good. Ling Kun ignored him and continued addressing the group. Our living quarters are relatively secluded and secure, yet the space is indeed limited. If we all crowd together, not only will it be inconvenient, but in the event of an emergency, it would hinder our ability to evade and respond. Thus, I believe it is better for us to act separately. Of course, this is merely my suggestion. If anyone finds it inappropriate, please voice your thoughts, and we can discuss it together. Old Joe, seasoned from experience, recognized his words as mere politeness and chose not to argue. Chio Kyoka nodded in agreement with Ling Kun's reasoning, stating, Onaikin has a point. Let us proceed as you suggest. Lu Dong and Marco exchanged smiles, signaling their concurrence. What choice do they have? To dissent would be futile. It was far better to agree and leave a favorable impression. Following Ling Kun's proposal, the group split into 2 teams. Ling Kun, accompanied by Chio Kyoka and Yuan Yuan, took a portion of the dried fish and headed towards Yuan Yuan's concealed dwelling, while Lu Dong led the remaining members to the newly constructed grass hut. Before parting, Ling Kun addressed Lu Shengfeng, saying, Lu, do not let us discover any improper thoughts. Otherwise, do not blame us for being ungracious. Ling Kun and Chio Kyoka each carried a bag of dried fish, closely following Yuan Yuan. Seizing an opportunity while they were distracted, Ling Kun exchanged 1 point for 5 plastic bags at the system marketplace. Otherwise, transporting the dried fish would have been quite cumbersome. When Yuan Yuan guided Ling Kun and Chio Kyoka to a banyan tree, she parted the vines and some dry leaf ahead of them. Ling Kun once again spent 5 points in the system marketplace to acquire a small flashlight. They squeezed through a narrow opening into the cave. The interior was spacious enough for 3 individuals. The walls glimmered with some phosphorescent stones, casting a faint glow that illuminated the entire cavern. Yuan Yuan explained, I stumbled upon this place by chance. It felt very concealed, so I decided to use it for storage. Ling Kun nodded in understanding, secretly relieved to have found a secure refuge. They set aside the dried fish and began to arrange their temporary abode. Chio Kyoka produced some fabric and spread it upon the ground, crafting a rudimentary bed. At this moment, Yuan Yuan turned to Ling Kun, her tone imbued with an irrefutable resolve. You have seen enough. I assent it time for you to leave. A flicker of surprise crossed Ling Kun's face, as the narrative seemed to take an unexpected turn. Despite having merely expressed a desire to observe and learn, he had no genuine intention of departing. Yuan offered a sly smile. Did we not agree this afternoon? Have you forgotten simply because you killed a crocodile? Kyoka, perplexed by their interaction, silently observed from the sidelines, refraining from interjecting or participating in the discourse. Ling Kun appeared somewhat hesitant. Well, this. At that moment, Yuan remarked, with Kyoka here, I doubt you would act excessively. As Ling Kun reclined, a system notification echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have successfully teamed up with Yuan, earning 12 points, totaling 41 points. Upon hearing the 12 points, Ling Kun immediately realized that the expenses for the night had doubled to reach this figure. Had he known it would transpire this way, he should have expended all 35 points. Had he done so, he would now possess an additional 70 points. Coupled with the value of exchanged items, it would be as if he had 105 points. What a significant loss. But I also gained a chance to draw. Ling Kun activated the lottery interface, and the system promptly inquired whether he wished to proceed with the draw. He silently affirmed his decision to participate in the lottery. Congratulations, host. You have acquired archery skills. Would you like to claim them? He had anticipated winning some precious items, yet what he received was merely a skill. The claim button commenced its countdown. 5-4-3-2. He swiftly made his choice. Yes, claim it. Upon confirming the claim, a wealth of archery knowledge flooded his mind. With a bow in hand, he felt an unprecedented surge of confidence. Yet, the reality was he did not possess a bow. Nevertheless, he resolved to set this matter aside for the time being and rest, for he was utterly fatigued after the day's endeavors. Meanwhile, Yuan's father, Yuan Xing, was in a state of acute anxiety, commanding his subordinates to search far and wide, yet to no avail. Were it not for dire necessity, he would never resort to such extreme measures as forcing his daughter to wed a dandy. Chapter 9. The morning's throb last night, Saika had nestled in the middle, and now she remained sprawled half over Ling Kun, resembling a koala. As dawn broke gently, Ling Kun stirred from his light slumber. The moment he moved, a soft sensation on his arm playfully brushed against him, evoking a profound awareness. The tent had been erected. A notification chimed. Side quest activated. Went over Saika for a special reward. Ling Kun mused that even without the task being assigned, he must continue the fight against the Japanese invaders, honoring the legacy of past revolutionaries. His fingertips brushed against the delicate strands of hair at her wrist, and as he turned, his gaze fell into a pool of spring water. The woman curled within the beige satin blankets, her lashes like butterfly wings gently fluttering, casting a fan-shaped shadow over her pearlescent lips, those curves reminiscent of a newly bloomed camellia, with the slightest hint of a dimple at the corners, encapsulating dreams yet to fade. Her exquisite skin was enveloped in a soft haze, the faint pink down on her cheekbones glimmering like the first petals kissed by morning dew. The gentle valley of her chest appeared as if it could draw in one's very soul, unfathomably deep. Most captivating was the slender leg draped over his waist, its snow-white skin radiating a tender glow in the morning light, the knees slightly curled, with faint blue veins at the ankle visible, akin to fish darting in a spring creek. Ling Kun esterod bodde lightly. He held his breath, tracing the curve of her calf with his fingertips, feeling the heat radiating between her skin and the air. Just as his fingertip was about to touch her ankle, she suddenly murmured like a kitten, nuzzling closer into his embrace. He quickly withdrew his hand, his heart racing like a drum in his chest. The presence of a third person nearby made him feel a tinge of guilt. The birds in the forest began to sing clearly, and as he gazed at the gentle lines on her forehead, he realized that the morning light had transformed into something tender, even their breaths infused with the fragrance of jasmine. Indeed, the most enchanting scenery in the world was not the distant mountains or misty dawns, but the flutter of her lashes, conveying an entire spring when they fell into his gaze. Ling Kun wondered if Yuan had awakened. As he lifted his head, their eyes met, revealing that she too had been observing him. Their gazes intertwined in the air, only to part again in an instant. A blush crept onto Ling Kun's face as he questioned whether she had witnessed the moment. Yuan, however, smiled softly, her eyes sparkling with warmth. Morning light filtered through the gaps in the vines, showering them with warmth in this tranquil moment. Ling Kun gently sat up, careful not to disturb the beauty in his arms. He glanced outside the cave, his heart brimming with boundless emotions and anticipation. A sudden urge to relieve himself overcame him, prompting him to dart outside. Upon his return to the tree hollow, he found himself holding 3 toothbrushes, a tube of toothpaste, and a cup. Initially intending to redeem 3 sets, he reconsidered, realizing the difficulty in explaining the need for precisely 3. Each toothbrush required 4 points, the toothpaste 10 points, and the cup 3 points. To showcase the items reasonably, Ling Kun reluctantly exchanged for a canvas bag, costing 15 points. Thus, the 41 points accumulated last night dwindled to a mere 1 point. Ling Kun inquired of Yuan where he might find water, and she led him to the bank of a small brook. From his backpack, Ling Kun retrieved the cup, scooping up a drink from a stream, and squeezed some toothpaste into it to rinse his mouth. Yuan watched in astonishment as he performed this fluid sequence of actions, her eyes wide with disbelief. Had he not been without a backpack just yesterday? Ling Kun casually explained that he had found it while stepping out to relieve himself. After rinsing, he produced a brand new toothbrush from his pack and handed the used toothpaste and cup to Yuan. Overjoyed, she paid no heed to the fact that the cup had been previously used. She had not brushed her teeth in days and was finally able to cleanse her mouth. For the past few days, she had resorted to using burnt charcoal for oral hygiene, which left an unpleasant taste and yielded unsatisfactory results. After a brief washing ritual, the two began to prepare breakfast, eventually rousing Chio Saika and instructing her to rinse her mouth at the brook. The fish from yesterday, lacking salt, was barely palatable, but Ling Kun dreaded the thought of consuming another unsalted fish today. He had intended to exchange points for a packet of salt, only to discover that it required 5 points, while he was short by 0. 5 points, and unable to complete the transaction. As he savored the fish, he observed Saika rinsing at the brook. Her hands moved gracefully in tandem with her head, the subtle motions of her head causing her entire body to sway gently. What variety of this enormous papaya could it be? Was it of Thai or Korean origin? The only certainty was that it hailed from Japan. Ling Kun initially did not feel particularly hungry, but as his appetite grew, he began to indulge in the fish more heartily. To procure salt, he needed to venture out swiftly to earn points. Today, he contemplated wandering through the forest, hoping to yield a bountiful harvest. Before departing, he cautioned Yuan and Chio Saika not to wander aimlessly, for there were many nefarious individuals on the deserted island, and their beauty made them susceptible to being abducted as concubines. Yuan and Chio Saika nodded in agreement, a flicker of concern crossing their faces. Ling Kun slung his canvas bag over his shoulder, grasping a sturdy wooden stick, and stepped into the dense underbrush. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows, while melodious chirping of birds seemed to guide his way. Ling Kun treaded carefully, avoiding thorns, his gaze scanning for potential prey or edible plants. Each step was taken with utmost caution, wary of missing any hint of opportunity. Deep within the jungle, the occasional calls of unseen creatures heightened his senses. Suddenly, a vividly colored parrot soared overhead, igniting a spark of excitement in Ling Kun's heart. Perhaps this was a promising omen, for parrots often frequented areas abundant with fruit. Following the sound, he soon stumbled upon a wild fruit grove, meticulously selecting several ripe specimens to stow in his backpack as he pressed onward. At that moment, a notification chimed, indicating he had earned a point. Ling Kun could not suppress a curse under his breath. A single fruit was worth only 5 points, rendering the 2 fruits rather insignificant. As he passed beneath a towering palm tree, he discovered a wild hen lying motionless. Ling Kun's heart raced as he cautiously approached, fearful of disturbing the mother bird that was in the midst of laying eggs. Just as he was about to draw near, the wild hen suddenly flapped its wings and fled. However, within the nest lay a dozen wild eggs. Ling Kun gingerly collected the eggs, placing them into his backpack. Yet he left 2 behind for the hen, lest it abandon its nest. At that moment, a system notification echoed in his mind. Congratulations, you have earned 5 points. Current points, 6-5. Ling Kun, yearning to escape a life devoid of salt, promptly exchanged for 2 packets of salt, spending 3 points and leaving him with 3. 5 points. A wave of joy surged within him. At last, he could enhance his meals. At that moment, Shun Mang and Zhang Mei reappeared within his line of sight. Noticing Ling Kun carrying a backpack, they curiously approached him and inquired about his day's bounty. Ling Kun smiled as he revealed the fruits and eggs nestled within his pack. Shin Mang's eyes sparkled upon seeing the eggs, while Zhang Mei, with a playful grin, remarked, "It seems fortune has favored you today." Shin Mang then spoke, "If you give me all these eggs, I shall forgive you for your rudeness yesterday." Ling Kun was momentarily taken aback, but soon chuckled, "I can give you the eggs, but whether I forgive or not will depend on your actions." Shin Mang smiled gently, reaching out to accept the eggs, secretly pondering. Ling Kun has indeed remained unchanged. Just then, Ling Kun added, "However, you must allow me a kiss in return." Chapter 10. The forceful kiss Shun Mang's cheeks flushed with indignation as she glared at him. Thinking to herself, "Dream on. If it comes to that, I simply want to play along." Ling Kun burst into laughter, retracting the egg as he teased. "I knew you would respond that way." Shin Mang shot him an exasperated look, turned to leave, but paused, contemplating in her heart. "I'll agree first, and then renege once I have the egg." She pivoted back, a faint smile gracing her lips. "Very well, let us put on the tab for now." Upon hearing this, Ling Kun packed his bag and began to walk away. Seeing this, Shin Mang felt a surge of urgency and hurried after him, her tone softening. "Hey, don't go. You must agree to my terms first." Ling Kun halted, fixing his gaze on her, articulating each word with precision. "Otherwise, this egg will not be easily relinquished to you." Shin Mang bit her lip, realizing this fellow was no longer as easily manipulated as before. With a resigned nod, she acquiesced. "All right, just this once." Zhang Mei stepped forward, pulling Shin Mang aside. "This is taking advantage of the situation. We cannot let him benefit from this." Ling Kun unleashed a torrent of pent-up emotions at Zhang Mei, exclaiming, "What business is it of yours, you meddlesome fool? The principal has consented. Your opinion is irrelevant. If you dare utter another word, I swear I will leave you incapacitated." Zhang Mei, taken aback by Ling Kun's harsh reprimand, paled and angrily stomped her foot, pondering how he had become so aggressive today. He had never dared to speak to her in such a manner before. Faced with his dominance, she chose silence. Shin Mang shot Zhang Mei a warning glare, signaling her to refrain from further complicating matters. Ling Kun, witnessing this, felt a sense of triumph. The original owner feared her speaking ill of him, but he appeared unperturbed, maintaining a fade of seriousness. Shin Mang approached Ling Kun, inhaled deeply, and slowly closed her eyes, her cheeks tinged with pink. Ling Kun, una das head, gently lifted her chin and kissed her directly. Shin Mang's body stiffened, her jaw clenched tight. Ling Kun whispered softly in her ear, "Relax. Don't keep your mouth so tightly shut." Frustrated, Shun Mang pushed Ling Kun away, wiping her lips with the back of her hand. "You said just a kiss. Now that it's done, it's time to fulfill your promise." Ling Kun remained unmoved, his gaze still fixed on her eyes. Feeling uncomfortable under his scrutiny, Shin Mang averted her gaze slightly, questioning, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Ling Kun's lips curled into a mischievous smile as he responded slowly, "Shun Mang, I find you rather intriguing. A mere brush of lips hardly qualifies as a kiss." At his words, the blush that had begun to fade from Shun Mang's cheeks returned with a vengeance. She glared at him, exasperated. "What else do you want?" Ling Kun stepped closer, trapping her against the tree, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. "At the very least, I must feel your sincerity." Shin Mang, feeling the pressure of his advance, retreated until her back met the wall, panic rising within her as her voice trembled. "Ling Kun, don't push it too far." Ling Kun seemed oblivious to the tension in the air, continuing to advance towards Shin Mang. With no other choice, Shin Mang placed her hands firmly against his chest, attempting to halt his approach. Feeling the warmth of her hands, Ling Kun's heart fluttered, and a broader smile crept across his lips. Are you truly so afraid of me, Shinmang? He teased. She shot him a glare, remaining silent, but pressed her hands against him with greater force. Noticing her resolve, Ling Kun ceased his advance. Instead, leaning in slightly, whispering in a voice only she could hear, "We barely kissed. It hardly counts as a complete embrace. Are you truly willing to abandon it midway?" With her heart stealing, Shinmang decided to embrace the moment, resolutely uttering, "Come on." Ling Kun seized the opportunity, gently prying her lips apart, his tongue exploring. Shinmang's breath became erratic as time seemed to slow, and she gradually relaxed, reciprocating his tenderness with a delicate touch of her own. Ling Kun felt a rush of joy, deepening the kiss as their breaths mingled, the world around them fading into stillness. After a moment, reality struck Shinmang, and she abruptly pushed Ling Kun away, her cheeks flushed and heart racing. Ling Kun, savoring the moment, licked his lips, a victorious smirk dancing in his eyes. Jiangmei, observing from the sidelines, stood in stunned silence, her emotions a tumultuous blend of confusion and frustration. Shinmang inhaled deeply, feigning composure as she accepted the egg, quickly turning to leave, leaving Ling Kun and Zhang Mei exchanging speechless glances. Ling Kun watched her retreating figure, inwardly chuckling at the value of this transaction. Jiang Mei, witnessing the scene, was filled with indignation yet felt powerless, her teeth clenched in frustration as she stormed off, thinking to herself, at this rate, Shinmang will inevitably succumb to Ling Kun's charms. And then how will I explain things to Liang? Will 100,000 be lost? No, I must devise a plan to thwart them. Ling Kun, still admiring her departing silhouette, wore a satisfied smile while contemplating how to ensure Shinmang willingly engages in their next exchange. A novel condition would be necessary to bind her to him completely. Almost forgotten was the lottery chance with Yuan that awaited him. Opening the system panel, he clicked the lottery button, and, as the screen shimmered, it finally settled on a mysterious pill emanating a soft blue glow. What could this be? Intrigued, he examined the pill's description. An arbitrary increase of 10 cm? If he were in a bustling metropolis, he would unhesitatingly invest it in his bank balance. Dear friends, where would this pill be best utilized? He pondered. What purpose does height serve? Must one exceed 9 meters? Unless one plays basketball, such height would be of little consequence. A sly glint flashed in Ling Kun's eyes as he thought. If applied to more intimate areas, would Shinmang become utterly dependent on me? With a subtle grin, he pocketed the pill, beginning to scheme their next fateful encounter. Should Liang learn of this, he would undoubtedly be furious. Just then, as if summoned by fate, Liang and Pandong approached. Liang's expression was stormy, his gaze cutting through the air as he fixed his eyes on Ling Kun. I thought this guy was finished, but last night Zhang Mei mentioned he is still thriving. He scoffed, striding directly towards Ling Kun, with Pandong trailing behind, puzzled. Ling Kun maintained a composed demeanor, a trace of a provocative smile gracing his lips, as he met Li Yang's furious gaze without flinching. The atmosphere crackled with tension, as the three stood in a silent standoff, poised on the brink of an unvoiced confrontation. Liang advanced, his voice cold and accusatory. What exactly do you want? Ling Kun chuckled lightly, his tone nonchalant. Back in the cave, both you and Zhang Mei persistently targeted me. Since you inquire about my desires, allow me to be candid. I want Shinmang. As for you, it would be wise to refrain from intervening. Otherwise, the consequences shall be yours to bear. Liang, consumed by rage, clenched his fists tightly, prompting Pandong to intervene. We are all friends here. Let us not ruin our camaraderie. Ling Kun's gaze remained sharp and unyielding, while internally he devised a plan to utilize the pill to completely win Shinmang's heart. Liang took a deep breath, suppressing his fury, and retorted coldly. Do you truly believe Shinmang can be so easily swayed by you? Do not harbor such delusions. My aunt will never consent to your ambitions. Chapter 11. Two fools, what does it matter? When it comes to matters of the heart, who can truly predict? After all, your aunt is not her. The ultimate decision lies within her hands. Ling Kun, brimming with confidence and resolute in his gaze, declared, "If it weren't for your interference, our child might already be walking." Liang, filled with rage yet at a loss for words, could only turn away in indignation, silently vowing not to let Ling Kun prevail. Pan Dong, observing the scene, gently advised, "Liang, why engage in a fleeting quarrel?" Ling Kun, with a serene smile, turned and departed, already concocting new plans in his mind. The image of Shun Meng Ge lingered in his thoughts, perhaps a remnant of his predecessor's obsession influencing him. "Alas," Ling Kun sighed, "since I have taken over your body, I shall help you fulfill your final wish." Ding! The system's voice chimed, "Mission alert. Increase Shun Meng Ge's favorability to 70 to receive additional rewards." Ling Kun pondered, perplexed, as he had acquired a daily use hardware mall system. Why, then, did it continuously issue tasks unrelated to hardware? Was Shun Meng Ge's heart more challenging to navigate than any tool? Not long after, Li Yang and Pan Dong were sprinting desperately toward Ling Kun. Drawing from their previous encounters, Ling Kun felt an alarm ringing in his mind. He was almost certain that these two, typically fearless, were now being pursued by something terrifying. Without a moment to spare, he swiftly ascended a nearby tree, deftly concealing himself among the lush foliage, holding his breath and fixating on the commotion below. The two men, disheveled and drenched in sweat, appeared utterly wretched. Behind them, a massive brown bear roared relentlessly in pursuit. Each step of the colossal creature seemed to shake the ground, its furious growl resonating like thunder, causing Ling Kun's eardrums to ache. As he beheld this perilous spectacle, Ling Kun's mind raced, strategizing on how to exploit this unforeseen crisis. He quickly accessed the system, searching for available tools. Among the weaponry options, he found a Nepalese knife, 35 to 45 centimeters, requiring 120 points, attack range within 1 meter. A 30-stone bow and arrow needing 800 points, effective range typically between 50 to 100 meters, and a Glock G17 pistol, costing 9,000 points, with a magazine capacity of 17 rounds and an effective range of 50 meters. The 38 caliber rifle required 13,000 points, effective range around 400 meters, while the 98K rifle was priced at 17,000 points, effective range usually within 800 meters. To his astonishment, there was even a cruise missile available for 14 million points, range of 500 kilometers. Good grief, Ling Kun lamented, with only 5 points. What can I possibly redeem? Shaking his head in resignation, it was evident he could only rely on the dagger he had previously exchanged for. The blade glinted coldly in the sunlight as Ling Kun took a deep breath and stealthily descended from the tree. He stealthily maneuvered to the rear of the colossal bear, awaiting the opportune moment to spring into action. With a sudden leap, he thrust his dagger fiercely into the bear's most vulnerable spot at the nape of its neck. However, the bear reacted with astonishing swiftness, sensing the disturbance behind it. Its massive form twisted violently, hurling Ling Kun through the air, where he crashed heavily against a tree, blood welling in his throat. Seizing the moment, Li Yang and Fan Dong took refuge behind a boulder, yet they called out to Ling Kun, urging him to hold the beast at bay. Ling Kun was seething with rage, but at that moment, he had no time to dwell on their shameless behavior. The bear had pivoted and charged toward him. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, he deftly rolled aside just as the bear lunged, its immense body crashing down and sending dust flying in all directions. Realizing he could no longer remain a passive target, Ling Kun keenly observed the bear's movements and noted its ferocity was matched only by its sluggishness in turning. He evaded its attacks while searching for an opportunity. Finally, as the bear turned once more, Ling Kun seized the moment to leap again, plunging his dagger directly into the bear's eye. The creature let out an agonizing roar, blood streaming from one eye as it thrashed wildly, its gigantic paws sweeping aside nearby trees. In his frantic attempt to evade, Ling Kun inadvertently stumbled into a pit about 4 to 5 meters deep, its smooth walls resembling a cup. Escaping without assistance proved nearly impossible. Coincidentally, the bear fell into the pit as well. Fortunately, Ling Kun reacted swiftly, narrowly avoiding a crushing blow that could have proven fatal or left him severely injured. The confined space of the pit rendered the bear's massive frame clumsy, its roars echoing ominously within the tight confines. Taking advantage of the terrain, Ling Kun rolled into a corner, evading the bear's frenzied assaults. He knew that brute force would not suffice. He needed to outsmart the beast. In a moment of inspiration, he picked up a sharp stone and targeted the bear's neck wound, striking with all his might. The bear let out a thunderous wail, swaying before collapsing to the ground. Exhausted and battered, Ling Kun slumped to the ground, every inch of his body aching, even too weary to move a finger. Suddenly, a notification echoed in his mind. Congratulations. Host, you have earned 2,000 points. Ling Kun pondered the absurdity of the situation. Such a massive bear must weigh hundreds of pounds. Even at the price of pork, he expected something closer to 4,000 or 5,000 points, not a mere 2,000. When he inquired about the discrepancy, the system explained that it calculated based on wholesale prices rather than retail. Ling Kun found the situation amusing yet frustrating, realizing the system was profiting from the difference. At that moment, Liang and Fan Dong appeared above the pit, grinning broadly. Ling Kun, you truly are remarkable. You've taken down such a colossal bear. Unbeknownst to them, the bear had ingested a miraculous herb 2 days prior and was now in a state of drowsiness as it absorbed the medicinal properties. Otherwise, how could a mere individual conquer such a formidable creature as a grizzly bear? Observing the bear in the pit, Li Yang's mind immediately sparked with vitality. He licked his lips, a glimmer of greed flashing in his eyes. The bear's meat would undoubtedly be exquisite, promising a sumptuous feast for the night. He began to contemplate how to divide the bear's flesh, as if he could already savor the aroma of roasted meat. Fan Dong echoed his sentiments, his eyes shimmering with excitement, exclaiming, "Indeed, Ling Kun, you are truly our benefactor. With this bear, we need not worry about provisions for a while." Ling Kun, witnessing the avaricious expressions of the two, could not help but shake his head inwardly. He understood that although they greeted him with smiles, they were likely plotting against him behind his back. However, he could not dwell on such thoughts at this moment, having just survived a life-and-death struggle. He merely wished to rest. Thus, he managed a faint smile and said, "You two should find a way to hoist the bear up. I am utterly exhausted." Upon hearing this, Liang and Fan Dong exchanged glances and began their efforts. They worked diligently, procuring vines to lower into the pit. Ling Kun secured the vines to the bear's body as they cautiously attempted to pull it upwards. The bear was massive and heavy, and the vines creaked under the strain, ultimately snapping and sending the bear's carcass plummeting back into the pit. After deliberation, Ling Kun decided to skin the bear from below and cut the carcass into smaller portions, which they could then haul up. He retained the bear's gallbladder. Having heard it was a valuable asset, all the medicinal essence absorbed by the bear was concentrated within it. Breathless and dripping with sweat, Liang and Fan Dong wore expressions of satisfaction, exhilarated at the prospect of a grand feast that evening. They also contemplated how to curry favor with Shun Meng upon their return. After a brief respite, Liang turned to Ling Kun in the pit with a smile, saying, "We are especially grateful for your efforts today. Fan Dong and I will take the bear meat back now, so you'll have to stay here for a while." Ling Kun called back from below, "First, hoist me up. If not, I shall forfeit the bear meat." Chapter 12. The Truth of the Cliff. The path to death at this moment, Liang replied ominously. "Had it not been for Shun Meng, I would have certainly pulled you up. Alas, I can only extend my apologies now. By the way, in the spirit of sharing the bear meat, allow me to offer you a piece of news free of charge. Your fall from the cliff was orchestrated by me." Following this, Liang erupted into hearty laughter, convinced that Ling Kun was doomed to perish in the pit. Ling Kun shouted, "Let bygones be bygones. If you pull me up, we can consider our debt settled. Hey, was you in such high spirits? Share it with us, so we may also indulge in your merriment." Liang turned at the sound of voices behind him, only to see 6 or 7 figures emerging from the shadows. Among them was a young man in his 20s with short hair. He possessed a handsome visage, standing approximately 1.7 meters tall. Behind him stood 6 others, 5 men and a young, beautiful woman. The woman had long, flowing hair, a delicate face, and a slender figure. The men beside her were all robust, their fierce expressions suggesting they were not to be trifled with. Liang was taken aback, not expecting to encounter outsiders in this place. He feigned calmness, forcing a smile as he greeted them. "Hello there. Have you come here for some adventure as well?" The leading young man cast a disdainful glance at Liang, his eyes flickering with contempt. "Adventure? We certainly have no time for that. As for you, explain the origin of that pile of meat beside you. What kind of meat is it?" Liang let out a dry laugh, his gaze darting nervously. This is sick pig meat that we brought over to bury." The beautiful woman ignored his words and walked straight to the edge of the pit, where she spotted someone inside. Upon seeing her, Ling Kun immediately called out, "Hey there, beautiful. Could you help me get out?" The woman furrowed her brow, her sharp gaze fixed on Liang. "How is there still someone in this pit?" Liang's expression changed, stammering, This is a misunderstanding. He fell in by himself. It has nothing to do with me." The beautiful woman clearly did not believe him, snorting coldly. "Misunderstanding? It seems you're merely a thief with a guilty conscience." She demanded, "Who exactly is this person, and why have you left him here?" Liang broke into a cold sweat, unsure of how to respond. The young man stepped forward, his penetrating gaze scrutinizing Liang. "You'd best come clean, otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite." Although fear gripped Liang's heart, he maintained his facade of composure. "I truly had no knowledge of his presence in the pit. We merely came for an adventure and stumbled upon this bear." The beautiful woman appeared unconvinced. She turned to Ling Kun in the pit. "Do you not wish to clarify anything?" Ling Kun, feeling helpless, shook his head and recounted the entire story. After hearing his account, the beautiful woman's eyes flashed with anger. "You are betraying your own kind. You turn on your fellow countrymen." She then directed her icy tone toward Liang. "Individuals like you are the scourge of society. Today, encountering me is your misfortune." As she spoke, she signaled to the men behind her, who immediately advanced and surrounded Liang and Pandong. Upon witnessing this, Liang's face turned pale, and he pleaded for mercy, exclaiming, "Heroine, spare us. We shall never dare again." However, the beautiful woman remained unmoved, coldly commanding, "Take them away and teach them a proper lesson on how to behave." The men responded promptly, seizing Liang and Pandong and dragging them outward, their cries echoing in distress. Ling Kun observed as Liang and Pandong were led away, secretly relieved yet puzzled by the woman's fervent actions. Little did he know, it was because he bore a resemblance to the woman's cousin. He merely reflected on the unexpected appearance of such noble figures amidst his peril, rescuing him from dire straits. He looked up toward the opening above, where the beautiful woman was gazing down at him, her eyes filled with concern. "Are you all right? How can we assist you?" Ling Kun offered a faint smile. Despite his battered body, his spirit remarkably uplifted. "I am fine. Thank you for your life-saving assistance. If you could provide me with a sturdy rope, I can climb up by myself." Upon hearing this, the beautiful woman immediately instructed her subordinates to fetch a rope. Before long, a thick vine was tossed down. Ling Kun grasped the vine and summoned all his strength to ascend. At last, with the help of the onlookers, he successfully extricated himself from the pit. Standing at the edge, Ling Kun took a deep breath, savoring the taste of freedom. He turned to the beautiful woman, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. "I truly appreciate your kindness. Had it not been for you, I might have perished here." The beautiful woman smiled gently, her expression imbued with a touch of camaraderie. "No need for thanks. By the way, what is your name? How did you find yourself in such danger?" Ling Kun casually replied, "I am Ling Kun, here in search of a medicinal herb. I never expected to encounter that brown bear." A beautiful woman nodded, understanding dawning upon her. At that moment, a short-haired youth stepped forward, inquiring, "Have you encountered a long-haired girl in a white dress recently?" Ling Kun pondered. Could they be referring to Yuan Yuan? However, uncertain of their intentions, he decided to withhold his thoughts for the time being and replied, "No." The short-haired youth's expression grew impatient as he pressed, "Think carefully. Have you truly not seen such a girl?" Ling Kun feigned deep contemplation, seizing the opportunity to respond once more, "I truly have not encountered such a girl. I have no recollection whatsoever." Seeing Ling Kun's perplexed demeanor, which suggested genuine ignorance of their inquiry. The beautiful woman waved her hand, signaling the youth to ease his pressure on him. Ouyang Yefeng, let it go. He may genuinely have not seen her. We should leave. If we linger any longer, we might have to spend the night in the wilderness. Though the short-haired youth felt reluctant, he had no choice but to depart. Before leaving, he instructed his companions to bring back the bear meat, ultimately leaving Ling Kun with only 3 or 4 pounds of it. Ling Kun watched their departing figures, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. He was acutely aware that his earlier response might have been somewhat audacious, yet his instinct suggested that these individuals were not of noble character. Lowering his gaze to the bare meat in his hands, though scant, it was sufficient for him at present. With the system at his disposal, he had little to fear. Even without their assistance, he could have redeemed a ladder from the system's marketplace to ascend. And he nearly forgot about that despicable Liang. Ling Kun approached Liang, who lay on the ground, battered and bruised, and looked down upon him with a condescending smile. I offered you one final opportunity, yet you failed to grasp it. Do not blame fate for your misfortune, he taunted. Realizing the gravity of his situation, Liang immediately adopted a submissive demeanor, pleading with Ling Kun, Brother Ling, it is all my fault. Every mistake lies with me. I beseech you to spare me this once. With a smirk, Ling Kun replied, if you wish for mercy, it is not an impossibility. Kneel and prostrate yourself, calling me grandfather. However, in his heart, he had already condemned Liang, for leaving him alive would surely invite disaster. Though reluctant, Liang understood the value of his life, and thus, in a humiliating fashion, knelt before Ling Kun, banging his head against the ground as he cried out, Grandfather, grandfather, I was wrong. I implore you to spare your grandson. Seeing this, Ling Kun's lips curled into a cold smirk. I shall feign mercy this time, but should you dare trouble me again, it will not be merely a matter of kneeling and calling me grandfather. With that, he turned and departed, leaving Liang trembling on the ground. Ling Kun did not wander far, instead spending 800 points in the system marketplace to acquire a 30-stone bow, accompanied by 6 arrows. Chapter 13. The death of Liang, though it weighed 50 stones, he feared his slight frame could not draw it. As soon as he grasped the bow, a sense of familiarity washed over him. The skills of archery surged back into his mind. Ling Kun caressed the bow, his eyes sparkling with excitement. This was no ordinary bow. For one endowed with a system like him, it was a crucial instrument to augment his strength. He attempted to draw the bowstring fully, feeling the potent energy coursing through his body. With this bow in hand, his survival skills in the wilderness would undoubtedly be significantly enhanced. With the system at his disposal, the world was his to conquer. Soon, he could practice archery on Liang. Ling Kun stowed the bow and continued to explore other items within the system. He understood that to thrive in this world of uncertainties, he must persistently elevate his capabilities. Just as he immersed himself in the system, a sound of footsteps interrupted his reverie. Ling Kun's brow furrowed. It was the unmistakable crack of Liang stepping on a branch. Having lived 2 lifetimes, Ling Kun had no intention of sparing Liang. He drew forth his bow, knocked an arrow, and released it towards Liang's direction. Liang's pupils constricted in shock, a broken whimper escaping his throat. The icy arrowhead pierced his chest, and he stumbled to one knee, warm blood trickling down the shaft, blooming like a sinister mandala on his moon-white garment. Pan Dong, startled by the sound of the arrow slicing through the air, was seized by fear and, with a burst of adrenaline, fled like a terrified rabbit into the shadows of the thicket. Liang, until his last breath, never imagined the arrow had been loosed by Ling Kun. As the arrow struck true, a satisfied smile spread across Ling Kun's face. If one dares to betray, one must be prepared for retribution. He quickly stowed the bow and stealthily navigated through the trees towards the fallen Liang. Upon reaching Liang's side, Ling Kun squatted down to assess his injuries. Liang had drawn his last breath, his body growing cold. With a firm tug, he extracted the arrow from Liang's body. The estate had no provisions. Every recoverable arrow feather was valuable. Ling Kun felt little emotional turmoil. After all, this was the law of survival in this world. Moreover, after over a month of waiting, there had been no sign of rescue, and the hope of returning was dim. In a world devoid of laws, where the strong prey on the weak, it was a matter of either your demise or mine. After attending to Li Yang's remains, Ling Kun did not depart immediately. He reasoned that caution was prudent. What if someone were to return? He must leave no potential threat behind. After ensuring the surroundings were clear, he quietly slipped away. When Pan Dong returned to the cave, he was drenched in sweat, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Mother Shun, observing his state, bombarded him with questions. What happened? Did you encounter any danger today? Is something wrong? She glanced outside, searching for Li Yang's figure. Jiangmei, still preoccupied with her 10,000 yuan, inquired as well, where is Li Yang? Aren't you two always together? Why haven't you seen him? After a prolonged pause, Pan Dong finally responded, Li Yang. He has passed away. Both Mother Shun and Zhang Mei were taken aback, their faces instantly reflecting disbelief. Mother Shun urgently inquired, how could this happen? Weren't you together? Trembling, Pan Dong recounted their previous ordeal in fragmented phrases. Upon hearing this, Zhang Mei's complexion turned ashen. The hope of 100,000 was shattered, and she collapsed onto the ground, murmuring, how could this be, my money? Shinmeng also found it hard to believe her ears. With her cousin deceased, any thoughts of finding Ling Kun were now discarded. Mother Shin's expression was one of profound sorrow. Though Li Yang was merely a nephew by marriage, his sudden departure left a lingering discomfort in her heart. Once Pan Dong had finished speaking, he appeared utterly drained, leaning against the cave wall, gasping for breath. The trio remained silent for a considerable time, until the sound of the wind outside the cave broke the oppressive stillness. Mother Shin sighed and said, the deceased are gone. We must contemplate our next steps. At her words, Pan Dong and Zhang Mei gathered their composure and began discussing their future plans. As night quietly descended, when Ling Kun returned to the banyan tree cave, darkness enveloped the surroundings. He crouched by the stream, deftly washing himself, while meticulously cleaning the bare meat caked in mud, sprinkling a light layer of salt before wrapping it securely in leaves. Meanwhile, Lin Hao cast his gaze upon his wounds. Feeling a chill of trepidation, he wondered how many bacteria clung to the claws of the bear and whether he might become infected. To be on the safe side, he hastily accessed the system's marketplace. Indeed, it contained the medications he urgently required. 6 points for a bottle of iodine, 5 points for a pack of medical cotton swabs, and 32 points for a box of 50 antibiotics, with the dosage instructions indicating 2 pills twice a day. Lin Hao found himself in a quandary. 50 pills were excessive. After all, they weren't candy. If he exchanged for fewer, he could preserve some points. He attempted to request only 4 pills from the system, but it replied that fractional exchanges were not supported. Even for 4 pills, 32 points would be deducted. After careful consideration, Lin Hao concluded that it would be wiser to exchange for an entire box and save it for future use, thus avoiding unnecessary expenditure of points later. He first used a cotton swab dipped in iodine to disinfect his wounds, followed by taking 2 antibiotics. Subsequently, he spent points in the system marketplace to acquire a bottle of 53-degree liquor, intending to use it to soak the bear bile. The iodine, cotton swabs, antibiotics, and liquor cost him a total of 76. 5 points, leaving him with 1,100 points remaining. As he busied himself, Lin Hao reflected on the old adage that bear bile could dispel heat, detoxify, and enhance liver function and eyesight. He wondered if such claims held any truth. He felt fortunate that the bear he had hunted was a female. Had it been a male, he would have been at a loss regarding the proper handling of the bear's penis. According to traditional Chinese medicine, there is a belief in the principle of like cures like, though he questioned whether that particular remedy possessed any miraculous effects. Upon this journey, half of the newly acquired 2,000 points had already been squandered, prompting him to lament, these points deplete far too swiftly. It became evident that to thrive in this place, one must devise strategies to accumulate points more diligently. As the twilight outside the tree hollow was entirely consumed by the encroaching night, Yuan Yuan and Shio Kyoka huddled within, each crack of breaking branches causing their hearts to skip a beat. It was only when Ling Kun's silhouette, bow and arrow in tow, emerged into the dim moonlight that they finally exhaled in relief. Where did you procure this bow? Yuan inquired. Her curiosity piqued as she rushed forward, her fingertips nearly grazing the bowstring. Ling Kun discreetly concealed the quiver, still adorned with leaves, behind him, maintaining his composure as he replied, "Found it in a cave outside. It seems to have been there for some time." He noticed Kyoka's clenched fist gradually relax before he handed over the bow. "Be cautious. The taut string can be perilous." Before he could finish his warning, Yuan seized an arrow, eager to draw the bow, its metallic shaft glinting ominously. Kyoka gently caressed the leather-wrapped bow, her voice tinged with undeniable envy. "Brother, will you take me on your next hunt? I have learned archery." Ling Kun nodded with a smile, and then produced a piece of bear meat wrapped in leaves. "Here, a chunk of bear meat." The coolness of the flesh, still retaining the chill of the stream, prompted Kyoka to frown as she scrutinized the portion. "Brother, why is there so little bear meat?" Yuan leaned in, her expression reflecting similar confusion. Ling Kun succinctly recounted the events of that day, omitting any mention of the more sinister aspects. "Tonight, we shall indulge in a better meal." He deliberately ignored the blood seeping from the wound at his waist and turned to exit the tree hollow. As the crackling of the campfire filled the air, Yuan was busy skewering the meat with a sharpened branch. The flames danced, casting flickering shadows upon her lashes. Previously yearning for a feast, she had hoped to wait until the new year. Biting her lip, she chuckled, "Ling Kun, you are truly a veritable treasure trove." "Subduing. Tvenyo Kyoka grasped Ling Kun's garment." "Are you injured?" Her fingers hovered uncertainly above the blood-stained fabric before shyly retreating. Ling Kun glanced down at the healing progress bar flickering on his system panel and reassured her, "I applied some herbs. A good night's rest will suffice." As the bear meat began to sizzle, Kyoka pointed to the crocodile jerky hanging from a branch. "Brother, aren't we going to eat those?" "Of course. We shall savor the fresh meat first." Ling Kun accepted the slice of meat Yuan offered, the warmth of the roasting flesh momentarily distracting him from his anxieties about the points. "Xiaya, let me pose you a question." Yuan drew 3 circles in the dirt with a stick, representing 3 apples, 1 large and 2 small. "Which one should we eat first?" Kyoka pondered by the fire for a lengthy moment before murmuring, "The smallest one." "Incorrect." Yuan brushed off the dirt from her hands. "One should always choose the largest. If the small ones spoil, there's no loss, but if the large one goes bad, that would be a true misfortune." She turned to look at Ling Kun, only to find him staring blankly behind her. Under the flickering firelight, 2 eerie green orbs seemed to pierce through her shoulder, resembling floating will-o'-the-wisps. Ling Kun's throat constricted as the freshly roasted meat fell with a thud into the flames. The flickering sparks illuminated his suddenly pale face, and the radiance unmistakably resembled the reflection of a beast's eyes. Chapter 14. The Assault of the Ruthless Wolves. Ling Kun ground his teeth in silent contemplation, concluding that the lingering scent of blood from the afternoon's bear hunt had been wafted away, allowing the keen-nosed wolf pack to track him down. Despite his repeated attempts to cleanse himself by the stream, the wolves' sense of smell was astoundingly acute. Even the faintest trace of blood was sufficient for them to follow his trail. His bow and arrows lay concealed within a hollow of the tree, now rendered useless for a long-range assault in this critical moment. In an instant, Ling Kun's gaze sharpened, and he swiftly seized a burning branch, its flames crackling and sending sparks flying. He pointed the blazing stick at the approaching wolves, simultaneously positioning himself to shield Yuan and Kyoka behind him. Yuan quickly fetched the bow and arrows from the tree hollow. Ling Kun commanded in a subdued yet firm tone, tinged with urgency and tension. He inhaled deeply, feeling his chest rise and fall with intensity, gripping the branch tightly, his knuckles whitening from the exertion, fully focused and ready to confront the impending threat. The burning branch erupted with embers, illuminating the sinewy form of the gray wolf, its arched back appearing as formidable as iron in the flickering light. Beneath the iron-gray mane at its shoulders, deep brown scars crisscrossed like a spider's web, each mark narrating tales of fierce battles fought. The coarse fur near its tail quivered violently with low growls, seemingly brimming with lethal energy. Its amber eyes, set in dark sockets, glinted with a cold, toxic light, while the bloodshot whites bespoke the brutal reality of life in the wild. Its icy gaze fixated on Ling Kun as if assessing its prey. Just as Ling Kun perceived the ferocity of the solitary wolf, his peripheral vision caught the shadow at 10 o'clock. A scruffy female wolf crouched, her teats drooping with grass clippings. Her once vibrant belly now pale from nursing. This was the most perilous maternal stance of the pack. The mother wolf's ears were erect, ever vigilant for any disturbance. Should she sense a threat, she would not hesitate to strike. "Get down!" Ling Kun roared, hurling the burning stick. The instant the sparks obscured the gray wolf's vision, he pivoted, using his back to shield Yuan. The massive form of the gray wolf, over a meter in length, collided with him, its rock-like forelimbs tearing through the fabric of his left shoulder. Pain seared through him as the sharp claws grazed his skin, the foul stench of rotting flesh wafting around his neck. Ling Kun's hair stood on end. This was a feint by the male wolf, while the female lurked in ambush. A clear indication of the wolf's cunning tactic of diversion. As anticipated, the scruffy female wolf darted from the shadow of the bushes, launching herself towards Yuan's unguarded flank with lightning speed, a streak of black in the air, leaving only an afterimage. In this critical moment, Kyoka swung a burning twig, narrowly grazing the male wolf's ear, revealing its jagged cartilage and vicious bite marks, grim reminders of territorial battles. The wounded male wolf howled in pain, its serrated teeth gleaming with menace. Bits of bloodied bone lodged between them, its roar causing the surrounding leaves to tremble. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Ling Kun's eyes glinted with determination as he plunged his dagger deep into the sparse fur of the male wolf's side, finding purchase between its jagged ribs. The male wolf emitted a heart-wrenching howl, thrashing violently as its claws raked deep furrows into the ground. Its dying cries pierced the night sky, while the female wolf gazed at her companion's convulsing body, letting out a sorrowful whimper, her eyes filled with anger and despair. With her severed tail trailing behind, she emitted a final, mournful sound before vanishing into the depths of the forest. Ling Kun leaned against the tree trunk, his body feeling as though it were collapsing, drenched in sweat. Simultaneously, a mechanical notification chimed in his mind. "Congratulations, host. You have gained 260 points. Total points. 1360. He mused, relieved it was not merely 250. He glanced at the wolf's corpse at his feet, where blood tears seeped from beneath the male wolf's eyelids, its half-extended tongue glistening with saliva, maintaining a hunter's posture even in death. The night breeze, carrying the metallic scent of blood, swept past him as he gripped his bloody dagger, his gaze revealing both vigilance and resolve. Yuan stood dazed at the entrance of the tree hollow with her bow and arrow, completely stunned by the recent peril. Saika leaned weakly against the tree trunk, her face pale, the hem of her skirt caught at her waist, revealing a significant portion of her light blue undergarment, oblivious to her predicament. Clearly, she too was shaken by the sudden and brutal confrontation. Ling Kun found Saika's reaction utterly unexpected, having not anticipated such bravery from this lady. He took a deep breath, striving to calm his rapid breathing, then turned to Yuan and Saika, stating, "We must flee at dawn. The female wolf will likely return for vengeance, and we cannot predict how many companions it may summon." Yuan snapped back to reality, eagerly nodding, her grip on the bow and arrow remaining firm, as if prepared for any imminent danger. Saika also managed to muster her spirits, and Ling Kun assisted her in rising. The three retreated to the banyan tree hollow. Ling Kun reached into his backpack, opened the system shop, and spent 120 points to exchange for a Nepalese army knife, swiftly withdrawing his hand, with a bow and arrow in front and a Nepalese knife behind. Yuan and Saika, no longer surprised, assumed he had scavenged them from outside. Ling Kun, armed with the bow and the knife, ventured out to cut branches, reinforcing the tree hollow to prevent the female wolf from launching a surprise attack. If it were only him, it might not be so dire, but the presence of two delicate beauties heightened his concern. Having organized the defensive measures, he he squatted at the entrance, acting as a human sentinel, vigilantly watching for a prolonged period to confirm their safety before swiftly returning to the campfire. Noticing the dwindling flames, he hurriedly revived the small fire with fervent zeal, and soon it blazed anew. He bent down to pick up scattered chunks of bare meat from the ground, inspecting them under the firelight. A few dry leaves clung to the meat's surface, which he gently blew away. Fortunately, they were not excessively dirty. Ling Hao muttered to himself as he placed the meat back on the grill, resuming the roasting process. The sizzling of dripping fat into the charcoal resumed, mingling with the aroma of charred goodness wafting through the air. Once assured of their safety, Yuan and Chio Saika emerged from the tree hollow to assist with the cooking. After prodding the freshly cooked skewers to confirm they were thoroughly done, they presented the largest piece to Ling Kun, exclaiming, "Please, our savior, have a taste." Ling Kun took the still-warm piece of meat, blew on it gently, and took a bite. The succulent juices burst forth on his tongue, enveloped in a savory saltiness. He recalled the prior experience of gnawing on the bland, tasteless alligator meat and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow in admiration. Who would have thought that this salted meat would present an entirely different flavor? His words elicited a soft chuckle from Chio Saika, who delicately tore at the strands of meat, her eyelashes glistening with flickering flames. Indeed, the last time we grilled fish without salt, I chewed for ages before swallowing. This bear meat is rich in flavor, with a firm texture that surpasses the chewiness of the rabbit meat we had before. Yuan dove in, grasping the meat with her hands, unbothered by the grease trickling down her fingers. The previous meats we consumed were akin to chewing wax, but today, this is what dining should truly be. The addition of salt is nothing short of a masterstroke. How had we overlooked the significance of savoriness before? After finishing their meal, the trio washed their hands before returning to the hollow of the tree. Logically, one should take a stroll after dinner, but here, one might find themselves transformed into the excrement of some wild beast by the next day. Securing the entrance of the banyan tree, Ling Kun reveled in the fortune of being nestled between the two women. TSK. Chapter 15. Heartbreaking tears, he found himself enveloped by two girls, their arms around him, yet he dared not relax even for a moment. Without a certain stature, one could not indulge in such privileges. At that moment, Ling Kun recalled the incident during the day involving Ouyang Yefeng. Yuan, this afternoon, a group led by someone named Ouyang Yefeng was looking for a woman in a white long dress. It couldn't possibly be you, could it? Upon hearing the name Ouyang Yefeng, Yuan's face turned ashen, a flicker of terror flashing in her eyes. Instinctively, she tightened her grip on Ling Kun's arm, her voice quivering as she replied, "Yes, it is I." After a brief silence, Yuan spoke again. "My father is the mayor of Guabei City in Guangbei Province." In order to ascend the ranks, she paused, a suppressed sob escaping her throat. "He intends to betroth me to Ouyang Province Governor's son, Ouyang Yefeng." In their circle, who did not know that the women around him changed as frequently as a revolving lantern. I have witnessed his parties, seen the hollow-eyed girls he discarded after his whims. Their vacant stares linger in my nightmares. If I were to enter the Ouyang household, I once mentioned this to my father, but he turned a deaf ear. Thus, I chose to flee and join a cruise, believing I could evade my fate temporarily. While enjoying the sea breeze on the deck, I thought I had finally broken free from my shackles. Her voice grew increasingly choked, yet when I turned around, I saw my father standing by the ship's rail, his bodyguard close behind. I never expected them to have tracked me to the ship. After being cast away on a deserted island, our misfortune compounded when we discovered that Ouyang Province Governor and his entourage had arrived on the island half a month prior. Initially, my father's plan was to seek refuge with Governor Ouyang, but due to a lack of supplies, the governor refused to accept us. Consequently, my father was forced to seek a means of survival on the island. We believed rescue would come soon, but regrettably, help was long delayed. Perhaps weary from crying, Yuan sniffled and continued, but as fresh water dwindled and our food supplies ran low, they reverted to their former selves, the lofty officials. My father and Governor Ouyang began to partition the land and vie for resources, much like power struggles in the court. Ling Kun noticed Yuan's fingers unconsciously gripping his arm, pained yet silent, as if venting her inner fury. On one occasion, over a box of canned goods salvaged from a sunken ship, they nearly came to blows. Yuan's voice was laden with exhaustion. There are not just the two of us on this island. Other factions vie for mutual interests, and I have become a bargaining chip at their negotiation table. Governor Ouyang stated that if I marry Ouyang Yefeng and we become in-laws, he would be willing to share half of the provisions. Astonishingly, my father was swayed, claiming it was for the survival of all. At this point, Yuan could no longer contain herself, tears cascading down her cheeks like a flood. Ling Kun withdrew his hand from Qingya's embrace and gently wiped away the tears at the corner of Yuan's eyes. They care not for my well-being, nor do they concern themselves with the possibility of that demon's destruction. Her body trembled violently as she spoke. They're scouring the island for me. I do not know how much longer I can hide, nor do I. She raised her head, her eyes brimming with tears as she gazed at Ling Kun, uncertain. Kioka lifted her gaze to Yuan, extending a hand across Ling Kun to rest gently on Yuan's arm, whispering in solace, "Sister, do not fear. Oni-chan is formidable, and we shall surely devise a plan." Ling Kun embraced the two girls tightly, a surge of resolute strength swelling within him. On this desolate island, he vowed not only to safeguard their safety, but also to ensure his own comfort, and most importantly, to assist Yuan in breaking free from the shackles of fate. In a single thought, with the system in hand, I command those beneath me. Ling Kun closed his eyes. The soft sounds of Yuan and Kioka's gentle snores soothing his ears, mingling with the occasional chirping of insects from outside. He felt the warmth of the two beside him, and a wave of inexplicable reverie washed over him. Memories of his earlier helplessness and despair upon arriving at this desolate isle, along with fragments of Shun Mang's trivialities, flooded his mind. As he pondered, his eyelids grew heavier. After enduring 2 battles in a single day, his weary body could bear no more. He succumbed to slumber. In his dreams, he envisioned himself within a grand palace, surrounded by captivating beauties. Unbeknownst to the sleeping trio, a group of uninvited guests arrived in the dead of night. Outside the hollow of a tree, a dozen hyenas circled a wolf carcass, their manes caked with mud, glistening a peculiar bluish hue under the moonlight. The leader of the hyenas opened its barbed tongue, licking the coagulated blood clots on the wolf's abdomen, then with a swift motion tore through the fur at the side, dark red entrails spilling forth. The other hyenas erupted into chaos, their throaty growls echoing as they clawed at the earth, closing in. A smaller hyena attempted to enter through the rear, for they were experts in such matters, but was swiftly struck aside by a robust companion, sharp teeth grazing its ear and drawing blood. The cacophony of their struggle intensified, some pressing their forepaws down on the wolf's head, their incisors viciously tearing at its visage. Others burrowed into the abdominal cavity, shaking their heads to extract intestines, mud splattering with fragments of innards against the tree trunk. Minutes later, the hyena's cries subsided, transforming into satisfied grunts. As the last morsel of meaty bone was swallowed, the leader abruptly lifted its head, its damp nose twitching towards the hollow, as if something unseen beckoned from within. Ling Kun was roused from his slumber by a sudden tightness in his chest. Unbeknownst to him, Kioka had placed her feet upon his torso, granting him an unobstructed view of her form from this vantage point, where a shallow indentation marked the center of his trousers. His youthful companion instantly responded in reverence. Meanwhile, Yuan's legs enveloped Ling Kun's arm, explaining the numbness that now plagued it. With his other hand, which still retained some mobility, Ling Kun gently nudged Kioka, signaling her to remove her feet. Kioka, seemingly ensconced in a profound slumber, displayed no reaction to Ling Kun's gentle nudges. Instead, she unconsciously shifted, seeking a more comfortable position to continue her repose. Ling Kun, with a resigned smile, carefully extricated his arm from Yuan's tight grasp, endeavoring not to awaken her in the process. He rose quietly, treading lightly so as not to disturb the two slumbering beauties. Rubbing his sore, tingling arm, He cast a glance at the serene faces of Yuan Yuan and Chio Kiaka, arranging their skirts to spare them any embarrassment upon awakening. With a soft sigh, he stood and opened the tree hollow, deciding to step outside for some fresh air. The morning breeze, laden with the scent of blood, enveloped him. Ling Kun's gaze fell upon a nearby skeletal remains, and a wave of nausea washed over him. The battlefield, ravaged by hyenas the previous night, now lay strewn with stark white bones, the wolf skins torn asunder, with several dark red strands of flesh embedded in the earth. He hastily returned to the tree hollow, shaking the two still in slumber. Awaken quickly. This place is no longer safe. Chapter 16. Encountering an elderly man, Ling Kun's voice was imbued with a rare urgency. Yuan Yuan rubbed her eyes as she sat up, while Chio Saika clutched the bedsheet tightly, unwilling to let go. Upon exiting the grove, the trio was met with a scene of utter devastation, causing the faces of the two young women to blanch instantly. Chio Saika grasped Ling Kun's arm with a fierce grip, her nails nearly embedding themselves into his flesh. Yuan Yuan leaned against him, trembling, and stammered, "What? What could have caused such carnage?" "It must have been a pack of hyenas," Ling Kun replied, tightening his grip on the boar knife at his waist and handing the previously folded dagger to Chio Saika. The sweet smile that typically adorned Chio Saika's face vanished in an instant, replaced by a gaze that was sharp and resolute. Without hesitation, she grasped the dagger, her fingers deftly tracing the anti-slip grooves, resembling a seasoned warrior. At that moment, the youthful vigor emanating from her was a stark contrast to her usual delicate demeanor. "We must leave before other beasts are drawn by the scent of blood," she warned, casting a vigilant glance around the surrounding underbrush. No sooner had she spoken than a sudden crack of breaking branches echoed from a distance, startling a flock of crows that took to the skies. The three immediately bolted in the opposite direction. Ling Kun forged ahead, using his machete to sever the vines obstructing their path. Yuan Yuan stumbled over a tree root, nearly falling, but Chio Saika quickly steadied her by the waist. After they gasped for breath while scaling a dirt slope, Yuan Yuan suddenly pointed and exclaimed, "Look, there's someone lying over there." Ling Kun and Chio Saika followed her gaze and saw a human figure partially obscured by the grass, motionless and seemingly on the brink of life and death. A chill ran down Ling Kun's spine as he swiftly resolved, "I will go see. You both stay here." With that, he cautiously approached the figure. Chio Saika and Yuan Yuan anxiously watched Ling Kun's retreating silhouette, their hearts filled with silent prayers. As Ling Kun drew closer, he discerned that the man appeared to be in his 60s or 70s, bearing severe injuries. He quickly crouched beside him, checking for breath and discovering a faint sign of life. A wave of relief washed over him as he retrieved a first aid kit from his backpack, disinfected the wounds with iodine, and began to bandage them. After a flurry of activity, the man's injuries were finally stabilized. Ling Kun wiped the sweat from his brow and called to Chio Saika and Yuan Yuan, "Come help me move him to a safe place." Together, they lifted the man to a nearby clearing. Observing the pallor of his face, Ling Kun felt a surge of compassion rise within him. He gently inquired, "What is your name? How did you end up here?" The man slowly opened his eyes and in a feeble voice replied, "I am Zhuge Yun. A few days ago, while foraging for food in the forest, I encountered a wild beast. In my attempt to flee, I accidentally fell from a cliff and, fortunately, was caught by a branch, which spared my life. However, my leg is broken and I am unable to walk. I thought I would perish here, but I never expected to encounter you. I am truly grateful." Ling Kun furrowed his brow at the revelation. "A broken leg? How did I not notice the abnormality?" Zhuge Yun rolled up his pant leg, revealing the gruesome sight of his fractured tibia. The bone had pierced through the skin, and the surrounding area was swollen and purplish, indicating that the injury had been neglected for an extended period. As a retired Special Forces soldier, Ling Kun had dealt with similar traumas during his military service. He turned to the elderly man and said, "I need to realign your fracture now. This process will be painful, and you must endure it." The old man, fully aware that he had no alternative, gritted his teeth and nodded. "Proceed. I can manage." Ling Kun took a deep breath and firmly grasped Zhuge Yun's calf. assessing the misalignment of the bone. With a distinct crack, the fractured bone was reset. Zhuge Yun's face turned ashen, veins bulging on his neck. Yet he bit down on his lower lip, suppressing any sound of anguish. After the realignment, Ling Kun retrieved a cotton swab soaked in iodine from his bag and meticulously disinfected the wound. He then fashioned 2 sturdy wooden sticks into a makeshift splint, binding them with gauze quickly exchanged for 10 points from the system shop. Once he completed the task, he produced a bottle of mineral water and some compressed biscuits, offering, "Eat a little to regain your strength. Take a moment to rest." Zhuge Yun shook his head gratefully, his voice trembling as he declined, "Thank you, but I truly have no appetite with this pain." Ling Kun handed him 2 antibiotics, saying, "These are antibiotics. Take them to prevent infection." Zhuge Yun accepted the medication as Yuan passed him a bottle of water. Upon confirming that the emergency treatment was satisfactory, Ling Kun felt a slight relief. He gazed at the injured man, reflecting that although they were strangers, Zhuge Yun reminded him of his grandfather. Since he had the means to assist, he would lend a helping hand. Moreover, from the old man's demeanor, he did not seem malicious. "We must leave this place swiftly and find a secure location for you to recuperate," Ling Kun said, while packing the medical supplies into his backpack. Zhuge Yun managed a faint smile, expressing, "Thank you both. You are truly kind-hearted. Once I recover, I will repay your life-saving grace." Ling Kun waved his hand dismissively, adopting a light tone. "No need for repayment. I merely hope for your swift recovery so you can continue living well. After all, everyone encounters moments in their lives when they require assistance." Zhuge Yun nodded, feeling a deeper admiration for Ling Kun's generosity and kindness. "Are you out hunting?" he inquired, noticing the bow and arrows Ling Kun carried. Ling Kun then revealed the truth of their expedition. After hearing this, Zhuge Yun remarked, "This island is peculiar. At times it feels safe, yet at others it is perilously treacherous, without any discernible pattern. By the way, I know of a cave nearby that is relatively safe. I wonder if you would be willing to go there, provided you trust the words of an old man." The 3 exchanged glances, and Ling Kun decisively said, "Let us explore the surroundings. If it proves suitable, we shall settle there." He entrusted his backpack and bowed to the 2 women and then carried Zhuge Yun on his back, following the elder's directions. After a considerable trek, they finally arrived at the cave Zhuge Yun had mentioned, just as Ling Kun set Zhuge Yun down from his back. With a swift whoosh, a shadow darted from the thicket like an arrow. Chio Saika's scream lodged in her throat as Yuan abruptly grasped Ling Kun's sleeve, who had already unsheathed his blade, ready to confront the imminent threat. Suddenly, they heard Zhuge Yun's exclamation, "My dear child, why have you come out? How did you know I was here?" The elderly Zhuge, disregarding his injuries, joyfully embraced his dog. The pharaoh hound, slightly muddied, raised its front paws, its towering frame almost level with the elder's shoulders, its moist tongue fervently licking the scabbed wounds of its owner, its tail wagging vigorously. Upon standing still, the dog was found to be of size comparable to a full-grown wolfhound, though leaner and with shorter, brown fur. The broken collar around its neck was particularly prominent, the rough leather fibers uneven, clearly gnawed through by its own sharp teeth. Yuan patted her heaving chest, her breath coming in rapid gasps. Ling Kun discreetly cast a couple of glances before quickly averting his gaze. Chio Saika followed suit, patting her own ample bosom, her eyes still reflecting lingering terror. Once emotions settled, Zhuge Yun crouched down, stroking the smooth back of the pharaoh hound while explaining, "Dudu is a pharaoh hound. My son brought him back from Malta during his travels. Standing nearly 60 centimeters at the shoulder, this little fellow is quite clever and an excellent hunter, with keen eyesight and a sharp nose. He is particularly wary of strangers and fiercely protective of his owner. I suspect he grew anxious for my prolonged absence and gnawed through his leash to find me." "Then why didn't you take this dog with you when you went out to gather food?" Yuan inquired, voicing her curiosity. Ling Kun's unwavering gaze remained fixed upon the elder, evidently sensing something amiss. One must not underestimate Zhuge Yun, for it would be a grave error to consider him foolish or careless with his words. The name Zhuge is renowned, and Zhuge Yun shares this surname, suggesting a notable connection between them. At this moment, however, Zhuge Yun evaded the question, asking instead, "Do you have any water or food?" His inquiry served two purposes: to gauge their character and to acknowledge his own hunger and thirst. Ling Kun had been carrying Zhuge Yun for some time, and the group was already famished. After producing some crocodile jerky and honey badger meat, he distributed it among them. Zhuge Yun nibbled on the jerky with remarkable efficiency, indicating a strong set of teeth. He even shared a substantial portion of his own food, tearing it into small strips to feed Dudu, who eagerly opened and closed its mouth. The pharaoh hound emitted contented whines as it swallowed, its tail rhythmically thumping against the ground. Once everyone had satisfied their hunger, Zhuge Yun began to recount his tale. Zhuge Yun was once the most capable strategist in the governor's office of Gao province, rising from the role of a county magistrate to that of a provincial governor, earning deep trust along the way. He has a beloved granddaughter, Zhuge Huadiao, a charming 16-year-old who, during holidays, would joyfully visit the Ouyang family, bringing along her homemade treats. 2 years ago, on a day like any other, Huadiao went to the Gao family. Yet, within a month, the mournful news arrived. The flower had plunged into the river, taking its own life. Chapter 17. Apprenticeship. The news struck Zhuge Yun like a bolt from the blue, leaving him on the verge of collapse. With years of connections and influence amassed in the political arena, he earnestly implored Governor Ouyang to investigate the matter with utmost diligence. After a month of inquiry, Governor Ouyang presented his findings. Huaduo, while returning home from evening study, was accosted by a group of petty delinquents in an alley. They forcibly dragged her into the alley and subjected her to indignities. Unable to bear the humiliation, Huaduo ultimately chose to end her life. Trusting Ouyang implicitly after years of camaraderie, Zhuge Yun harbored no doubts and silently endured the anguish of losing his granddaughter. The 3 delinquents were sentenced to prison. During their incarceration, one met his demise while playing hide and seek, another tragically fell and fatally struck his head while showering, and the last choked to death during a meal. Zhuge Yun believed that Governor Ouyang had resolved the matter. However, 3 days ago, a stranger handed him a phone and urged him to view the video contained within. A particular segment caused his blood to run cold. There in the footage was Governor Ouyang's son, Ouyang Yefeng, along with his cronies, tormenting Huaduo in a hotel room. It became evident that Ouyang Yefeng, enamored by Huaduo's youthful beauty, had deceived her under the pretense of his grandfather's illness, luring her to the hotel. For 2 harrowing days and nights, they subjected her to unspeakable brutality, recording their heinous acts. After their depravity, Ouyang Yefeng menaced Huaduo with threats, should she dare to report or inform her grandfather. He had ways to ensure her grandfather's disappearance from this world. In a desperate bid to protect her grandfather and family, Huaduo swallowed her pain and humiliation alone. Ultimately, consumed by despair and fear, she chose to plunge into the icy river, leaving this world forever. Upon learning the truth, Zhuge Yun was engulfed in a tempest of rage and regret. Without a moment's hesitation, he fled from Governor Ouyang's circle, fearing that remaining would compel him to enact vengeance, potentially leading to his own demise. Who would then avenge him? Thus, he resolved to align himself with another faction to seek retribution for his granddaughter. In the darkness of night, lost in his frantic pursuit, he inadvertently fell from a cliff, fortunately buffered by branches, suffering only a broken leg. Gritting his teeth, he pressed on, fixated on a singular thought. Ouyang Yefeng must pay for his transgressions. Under the sun's glare, Zhuge Yun's eyes burned with a fierce intensity, a hatred so potent it could ignite the world. Qi Dai Qingya and Yuan shivered at the sight of his gaze, while Ling Kun remained composed. Initially relying on a stick as a crutch, Zhuge Yun trudged forward in the direction he had chosen. Suddenly, he heard an unusual sound behind him and swiftly collapsed into the grass, feigning unconsciousness. It was then that he encountered Ling Kun and his companions. Contrary to his expectations, they not only acknowledged his presence, but extended their assistance. Through a series of interactions, Zhuge Yun gained profound insight into Ling Kun's character. This young man exhibited calmness and composure, unhurried and steady. Zhuge Yun firmly believed that, under his careful tutelage, Ling Kun would undoubtedly achieve great success in the future, capable of exacting the vengeance he sought. Moreover, they found themselves stranded on a desolate island, where Governor Gao and his team had lost numerous advantageous external conditions. In his heart, Zhuge Yun calculated that since fate had bestowed upon him this opportunity, he must seize it resolutely. He resolved to impart his lifelong knowledge to Ling Kun, hoping he would become his devoted disciple and, in the future, seek justice for his granddaughter. Thus, Zhuge Yun slowly spoke, his voice imbued with an undeniable firmness. Ling Kun, I perceive extraordinary potential within you. I am willing to take you as my apprentice. Will you accept? Upon hearing this, Ling Kun felt a surge of astonishment. He had not anticipated encountering such a remarkable figure on this barren island, who was also willing to take him under his wing. Knowledge is never burdensome. He promptly knelt on the ground, respectfully bowing 3 times. Master, please accept this disciple's homage. Qiandai Qinya and Yuan Yuan, witnessing this, also bowed to Zhuge Yun, expressing their reverence. Zhuge Yun nodded in satisfaction, a glimmer of contentment flashing in his eyes. He recognized that Ling Kun was a person of deep loyalty and righteousness. With proper guidance, he would undoubtedly achieve great feats in the future. Zhuge Yun then rose to his feet, though his body had not yet fully recovered. His gaze radiated determination and resolve. He beckoned Ling Kun to draw closer and began to impart his lifelong teachings. From strategies of warfare to martial arts techniques, Zhuge Yun shared his knowledge without reservation. Ling Kun listened with rapt attention, occasionally nodding in understanding. Yuan Yuan and Qiandai Qinya observed quietly from the side. Although they could not grasp the profound military tactics and martial skills, they sensed the solemnity and gravity permeating the air. As time passed, the sun gradually descended, casting its golden rays at the cave's entrance, adding a touch of warmth to the desolate landscape. After completing his instruction, Zhuge Yun looked at Ling Kun with satisfaction. You have grasped the fundamentals of my teachings. The remaining aspect relies on your practical application. Ling Kun solemnly nodded, committing his master's teachings to memory. Before nightfall, Ling Kun utilized his Nepalese knife to gather additional dry branches and brought them back to the cave. He then accompanied Qiandai, Qinya, and Yuan Yuan to collect a bounty of pine needles from the forest, which they spread on the ground to serve as bedding, later laying Yuan Yuan's sheet atop it. The 4 gathered around the fire, as Zhuge Yun began recounting tales from his youth, enthralling Ling Kun and the others with his riveting stories. In Zhuge Yun's narration, they envisioned a spirited young man navigating the intricate political arena, ultimately becoming the most capable strategist in Governor Ouyang's court. Ling Kun absorbed invaluable insights from these tales, understanding that to thrive in this cruel world, one must continually enhance their strength and wisdom. As night deepened, the fire gradually dimmed. Zhuge Yun, naturally, settled onto the makeshift bed of pine needles prepared by Ling Kun. Though somewhat rudimentary, it was preferable to lying directly on the ground. Ling Kun intended to keep watch through the night, but Zhuge Yun raised his hand to halt him. With duty here, you may rest easy. Its nose is more sensitive than any guard, and its ears can detect sound from miles away. Zhuge Yun's hoarse voice echoed in the stillness of the cave. For someone as fatigued as he, the prospect of alleviating the burden of keeping watch was undoubtedly a welcome revelation. He tiptoed carefully to position himself between Yuan Yuan and Qiandai Qinya. Not far from the cave's entrance, Du lay sleeping, occasionally letting out a low bark. Meanwhile, Zhuge Yun silently contemplated his forthcoming strategy. He understood that to topple Governor Ouyang and his son, their small band alone would be woefully insufficient. They must seek out additional allies and supporters. Observing his disciple nestled between 2 stunning women, another thought crossed his mind. Meanwhile, over 30 kilometers away from Ling Kun, a newly erected thatch hut was illuminated by a vibrant bonfire. The flickering flames cast shifting shadows upon the mottled reeds that formed the walls. A man in his 60s, with a square face, leaned against a wooden post. Standing over 6 feet tall, clad in a faded administrative jacket, he exuded an air of authority with every gesture. Silver strands mingled with his sparse black hair. Has Zhuge Yun been located yet? His hoarse voice carried an undeniable chill. Startled, a bodyguard in his 30s, situated in the corner, turned pale, his throat convulsing violently before he stammered. "No, we have not found him. This morning, his dog also went missing." Chapter 18. A pear tree pressing down on the crabapple father. If you truly cannot find him, then let it be. Zhuge Yun is merely an old man. He is not of great significance. Perhaps he has even been devoured by wild beasts, came the languid voice from the shadows. As the words lingered in the air, Ling Kun would undoubtedly recognize the man reclining against a pile of grass, casually swinging his leg, none other than Ouyang Yefeng. He held a half-burned cigarette between his fingers, the flickering ember illuminating the disdain in his gaze. Ouyang Li directed a scolding at his indifferent son. "All you do is chase after women. Sooner or later, you will find trouble." He turned to face a beautiful woman beside him. "What is wrong with my son having a few girlfriends while he is still young? Besides, that old man contributes nothing, merely consuming resources. We have shown him enough kindness already." The woman, named Xia He, was adorned in a golden-hued cheongsam with black embroidery, the golden threads weaving a tapestry that accentuated her graceful figure. Her raven hair was elegantly styled into a cloud-like updo, and her delicate features, a heart-shaped face, arched brows, eyes like autumn waters, a refined nose, and luscious lips, radiated an air of noble elegance against her fair complexion. Standing tall at 1.7 meters, her long legs and shapely curves were beautifully highlighted by the cheongsam, her striking beauty defying her age of over 40, making her appear as if she were in the prime of her 30s. Such timeless beauty was a testament to her affluent lifestyle and careful maintenance, as time had only deepened her grace. She was Ouyang Li's second wife. His first had tragically passed away from complications during childbirth while delivering their son, Ouyang Mingwei. Ouyang Li remarked to Xia He, "What do you, as a woman, understand? If he were to ally with another force now, we would find ourselves in an extremely passive position." Xia He, growing impatient, retorted, "Are you going to say he is your strategist again? You should consider where we are, far removed from the bustling metropolis. This place no longer holds any significance for him." Upon hearing this, Ouyang Li's brow furrowed, a flicker of worry passing through his eyes. He took a deep breath, attempting to quell the turmoil within, and slowly replied, "Such is a woman's perspective. Zhuge Yun possesses profound wisdom and should not be underestimated. Even in this remote location, his existence could either serve as our greatest asset or our gravest hindrance. We must ascertain his allegiance. We cannot allow him to fall into enemy hands." Listening from the side, Ouyang Yefeng curled his lips in a dismissive smile, clearly unconvinced by his father's words. He flicked off the ash from his cigarette and languidly remarked, "Father, you are overly anxious. In this day and age, the one with the strongest fist is the true leader. What can an old man like Zhuge Yun possibly achieve?" Ouyang Li shot a glare at Ouyang Yefeng, frustrated by his lack of ambition. "What do you understand? In this desolate island, both wisdom and strength are equally vital. If Zhuge Yun can be of service to us, it would be a significant advantage. Conversely, should he turn into our adversary, the consequences would be dire." Seeing the tension mounting, Xia He gently patted Ouyang Li's shoulder and spoke softly, "All right, dear, do not be too upset. The son is still young and lacks understanding of many matters. We will devise a plan. We will surely find Zhuge Yun." Ouyang Li sighed and nodded. He recognized that Xia He's words held merit. Yet Zhuge Yun's disappearance undeniably troubled him. After a moment of contemplation, a spark of realization illuminated his mind. "By the way, Mingwei, how is your relationship with President Han's son progressing?" Seated nearby, sipping peppermint tea, Ouyang Mingwei was taken aback. Just moments ago, they were discussing Old Man Yun, and now the conversation had shifted to her. Slightly surprised, she set down her teacup and replied, "It's going quite well. We have a good rapport. President Han's son is very ambitious and treats me kindly." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of satisfaction crossed Ouyang Li's eyes. He understood that a union with the Han family was vital for the future of the Gao family. If they could establish a connection with the Han family, the Gao family's strength would significantly increase. "That's wonderful, truly wonderful," Ouyang Li responded repeatedly, his tone imbued with a sense of relief. He turned to Xia He and instructed, "Xia, please take some time to visit the Han family and express our sincerity." Xia He nodded slightly in acknowledgement. She was aware of Ouyang Li's earnestness regarding this match and knew she must dedicate herself to its success. At that moment, Ouyang Yefeng, growing impatient, interjected, "Dad, Mom, I'm heading back to sleep." With that, he rose and exited. Ouyang Mingyue seized the opportunity to slip away as well, placing her teacup on the table. "Little brother, wait a moment. I need to discuss something with you." She hurried after him. Meanwhile, Ouyang Li maintained his composure, seated on a chair he had salvaged from the beach. "How much supplies do we have left?" Xia He approached from behind, wrapping her arms around his shoulders, as her fingertips grazed the lightly grayed hair at his temples. She heard a soft sigh escape his throat. Her grip softened as she gently massaged his temples, observing his furrowed brow gradually relax into a crescent shape. This was the moment he felt most at ease, shedding his defenses. In the corner, a bodyguard cast a furtive glance at the couple. He observed the man nestled against Xia He, his throat tightening with unvoiced emotions, as if for a fleeting moment. The surging desires within him threatened to breach the confines of professional decorum. Since transitioning from a military to the provincial police force, he had traded his pressed uniform for a deep blue civilian attire. Beneath these seemingly ordinary black garments lay the sinews honed by years of training and a mission engraved in his very blood. His gaze was piercing, his steps resolute. Each action was solely dedicated to upholding the responsibilities on his shoulders. According to regulations, this attire was to be worn until the age of 35. And barring any unforeseen circumstances, he had 2 years remaining in his service. This 6-member task force had lost 2 members. Given the isolation of the deserted island, the danger level was less intricate than that in urban areas. Thus, the remaining 3 maintained an 8-hour shift rotation for guarding. They can make swift, on-the-spot decisions based on the unfolding situation during their special missions, with their sidearms bearing the weight of the law's mandate for vigilance, a so-called license to kill. Each draw of the weapon required adherence to stringent protocols, followed by a comprehensive investigation to review the entire process. Otherwise, chaos would ensue. As the evening breeze swept past the eaves, he turned his gaze elsewhere, the tumult within his pupils settling into a veneer of professional calm. Should he ever have the chance to taste her allure, he would have no regrets in this lifetime. Some sentiments are fated to remain buried deep. It is precisely due to their existence that Ouyang Li has attained his current prominence on this desolate island. Otherwise, his wife and daughter would have long been claimed by another. Ouyang Li is acutely aware that on this barren isle, strength reigns supreme. Yet, he also comprehends that wisdom is equally indispensable. The disappearance of Zhuge Yin has made him realize the urgency of locating this sagacious elder. Xia He gently massaged Ouyang Li's temples. When Mayor Yuan first arrived on the island seeking refuge with you, you had declined. Now, it will be far from easy to have them join us. Ouyang Li sighed, stating, "You know very well that during that period, we had just arrived and were grappling with severe food shortages, hardly able to fend for ourselves, let alone share with others." She understood that forging an alliance with the Han family was one of their most crucial plans for thriving on the island. The night outside deepened, the sea breeze softly caressing the leaves. Xia He's hands ceased their ministrations, instead seizing Ouyang Li's hand and placing it on her thigh. Ouyang Li immediately began to soothe her, his touch gentle yet perfectly calibrated, as if it could dispel all fatigue and worry. A peculiar glimmer flickered in Xia He's eyes as she softly said, "Your technique is commendable. A bit more pressure would be delightful." Xia He, reveling in the moment, closed her beautiful eyes, her lips curling into a smile, her voice becoming increasingly sultry. "Ligue, it has been ages since we. You don't know how to indulge me?" Ouyang Li's heart ignited instantly. The 2 rose and made their way towards the sleeping quarters. The air within the shelter thickened abruptly, akin to coagulated blood. Moonlight streamed through the cracks, tracing silver lines upon their skin. Xia He felt Ouyang Li's strength, both tender and wild, like a beast. His breath heavy. Soft sighs resonated like a clarion call, stoking the flames of desire. They entwined in darkness, akin to two vines spiraling around each other, both supporting and suffocating. His advances were forceful, while Xiaohe's every response was unreserved. With a low growl and a shudder, their restrained breaths and melodic murmurs abruptly ceased. Ouyang Li lay still, keenly aware of his own prowess. He, Zhuge Yun has departed, affecting my mood, hence my lack of vigor today. Ouyang Li sought to excuse his ineffectiveness. Xiaohe caressed Ouyang Li's back with her hand. Just as things were becoming delightful, you withdrew. Yet I will softly respond, Li Gu, it's all right. I do not covet those moments. I merely wish to alleviate your burdens and help you find solace. Ouyang Li turned onto his side. Embracing Xiaohe's slender waist, I've heard there are sick of deer on this island. If we have the chance to procure some deer antler, we shall try again next time. Upon hearing this, Xiaohe immediately felt invigorated. Suppressing her eager joy, she feigned nonchalance and remarked, You must refrain from indiscriminate eating. Damaging your health would be a grave loss. It is quite pleasant as it is now. This strategy of retreating to advance proved remarkably effective. Ouyang Li, upon hearing her words, promptly responded, Tomorrow, I shall send someone to the forest to explore further, hoping to secure more game. If we could catch a stag, that would be even better, and we could give it a try. Xiaohe mused inwardly, recalling what she had heard about deer antlers, wondering if she would have the opportunity to experiment with them. The captain of the black-clad team, who had been preparing to sleep, was stirred by the intermittent sounds that had previously reached him. They felt like ants, incessantly scraping at the tranquil waters of his long-dormant heart, creating ripples of disturbance. At 33, he had deliberately sealed away matters of intimacy between men and women. Yet tonight, the sound from the neighboring room acted as a key, effortlessly unlocking the door to his long-buried desires. In the darkness, his cheeks flushed fervently, and his breathing grew somewhat labored. He could vividly sense the anger on the face of his younger companion, as uncontrollable scenes from a film flickered in his mind. From that moment on, his heart would no longer remain silent. Meanwhile, Ouyang Mingwei, having fled the living room, returned to her resting quarters. After hearing a few muffled moans from her stepmother, silence enveloped her. Sitting at the edge of her bed, she fell into contemplation, uncertain of the path her future should take. If she could return to the metropolis, she would merely need to follow the established trajectory. However, if she could not return, she must devise a plan for her own future. Han Zhuo, the wealthy, second-generation scion, was utterly inept on this deserted island. This evening, when his father inquired about him, the response was merely perfunctory. Ordinary individuals could not meet her standards, and she was unwilling to submit to the common folk. After parting ways with his sister, Ouyang Yefeng returned to his residence and engaged in a game of poker with a newly acquainted female internet celebrity. As dawn broke, the group stirred from their slumber. Zhuge Yun wore a subtle smile that was barely perceptible. He gently patted Ling Kun on the shoulder and whispered, Ling Kun, you are indeed fortunate. Surrounded by two such beautiful ladies, Ling Kun, upon hearing this, replied, Master, please do not jest. They are merely my friends at present. Zhuge Yun laughed heartily, his gaze revealing a hint of profundity. Friends or lovers, in any case, you must treat them well. They may become a significant support for you in the future. Ling Kun nodded, half understanding, yet felt a profound curiosity about his master's words. Zhuge Yun continued, on this island, we must not only face the trials of nature, but also remain vigilant against the fickleness of human hearts. The Ouyang family holds considerable power on the mainland, yet here, their reach is limited. Nevertheless, we must not be complacent. We must strive to elevate our strength swiftly. Chapter 19. A Feast for the Eyes. A frenzied exchange. Ling Kun listened intently, pondering deeply within. He understood that his master's words were profoundly wise. They must establish a foothold on this desolate island before devising a plan for vengeance against Zhuge Huaduo. Zhuge Yun glanced at Ling Kun, then at Shidai, Qinya, and Yuan, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. Ling Kun, take the two ladies nearby to search for any available resources, and in the process, hone your survival skills. I shall await your return here, while I further contemplate our subsequent strategy. Master, given your mobility issues, shouldn't we leave someone to attend to you? As the saying goes, it takes 100 days to heal from a serious injury. Upon hearing this, Ling Kun immediately rose, retrieving some medicinal supplies from his backpack, and instructed his master on their usage. After a simple breakfast, Ling Kun exchanged a knowing glance with Chidai, Chinya, and Yuan. The trio swiftly gathered their belongings, taking a bit of water and jerky before setting off. Zhuge Yun watched their departing figures, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. In his heart, he had already conceived a bold plan, waiting only for the opportune moment to set it into motion. Ling Kun and his companions tread carefully along the narrow path outside the cave, vigilant against any lurking dangers. After a considerable distance, they stumbled upon a crystal-clear stream, its water gurgling melodiously. Ling Kun knelt down, cupping his hands to drink from the stream. The cool, refreshing water instantly revitalized his throat, invigorating his spirit. Chidai Chinya and Yuan mimicked his actions, sipping from the stream as well. This island seems to possess an abundance of freshwater resources, Ling Kun remarked. Perhaps we are merely fortunate, Yuan replied. My father's camp has to travel quite a distance to procure fresh water. After a brief respite, the trio pressed onward. They traversed a dense thicket and emerged into a clearing, where the ground was adorned with a vibrant array of wild grasses and flowers, a breathtaking spectacle. Ling Kun felt a surge of inspiration and said to his companions, "There may be medicinal herbs and food here. Let us split up and search." Chidai Chinya and Yuan nodded in agreement, and the three began their individual quests. Ling Kun meticulously scoured the underbrush and soon discovered several tender wild vegetables. Cautiously, he harvested the greens, placing them into his backpack. Suddenly, a faint rustling sound drew his attention. Instantly alert, he stealthily approached the source of the noise, spotting a vividly colored wild chicken perched on a nearby tree. Feeling a surge of excitement, Ling Kun seized his bow and aimed at the bird. With a swift release, the arrow flew true, striking the wild chicken with precision. The familiar system notification chimed once more. Congratulations, host. You have gained 25 points. Total, 1,115 points. The wild chicken tumbled from the tree, and Ling Kun hurried to retrieve it. Meanwhile, Chidai Chinya and Yuan also made their own discoveries. Chidai Chinya found some wild fruits, while Yuan uncovered a tree stump adorned with an abundance of edible mushrooms. Ling Kun, eyeing the fresh mushrooms, contemplated cooking them alongside the wild chicken. The only challenge remained: how to procure a pot for cooking. It is hardly plausible to claim that one has stumbled upon a pot in the depths of the forest. It seems the only option is to dry the fresh mushrooms for later and to bring the pot next time. Ling Kun and his companions, having gathered their recently harvested provisions, continued their exploration. By mere chance, they wandered to the edge of the forest. With the sound of waves crashing against the shore reached their ears, Yuan, filled with excitement, proposed, "Let us go swimming at the beach. I am drenched in sweat." The mere mention of swimming conjured an image of Yuan in her bikini in Ling Kun's mind. He could not help but swallow hard, yet feigned composure as he replied, "Indeed, that sounds splendid. It would be a perfect opportunity to wash away the odor of sweat." Chio Saika nodded in agreement. The trio walked along the narrow path at the forest's edge, heading toward the coastline. Before long, a vast expanse of azure sea unfolded before their eyes. The waves crashed upon the shore, creating a soothing symphony. Golden sunlight shimmered on the water's surface, creating a dazzling spectacle. Yuan, brimming with enthusiasm, kicked off her shoes and dashed barefoot across the sandy beach. Ling Kun and Chio Saika followed closely, reveling in the gentle caress of the sea breeze. Just as Yuan contemplated removing her skirt, she remembered that she had not brought a change of clothes. The excitement that had previously illuminated her face was swiftly replaced by an expression of dismay. Ling Kun, who had been eagerly anticipating the moment, was taken aback by her sudden change of demeanor. "What is the matter?" he inquired. Yuan lamented, "I have no spare clothes. It is hardly appropriate to swim in the nude." Ling Kun could not help but chuckle at her remark. Was this visual feast truly to be thwarted? He scanned the surroundings, noting that aside from the dense thicket, There was naught but emptiness. Impossible. With the system at his disposal, the world was his oyster. A thought flickered across his mind. Ling Kun set down the wild chicken and bow and arrow backpack at the edge of the beach, addressing the two women. Please wait here for a moment. I must attend to a nature call in the forest. Without waiting for a response, he hurriedly dashed into the woods. The two women exchanged puzzled glances. Upon reaching the forest, Ling Kun concealed himself behind a tree, glancing around to ensure no one else was present. He then redeemed 2 sets of peach-pink bikinis for 200 points, 3 diving goggles for 60 points, 2 sets of lace lingerie for 300 points, 2 sets of women's clothing for 260 points, 1 men's outfit for 130 points, and a camouflage backpack for 50 points, leaving him with a balance of 115 points. Once he had prepared everything, he grabbed the camouflage bag and headed back to the beach. Before departing, he made sure to let the bag touch the ground to gather a bit of dust and dirt. After a few steps, considering it prudent to also procure the pot, he spent an additional 100 points, leaving him with a mere 15 points. Ling Kun was determined to indulge both his eyes and palate. He sprinted toward the beach, clutching the camouflage bag and a frying pan. As he ran, he called out, "Look what I have found!" Yuan and Shio Saika turned to see the jubilant Ling Kun approaching with the pot in hand. He tossed the pot onto the sand and hurriedly opened his camouflage bag to unveil its contents, exclaiming, "Can you guess what delightful treasure I brought?" As he spoke, he extracted a pink bikini set from his bag. Yuan and Shio Sei's gazes immediately shifted to the pot on the ground. "Where did you steal this from?" Ling Kun retorted with irritation. "Steal? This is not theft. I merely found an unclaimed object." At this moment, the two women diverted their attention from the pot and turned to Ling Kun, exclaiming in unison with surprise. It was evident that Ling Kun held 2 sets of peach-pink bikinis in his hands, glimmering enticingly under the sunlight. "I just discovered these in the woods. They must have been left behind by someone earlier." Ling Kun lied with a steady demeanor, secretly reveling in his cleverness. A look of delight spread across Yuan and Shio Sei's faces, for they had not anticipated such a fortunate find on this deserted island. As he spoke, he handed the swimsuits to the two women and retrieved 3 pairs of diving goggles and 2 sets of women's clothing from his bag. Chapter 20. The visit of Bingu. Swimming attire and hot springs. Here are some diving goggles and clothing. Do take a look to see if they are suitable. The two women received the garments and began to model them, their faces flushing with embarrassment as they realized the fabric was scant. However, it was certainly better than having nothing at all. Yuan posed a new dilemma. There was no place to change clothes. Shio Saika chimed in, "Indeed." Ling Kun remarked, "I will turn around and not look at you. You may change here." The two women gasped. What if someone else sees us? Just as those words left her lips, Lu Dong and Marco strolled over leisurely. From 10 meters away, Lu Dong called out, "Ling, is that really you? We spotted 3 figures from afar. So we came to investigate." After speaking, he approached them. Marco was immediately captivated by a brand new frying pan on the beach. "Where did this pan come from?" he inquired, picking it up from the sand. Meanwhile, Lu Dong's attention was drawn to a bow and arrows resting on the shore. He gazed at them intently, refraining from reaching out to avoid misunderstandings with Ling Kun. Ling Kun explained nonchalantly, "A few days ago, we returned to the camp and encountered a group of people who traded us these items for food." Shio Saika, perplexed, thought to herself, "Didn't you just find these in the forest? How did they turn into items acquired through trade?" Lu Dong looked at Lin Hao. His words seemed earnest, devoid of deceit. Marco, while inquiring, extended an invitation. "Where are you planning to move next? Why not come to our place?" Yuan promptly replied, "Our camp has been discovered, and we worry about thieves visiting. Therefore, while searching for food, we decided to carry all our belongings with us." At that moment, Lu Dong exclaimed, "Oh look, there's a wild chicken." As he spoke, he lifted the chicken and weighed it in his hands, estimating it to be at least 3 or 4 pounds. Typically, wild chickens weigh around 2 pounds. This one was indeed quite large. Observing the wound on the chicken's breast, he couldn't help but envy Ling Kun's bow and arrows, lamenting that he had struggled to catch even a couple of wild chickens or rabbits over the past few days. His efforts had primarily been focused on foraging for sea snails and crabs along the shore, occasionally catching a few fish, though not in abundance. Had it not been for the crocodile jerky from last time, he would have been left hungry for days. Lu Dong sheepishly confessed, "Brother, to be honest, crabs and sea snails have little meat and a lot of shells. One must consume quite a bit to feel full. And I've grown a bit nauseous from eating them these past few days. Do you think?" Ling Kun had a favorable impression of Lu Dong and Marco, especially considering many tasks ahead required extra hands. Thus, without waiting for him to finish, Ling Kun interjected, "If you wish to eat chicken, that is not a problem, but the task of slaughtering and plucking it will rest entirely upon you." Upon hearing this, Lu Dong quickly agreed. "All right, you can leave that to Dongge." With that, he grasped the chicken in one hand and the pan in the other, making his way towards the camp. Marco extended a helping hand to carry the bag, and Ling Kun did not object. After all, why refuse assistance when it is offered? However, the hope for a bikini swimwear had faded. Yuan's aspiration to swim also fell through. The group arrived at the campsite, where Ling Kun felt a sense of familiarity, having participated in the construction of the thatched hut. At that moment, old Joe was focused on his weaving, but upon hearing footsteps approach, he looked up to see Ling Kun and the others. He set aside his work, rose to greet them, exclaiming, "Ah, it's you, Ling Kun. Welcome." Ling Kun replied, "I happened to catch a wild chicken today. Thought I'd drop by, and we could prepare it together." Old Joe beamed with delight, saying, "Excellent, excellent." Marco swiftly brought over 3 stones, stacking them into a makeshift stove, and once the iron pot was securely placed on top, he filled it with clear water. Ling Kun brandished a Nepalese machete, expertly chopping wood, while shavings fluttered around as the firewood pile gradually took shape. Chio and Yuan stood nearby, their expressions revealing curiosity and a hint of awkwardness, feeling somewhat helpless as they could not contribute. Old Joe fetched a bamboo stool and sat down, skillfully adding firewood to the stove. The crackling of burning wood intertwined with the whooshing of flames, bringing a rare warmth to the deserted island. As bubbles began to form at the bottom of the pot, Old Joe shouted, "The water is boiling." Dong swiftly moved the steaming iron pot to a clear spot. He took hold of the chicken's head, first immersing its feet in the hot water. Once the skin began to curl slightly, he effortlessly peeled it away, then submerged the entire chicken in the boiling water, rolling it back and forth until thoroughly scalded. The feather removal process was completed swiftly amidst the rising steam. His technique was so adept that in no time, the chicken was stripped of all its feathers. During the evisceration, Dong deftly avoided the internal organs, but suddenly felt a slippery writhing in his palm. It was the twisting chicken intestines. Quick on his feet, he grabbed a prepared stick and skillfully turned the intestines, washing them thoroughly before slicing them into inch-long segments. With a gentle flick of the knife, the chicken kidneys, still encased in their membranes, were cleanly separated, and the trembling chicken liver was carefully placed on a clean banana leaf. As he cut away the chicken's cavity, the 2 golden slabs of fat fell away, the sound of dripping fat seemingly infused with an enticing aroma. Following this, he chopped the chicken into uniformly sized pieces, while the offal was sliced thinly. Old Joe was not idle either. He quickly whittled bamboo strips into chopsticks. Dong cleaned the iron pot, heating water again for a second rinse to ensure no impurities remained. After drying the pot, he added the chicken fat, waiting until the crispy remnants sizzled and turned a tempting brown before adding the chicken pieces, which released a savory aroma as they were stir-fried. Finding the quantity insufficient, Ling Kun contributed 2 to 3 pounds of fresh wood ear mushrooms, which he had washed, tossing them into the pot to stir-fry alongside the chicken, the heat from the fire intensifying the fragrant aroma. Suddenly, Ling Kun handed over a packet of salt. Dong initially stood frozen in surprise. Then a joyful smile spread across his face. On this desolate island, that packet of salt was undoubtedly a precious culinary treasure. As the steaming iron pot was brought to the makeshift dining table crafted from tree stumps, Yuan had already gathered shells to serve as plates. In the eyes of the crowd sparkled a glimmer of excitement. This dish of wild chicken stir-fried with wood ear mushrooms was not merely a feast for the palate, but also a testament to their shared hardships and collaboration on the deserted island. Marco, gripping her chopsticks, delicately lifted a piece of tender chicken to her lips. As the succulent morsel melted in her mouth, a rush of memories flooded her mind, nights spent ravenous and longing for sustenance. The rich aroma of the meat ignited a warmth in her eyes, for it had been far too long since she had savored such a delectable dish. Ling Kun bit down fiercely on a whole chicken leg, the juices trickling down his chin, oblivious to the mess. Chio, with utmost care, scooped a small piece of chicken with a shell and gently closed her eyes after placing it in her mouth. She recalled the exquisite yet insipid dishes from upscale restaurants in Tokyo. Yet, this humble plate on the rough-hewn wooden table offered her an unprecedented sense of grounding and warmth. Yuan's fingers trembled as she held the shell, and tears unexpectedly brimmed in her eyes. The despair of being stranded on the island and the guilt of witnessing her companion's toil transformed into silent sobs with each bite of the fragrant meat. At last, life felt somewhat human again. Chapter 21. A swift arrow to vanquish the approaching foe. Old Joe's face creased with laughter, reminiscent of a map etched with time. The aroma of firewood mingled with the savory scent of meat, evoking memories of his youth spent cooking over a hearth in his hometown. Indeed, the flavor of dishes prepared on such an earthen stove was unparalleled. He savored the taste, recalling how long it had been since he had experienced the zest of salt. Typically, he could only indulge his craving for saltiness through crabs. Lu Dong remarked, astonished that he could create such delectable fare. Ling Kun, have you heard of a market in the East? It operates on a barter system. Intrigued, Ling Kun inquired about the source of this news and the specifics of the exchange. As Lu Dong chewed on chicken, he replied, yesterday, while foraging for food with Marco, we encountered a few hunters who mentioned it. People bring their goods to the market and negotiate exchanges. Ling Kun asked, do you know where it is, Brother Dong? Could you take me there? Lu Dong nodded, I know the location. I can guide you. Ling Kun was not particularly interested in trading, but rather in observing the market's operations and perhaps formulating some plans. Such strength is indeed formidable. With the system in hand, the world is mine. Surely, the market's offerings cannot surpass my own. Old Joe set down his bowl and chopsticks, wiping his mouth as he spoke. Indeed, we could exchange our hunted prey for some fresh items and perhaps glean information on how to escape this wretched place. Chio Saika nodded gently, a glimmer of anticipation in her eyes. Having been stranded on this desolate island for days, she longed to learn about the outside world and, more importantly, to find a way home. Yuan, however, remained lost in her own thoughts. Ling Kun turned to Lu Dong and said, Brother Dong, accompany me to the market tomorrow to scout the situation. Lu Dong readily agreed. All right, Xiao Ling, we shall set off early tomorrow. Since they planned to visit the market, Ling Kun suggested it would be prudent to bring some items with us. If we encounter something we wish to trade, it would be disappointing to have nothing to offer. After their meal, Ling Kun and Lu Dong ventured into the woods, while Chio Saika and Yuan stayed behind. Marco and Old Joe worked together to weave a cage. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled patterns upon them. Ling Kun, bow in hand, asked, what about Lu and that middle-aged woman? Lu Dong sighed deeply. Spitting in frustration, those two lazy bones infuriate me. They dawdled about even when tasked with gathering firewood. I had to strike that Lu fellow with a stick to get him moving, and he wilted like a quail. Just as he had driven them away, he discovered that half a bag of dried crocodile meat, hanging from the eaves, had mysteriously disappeared. Surely, those two scoundrels had pilfered it. Ling Kun remained vigilant, his sharp gaze scanning the surroundings, while Lu Dong followed closely, gripping his dagger tightly in case of unforeseen circumstances. After walking for about half an hour, Ling Kun suddenly halted, pointing to a patch of grass ahead, and whispered to Lu Dong, Brother Dong, look over there. Following Ling Kun's, Lu Dong beheld a plump wild rabbit, blissfully grazing on the tender grass, completely oblivious to their presence. He nodded slightly, signaling Ling Kun to take action. Ling Kun smiled faintly, raised his bow, aimed at the target, and released the arrow with a swift whoosh, striking the wild rabbit's neck with unerring accuracy, pinning it to the ground. A notification chimed. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 15 points, totaling 30 points. Ling Kun mused, that hunting larger animals yielded higher scores. The wild rabbit struggled a few times before falling still. Ling Kun approached, skillfully retrieved his prey, extracted the arrowhead, and carefully wiped the blood from the shaft on the grass before stowing it away. El Dong clapped Ling Kun on the shoulder, commending him. "Well done. Your aim is truly precise." Just then, a hurried footfall approached rapidly from a distance, interrupting Ling Kun's actions. His expression hardened, and he quickly stowed his bow, standing back-to-back with El Dong, vigilantly gazing in the direction of the sound. Before long, old Joe rushed over, his expression fraught with urgency. Upon recognizing him, both Ling Kun and El Dong simultaneously exhaled in relief. "Old Joe, what brings you here?" El Dong inquired as he stepped forward, puzzled. Old Joe gasped for breath and exclaimed, "I finally found you. There's trouble. You must return with me at once." At this, Ling Kun and El Dong's hearts tightened, and they quickly pressed for details. As old Joe walked briskly, he succinctly recounted the events. It turned out that shortly after their departure, Manager Liu had arrived with 3 unwelcome guests, brutish and armed with clubs, who seized anything in sight. Marco had attempted to intervene, but was left battered and bruised. After old Joe had taken a moment outside, sensing the precarious situation, he hurried to inform them, hoping they would return to assist. Upon hearing old Joe's account, Ling Kun and El Dong exchanged a glance, their eyes alight with indignation. "Let's go back and see," Ling Kun declared solemnly. The 3 did not linger, swiftly turning to race toward the beach camp. Marco lay motionless on the ground, his condition unclear. Chio Q-Ingi gripped her dagger, positioning herself defensively behind Yuan. This action elicited mocking laughter from the 3 men brought by Manager Liu. One of them spoke, "Little girl, do you know how to wield a knife? Would you like me to teach you? Don't hurt yourself." He leered at her. "Look at this delicate skin. It would be a shame to mar it." Another man chimed in, his gaze filled with greed and malice. As he stepped closer to Chio Q-Ingi, "You don't really think a mere dagger can fend us off, do you? I suggest you comply and entertain us. I guarantee you'll experience ecstasy beyond your wildest dreams." At this moment, Yuan coldly interjected, "My father is Yuan Xing. You must have heard of him. If you leave now, I will pretend this never happened." The man paused momentarily, then burst into laughter. "Yuan Xing? Huh, do you think invoking your father will intimidate us? Here, even the king himself must heed my command." With that, he advanced once more toward Chio Q-Ingi. Her expression grew grave, for she realized that today might not end well, yet she would never yield easily. At that moment, the distant sound of hurried footsteps reached the ears of the 2 women, filling their hearts with a flicker of hope. Could it be that Ling Kun and his companions had returned? However, as they discerned the identity of the approaching figure, their expressions of joy swiftly faded, replaced by terror and despair. The individual was a subordinate of Yuan's father, a man notorious for his penchant for tormenting every woman he encountered. After numerous offenses, he had been expelled from their circle. The scarred-faced brute sauntered over, his gaze fixated on the 2 exquisite beauties, ultimately lingering on Chio Saika, scrutinizing her from head to toe. "I say, Liuzi, why didn't you call me for such a delightful occasion? This must be the Japanese beauty they speak of," he exclaimed, his mouth emitting an unsettling clicking sound. "Look at that figure, that face. She is truly breathtaking. I've only seen such Japanese girls in those little films before. Today, I shall have the pleasure of a first-hand experience." As he spoke, the scarred man reached out towards Chio Saika. In a swift motion, she evaded his grasp, brandishing a dagger towards him, her voice commanding, "Do not approach. If you do, I shall not hold back." To her surprise, the scarred man merely chuckled at her defiance. "Oh, fiery spirit, I quite like this little pepper of yours." With that, he lunged once more at Chio Saika. Despite her valiant efforts to resist, the disparity in strength became apparent, and she was gradually cornered. Just as the situation appeared dire, an arrow pierced the scarred man's chest, emerging from his back. He widened his eyes in disbelief as he gazed down at the arrow embedded in his chest, his body slowly collapsing to the ground. Chapter 22. Passion by the Sea. Chio Kyoka seized the opportunity to break free, retreating to the side as she gasped for breath. Yuan, regaining her composure, wore an expression of relief as if she had narrowly escaped disaster. In the distance, the figures of Ling Kun and Lu Dong approached swiftly, their eyes ablaze with fury and intent to kill. Mr. Lu and his three subordinates, seeing this, turned pale with terror and attempted to flee. Ling Kun knocked an arrow to his bow, each shot hitting its mark with remarkable precision, swiftly incapacitating the three men. Mr. Lu, clutching a frying pan, made his hasty escape. Marco, who had previously been knocked unconscious, awakened and struggled to rise from the ground. Upon seeing Ling Kun and the others return, a glimmer of tears welled in his eyes. Lu Dong quickly approached Marco, concern etched on his face, and asked, "Are you all right?" Marco shook his head, his voice choked with emotion. "I'm fine. Thank you for coming back to save me." Lu Dong gently patted him on the shoulder, offering reassurance, "Do not fear. We are here and will not allow anyone to harm you." Ling Kun turned to Chio Kyoka and Yuan and inquired, "Are you both unharmed?" The two women nodded in affirmation. Ling Kun acknowledged their response, then surveyed the surroundings, confirming the absence of any further threats before addressing Lu Dong. "Let us dispose of the bodies to avoid attracting carnivorous creatures." Lu Dong suggested they simply cast them into the sea, as they lacked any digging tools. Ling Kun vearte lu concordet. Once everything was dealt with, they returned to the camp. Ling Kun instructed Old Joe to organize the items within the camp while Yuan and Chio Kyoka tended to Marco. He and Lu Dong began repairing the damaged facilities. Upon inventorying their belongings, they discovered the losses were minimal. Lu Dong silently expressed gratitude for his prior preparations, having hidden away several essential items. After completing these tasks, Ling Kun noticed the sun setting in the west, realizing they could not return to the cave that night. He sat silently beside the campfire, observing his silence. Lu Dong remarked, "I'll take care of the game we hunted this afternoon." An hour later, the group gathered around the fire, enjoying roasted rabbit meat. Lu Dong mused inwardly, wishing the frying pan were still available for sought vegetables, as he felt almost psychological discomfort from eating roasted meat. After dining, they rested for a while. Yuan turned to Ling Kun and said, "After sweating so much today, why don't you accompany us to the beach for a wash?" Ling Kun lifted his gaze to the round moon, its luminous glow reminiscent of the 15th night, while the sea breeze caressed the air, suggesting it was a splendid evening. He nodded, thinking it was just as well to go with one duck as with two. He rose and asked Chio Kyoka, "Are you coming to the beach?" Chio Kyoka glanced at Yuan before responding, "I'll want to go. I'll stay here to take care of Sister Marco." In truth, she desired to join them, but refrained from interrupting Yuan's date, thus opting to stay behind. Ling Kun, with his backpack, proceeded to the beach alongside Yuan. With his back turned to her, Yuan quickly changed into her bikini. As Ling Kun turned around, he beheld Yuan in her enticing attire, and his heart fluttered with intrigue. Noticing the look in his eyes, Yuan playfully chided, "What is wrong? Don't you think it looks good?" Ling Kun, finally realizing, replied, "It looks splendid. Yuan, you look beautiful in anything you wear." Yuan, upon hearing this, felt a surge of joy in her heart and eagerly pulled Ling Kun towards the sea. Ling Kun quickly called out, "Wait a moment, I haven't secured my bag yet." After saying this, he removed his backpack and tossed it onto the beach. The waves crashed against the shore, producing a soothing symphony of sound. Once they entered the water, the two began playfully splashing each other. Yuan was thoroughly enjoying herself when suddenly a wave surged forth, causing her to slip and tumble towards Ling Kun. Quick on his feet, Ling Kun caught her in his arms. Gazing down at Yuan, he noticed her bikini nearly slipping down, revealing her enchanting figure. The deep contours elicited a natural hormonal response from him, raising his flag high. Yuan had already observed everything with keen eyes. A sparkle lit up her beautiful eyes as she smiled and teased, "Is there a reaction already?" Ling Kun felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him and promptly sank into the water to conceal his elevated flag. This was the first time he had rescued himself from danger, and the second time he had saved himself from the clutches of others. Yuan had long since developed a fondness for Ling Kun. Pondering the uncertainties of tomorrow, and unexpected events. Nestled in Ling Kun's embrace, she listened to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, and under the moonlight, a faint blush appeared on her cheeks. Seeing her shy demeanor stirred something within Ling Kun, and he leaned down to kiss her. Sensing the moment, Yuan shyly closed her eyes. The soft murmurs and the sound of the waves gradually enveloped Ling Kun until the tumultuous tides surged forth. The convenience of the bikini allowed for easy movement. Simply nudging it aside, suddenly, a notification chimed. Due to completing a special event, you have gained 1 blood point and 1 chance to draw a lottery. Ling Kun's heart leaped with joy at this unexpected fortune. Since it was a blood point, he proceeded with gentler movements. Yuan alternated between leaning against the rocks and lying atop them. An hour later, the once tumultuous waves finally calmed. This was truly an intimate experience. Ling Kun also discovered the joys of playfulness in the water. As he prepared to wade into shallower waters, he felt a slippery sensation brush against his ankle. Instinctively looking down, he saw a silver fish darting away, shattering the moonlight's shimmering silver blanket. Not far away, Yuan had climbed onto the rocks where they had been frolicking, her wet body emerging from the water as she lay on the rocks, panting. Though she hadn't exerted herself much, an inexplicable fatigue washed over her. Suddenly, a thunderous sound split the air. Jagged teeth pierced through flesh without warning, sending waves of excruciating pain rippling through Ling Kun's body. His scream was swiftly engulfed by the salty sea. At that moment, he realized he was still submerged in the water, just a few meters from the rocks. The disturbance on the surface jolted Yuan from her resting state on the rocks. Ling Kun, she exclaimed, springing up, seeing her companion struggling in the water. She dove in without a second thought. A large gray shark broke the surface, its powerful tail creating a massive splash, dragging him deeper into the sea. As she entered the water, a powerful current knocked her off balance, rendering her unable to assist. Despite the murky waters, Ling Kun could still catch a glimpse of the massive silhouette of the shark, its skin coated in slime and its gaping maw resembling an abyss. Salty seawater surged into his nostrils, a suffocating sensation mingling with a rush of adrenaline. How could one survive unarmed? The thought exploded in Ling Kun's mind, and instinctively, he accessed the system marketplace, exchanging 15 points for a dagger. The cold, hard metallic feel manifested in his palm, and in this life-and-death moment, he leveraged his strength to clamp down on the shark's upper jaw, thrusting the blade directly into its left eye. 1 stab, 2 stabs, 3 stabs. The dagger plunged viciously into the soft brain tissue, following the path of the eyeball. The great white shark thrashed violently, its tail fins slapping the water with a thunderous roar that reverberated painfully in his eardrums. Yet he held on with the grip of iron, allowing the foul blood to obscure his vision. Survive. He must survive. This thought sustained him, and even when direction eluded him, he continued to stab fiercely. Chapter 23. Acquiring the spatial ring due to the excessive movements. Seawater mixed with shark blood surged into his throat, the briny sweetness exploding in his mouth. At last, the great white shark's struggles gradually subsided, its massive body resembling an out-of-control submarine as it slowly sank into the murky depths. Yuan swiftly swam to Ling Kun's side. Ling Kun floated limply in the water, his chest heaving violently. The overwhelming feeling of having survived left him too weak even to raise a hand. Yuan gently supported him, swimming towards the shore. Great white shark defeated, awarded 1,200 points. The system notification chimed at the opportune moment. Ling Kun opened the system, revealing a lottery prompt, and without hesitation, he clicked on the spinning wheel. A golden light flashed, and an ancient bronze ring materialized before him. Trembling, he slipped the ring onto the ring finger of his right hand. Congratulations, you have acquired a 30 cubic meter spatial ring, binding successful. Attempting to touch it with his mind, a neatly organized storage space immediately appeared before him. This series of actions transpired in the blink of an eye. A surge of indescribable excitement welled up within Ling Kun. He attempted to retrieve several items scattered across the ocean from the battle, and to his astonishment, they vanished in an instant. Upon probing the storage space with his mind, he found them quietly resting inside. He looked at Yuan Yuan, his eyes filled with gratitude. "Thank you, Yuan Yuan." Yuan Yuan smiled gently, her face reflecting the relief of having survived. "We are teammates. Helping each other is only natural." The two supported each other as they swam to the shore, collapsing onto the soft sand, gasping for breath, savoring the tranquility of having escaped death. After a couple of minutes, Ling Kun felt a sharp pain in his foot, initially disregarded as a minor injury. It was due to the brain's protective mechanisms activating in response to severe trauma. A sharp intake of breath escaped Ling Kun as he looked down, only to discover a row of bite marks left by the great white shark on his right calf, blood gushing forth. Seeing this, Yuan Yuan hurriedly grabbed the skirt she had previously changed out of from a beach, tearing it into two strips. One was firmly pressed against Ling Kun's wound, while the other was tightly bound around his calf to slow the bleeding. Ling Kun gritted his teeth, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, yet his eyes were resolute and unyielding. As Yuan Yuan tended to his wound, she anxiously said, "We must find medical supplies quickly, otherwise your life is at risk." While Yuan Yuan was attending to Ling Kun's calf, he had already completed a redemption in the system mall. Ling Kun said, "Pass me the bag. There are some supplies inside." Yuan Yuan swiftly retrieved Ling Kun's backpack, opening it to find indeed some first aid supplies. She quickly took out antiseptic and bandages, carefully treating Ling Kun's wound. Ling Kun endured the pain in silence, his gaze growing ever more determined. This encounter had made him acutely aware of his own inadequacies, and he vowed to elevate his strength at the earliest opportunity. Once Yuan Yuan finished dressing the wound, feeling parched, she noticed a bottle of cola in the backpack. She reached for it, twisting off the cap and handing it to Ling Kun. "Here, have a drink." Ling Kun accepted the cola handed to him by Yuan Yuan. His throat was parched and itchy from the pain of his injury, and he didn't even take a moment to examine the bottle before tilting his head back to gulp down a substantial mouthful. As the liquid touched his tongue, an intense and spicy aroma surged into his nostrils, scorching its way down his throat and into his stomach like a raging fire, prompting him to cough violently. The injury he had just tended to throbbed painfully from the sudden stimulus. "Cough, cough." He bent over, his eyes instantly reddening, tears uncontrollably spilling forth, not from the pain, but from the sharpness of the alcohol that jolted him to full awareness. This was no mere water. It was clearly high-proof liquor. Yuan Yuan, startled by his reaction, hurried to pat his back. "What's wrong? Did you choke?" She glanced down at the bottle, only to realize that the liquid inside was not the familiar deep brown color. After a struggle, Ling Kun managed to suppress his cough, his stomach roiling as if aflame, each breath laced with the fiery sting of alcohol. He wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes, fixating on the bottle of liquor, a complex array of emotions flickering in his gaze. This was the bear bile infused with liquor from last time. He inhaled deeply, attempting to quell the heat rising in his throat. "I'm fine," he croaked, then added, "This liquor is quite bitter. To drink water, we must return to the camp." Once they had tidied their belongings, Yuan Yuan changed out of her bikini right in front of Ling Kun, dressed in a cropped, white-fitted t-shirt and distressed light-colored jeans. Her hourglass figure was accentuated, her long, straight legs radiating youthful vitality. Although he had already caught a glimpse earlier, seeing her alluring form again made his desires stir anew. Yuan Yuan turned slightly, noticing the scars on Ling Kun's feet, her heart swelling with an unspoken sorrow. "That must hurt," she said. Ling Kun forced a smile, attempting to feign indifference, yet the movement pulled at his wounds, eliciting a soft hiss of pain. At that moment, he was hardly concerned with his physical discomfort. The exquisite curves of the beauty beside him and the unique fragrance emanating from her ignited a fervent fire within him. He gazed intensely at her. Yuan Yuan, her cheeks flushed crimson as she turned her head slightly away. "You still have injuries. There is plenty of time ahead. Once you heal, you could do whatever you wish." She caught a glimpse of the unmasked desire in Ling Kun's eyes, feeling both bashful and sweetly elated. Ling Kun grinned, calming his tumultuous emotions. "All right, that is a promise you've made." Unbeknownst to him, The bear bile liquor in his stomach was undergoing a chemical reaction with the shark blood. As Yuan supported Ling Kun back to the camp, Qian Dai Qing you finally felt a sense of relief, though she noted that both of their postures were somewhat awkward. Had they been by the seaside moments ago? Upon seeing the bandaged wound on Ling Kun's foot, she understood the situation and hurried to assist him in sitting down. Ling Kun's complexion was pale, yet his eyes remained resolute. He took a deep breath, tried to alleviate the physical pain and mental tension. Qian Dai Qing urgently called out, "Brother Liu, do you have any medicine here? Oni Ai-chan is injured." Eldong was bent over, repairing a makeshift fishing trap when he heard Chio Kyoka's call. He immediately dropped his tools and hurried over. Lao Zhou emerged from the hastily constructed tent upon hearing the commotion. Eldong crouched down to examine Ling Kun's wound, frowning and shaking his head. "We have no medical supplies here. It could become quite troublesome if not addressed promptly." Ling Kun managed a faint smile, reflecting that had he gathered all the necessary supplies beforehand, they would not be in such a predicament. Sensing their concern, he reassured them, "It's nothing serious. Yuan has already treated the wound. Just a minor injury. A bit of rest will suffice." Yuan chimed in from the side. "We have antibiotics in our cave to prevent infection. We shall return at dawn to retrieve them for him." Chio Kyoka felt somewhat reassured, but continued to watch Ling Kun anxiously. He nodded at her, signaling that he was indeed fine. At that moment, Marco offered a coconut shell filled with fresh water, gently suggesting, "Drink some water to soothe your throat." Noticing their eager yet hesitant expressions, Ling Kun briefly recounted the incident, limiting his account to the shark attack. Chapter 24. Astonishing healing power. The intimacy of fish and water was left unmentioned, as it could not possibly be addressed. The moon hung high in the night sky. Ling Kun, Yuan, and Chio Saika rested within a grass hut, with Marco among them. To avoid aggravating his wounds, he chose to sleep apart, pondering whether a mere drop of blood could attract sharks, or if it was the corpses discarded into the sea earlier that had drawn them. It seemed prudent to exercise caution in the future. Outside the grass hut, Eldong and Old Zhou lay asleep. Meanwhile, Ling Kun's thoughts wandered to the matter of his storage space. With a surge of determination, he attempted to draw a small stone beside him into the storage realm with his mind. In an instant, the stone vanished, only to reappear safely ensconced within the confines of the storage space. This newfound ability would allow him to carry more items conveniently in the future. He withdrew his focus and turned his gaze towards Yuan and Chio Saika, a warm current swelling within him. After expending considerable energy during the day, they soon succumbed to slumber, the sounds of their snores reverberating through the night. However, in the middle of the night, Ling Kun began to mumble incoherently. Marco, still recovering from the day's ordeal and unable to sleep soundly due to a throbbing pain on her face, was the first to awaken. Rising from her makeshift bed, she approached Ling Kun, who was shivering, his face pale and his arms wrapped tightly around himself as if ensnared in the grip of winter's chill. Alarmed, Marco reached out to touch his forehead, which burned with alarming heat. "This is bad. He has a fever," she exclaimed anxiously, hastily turning to rouse Yuan and Chio Saika. The two, startled awake, scrambled to comprehend the situation. "We don't have any medication. We can only cool him physically," Yuan stated, glancing at Marco. "Do you have hot water here?" "Hot water, you say? I will fetch some," Marco replied. Eldong and Old Zhou, who had been resting by the edge of the hut, were also awakened and inquired about the commotion. "Ling Kun has a fever. I'm going to prepare some hot water to help bring it down. You two should go back to sleep. I can manage this alone," Marco reassured them. Realizing there was little they could do regarding the fever, they drifted back into a daze of sleep. Shortly thereafter, Marco returned, cradling a coconut shell filled with hot water, and carefully transferred the liquid into another container. Yuan, having procured a towel from an unknown source, soaked it in the warm water and gently began to wipe down Ling Kun's body. Chio Saika, observing Ling Kun's agonized expression, was overwhelmed with guilt. Had she not suggested swimming by the sea, he would not have encountered the shark and sustained such severe injuries. "It's all my fault, all my fault." She chastised herself, tears welling in her eyes. Yuan offered comfort. Do not cry. You will be all right. Seeing that there was nothing more for her to do, Marco added, if anything happens, just call for me, before lying back down amidst the grass. The two women responded in unison. After a flurry of activity, Ling Kun's temperature gradually began to normalize, his complexion losing its pallor. Yuan exhaled a sigh of relief, sharing a smile with Chiyo Saika. The horizon began to light with the first hints of dawn, heralding the arrival of a new day. Ling Kun gradually opened his eyes, glancing at the two women reclining beside him. His mind was clear, yet an urgent need to relieve himself surged forth. Struggling to rise, he was gently restrained by the awakening Yuan. You are still quite weak. Do not move about recklessly, she cautioned. Ling Kun, feeling helpless, responded, but I need to use the restroom. Yuan exchanged a glance with Chiyo Kyoka, both displaying expressions of embarrassment. Ultimately, Yuan stood up and offered, let me assist you. Ling Kun nodded awkwardly, slowly rising with her support. After taking a few steps, he realized the pain in his foot had vanished entirely. Looking down to unwrap the gauze, he was astonished to find that the wound, once inflicted by a shark, had healed completely, leaving only faint scars behind. What could have caused this? Ling Kun incurred in surprise. Yuan, equally puzzled, replied, I'm not sure, but it must be a good sign, right? Ling Kun nodded thoughtfully, secretly speculating, could it be due to drinking the bear-ball liquor? Leaning close to Yuan's ear, he whispered, let's keep this strange occurrence to ourselves. Yuan nodded, her eyes sparkling with curiosity and confusion. She softly replied, I understand. Such inexplicable events are best kept confidential. Ling Kun felt a sense of relief. Although he did not comprehend why his wound had healed so rapidly, the outcome was undoubtedly favorable. He turned to Chiyo Kyoka, who was also gazing at him in astonishment. Ling Kun offered her a reassuring smile, signaling that all was well. He then attended to his physiological needs independently. Marco, Lu Dong, and others soon awakened. Lu Dong noticed Ling Kun's unusual demeanor, observing that he walked without any sign of injury. Curiously, he asked Ling Kun, has your foot healed? Ling Kun feigned mystery with a smile. Indeed, it only appeared alarming yesterday. In reality, it was merely a superficial injury, and upon waking, the wound had already scabbed. Lu Dong and the others looked at him with incredulity. Ling Kun chose not to elaborate further. Chiyo Kyoka suggested, Oni-chan, let us first return to the cave to retrieve the medicine. Ling Kun reassured them that the situation was stable and did not warrant concern. After breakfast, he proposed, this place is no longer safe. That Lu may return, so I recommend we relocate to the cave where my master resides. Lu Dong replied, I was just thinking the same. The environment here is subpar, and accessing water requires a trek to a creek several miles away. Not to mention the excessive humidity near the shore. Following a discussion, it was decided that Lu Dong would accompany Ling Kun to explore the market, while Yuan and Chiyo Kyoka would lead Marco and Old Joe to the cave. After breakfast, the group divided into two teams and commenced their respective missions. As Ling Kun and Lu Dong walked toward the market, sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows. Ling Kun, you truly are blessed. You've managed to deal with a great white shark, Lu Dong remarked in awe. Ling Kun smiled faintly, silently grateful for the miraculous capabilities of the system, yet outwardly responding with an air of nonchalance. Indeed, perhaps it is merely good fortune. After traversing approximately 4 or 5 miles, as they passed through a thicket, Ling Kun spotted several spotted deer grazing. The deer, noticing Ling Kun and Lu Dong, paused their munching. Ling Kun signaled with a hand gesture, prompting Lu Dong to fall silent. Ling Kun gradually approached the deer, attempting to draw nearer. The creatures appeared unafraid, merely gazing at him with curiosity, showing no inclination to flee. Sensing no imminent threat, the deer resumed nibbling on the tender grass. Ling Kun swiftly crouched, knocking an arrow to his bow. With a muffled thud, the arrow pierced the neck of a stag. Startled, the doe fled with her fawn. Although the stag had been struck, it did not succumb immediately. After a brief struggle, it managed to rise and stagger away, wounded. Observing this, Lu Dong hurried over, inquiring, "Shall we pursue it?" Ling Kun affirmed with certainty, "Of course. It won't escape far." The two men followed the trail marked by the dripping blood, navigating through thickets and along a rugged mountain path. Ling Kun and Lu Dong closely trailed the injured stag. The stag's blood continued to fall onto the leaves and soil along their path, serving as their most reliable guide. Chapter 25. The breeding of two wild donkeys indeed. This deer possesses remarkable resilience. Despite sustaining such grievous injuries, it has managed to flee this far, Lu Dong remarked, breathless. Ling Kun nodded, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the swaying silhouette ahead. At last, the stag came to a halt in a secluded valley, seemingly depleted of strength, leaning against a large rock while gasping for breath. Ling Kun and Lu Dong approached with utmost caution, wary of disturbing the injured quarry. Ling Kun readied his bow once more, aiming for the stag's vital points. With a swift whoosh, the arrow sliced through the air like a bolt of lightning, striking true at the heart of the stag. The creature quivered violently before collapsing onto the ground in a lifeless heap. The system's voice echoed, "Congratulations, host. You have earned 2,000 points, totaling 3,215 points." A smile spread across Ling Kun's face, mirrored by Lu Dong as they finally exhaled in relief. They drew closer to the stag, beginning the process of processing their catch. Lu Dong retrieved his knife from his backpack, deftly commencing the skinning and boning, while Ling Kun assisted in removing the entrails and cleaning the blood from the arrow. Noticing a water ditch a dozen meters away, Ling Kun strolled over to wash the blood from his hands. As he lowered his head to cleanse himself, an unexpected sound reached his ears. After finishing, he stealthily approached, parting the grass to peer inside. To his astonishment, two figures were entwined within, the woman beneath appearing to be Wang Mingxin, the girlfriend of Han Zhuo. Isn't that Han Zhuo's father? What a scandal! Intricate Ling Kun crept closer. He overheard Wang Mingxin say, "Are you not afraid of trouble calling me out here? What if your son finds out?" Han Yu responded, "Today, I sent Han Zhuo to the market to observe how many resources the scattered survivors still possess. We shall document it all. Ultimately, we will settle accounts with them one by one." Upon hearing this, Wang Mingxin wrapped her arms around Han Yu's neck, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. "You're so wicked," she teased. "Han Yu replied, "Oh, and me? Would you care to see just how wicked I can be?" With that, he playfully patted Wang Mingxin's rear as she lay on the grass. Understanding his cue, she rose and positioned herself on the ground again as Han Yu followed suit. Ling Kun feigned a cough, raising his voice to call out, "Whose donkey is this? How did it come to be here?" The sudden sound startled Han Yu, causing him to shudder and nearly falter. He hastily adjusted his trousers, glancing around in a panic before making a swift exit, leaving Wang Mingxin to dress alone. Once attired, she dashed away in the opposite direction. Meanwhile, Lu Dong remained preoccupied with the deer meat. Upon seeing Ling Kun return, he inquired, "What were you shouting about earlier?" Ling Kun, with a grin, replied, "Nothing much. I merely witnessed two wild donkeys in the act of breeding." Intrigued by this revelation, Lu Dong exclaimed, "Donkeys? We must devise a way to capture and tame them. Then we would have mounts." Alas, the two donkeys had already made their escape. A sly smile played upon Ling Kun's lips as he inquired, "If I assist you in capturing the she-ass, would you be willing to ride it? Really? You wouldn't deceive me, would you?" Lu Dong asked earnestly. Ling Kun, suppressing his mirth, replied solemnly, "Indeed, I merely worry that you may lack the courage to mount it." Lu Dong, unwilling to concede, retorted, "As long as you can catch it, I shall dare to ride." Ling Kun declared, "Then it is settled." Having prepared approximately 30 to 40 pounds of venison, the two resumed their journey. However, upon inadvertently learning the truth hidden behind the marketplace, Ling Kun's earlier enthusiasm waned. To save time, they made no stops, even when encountering wild hares and pheasants, refraining from hunting them. Along the way, they exchanged tales of their pasts, deepening their understanding of one another and further solidifying their bond. After about an hour's travel, they arrived at the so-called marketplace. This basin, nestled in the heart of a deserted island, naturally formed an excellent location for a market. The encircling hills created a spacious clearing of half a mile, where robust banyan and palm trees grew in disarray, their branches unfurling like umbrellas to cast expansive shadows. Even under the relentless noon sun, a gentle breeze perpetually wafted across the ground. In the northwest corner, spring water trickled from the rocky cliffs, converging into a stream that babbled melodiously, quenching the thirst of traders and serving to cleanse their goods. More astutely, this locale lay at the crossroads of three dominant factions, each reluctant to disrupt the delicate balance of this neutral zone, which rendered it an ideal marketplace. Upon their arrival, Ling Kun and Lu Dong instantly became the center of attention, particularly due to the bow Ling Kun carried on his shoulder. Following closely behind was the string of venison they bore, fresh and still dripping with blood, evidently from a recent hunt. Ling Kun noticed a bare branch devoid of company, bathed in direct sunlight, and approached it. He hung the venison upon the branch. Soon, traders bearing coconuts, animal hides, herbs, dried fish, wild vegetables, and fruits gathered around them. Among them was a squat man with triangular eyes who edged his way to the front. "What will you trade for that bow?" he asked. Ling Kun uletli dikliched, stutting. "The bow is not for trade. We welcome offers for the meat." The squat man, undeterred by the rejection, shifted his gaze to the venison. "What about the meat?" "I have fresh coconuts, large and sweet. How about 3 for a pound of venison?" Before Ling Kun could respond, Lu Dong interjected with a scoff. "Coconuts are abundant in this market. 3 for a pound? You truly are a shrewd businessman. I reckon 10 for a pound would be more reasonable." The squat man, upon hearing this, jumped in protest. 10? That is far too expensive. I cannot afford that." He then turned to Ling Kun, attempting to find an opening. "My good fellow, reconsider. These coconuts are truly fine goods, richly hydrating with thick flesh." Ling Kun smiled faintly and spoke leisurely. "My dear brother, the venison we have is freshly hunted, quite a rarity on this desolate island. As for the coconuts, they are easily obtained if one can climb the trees. Therefore, trading 10 coconuts for a pound of venison is hardly excessive. If you genuinely wish to make this exchange, I implore you to cease the haggling." Upon finishing his words, Ling Kun fixed his gaze steadily on the squint-eyed dwarf. A flicker of hesitation crossed the dwarf's face, yet his eyes remained fixed on the venison. "My young friend, how about this? 8 coconuts for a pound of meat. While your venison may be fresh, I must admit that considerable effort went into gathering these coconuts." Chapter 26. The arrival of a beautiful woman. The short, squint-eyed man rubbed his hands together, gazing at Ling Kun with eager anticipation. Lu Dong, unable to contain himself, interjected. "Brother, your words are rather misguided. We exerted considerable effort to hunt this deer and narrowly escaped danger. Thus, exchanging 10 coconuts for a pound is simply out of the question." The surrounding traders listened intently to their discourse, some whispering among themselves, while others watched the haggling with keen interest. "Ah, dear sir, do show some leniency. 8 coconuts is already quite generous," the squint-eyed man continued to plead, undeterred. Ling Kun maintained his smile, shaking his head. "Brother, business is predicated on fairness. I have stated that 10 coconuts for a pound is unequivocally 10. Recognizing Ling Kun's resolute stance, the squint-eyed man, realizing further negotiation would yield no fruit, gritted his teeth and conceded. "Very well, 10 coconuts for a pound. I shall procure 2 pounds. He then turned to those behind him, urging, "What are you standing there for? Hurry and fetch 10 more coconuts." As he spoke, another individual squeezed through the crowd, declaring, "Brother, I have 5 coconuts here to exchange for half a pound." Ling Kun replied, "Coconuts are sufficient. Any more cannot be taken. So, who else wishes to barter?" A young man quickly presented dried fish, which were uniformly sized, perfectly sun-dried, and glistening with a faint sheen, showing no signs of decay. Ling Kun nodded in approval. "Indeed, this dried fish is quite commendable. 10 pieces will yield 1.5 pounds of deer meat." Upon hearing this, the young man's face lit up with surprise. "All right then, little brother, it is settled. I have been craving deer meat for quite some time, and this is my first opportunity to trade." He promptly placed the dried fish on the ground, watching Ling Kun with eager eyes. Lu Dong, smiling, sliced off 1.5 pounds of deer meat and handed it to the young man. The young man received the meat, carefully wrapping it in a scrap of cloth, muttering to himself, "Now I shall have a delightful meal. Heh heh." At that moment, another voice rang out from the crowd. "I have wild vegetables, freshly gathered from the mountains. How much deer meat can this large basket procure?" The crowd turned to see a somewhat disheveled woman standing there, holding a hefty basket filled with vibrant green wild vegetables. Ling Kun examined the basket and noted the freshness and variety of the vegetables. "Sister, I propose exchanging this basket for 1.5 pounds of deer meat." The woman, upon hearing this, grew anxious. "Little brother, I toiled greatly to gather this much. Can it truly only be exchanged for 1.5 pounds? Lu Dong interjected, "Sister, while the wild vegetables are indeed fresh, they are relatively easier to find on this desolate island compared to the rarity of deer meat. This quantity is already quite ample." Though still somewhat reluctant, the woman pondered Lu Dong's reasoning and ultimately nodded, conceding, "All right then, a deal it is. It's better than letting it rot in my hands. Eating wild vegetables and fruits daily has made me quite weary of them." At that moment, Han Zhuo approached, looking at Ling Kun with a smile, greeting him. "Isn't this the long-lost Ling Kun? We searched for you with great difficulty, never expecting to encounter you here. What a remarkable coincidence." As he spoke, he extended his hand, attempting to embrace Ling Kun, who deftly sidestepped, evading the gesture. A smirk played on his lips as he mused. "Your father lured you here, while he enjoys a game of do di zhu with your girlfriend. I wonder how you will feel when you uncover the truth." Han Zhuo continued, "Since you have returned, there is no issue. Come back with me. My father will be delighted to see you." Ling Kun vividly recalled how the original owner had been sacrificed by the Han father and son. With a sarcastic tone, he replied, "Since our last parting, I have made considerable progress." As he spoke, he flexed his bicep. "Look, my muscles have developed quite a bit." He then lifted his shirt to reveal his well-defined abs. And behold, are they not stronger than before? Han Zhuo's sycophants, witnessing the mockery directed at their young master, rushed forward to pledge their allegiance, declaring that Han Xiao's invitation to return was a mark of respect, urging Ling Kun not to be ungrateful. Han Zhuo feigned amiability, saying, "Please refrain from speaking to Ling Kun in such a manner. We are colleagues and should maintain civility." Ling Kun was not swayed by his facade, a cold smile gracing his lips. "Colleagues? Are you certain? Let us not forget who cast me aside as a scapegoat." Han Zhuo's expression darkened, taken aback by Ling Kun's boldness in reopening old wounds. One of his lackeys attempted to provoke Ling Kun further, but was silenced by Han Zhuo's stern gaze. Savoring Han Zhuo's discomfort, Ling Kun turned to the woman beside him, saying, "Auntie, our transaction is complete. Please take good care of this meat." The woman nodded. Though somewhat displeased with Ling Kun's demeanor, she couldn't help but swallow at the thought of the enticing meat. "Ling Kun, do not revel too soon. My father will not let you off easily." Ling Kun scoffed. "Let him come. Ling Kun, am ready for whatever he brings." With that, he resumed exchanging supplies with others. Han Zhuo's gaze lingered on Ling Kun, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. He understood that the previous grievances would not be easily resolved. Just then, a strikingly beautiful woman, standing at nearly 6 feet tall, appeared before Ling Kun. Her exceptional features were finely chiseled, with shoulder-length hair that exuded both elegance and grace. Subtle blush adorned her cheeks, complemented by a soft lip color. Her willow-shaped brows conveyed determination, and her deep, luminous eyes, coupled with a prominent nose and elegantly shaped lips, radiated maturity. She exuded an aura of authority, her presence commanding respect. Dressed in a tailored dark professional suit that accentuated her figure, the fitted blazer highlighted her waist, paired with a white shirt and bow tie. Complemented by matching straight-leg trousers and modest-heeled shoes, she embodied poise and elegance. Approaching Ling Kun, her gaze held both scrutiny and curiosity. "You must be Ling Kun?" Her voice was cool and powerful, as if capable of piercing through to one's soul. Ling Kun momentarily paused, then nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, I am Ling Kun." The woman smiled slightly, extending her hand. "I am Ouyang Mingyue. Thank you for the bear meat last time. Are you Ouyang Yefeng's sister?" Ling Kun inquired. Ouyang Mingyue displayed a hint of surprise, yet did not let it show, and countered with a question. Do you know me? Ling Kun, taken aback, had not anticipated encountering the sworn enemy of his master, someone from the Ouyang family. He politely extended his hand for a handshake, saying, I have heard of a female minister on the island, only 30 years of age. However, it is indeed rare to ascend to such a lofty position at such a young age. Historically, instances of individuals holding such a role at such an early stage in life are exceedingly uncommon. Typically, it requires years of diligent work and a wealth of experience. It is quite challenging to reach such a level by the age of 30. While seeking the answers he desired, Ling Kun remained quietly vigilant. Ouyang Mingyue seemed to perceive his apprehensions and casually remarked, There is no need for concern. I harbor no ill will towards you. I have merely heard of your considerable abilities and wish to enlist your assistance. Ling Kun raised an eyebrow in response. Oh, what matter requires my help? Chapter 27. The Exchange, a date the Gao family approaching voluntarily could hardly bode well. Ouyang Mingyue continued, I have recently been tracking some mysterious relics, rumored to harbor extraordinary treasures. However, the journey is fraught with peril, and I find myself unable to face it alone. Upon hearing of your formidable martial prowess, I hope to have the pleasure of your company on this endeavor. Ling Kun's lips curled into a slight smile. He mused that this lady was indeed astute. After all, did her father not possess a black robe? Yet, upon further reflection, he considered that this might be an opportunity to draw closer to the Gao family. Thus, he inquired, I could agree to accompany you, but what reward might I receive in return? Surely, you wouldn't expect me to toil without compensation. Ouyang Mingyue, with an air of nonchalance, asked, What reward do you seek? Ling Kun, not one to be easily swayed, thought to himself, I shall not be the one to make the first offer. What can you provide as recompense? He countered. Ouyang Mingyue replied, Feel free to express your desires. I shall grant what I can. Ling Kun understood her implication. What she wished to give was contingent upon her discretion. If it were something she deemed unworthy, his desires would be of no consequence. Upon hearing this, Ling Kun gestured dismissively, indicating that they could set this matter aside for now and perhaps discuss it further at another time. Realizing her position was untenable, Ouyang Mingyue relented, stating, The spoil shall be divided 70-30 in my favor. Ling Kun could scarcely believe his ears. 70 for you, 30 for me? Even his usual composure was tested. Ouyang Mingyue rolled her eyes, thinking, What a naive expectation. Naturally, it shall be 70 for me and 30 for you. Her intention was clear. She deliberately left a margin for negotiation. To her surprise, Ling Kun replied directly, Let us dispense with the frivolities, 50-50. If you agree, let us seal the deal. If not, I shall seek more capable partners. Ouyang Mingyue fell silent for 3 or 4 seconds, contemplating the uncertainties that lay ahead. Finally, she acquiesced. Very well, 50-50 it is. Once Ling Kun received the answer he sought, he responded, Very well, I shall accompany you on this venture. However, his voice trailed off as he scrutinized Ouyang Mingyue with a condescending gaze. Ouyang Mingyue, perceiving his disdain, interrupted his unfinished thought. Do not even think about it. Ling Kun recalled his master's teachings. The aristocracy resided in the upper echelons of society, while the peasantry languished in the depths. A social reproductive barrier existed between the two, often rendering them as if they belonged to different species, despite both being human. He understood that a woman of her stature was not someone ordinary individuals could aspire to. But he was no ordinary man, and this only fueled Ling Kun's desire for conquest. He composed his demeanor, stating, What I mean to convey is that your promise is but an empty check. It is time to present something of tangible value. Ouyang Mingyue felt a surge of indignation. She had never encountered such rudeness, daring to make such demands of her. Ouyang Yefeng and his girlfriend approached, their eyes scanning between the two individuals before finally settling on Ling Kun. You appear quite familiar. Have we crossed paths before? I cannot quite recall, he remarked. Meng Shui, standing nearby, interjected, Last time we ventured out in search of Yuan. It was that Ling Kun who fell into a pit and vanquished a bear. Ouyang Yefeng's memory was jogged. Ah, now I remember. That SYU seemed so recognizable. At a distance of over 10 meters, Gao Zhuo caught sight of Meng Shui, who, coincidentally, turned her gaze towards him. He sent her a subtle signal, and Meng Shui instantly grasped its meaning, replying to Ouyang Yefeng, "Brother Feng, I wish to take a stroll." Ouyang Yefeng dismissed it casually, "Go ahead, but don't wander too far." With the signal acknowledged, Gao was swiftly moved aside, navigating through the crowd to a secluded area. Meng Shui followed at a distance, and upon ensuring no one was around, quickened her pace to join him. Today, she donned an exquisite black strapless lace mini dress, its fitted design swaying delicately with her every step, subtly outlining her graceful curves. Her tousled waves cascaded casually over her shoulders, exuding a languid yet sensual charm, while her strappy high-heeled sandals accentuated her alluring silhouette. Upon her arrival, Gao Zhua enveloped her in his arms, capturing her luscious crimson lips in a fervent kiss. Without hesitation, he lifted the hem of her dress, tugging aside the three-finger width of fabric. "Be gentle," Meng Shui urged. Yet, with urgency burning within him, Gao Zhua paid little heed. Time was of the essence, and the task at hand weighed heavily. Meng Shui understood the fleeting moments they had, her mind fixated on one thought: hurry. Minutes later, the wind stilled and the rain ceased. Gao Zhua felt an insatiable desire lingering. Meng Shui took a brief moment to catch her breath before promptly adjusting her dress. Once satisfied with her appearance, she swiftly departed from the spot. Their interaction was devoid of spoken words. An unspoken understanding lingered between them. Meng Shui took a few steps away and noticed an oil leak in the garage, silently berating herself for the oversight. Meanwhile, Ling Kun was at an impasse. Ouyang Mingwei had no choice but to relent once more. She retrieved a translucent jade pendant from around her neck, emanating a faint glow, clearly of extraordinary origin. "This jade pendant is an heirloom of the Gao family. You may take it as a deposit for our collaboration." Ling Kun accepted the still-warm pendant, examining it closely before tucking it away. It was unclear whether this could be considered an embrace. "Agreed. The deal is struck, but we must wait a week." Ouyang Mingwei had no immediate plans to depart. Thus, she raised no objections to Ling Kun's proposal of a week's delay. They then discussed a location familiar to all. Ling Kun needed to make certain arrangements and preparations, for even the slightest misstep could jeopardize their lives. When dealing with the Gao family, exercising caution is always a prudent approach. As Ouyang Mingwei observed the venison hanging from the tree branch, he remarked that collaboration is rooted in mutual benefit. "Younger brother, carry the venison back." Ouyang Yefeng promptly called for his brother to approach and retrieve it. Ling Kun immediately intervened, halting Ouyang Yefeng's younger brother, and suggested to Eldong, "Let's divide it in half." Ouyang Mingwei turned slightly, revealing a barely perceptible smile. Even half would amount to 7 or 8 pounds. Why not seize the opportunity? Meng Shui decided to seek a secluded spot to address her discomfort. As Ouyang Yefeng's younger brother transported the venison away, Ling Kun prepared to depart, aware that the upcoming week held much for him to accomplish. Before leaving, he cast another glance at the jade pendant in Ouyang Mingwei's hand and silently prayed for the cooperation to unfold as he desired, achieving a smooth resolution. At that moment, Ouyang Yefeng called out, "Where's Xiaoxue?" Meng Shui hurriedly approached, taking 2 steps for every 3. Ouyang Yefeng regarded her with curiosity, inquiring, "Where did you run off to just now? You seem a bit off in your stride." Meng Shui feigned composure, concocting an excuse to deflect his inquiry. "I was feeling a bit unwell earlier, so I stepped away for a moment and my legs went numb." Ouyang Yefeng nodded in understanding, refraining from further questioning. After all, personal matters seemed insignificant in such circumstances. Little did he know that a space he usually reserved for parking had been temporarily occupied by another, leaving traces of oil behind. At that moment, others approached Ling Kun to exchange for venison, but Ling Kun declined, stating, "The remainder is for our own consumption. Any exchanges will have to wait until next time." The other survivors could only watch, salivating over the venison, lamenting their failure to act sooner. Chapter 28, Ambushed. A mortifying death upon witnessing the exchanged items. Ling Kun was momentarily taken aback, pondering how he would transport them back. If it were merely him, the use of a spatial ring would resolve the matter effortlessly, but the presence of numerous onlookers complicated the situation. The 20 coconuts, in particular, consumed an excessive amount of space. Ling Kun thought to himself that he could only endure the burden. Lu Dong, observing the predicament, also felt somewhat troubled. As he was quite parched, Ling Kun decided to open 2 coconuts and drink heartily. Lu Dong jested, complaining that Ling Kun was indulging himself without sharing with his elder brother. Ling Kun retorted somewhat irritably, questioning why Lu Dong couldn't help himself and drink as much as he desired. Lu Dong, merely jesting, took it upon himself and consumed 3 coconut juices. Consequently, the number of coconuts diminished by 5. After wandering the market and discovering no other items to exchange, they began to gather their acquired goods for the return journey. Having exited the market for less than a kilometer, they were approached by 7 or 8 individuals. The leader, a burly man with a menacing scar across his right eye, surveyed Ling Kun and Lu Dong with a predatory glint in his gaze, a cold smile forming at the corner of his mouth. "I hear you possess deer meat. Why not share it with us?" he demanded. Ling Kun, maintaining a smile, replied, "Gentlemen, the items we exchanged were not easily obtained. How about I treat you to some coconut water instead, and we can be friends?" Upon hearing this, the leader erupted into raucous laughter, addressing his companions. "Is this fellow a jester sent by the monkeys?" The men behind him joined in the uproarious laughter. Once the leader had his fill of amusement, he spat disdainfully. "I have no interest in your wretched coconuts. I want the deer meat. Those who are wise will hand it over willingly. Otherwise, you shall return home on your backs today." As he spoke, his companions brandished their crude weapons, sharp wooden sticks and rudimentary axes fashioned from stones tied to wood. Ling Kun, still smiling, replied, "Brother, I can treat you to coconut water, but the deer meat is non-negotiable." The leader's expression darkened at this response. Refusing a toast and opting for a penalty, brothers, charge. With that command, he gestured for his men to attack. Ling Kun understood that these individuals were merely a rabble. If they tasted defeat, they would surely retreat. With a swift motion, Ling Kun's smile vanished. He drew his bow with remarkable speed, releasing an arrow that sliced through the air, striking the leader in the thigh with precision. It could have been a lethal shot, but Ling Kun deemed it unnecessary to take a life. The leader let out a piercing scream and collapsed to the ground. The remaining assailants hesitated, momentarily paralyzed by fear. Ling Kun, bow in hand, surveyed the group with a cold gaze. "If you wish to live, begone. Today serves merely as a lesson. Should you dare to pursue us again, the next arrow will not be so merciful." The onlookers, witnessing the agony of their leader and the glinting arrow in Ling Kun's grip, were engulfed in terror. One of the bolder individuals gritted his teeth and declared, "You dare to harm our leader? We shall not let this matter rest." Ling Kun let out a cold laugh and proceeded to knock an arrow. The audacious young man immediately retreated behind the crowd upon witnessing this. The others, glancing at the blood seeping from the scarred face of their leader, ultimately lost all courage, discarding their weapons and preparing to flee with the injured man. Ling Kun admonished, "Do not move just yet. Return the arrows to me, and be careful not to break them. If you do..." Upon hearing this, the group exchanged glances, none daring to heed his command. Eventually, several of them tacitly abandoned their leader on the ground and fled. The scarred man howled in pain. Ling Kun stepped forward, a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "Behold how utterly your leader has failed, to the point that they would abandon you without hesitation." The scarred man felt a pang of despair. He had brought his wife along for a trip, and his cousin had insisted on tagging along to broaden his horizons. The underlings he had gathered were recent recruits to the island, lacking any sense of loyalty. As soon as Ling Kun's words fell, he placed a foot upon the scarred man's leg, disregarding his cries, and firmly gripped the arrow to pull it out, but it would not budge. After several attempts, the arrow was finally extracted, but the scarred man had already succumbed to the pain. Ling Kun stowed the arrow back in his quiver, casting a glance at the fallen figure, devoid of any pity. He understood that in this realm, the weak were destined to be subjugated by the strong. Lu Dong stood by, wide-eyed, having never witnessed Ling Kun's decisiveness and ruthlessness. For a moment, he hardly recognized this seemingly affable companion. "Let's depart," Ling Kun said, brushing off the dust from his clothing. Lu Dong snapped back to reality and nodded vigorously as they resumed their journey home. Once their figures vanished around the bend, a few shadows emerged cautiously from the thicket. One young underling, his eyes reddened with urgency, shouted, "Quick, they're gone. We must rescue our leader." However, Ahu suddenly barred their way, his sinister gaze sweeping over each panicked face. "Do not rush. Be wary of traps. If they return with a vengeance, we are doomed." He emphasized the word doomed, his thick Adam's apple bobbing in his throat. The remaining underlings froze in place, intimidated by Ahu's typically grim demeanor. Only the young man with a buzz cut fixated on the drying pool of blood beneath the scarred man, his throat tightening but remaining silent. He understood clearly. If they truly intended to annihilate, Ling Kun would not have spared them. Their return now was merely a futile exercise. As time ticked away, the air thick with the scent of blood, 5 minutes later, a young underling finally could not contain himself, his voice trembling. "Second brother, are we not going to save our leader?" Ahu abruptly came to his senses, stamping his foot. "What are you dawdling for? Quickly, help carry him back." He stepped forward to assist, his fingertips inadvertently brushing against the blood-stained collar of the scarred man, a flicker of barely perceptible excitement flashing in his eyes. "The mere thought of sister-in-law Yue's figure and appearance fills me with an inexplicable excitement. Yue is a university student, leading a previously tranquil and beautiful life. However, fate dealt a sudden and harsh blow. Her family faced a grave crisis and urgently needed 100,000 yuan for relief. Anxious and desperate, she turned to friends and relatives for assistance, only to be met with repeated refusals. With no alternatives left, she reluctantly opted for online loans. Time slipped away swiftly, and the repayment deadline approached rapidly. Yet, Yue found herself utterly incapable of repaying the substantial sum. A group of intimidating figures from the underworld arrived at her door. Led by a man with a brutish visage, his eyes gleaming with greed and malice, mercilessly pressuring her for repayment. Yue pleaded desperately, but her cries were met with mockery and insults. When it became evident that Yue could not produce the money, these individuals audaciously suggested an abhorrent alternative. If she could not repay with cash, she could repay with her body. Shocked and terrified, Yue vehemently refused their vile proposition, fully aware that yielding would mean the utter destruction of her life. Seizing a moment of distraction, she turned and fled with all her might. Enraged, the men pursued her relentlessly. As Yue felt her strength waning and the tide of fear engulfing her, it seemed as though the end of the world was imminent. In that critical moment, a formidable figure emerged, a seasoned man of the underworld, exuding an aura that commanded respect. Captivated by Yue's frantic yet breathtakingly beautiful visage, he instinctively intervened to block her pursuers. After inquiring about the situation, Along grasped the gravity of her plight. Moved by Yue's pitiable condition, he withdrew money to help her settle her debts. Overwhelmed with gratitude and guilt, Yue wept, expressing her inability to repay him at that moment. Along gazed at her and gently reassured her, suggesting she repay him gradually when she was able, urging her not to push herself too hard. Had it been a man in her place, he would have shown no concern for their fate. From that day forward, Yue and Along maintained contact. Yue understood that someone like Along, who navigated the treacherous waters of the underworld, was not without his share of questionable dealings. Yet in her darkest hour, he had unhesitatingly extended a helping hand. This gesture of kindness gradually cultivated in Yue a unique affection for him. As time passed, their bond deepened, and they eventually became a couple. The day Yue and Along wed was a vibrant celebration. Along's cousin, Ahu, attended the festivities, and upon seeing his cousin accompanied by his stunning wife to toast, he was instantly mesmerized, unable to tear his gaze away. With her oval face framed by exquisite features, a pair of captivating double phoenix eyes, long lashes fluttering, a proud nose, and sensuous red lips. She wore a red silk qipao adorned with embroidered phoenixes that accentuated her alluring curves. The neckline dipped low, revealing her delicate collarbone and a glimpse of her fair skin, with enticing valleys subtly visible, quivering with her breath. The high slit of the qipao unveiled her long, straight legs, radiating an enchanting allure. The high heels she donned perfectly complemented her slender silhouette, as if the chi-pao had been custom-tailored for her. Her alabaster skin shimmered under the glow of the lights. The form-fitting chi-pao perfectly enveloped her voluptuous peach-shaped dairy, accentuating a breathtaking hourglass silhouette. With each step she took, it felt as though she were treading upon the very hearts of those around her. Upon learning that his sister-in-law was named Yu Wei, a university student, Ahu felt a pang of jealousy stir within him. He believed himself to be far superior to his elder brother, Along, in both stature and appearance. Why then did his brother get to marry such a stunning woman? The seeds of envy were quietly sown in his heart. After the wedding, Ahu frequently visited Along's home. Whenever he found himself there without his brother, his gaze would linger upon Yue, and his words would often carry an undercurrent of ulterior motives. Xiaoping, too, silently trailed at the back of the group, observing Ahu's deliberate slow pace. Suddenly, a memory from days past surfaced in his mind. Ahu, staring at his sister-in-law's silhouette by the creek, seemed consumed by an insatiable desire to possess her. By the time they managed to drag the scar-faced man back to their stronghold, dusk had already settled. Xiaoping, too, gazed at the empty medicine cabinet and then glanced at Ahu, who was loitering outside Yue's room, ultimately swallowing the words that hovered on his lips. When Ling Kun and Dong arrived at the area where they had previously butchered the spotted deer, a lone wolf was voraciously devouring the deer's entrails. The surroundings were relatively quiet, and given that Ling Kun and his companions carried the scent of deer meat, the wolf's senses were exceptionally acute. Upon spotting Ling Kun and Dong, the wolf charged at them without hesitation, with his bow slung across his back. Ling Kun realized that there was no time to draw it. "Run!" he exclaimed. The two discarded their belongings and fled. The lone wolf pursued relentlessly, emitting a low growl that suggested it regarded them as easy prey. Ling Kun grasped Dong's arm as they navigated through the trees. Finding a tree with a trunk wide enough to accommodate their ascent, Dong scrambled up a neighboring tree, still shaken by their narrow escape. The wolf showed no signs of retreat. Its eyes were fixed solely on its quarry, driven by the instinct to devour. Once it was certain the wolf could not climb the tree, Ling Kun steadied himself and calmly readied his bow. "Damn it, you chased me mercilessly just now. Now, it's your turn," he muttered. With a swift release, an arrow was loosed, striking the wolf squarely in its left eye. The creature let out a piercing howl and writhed upon the ground, blood splattering in all directions. Ling Kun had put all his strength into that shot, the arrowhead nearly piercing through the wolf's skull. After a few more convulsions, the wolf lay still. "Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained 200 points, totaling 3,415 points. Ling Kun felt a surge of elation at the additional points earned as he stowed his bow and descended from the tree. Dong joined him, looking down at the fallen wolf, visibly shaken. "Thank goodness for you. Otherwise, we would have met our end here today," he said. Ling Kun patted Dong on the shoulder and replied, "If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have faced such a fate." "That is not true. Ever since meeting you, our food supply has increased. Before, we often went hungry after a single meal," Dong countered. Seeing Dong's open-mindedness, Ling Kun chose not to press the matter further. The corpse of the wolf posed a significant dilemma for the two men. Unable to carry it away, yet reluctant to abandon it, they ultimately dragged the carcass aside and covered it with leaves to prevent attracting other wild beasts. While Dong was occupied gathering scattered items from the ground, Ling Kun seized the opportunity to utilize his spatial ring, channeling his thoughts to directly store the wolf's body within. Once everything was in order, they resumed their journey homeward. After this ordeal, darkness had already begun to descend. Ling Kun and Dong quickened their pace, hoping to reach the cave before nightfall. At long last, as the sun dipped below the horizon, they returned to the cave. Dong pointed out that the abundance of pine trees in the vicinity indicated the possibility of collecting pine resin, which could serve as a source of illumination during the night. Upon hearing this, Ling Kun acknowledged the resin's utility and entrusted the task to Dong. "No worries. I'll take care of it when I have the time," Dong replied. Just before they reached the cave entrance, Dudu suddenly sprang forth, startling El Dong momentarily. Dudu appeared exceedingly exhilarated, joyfully circling around Ling Kun, its tail wagging like a spinning propeller. Ling Kun gently patted Dudu's head, and together they stepped into the cave. Inside, the bonfire blazed brightly, and Marco was intently roasting a wild chicken. Oni-chan, you've worked hard. Chiyo Saiko warmly approached and took the items from Ling Kun's hands. Yuan, sitting by the fire, glanced up at Ling Kun upon his return, her expression softening into a knowing smile when their eyes met. Chapter 29. Night Vision, what does this mean? El Dong crouched down, brushing the dirt off his trousers, a smile dancing at the corners of his eyes as he looked at Ling Kun. Since we became companions, we have truly enjoyed our meals. Previously, he traced a shallow line in the ground with his fingertip. Having a full meal every 3 days was something to be grateful for. Seeing the sincerity in his smile, Ling Kun sisu torstai declaration. However, the wolf carcass on the ground posed a dilemma for the two. El Dong squatted beside the carcass, contemplating, his brows knitted together. It would be a shame to waste such meat, but carrying it would be too burdensome. Ling Kun touched his nose, his gaze sweeping over the surrounding low bushes. It was indeed troublesome to leave it here in this desolate wilderness. Ultimately, the two worked together to drag the wolf carcass behind a large rock, covering it securely with pine needles and dry branches. As El Dong turned to gather the scattered arrows, Ling Kun suddenly said, "I'll go relieve myself over there." He quickly circled behind the rock, and while El Dong was preoccupied picking up arrows, he deftly stored the wolf carcass in his spatial ring, dusting off the grass clippings from his hands. He returned just as El Dong finished inserting the last arrow into his quiver. As they hurried back along the path they came, the setting sun had bathed the forest in a warm orange hue. Ling Kun, glancing at the sun dipping below the horizon, unconsciously quickened his pace. "We must return to the cave before nightfall." El Dong replied affirmatively, his machete parting the underbrush to clear a path. Navigating through the woods at night could be treacherous, and one must tread carefully. When they finally spotted the smoke rising from the cave's mouth, the sun had just brushed the outlines of the distant mountains. El Dong pointed toward the grove of pine trees at the cave entrance and suddenly halted. "Look at those pines. We can scrape some resin from them. It will burn longer than torches at night." Ling Kun followed his gaze, realizing if resin can be used for lighting, then I entrust this task to you. "It's a small matter," El Dong replied with a smile, waving his hand. "I will handle it first thing in the morning." Just before they reached the cave entrance, Dudu suddenly bounded out, startling El Dong. Dudu appeared immensely excited, circling joyfully around Ling Kun, its tail wagging incessantly. Ling Kun gently patted Dudu's head, and together they entered the cave. Inside, the bonfire blazed brightly. Marco was diligently roasting a wild chicken. "Onaikin, you've worked hard." Chiyo Saika approached enthusiastically, taking the items from Ling Kun's hands. Yuan sat by the fire, tending to it, and upon seeing Ling Kun return, she looked up silently, offering a knowing smile when he caught her gaze. Ling Kun locked eyes with Yuan, responding with a smile of his own. At that moment, silence spoke volumes. "Master," Ling Kun turned to Zhuge Yun, who lay among the pine needles. "Is your foot feeling any better?" Zhuge Yun was poking at the fire with a stick and lifted his injured foot at the mention. "It's nothing serious. Your ointment worked well. It was swollen like a steamed bun earlier, but now I can gently place it on the ground." "Today has been quite thrilling," El Dong remarked, setting down a bit of deer meat he had brought back. Ling Kun nodded. "Indeed, but thankfully we're all fine." "What kind of meat is this?" Chiyo Saika inquired. El Dong lamented. "This is deer meat. There was plenty, but we encountered wolves along the way and lost a lot of it." Continuing the narrative, Chiyo Kyoka expressed her regret, acknowledging the unfortunate circumstances, yet she was relieved that they had returned safely. In the midst of their conversation, Dudu suddenly dashed out of the cave, only to return shortly after, proudly clutching a freshly caught rabbit in its mouth. It seemed that this clever canine was aware of their arduous day and had graciously prepared dinner for them, as Lu Dong jested. Ling Kun affectionately patted Dudu's head, remarking on its good behavior. Afterward, he took the rabbit from Dudu's mouth and began to prepare it for their evening meal. Yuan quietly observed Ling Kun's adept movements, admiration gleaming in her eyes. Meanwhile, Kyoka held Yuan's hand, and the two sat side by side, engaging in soft-spoken conversation that was interspersed with joyous laughter. Marco, who was roasting a wild chicken, chimed in, revealing that it too had been caught by Dudu. Lu Dong, taken aback, praised the dog, exclaiming how rare it was to have such an astute and considerate companion. Hearing the praise, Zhuge Yun reminisced about Dudu's childhood, his face lighting up with a tender smile as he recounted fond memories. Ling Kun and Lu Dong listened intently, both marveling at Dudu's intelligence and fortunate nature. Meanwhile, Marco continued roasting chicken and venison, the delectable scents wafting through the air, enticing everyone's appetites. Dudu, seemingly aware of the accolades showered upon it, wagged its tail with pride and scampered off to play. After sprinkling a bit of salt on the prepared rabbit, Ling Kun placed it on the grill as well. Moments later, Marco called out, announcing that the food was ready, beckoning everyone to gather and enjoy. The group settled around the fire, savoring this rare moment of tranquility. Dudu dutifully sat nearby, knowing that it too would share in the feast. As night fell, the sounds of chirping insects outside the cave contrasted sharply with the cozy atmosphere within. After the meal, Ling Kun stepped outside to a secluded corner to relieve himself, noticing the distinct shapes and sizes of the stones he had urinated upon, initially suspecting it to be an illusion. After closing and reopening his eyes several times, he was still able to discern the surrounding flora with clarity. Reflecting on his healing wounds, Ling Kun attributed this newfound clarity to the bear-bile liquor he had consumed. He felt a secret thrill at the unexpected effects of the liquor, which not only expedited his healing, but also seemed to enhance his vision significantly. Upon returning to the cave, he refrained from sharing this discovery with anyone. In an effort to validate his hypothesis, he discreetly retrieved the bottle of bear-bile liquor from his backpack. Subtly, he informed the others of its benefits and distributed it amongst them. Kyoka promptly downed her share in one gulp. Yuan followed suit, grimacing slightly as she swallowed the bitter liquid. Lu Dong, not to be outdone, took a hearty swig but was unable to keep it down, spitting it out instead. Ling Kun lamented, "You waste my precious concoction." Zhuge Yun, being a seasoned drinker, noticed the liquor and his eyes lit up, exclaiming, "Pour me some, Shao Kun." After taking a small sip, Zhuge Yun found it unsatisfactory and swiftly seized the bottle from Ling Kun's hands, drinking directly from it. After a hearty drink, Zhuge Yun wiped his mouth and exclaimed with delight. Ling Kun observed the reactions of everyone after they consumed the bear-bile liquor. He noticed that Qian Dai, Qingya, and Yuan had flushed faces, appearing somewhat uncomfortable, yet did not exhibit any other peculiarities. Conversely, Lu Dong had succumbed to the ground, retching, clearly unable to endure the bitterness of the bear-bile liquor. In stark contrast, Zhuge Yun appeared to relish the experience, seemingly unaffected by its acrid taste. Ling Kun contemplated the varying reactions, realizing that each individual's constitution led to differing responses to the bear-bile liquor. As the night deepened, the cave gradually fell silent, save for the occasional crackle of the firewood. On the other side, Ouyang Yefeng executed a smooth reverse into the garage. Could it be that today aligned with a sensitive period? That would be disastrous. A life could be at stake. Meng Shui, noticing his inactivity, wondered if he had detected any abnormalities. No, this would not do. Before Ouyang Yefeng could gather his thoughts, he was pushed down by Meng Shui, seizing the initiative. The gentle patter of rain against the banana leaves offered a sense of security against any potential discovery. After a brief respite, Ouyang Yefeng gently caressed Meng Shui's conscience, inquiring why she was so proactive tonight. Meng Shui huffed in response. "Who told you to feed that new internet celebrity milk every day? Do you not realize I get hungry too? Besides, you enjoy it, don't you?" Meng Shui thought quickly. Ouyang Yefeng reflected and acknowledged the truth in her words, unaware that he had indeed made a misstep today. Dudu once again nestled at the cave entrance, aware of its responsibilities. Ling Kun lay on the pine needles, tossing and turning, struggling to find slumber. His thoughts were consumed by the bear-bile liquor, filled with anticipation and curiosity. After an indeterminate amount of time, he finally drifted into a drowsy sleep. In his dreams, he felt a warm, soothing heat coursing through his body, offering a comfort so profound it seemed to dissolve his very bones. Upon awakening, he found that dawn had broken. Ling Kun rose from the ground, stretched lazily, feeling invigorated and brimming with energy. Unbeknownst to him, a faint golden light sparkled in his eyes, seemingly ordinary yet imbued with astonishing power. Exiting the cave, he discovered that Zhuge Yun and the others were already awake, gathered around the fire preparing breakfast. Upon seeing Ling Kun emerge, Zhuge Yun immediately beckoned him over. "Xiao Kun, that liquor you had yesterday was truly remarkable. I feel utterly revitalized," Zhuge Yun exclaimed with enthusiasm. Ling Kun smiled slightly, secretly pleased. Indeed, the effects of the bear bile liquor were extraordinary. He carefully observed the states of Zhuge Yun and the others, noting that they appeared even more spirited than the previous day, suggesting that the bear bile liquor had significant benefits for their bodies. "What plans do we have for today?" Ling Kun inquired. Chapter 30. An unexpected encounter with the former girlfriend of the original owner Chio. Kiyoshi gracefully supported herself against the stone wall as she rose, brushing off the dust from her garments. "I feel that it is rather inconvenient for everyone to simply sleep like this. I propose we construct a makeshift shelter within the cave to delineate a resting area," she remarked, her fingertips unconsciously caressing the rough surface of the rock, her eyes reflecting a sincere determination. Yuan, hugging her knees and shifting against the stone wall, continued her train of thought. "Indeed, erecting a shelter is imperative, though I can't shake the feeling that accessing a restroom is rather troublesome. If we could manage to take a shower, that would be even better." As she spoke, she instinctively tucked back a few strands of hair that had been tousled by the wind. Marco was busy prodding the fire pit with a stick when he paused, furrowing his brow at the mention of the restroom. "Speaking of which, it will be splendid to have toilet paper. Using leaves raises concerns about tearing," he added before tossing the stick into the flames, retreating slightly as sparks erupted. Ling Kun rubbed his chin thoughtfully, mentally reiterating everyone's suggestions. "All your ideas are commendable. We can divide our tasks. First, let us build the shelter to resolve our accommodation issue, and subsequently, we will devise a plan to address our sanitation needs." Suddenly, he turned his attention to the man in the corner. "By the way, Old Joe, everyone has been calling you that. What is your full name?" Old Joe appeared momentarily taken aback by the question, then scratched the back of his head with a sheepish smile. "My name is Zhou Taiju. Everyone is so accustomed to calling me Old Joe. It has a nicer ring to it than my birth name." Although he was used to the moniker, being specifically asked for his full name by Ling Kun warmed his heart, as if it had been steeped in gentle warmth. As Ling Kun nodded, his gaze fell upon Zhou Tieju's roughened knuckles. "The bamboo stool you crafted by the beach last time was quite sturdy. Your weaving skills must be quite impressive. We could utilize bamboo to construct a shelter and perhaps create some simple furniture. This would not only resolve our lodging issue, but also enhance our quality of life." Yuan lifted her gaze, her lashes fluttering slightly as a hint of appreciation illuminated her eyes. "Ling Kun, your idea is indeed comprehensive. How far does the bamboo grow from here?" Ling Kun turned to Zhou Taiju, his tone imbued with anticipation. Zhou Taiju counted on his fingers, recalling, "After we moved here yesterday morning, I ventured out for a stroll in the afternoon. It's not far, just behind the mountain. If we walk briskly, we should reach it in about 20 minutes. Ling Kun's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he immediately glanced at Lu Dong beside him. "Then I must trouble you, Brother Dong. Please accompany Old Zhou to fetch the bamboo." As he spoke, he unfastened the Nepalese military knife from his waist and handed it over. Lu Dong accepted the knife, nodding in agreement. The blade felt well balanced in his grip. He swung it through the air a few times to gauge its weight. This knife was remarkably adept at chopping, slicing, and stabbing, instilling Lu Dong with confidence as he nodded affirmatively. "No problem. I will ensure the task is completed. You few ladies should clear away the rubble and dead branches from the cave to make space for the shelter." Ling Kun turned his attention to Yuan and the others before looking at Marco. Marco is an expert in wilderness survival. The resin from the pines can be fashioned into makeshift torches and you shall be responsible for our illumination at night. Please keep an eye out for anything useful while foraging." Marco tapped his fingers on his knees and gestured with a thumbs up, indicating his readiness. Once the group finished chewing on their portable jerky, they each set off on their respective paths. LV Dong exchanged a knowing smile with old Joe, and together they ventured towards the hills. The fallen leaves crunched underfoot, and they engaged in light conversation about matters at home, their steps buoyant and lively. Sunlight filtered through the canopy above, casting a mosaic of dappled shadows upon their shoulders. Upon reaching the bamboo grove, old Joe squatted to tap on the bamboo stalks, marking a few mature ones as he selected them. LV Dong grasped his Nepalese knife, testing its weight. The first stroke merely left a shallow mark on the bamboo. After spitting to adjust his grip, he struck again, and by the third attempt, the bamboo collapsed with a satisfying thud. By the fifth stalk, his wrist had developed a rhythm, and the bamboo branches fell with a crisp snap. Once they had dragged the felled bamboo to a clearing, old Joe crouched to trim away the excess branches. Over an hour later, when about 30 bamboo stalks lay neatly arranged on the ground, LV Dong straightened up and let out a hiss. His back ached as if it had been bound with ropes from bending for too long. Yet, gazing at the pile of bamboo, a smile crept upon his lips as he wiped the sweat from his brow. After sitting on the ground for a few minutes, old Joe was preparing to bundle the bamboo together when LV Dong grasped his wrist. "If we drag it this way, we can carry more at once, but the bamboo joints will scrape against the ground, leaving deep marks that might attract wild animals or others. It will be wiser to carry them back in 3 trips. Old Joe pondered this and nodded in agreement. Each of them hoisted 4 bamboo stalks and made their way toward the cave, the soft clattering of the bamboo echoing through the forest. Meanwhile, Ling Kun was parting the bushes ahead, his bow and arrows swaying gently with his movements. His true intention for this excursion was to find a secluded spot to check the system shop. But as he rounded an old pine tree, he caught a glimpse of something yellowish-brown darting through the grass. It was a plump wild rabbit. Almost instinctively, he raised his hand to knock an arrow. Before the bowstring's resonance faded, the arrow had already struck the rabbit's neck. Ding! Congratulations, host has gained 10 points, totaling 3,425 points. As Ling Kun approached to retrieve his catch, the rabbit mysteriously vanished, leaving only the solitary arrow embedded in the grass. He paused, attempting to use his mind to touch a stone near the arrow, only to find it vanish in his palm. So the spatial ring possessed this function as well. Quickly, he concentrated to inspect the contents of the ring. Upon closer examination, the wolf's carcass remained unchanged, its fur still glistening, showing no signs of decay. It seemed this spatial ring could not only store items but also preserve them. Just as he reveled in this discovery, the grass at his feet rustled suddenly. A wild hen burst forth, followed by 7 or 8 fluffy chicks that resembled tiny black pom-poms, emerging from the underbrush. Ling Kun attempted to use his superpower to gather them into the space. But after several failed attempts, the chicks remained focused on pecking at the seeds on the ground, completely unresponsive. Apparently, his powers had no effect on living creatures. He then decided to aim an arrow at the hen's wing. With a swift whoosh, the arrow grazed its feathers, causing the hen to tumble to the ground. This startled the chicks, who began to chirp incessantly, scattering in all directions. He strode forward swiftly to bind the wild chicken, then, following the chirping sounds, gathered the scattered chicks into a cloth bag. Just as he secured the bag around his waist, a familiar voice suddenly emerged from behind. "Ling Kun?" As Ran Xiaoli approached and took a closer look, she exclaimed, "It really is you. What brings you here?" Ling Kun pretended not to notice and replied nonchalantly, "Just out hunting." Observing the old acquaintance before him, Ran Xiaoli, he couldn't help but reflect on the smallness of the world. The greatest regret of his previous life was his relationship with Ran Xiaoli, his previous girlfriend who embodied a profound clarity of mind. This memory lingered vividly. During their time together, she often proclaimed her disdain for materialism, positioning herself as a paragon of virtue. While others sought cars and houses, she would hold a cup of milk tea and declare that love was the true priceless treasure, moving him to tears and ushering them into cohabitation. Yet one fateful day, after work, he blissfully set out to surprise her with a limited edition cake, envisioning a romantic gesture. Who could have anticipated that upon returning home, humming a tune, he would be greeted not by the warmth of home, but by the stark emptiness of a bare apartment? Ran Xiaoli had summoned a moving company, leaving the place as pristine as a blank canvas. The light fixtures were dismantled, wires dangled mockingly, as if in silent derision. The cabinets had been stripped bare, and even the clothes-drying rack was not spared. It was as though only the bare floor tiles remained, whispering, "We loved, now forget." At that moment he stood frozen, clutching the empty cake box, his sense of shame soaring to unimaginable heights. Chapter 31. The Original Victim. Frantic redemption. The desire to report the incident battled with the humiliation of being robbed by an ex-girlfriend, a situation that would surely invite ridicule and mockery. This experience, akin to a social death, became an indelible scar on the original owner's heart, leaving him feeling awkward and wishing he could dig a subterranean refuge to escape the embarrassment. Months later, he encountered her name in a news article. Ran Xiaoli, having repeatedly entered others' homes to steal and resell their possessions, was implicated in a significant financial scandal and ultimately sentenced to 3 years in prison for robbery. When questioned by a reporter about her actions, she defiantly proclaimed, "One should rely on oneself for everything." At that moment, as he gazed upon Ran Xiaoli, Ling Kun's heart was a tumultuous blend of emotions. Xiaoli seemed to sense his complex gaze, lowering her head in embarrassment, her voice trembling as she uttered, "Ling Kun, I was wrong before. Can you ever forgive me?" Ling Kun sighed softly, recognizing that this was merely a remnant of the original owner's past. He spoke calmly, "It's all in the past. Let's not dwell on it any longer." "Who is this fellow?" inquired a stern young man beside her, stepping forward slightly, the faint outline of a blue tattoo visible beneath his sleeve. "An acquaintance from before," Xiaoli replied, nervously twisting the hem of her clothing, her voice barely above a whisper. The youth known as Brother Guang scoffed. "So he's your ex-boyfriend?" "Xiaoli, your taste leaves much to be desired." Ling Kun interjected, "These two are my companions, a Chong and Brother Guang." Xiaoli hurriedly clarified. "Get to the point." A burly man with a shaved head interrupted, his gaze fixated like a hook on the cloth bag Ling Kun held. "I heard that people have starved to death on this island." Ling Kun disregarded the bald man's provocation, directing his attention back to Xiaoli. "What brings you here?" he asked. Xiaoli's expression was evasive. "We also ended up on this island by accident," she replied. Ling Kun nodded, refraining from further inquiries. "Since there is nothing more to discuss, I shall take my leave," he stated, turning to depart with the mother hen in hand. "Wait," Xiaoli called out suddenly, halting him in his tracks. He turned to face her once more. Xiaoli bit her lip, gathering her courage. "Could you spare some food?" Ling Kun paused in silence, his gaze sweeping over the three of them. Although the original owner had shared a fleeting romance with her, it was a relic of the past. They were neither friends nor companions now, and he felt no obligation to assist them. "Won't these two strong men find a way? Must you depend on others?" His tone grew cooler. The bald man was calculating in his mind. If he could deceive Ling Kun into relinquishing that bow, hunting would no longer be a concern. Brother Guang stroked his chin, a malicious smile creeping onto his lips. He spat into his palm, deliberately making the sound of rubbing his hands conspicuously loud. "That bow looks quite handy, doesn't it? Perhaps we could." Before he could finish, a Chong had stealthily maneuvered to Ling Kun's side, the sharp fishbone tucked at his waist glinting ominously in the sunlight. Ling Kun's expression shifted abruptly, his instincts kicking in as he sensed a Chong's movements. Yet, he maintained a facade of calm, a playful smile playing on his lips. "Oh, what are your intentions?" He deliberately elongated his tone, as if to tease 3 bumbling clowns. Brother Guang chuckled slyly, growing increasingly smug, convinced that Ling Kun was already within his grasp. "We won't make it difficult for you. Just leave your bow and arrow, and you may depart." His voice brimmed with an insatiable greed and veiled threat. Ling Kun merely shook his head, his disdain evident in his eyes. "You think you can intimidate me?" Ah Qiang, unable to restrain himself any longer, lunged forward, brandishing a fishbone with a glinting edge aimed directly at Ling Kun's vital points. However, Ling Kun's reaction was swifter. He deftly sidestepped the ambush and hurled the stone he had clenched in his hand with force toward Qiang's face. Qiang yelped in agony, clutching his face as he collapsed to the ground. Brother Guang and Ran Xiaoli's expressions shifted in shock. They had never anticipated Ling Kun possessed such agility. Ling Kun brushed the dust off his hands, his gaze sweeping over the remaining two like a hawk surveying its prey. Remember, do not provoke those you cannot comprehend. His tone was calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. With that, he cast them no further glance and strode purposefully into the thicket, his silhouette swiftly vanishing among the shadows of the trees. Ran Xiaoli stood frozen, her heart tumultuous with regret. Brother Guang's face twisted in fury, yet he dared not pursue. Qiang groaned in pain on the ground, and the trio could only watch helplessly as Ling Kun's figure disappeared deeper into the forest. A wave of remorse surged within Ran Xiaoli. Had they not been so greedy from the outset, perhaps they would not find themselves in such dire straits today. Brother Guang clenched his fists, swallowing his indignation. Sighing, Ran Xiaoli turned to assist Qiang. I was just about to negotiate with him. Why did you act so rashly? Brother Guang gritted his teeth and scoffed. Who could have imagined that this kid was so formidable? Ran Xiaoli shook her head in resignation. Let us return for now. Consider this a lesson learned. Ling Kun swiftly traversed the forest and emerged into a broad expanse of grassland. It wasn't that he couldn't defeat the three, but rather that engaging with them was unnecessary. As he gazed into the distance, a thought struck him. If he were to return with only a few items, he would inevitably face scrutiny. It would be wiser to procure a substantial haul to avoid future complications. He promptly accessed the system marketplace. Kitchen supplies, soy sauce, 10 points. Large pressure cooker, 150 points. Large wok, 210 points. Chef's knife, 25 points. Daily necessities. Toothpaste, 12-pack, 120 points. Toothbrush, 24-pack, 24 points. Toilet paper, 12-roll pack, 24 points. Sanitary pads, 80-pack x2, 120 points. Tools, fire axe, 30 points. Hammer, 15 points. Chisel, 10 points. Handsaw, 20 points. Chainsaw, 18 points. Dragon saw, 2-person saw. Blade length 1. 3 meters, handles on both ends, 110 points. Solar lantern, 50 points. Were there anyone present at that moment? They would surely be astounded by the spectacle before their eyes. A plethora of items materializing as though conjured by the legendary Sun Wukong. This procurement had cost a total of 936 points, leaving him with a balance of 2,479 points. Ling Kun examined the items scattered on the ground, and after confirming their sufficiency, he willed them into his spatial ring. With these possessions in hand, the desolate island seemed to breathe with newfound vitality. As he carried the injured hen back, he reached the edge of the dense forest and noticed a wisp of smoke rising gracefully into the air. Intrigued, Ling Kun stealthily approached the source of the smoke, discovering a makeshift camp where several individuals were gathered, engaged in earnest discussion, evidently deliberating on methods of survival. Upon closer inspection, he recognized one of them as Lu Xingfeng, the man who had fled with a frying pan just 2 days prior. Lu Xingfeng animatedly gestured, clearly relishing in the recounting of his escape. Ling Kun stepped out from the thicket and cleared his throat to capture their attention. Mr. Lu, how fortunate to see you unharmed. Lu Xingfeng, momentarily taken aback, quickly recognized Ling Kun, his expression shifting from surprise to delight. Ling Kun, are you unscathed? Ling Kun smiled nonchalantly. As for my well-being, Mr. Lu, who knows better than you? Chapter 32. Lu's capture. Lu Xingfeng's facial muscles stiffened momentarily, and a grimace that was even more unsightly than a cry crept upon his lips. In a fluster, he shuffled closer to the stove, clearing a space as he gestured toward Ling Kun, saying, Ling Kun, please have a seat. Ling Kun did not even lift his eyelids, appearing oblivious to Lu's feigned cordiality. With his hands clasped behind his back, he leisurely turned half a circle, scanning the faces of those gathered around the stove before his gaze settled on Lu Xingfeng. His voice was as flat as stagnant water. We are all in distress. I shall not make it difficult for you. As soon as he finished speaking, he pointed at the skillet on the stove, which was still emanating steam and bore remnants of the last fish he had fried. I have used this pan. It suits me well. May I borrow it? The individuals surrounding the stove froze instantly, exchanging looks of hesitation. One of them instinctively reached for the hot edge of the pan, but quickly recoiled as if electrocuted. This son of a gun, Ling Kun. He comes to seize our belongings without any preparation. A voice of complaint emerged from the woods as a Chong emerged. Clinging to the underbrush, his pants caked in mud and a broken branch clutched in his hand, clearly having vented his frustrations in the forest. Baldy and Ran Shally followed closely behind. Baldy cinched his jacket around his waist, revealing arms adorned with tattoos, while Ran Shally held a handkerchief to wipe her brow. Upon seeing Ling Kun, her eyes brightened and her pace quickened. Ling Kun? What brings you here? Her tone was tinged with curiosity, yet laced with wariness. Ling Kun, bent over inspecting the fire, responded without lifting his head. I passed by, heard the commotion, and came to see. Baldy spat toward the stove, his brow furrowed in irritation. We are all survivors who escaped from the ship. Why fuss over such trivialities? Indeed. Lu Xingfeng hastily interjected, wiping his hands on his apron. Resource sharing is paramount. Survival is the most important. At that moment, a scrawny little brother fixated on the bamboo basket at Ling Kun's feet, where a hen flapped its wings. He swallowed hard, his cracked lips licking nervously, and asked in a timid voice, Kun, Brother Kun, could we have a bit of that chicken? Even just a sip of broth? Ling Kun shot him a sidelong glance, his voice laced with frost. Dream on. The young man recoiled, silenced by the reprimand. Ling Kun then turned his attention back to the pot, where a layer of white foam floated atop murky chunks. Squinting, he suddenly straightened up. Taro, where did you find this? Ran Shally pointed eastward, her fingertips still smeared with soil. There's a slope over there. I dug up half a basket. Ling Kun's gaze fell upon the decaying leaves beside the stove. The large leaf edges curled, and droplets of water clung to the stems. A sense of foreboding gripped him as he knelt to examine a leaf. This is not taro leaf. The white sap within the leaf veins congealed upon his fingertips. It was Dai Shui Guanyin. Everyone do not move. He abruptly stood, his voice sharp and commanding. This is Dai Shui Guanyin. It is poisonous. He hurled the leaf to the ground, revealing the presence of calcium oxalate crystals and alkaloids. Consuming even a morsel will cause immediate numbness in the tongue and throat, swelling them as if stuffed with cotton, and in severe cases, it can suffocate a person to death. The crowd erupted into a cacophony of voices. Some recoiled a few steps, their faces paling at the sight within the pod. Others craned their necks forward, suspiciously questioning if they were being deceived into discarding it while he claimed it for himself. Ling Kun curled his lips into a semblance of a smile, though it failed to reach his eyes. He had witnessed Indians consuming such a delicacy on a certain platform, and he challenged them to fill a bowl if they dared. He lifted the pot by its handle and shook it, asserting his claim, yet declared, "This pot must accompany me." "On what grounds?" protested the lean, monkey-like subordinate, who stepped forward, exclaiming, "This pot was discovered by Manager Lu." Ling Kun slammed the pot onto the stove with a resounding clang that reverberated painfully in the ears. He fixed his icy gaze upon Lu Xingfeng, demanding, "Inquire Manager Lu who rightfully owns this pot." Lu's face flushed crimson, his lips quivered, and his hand hesitated on the rim of the pot. He certainly recalled that it had been stolen from Ling Kun 2 days prior. "Since Manager Lu cannot speak on the matter, I shall take it myself." Ling Kun sneered coldly, reaching for the pot. "Hold on." The bald man stepped forward, arms crossed defiantly. "Are you attempting to see something in front of me?" His 2 lackeys advanced as well, fists clenched tightly. Ling Kun strichtranet. His back as rigid as steel. He paid no heed to the bald man, his focus solely on the cooling water within the pot. His voice, though low, resonated with clarity. "Either hand over the pot now, or I will dump all the tar you just unearthed into the ditch. Choose wisely." Silence enveloped the stove, interrupted only by the whispering breeze through the leaves. At that moment, Lu Xingfeng felt compelled to muster his courage and said, This pot indeed belongs to Ling Kun." He feared that Ling Kun might suddenly turn on him, leaving him without a chance to defend himself. The memory of the man they had brought along, shot dead, loomed vividly in his mind, instilling a lingering dread. Chapter 33. A vicious beating for Lou the Bald. Muscular Man felt a sudden flush of heat rush to his ears, his back teeth grinding audibly, and his already rugged face twisted into a knot. Ling Kun caught a glimpse of his clenched fist from the corner of his eye as he leisurely picked up the frying pan from the edge of the stove, its bottom still smeared with remnants of tender water lily leaves. The contents within the pan appeared to be thoroughly cooked. He tapped the edge with a spatula, causing iron shavings to rain down onto the sandy ground. Hurry and serve the food. Otherwise, I shall dump it on the ground to feed the ants. Several underlings, ravenous with hunger, paid no heed to any potential toxicity. One scrawny fellow, resembling a monkey, rushed forward clutching a cracked coconut shell, his fingernails caked with grime, while another boldly reached in with his bare hands. Grimacing in pain, yet unwilling to withdraw, Ling Kun focused on their bobbing Adam's apples, feeling a tightening in his throat. He had heard tales from hunters in the old forest about how the sap of the water lily could burn holes in one's tongue. But witnessing this group devour their meal voraciously made him question the authenticity of those stories. It wasn't until he noticed one of the underlings frothing at the mouth that he clenched his fists in silent resolve. In the silent, a cast iron pot was more precious than gold. The bald man gazed longingly at the pan, his throat bobbing with desire. It could cook wild vegetables and serve as a shield, having previously protected him during an encounter with a wild boar. Suddenly, he crushed a shell underfoot, fragments embedding themselves in the sand. I cannot give you the pot now, but we can negotiate. His gaze drifted toward the distant Ran Xiaoli. You are familiar with her, aren't you? If she accompanies you for 3 days, we may borrow the pot, and once we find a new one, we will return it. Are you truly willing to sell out your own? Ling Kun's voice was cold as ice, his knuckles turning white from the pressure. His shoulders, once relaxed, suddenly tensed, and his spine straightened. Yet the bald man grinned, exposing his yellowed teeth, spitting saliva onto the scarred chest before him. What is wrong with having her contribute to the team? Besides, it's merely a temporary arrangement. Ling Kun's nails dug painfully into his palm. Although he didn't care much for the pot, the thought of Lu Shengfeng setting up roadblocks to rob others, almost resorting to violence against Yuan Yuan and her companions, ignited a fire within his chest. However, a glance at the half-constructed bamboo shelter in the distance prompted him to take a deep breath. The pot can be borrowed, but I have conditions. The bald man's eyebrows shot up, veins of red rapidly creeping into the whites of his eyes. Speak. First, we must deal with Lu Shengfeng. Ling Kun traced a circle along the rim of the pot. Second, you must assist me with some tasks. The bald man's throat bobbed as his fingers grazed the handle of the knife at his waist. Suddenly, he slapped his thigh. All right, that scoundrel Lu Shengfeng deserves a beating. As for your second condition, feel free to state it, as long as we're not tasked with gnawing on stones. Details can be discussed later, Ling Kun said, pushing the pot toward him, which carved a half-arc in the sand. The bald man hastily caught it, his fingertips brushing against the cold metal before he quickly handed it off to a waiting underling. A short, plump fellow crouched down, nearly pressing his nose against the bottom of the pot, as if savoring some exquisite delicacy. With this pot, we can finally stew turtle soup, the scrawny underling exclaimed suddenly. The bald man was about to laugh when he caught a glimpse of Ling Kun's icy gaze, prompting him to clear his throat hastily. Bring Lu Shengfeng over here, he commanded. Suddenly, he lifted his foot and kicked the nearby coconut tree, causing a ripe fruit to thud down at Lu Shengfeng's feet. Lu Shengfeng's face instantly turned a shade greener than the coconut shell, yet he could only bow his head in acquiescence, saying, I admit my defeat. Chapter 34. A desire to steal again. Ling Kun leaned against a tree, idly spinning a stone between his fingers without lifting his eyelids. The bald-headed thugs descended upon Lu Shengfeng like ravenous wolves, swiftly encircling him. The dull thuds of fists striking flesh melded with anguished cries, creating a cacophony of violence. In less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, Lu Shengfeng lay crumpled on the ground, his blood trickling down his chin, his cheekbones swollen to an alarming degree, devoid of even the strength to whimper. The burly bald man kicked the fallen figure, a cruel arc curling at the corner of his mouth as his boot ground against Lu's hand. his eyes gleaming with a savage delight. "Brother Ling, does this outcome please you?" Ling Kun slowly straightened, the stone leaving white imprints on his palm, responding with a mere nod. Sunlight cut obliquely across his profile, his jawline taut, resembling a bowstring drawn to its limit. Ran Xiaoli fixated on the quiver on his back, arrows still stained with fresh blood, her fingers nervously twisting the hem of her garment. "Ling Kun, your hunting skills, who did you learn them from?" Ling Kun flicked his eyelids, his gaze brushing over her face like a breeze over water, leaving no trace. "I've merely honed my skills from wandering the mountains for so long. It hardly qualifies as a talent." As he turned, the quiver brushed against his side, producing a delicate sound. "Wait." Ran Xiaoli urgently grasped his sleeve, the muscle beneath the fabric as firm as stone. "Do you live alone?" His turn this time bore a hint of impatience, his brows knitting together as he replied evasively, "A solitary wanderer, at home in every corner of the world." "What of it? Is stealing from my home not enough for you?" Ran Xiaoli's face flushed crimson, her fingers releasing their grip in a sudden rush, her ears tinged with pink. "That was a long time ago. Why bring it up? I merely worry that you have nowhere to go." "Worry for me?" Ling Kun suden the tiaklet, a sound as chilling as ice beads falling into a clay jar. "You should be more concerned about yourself." Biting her lower lip until it sank into the tender flesh, she watched his figure vanish into the thicket, standing tall like a pine tree. This evoked within her an inexplicable admiration. One could live so decisively without entanglements, far preferable to a crowd huddled together. Little did she know, Ling Kun's life was infinitely better than hers, sheltered from the wind and rain, with meat to eat and beauties to accompany him. Not only was he skilled in hunting, but he also excelled in various survival techniques, bolstered by an exceptional system. In due time, she would marvel at how much richer Ling Kun's life was than she had ever imagined. As Ling Kun's figure completely vanished into the dense forest, Shun Mang was curled up against the farthest wall of a cave. When Pan Dong informed her that Li Yang had been pierced through the heart by a wild man's arrow, she felt her own throat tighten, as if the moonlight streaming into the cave had been poisoned. "Mang, have some wild vegetables." Shin's mother extended a coconut bowl, its rim smeared with brown mud. Shin's father sat nearby, gnawing on a wild chicken egg, the jade bracelet on his wrist jangling. What once fit 3 fingers now accommodated a fist. The wild vegetables chewed in her mouth were like swallowing grass clippings, and suddenly, Shun Mang recalled the meat roasted by Ling Kun, the juices flowing through his fingers. Tears fell unexpectedly into the bowl. She stealthily tucked the last half of the wild chicken egg into her mother's bowl. Yesterday, Pan Dong gazed at Zhang Mei as if she were a piece of putrid flesh. Ling Kun paused before the thicket, 500 meters from the cave, his ears subtly twitching as they captured the sounds of the surroundings. After confirming there were no footsteps, he retrieved the supplies and exchanged 40 points for 2 sheets, meticulously packing the items. He concealed the bundle in a secluded patch of grass, nodding in satisfaction once he ensured its safety before making his way to the cave. Ling Kun moved with a lightness in his step, and upon reaching the cave entrance, he found Lu Dong and Old Zhou busily constructing a bamboo shelter. Upon noticing him, Lu Dong eagerly called out, "Ling Kun, come and lend a hand." Ling Kun smiled slightly, setting down the wild chicken and chick, and joined in, his movements deft and swift. With the aid of tools, a simple yet sturdy bamboo shelter was soon erected. Chapter 35. Where did all these supplies come from? The bamboo shed measured 3 meters in length and 2.5 meters in width, its corners securely propped up by sturdy bamboo poles, while the top was adorned with dense palm leaves. It was spacious enough to comfortably accommodate 4 individuals, even with the addition of 2 more. Yuan gently caressed the smooth bamboo wall, and as her fingertips brushed against the coolness of the bamboo joints, the corners of her lips curled into a smile before any words escaped her lips. She exchanged a glance with Chio Saika, and, in that moment, they both recognized a shared sense of relief reflected in each other's eyes, softening even the fine lines at the corners. At last, they finally had a private space, and with it, the atmosphere lightened considerably. "Chirp, chirp, chirp," Yuan suddenly remarked. "Do you hear that sound?" Ling Kun, who had been busy assisting, then recounted how he had caught a wild chicken outside. Lu Dong patted Ling Kun on the shoulder, chuckling, "You young lad, you're quite capable." Ling Kun continued, "While I was wandering by the seaside, I stumbled upon several large wooden boxes hidden within a secluded rocky cave. Upon opening them, I discovered they were filled with supplies. I chose a few to bring back, and they are currently outside. Two of the packages are rather heavy, and I haven't moved them inside yet." Before he could finish, Lu Dong, Lu Ku, and Old Zhou exchanged glances of surprise and exclaimed in unison, "Really? Quickly, take us to see." They assumed the boxes were still by the beach, but Ling Kun pointed to a patch of grass not far from the cave, smiling as he said, "They are right over there in the grass. I've already moved them." The group hastily followed, their hearts brimming with anticipation. Amidst the grass, the packages were intact and undamaged. Lu Dong hoisted one of the packages and dashed toward the cave, while Ling Kun grabbed another and followed closely behind. The rest of the group wished to assist, but were gently declined by Ling Kun, as the items were not overly heavy. Upon returning to the cave, the group eagerly opened the two packages, and their eyes widened in delight. Yuan joyfully discovered a plethora of supplies, including much-needed sanitary pads for women, which she immediately reached for. Marco also picked up another package of sanitary pads, while Chio Saika opted for toilet paper. Zhuge Yun, witnessing the abundance of supplies, felt a mix of astonishment and curiosity. They had just discussed the most urgent necessities that morning, and now they were on the verge of being fully equipped. Despite the myriad questions swirling in her mind, her excitement was palpable. Old Zhou gazed at the toothpaste and toothbrushes, overwhelmed with emotion, for he could finally brush his teeth properly. Although there were no cups, the abundance of bamboo outside meant that crafting a few bamboo tubes would suffice. When his gaze fell upon the frying pan and pressure cooker on the ground, a spark of exhilaration lit his eyes as he exclaimed, "At last, I can prepare a proper meal. Goodness, there's even soy sauce." Even the typically composed Old Zhou could not suppress his excitement. Next, Old Zhou ran his fingers over the firefighting axe, hammer, chisel, saw, and hand saw among the tools, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Beyond mere excitement, he was filled with a sense of wonder. These were precisely the tools most urgently needed, as if they had fallen from the heavens. With them, he could construct houses, create furniture, build chicken coops, and even establish rudimentary defensive structures. At that moment, Lu Dong too was filled with doubt, pondering how it was that these supplies had fortuitously appeared in such a manner. He furrowed his brow in contemplation, his mind clouded with uncertainty. Yet he could not suppress the joy swelling within him. After all, these tools and supplies would undoubtedly enhance their living conditions significantly. Upon hearing that the final item was a solar-powered lantern, Marco's eyes sparkled with excitement, his hands rubbing together in glee. No longer would they have to stumble in darkness on the island at night. Meanwhile, Old Zhou seized his tools and strode purposefully out of the cave, intending to saw two bamboo poles to fashion drinking cups. Lu Ku squatted on the ground, meticulously examining each tool, pondering how to construct a sturdier shelter. Yuan and Chio Saika huddled together, exchanging ideas on how to fairly distribute the sanitary supplies. Marco placed the items on the ground, touched the frying pan, and squeezed the pressure cooker, unable to contain his grin. The last time Lu Shangfeng had stolen the pot, he had been quite distressed. But now he had acquired an even better one. Indeed, the heavens do not let the foolish perish. Chapter 36. Feeding the wild chickens. Just as Old Zhou finished polishing the bamboo cup to a smooth sheen, he suddenly slapped his forehead, bamboo shavings cascading onto his collar. It struck him that the group of unacclimated chicks still awaited attention. Without delay, he resumed his task, wielding a knife to split bamboo for crafting a chicken coop. The blade struck the bamboo joints with a crisp sound, and soon he accumulated a pile of bamboo strips and splints. Sitting cross-legged on a stone pedestal, he held a thick bamboo strip in his left hand, bending it to form the arc of the coop's roof, while his right hand deftly manipulated the slender splints like a serpent weaving through his fingers. The bamboo strips clashed together, producing a gentle rustle. Within a little over an hour, as the knuckles of his fingers reddened from work, a square chicken coop stood erect upon the ground. its gaps between the bamboo splints even and orderly. Ling Kun watched intently from the side, unconsciously rubbing the dagger at his waist. This craftsmanship is truly remarkable, he mused, observing the beads of sweat forming on old Joe's brow, his heart feeling more at ease. Thank goodness for these capable companions. Old Joe lifted the chicken coop and ventured deeper into the cave, the bamboo strips scraping softly against the ground. He first released the injured hen from its bindings. As the knots loosened, the hen instinctively recoiled slightly. The moment it was placed into the coop, its wings trembled faintly. It steadied itself, quickly raising its neck feathers to scrutinize its surroundings with vigilance, eventually retreating to a corner of the coop, tilting its head to inspect every nook before appearing somewhat relaxed. Ling Kun extracted the fluffy chicks from the cloth bag and placed them into the coop. The newly landed little ones chirped excitedly, flapping their delicate yellow wings and burrowing into the hen's embrace. Initially, the hen tensed, but upon recognizing her own offspring, she lowered her neck and gently nuzzled the chicks with her beak, her previously watchful gaze softening instantly. What shall we feed them? Yuan squatted beside the coop, hugging her knees and lightly tapping the coop wall with her fingers. Lu Dong, who was poking at the dry leaves on the ground with a twig, looked up at her prompt. We can dig up some earthworms from the damp ground, crush some coconut flesh, and gather some tender grass leaves. Then let's split up our tasks, Yuan replied, standing and brushing the dirt from her pants, shaking off the bits of leaves that clung to her hair. Old Joe was fashioning a feeding trough from a bamboo tube when he interjected, once these chicks are raised, they won't just lay eggs, they will also enhance our meals. He secured the split bamboo tube to the coop's edge, where the notch at the joint was perfectly suited for holding feed. In 2 months, we can hatch new chicks, and thus, the cycle will begin anew. Zhuge Yun crouched by the fire, adding more wood, heedless of the sparks that splattered near his shoes. Ling Kun, now standing upright as he elevated the coop with stones, remarked, to hatch chicks, we still need a few roosters. Otherwise, we will only have barren eggs. Just then, Lu Dong returned from digging worms, mud caking his pant legs, ignoring the mess. That makes sense. I'll check the outskirts of the forest tomorrow. Old Joe secured the feeding trough, wiping his brow with his sleeve. In the future, do not discard kitchen scraps haphazardly. Bury them with decaying leaves and tree hollows. And we shall surely cultivate fat and robust earthworms. Old Joe has a way, Zhuge Yun chuckled, nodding in agreement. Recycling waste costs nothing and serves 2 purposes. A flush of pride colored Old Joe's face, though he maintained a serious demeanor. This is called making the most of resources. He brushed off the bamboo shavings from his hands and rose to his feet, recalling that he needed to elevate the chicken coop that evening to safeguard against rats and snakes. Ling Kun promptly fetched several flat stones, raising the coop half a foot off the ground. As soon as the others stepped away, the chicks began to stir with life. Their tender yellow beaks pecked eagerly among the bamboo strips, while 2 of them, attempting to climb the walls of the coop by stepping on their companions' backs, were swiftly thwarted by the mother hen, who enveloped them with her wings, causing them to tumble back down. The hen clucked softly, gathering the mischievous ones into her embrace, her feathers glistening gently in the firelight. At the other end of the cave, as an enticing aroma wafted through the air, LV Dong was busy packing the worms he had dug into a bamboo tube. Marco wielded a spatula, pouring the tender, stewed alligator meat from the pressure cooker into an iron pot, boiled in water due to the lack of oil. Yet this was a welcome change from the monotony of daily barbecues. A drizzle of soy sauce released a fragrant aroma that mingled with the savory saltiness, instantly filling the entire cave. LV Dong swallowed hard, extracting a few dry branches from the crevices to stoke the fire, the crackling flames casting a rosy glow upon his face. When the first piece of alligator meat, coated in thick sauce, was placed into a coconut shell bowl, Old Joe suddenly burst into laughter. This flavor reminds me of the street stalls beneath my building. This meat tastes like pork. Zhuge Yun couldn't help but chuckle in agreement. Indeed, the long-lost scent of meat. Ling Kun turned to Zhuge Yun and remarked, with Dudu around, Haven't you had enough meat? Zhuge Yun shook his head, a wry smile gracing his lips. Whatever Dudu catches doesn't last long in my hands. In the initial days following the mishap on the cruise ship, Food had been scarce, relying solely on compressed biscuits and fresh water to survive. The beach was crowded, making even fish a rare sight, and crabs had become a luxury. Now, however, they were able to sustain themselves. It seemed that Zhuge Yun had more to say, a hint of nostalgia gleaming in his eyes. Chapter 37. The rise of breeding. Lu Dong remarked that those days were indeed arduous, feeling powerless as he watched wild rabbits scurry by. While hunting appeared effortless in videos, reality proved to be fraught with challenges. Do you not know how to set traps and create tools? Ling Kun inkuret, bootlicker. Old Joe sighed, we do. But the resources on this deserted island are limited, making it difficult to gather even the most basic tools at first. Gradually, we began to discover some methods. At that moment, Dudu dashed in from the burrow, clutching a wild rabbit in its mouth, its fur fluffy and eyes wide with terror. It struggled, emitting faint squeaks. Dudu wagged its tail proudly, seemingly eager for praise. The group exchanged smiles, a warm surge of camaraderie filling their hearts. For it appeared that their little hunter had once again succeeded. Zhuge Yun gently patted Dudu's head, eyes brimming with admiration. Old Joe set down his bowl to retrieve the rabbit, but Ling Kun, having finished his meal, interjected, "Allow me. You've already worked hard this morning, chopping bamboo and constructing shelters, as well as weaving chicken coops." Not wanting to burden Old Joe further, Ling Kun stepped forward, carefully accepting the rabbit, whispering, "You've worked hard too. Tonight, you should rest well." Everyone nodded in agreement, their eyes sparkling with mutual concern and understanding. Skillfully, they began to process the rabbit, quickly covering the bloodstains with soil. The innards were reserved for Dudu, who eagerly licked its lips, its tail wagging even more fervently. Zhuge Yun had left a piece of crocodile meat for it, but after consuming the innards, Dudu only then turned to the crocodile meat, clearly favoring the raw flesh. Ling Kun sprinkled a touch of salt on the prepared rabbit before placing it on a stone slab beside the fire, allowing it to roast slowly. The rabbit meat gradually turned golden, fat dripping and flames crackling, filling the air with an enticing aroma. The drier it became, the easier it would be to preserve. Wild chickens, accompanied by their chicks, eagerly feasted on the earthworms brought back by Yuan Yuan and Chiyu. The wriggling worms were quickly pecked at by the chickens, creating a lively scene. Ling Kun, curious, asked, "Where did you find these earthworms?" Yuan Yuan pointed to the nearby moist soil. "There are plenty over there. Digging them up is quite easy." Chiyu added, "Earthworms are rich in protein, and the wild chickens grow quickly after eating them. Are you not afraid?" Ling Kun kvisson. Yuan Yuan chuckled. "At first, I was a bit scared, but when I thought about finding food for the chicks, my fear dissipated." Chiyu appeared more composed. "In Japan, many people use earthworms for fishing, so I am quite familiar with them." Ling Kun nodded in response, feeling a surge of respect for the two girls. He continued to observe the wild chickens, noting how the chicks relished the earthworms, clearly satisfied with their meal. At that moment, Zhuge Yun approached. "Ling Kun, the rabbit is almost done roasting. You should take a look." Ling Kun acknowledged and rose to walk towards the fire, his mind contemplating how to better train these wild chickens so they could roam freely during the day to forage, returning to their nests at night. At this moment, Lao Zhou approached and proactively remarked, "I intend to go chop some bamboo tomorrow to craft a few bamboo beds. This way, everyone can enjoy a more comfortable night's sleep, while also preventing dampness and avoiding illness." Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement, expressing their gratitude for Lao Zhou's thoughtfulness and attentiveness. Lu Dong inquired, "With such a remarkable skill, why didn't you do this before?" Lao Zhou retorted somewhat irritably, "Even a clever woman finds it difficult to cook without rice. Previously, I lacked the necessary tools and had no opportunity to pursue it." As night fell, the flickering flames within the cave cast elongated shadows on the walls, interweaving light and shadow, adding a touch of warmth and tranquility to the otherwise chilly cavern. The dancing flames occasionally crackled with a lively sound, their glow illuminating the faces of everyone present. Chapter 38. The Beauty Beside. Repeatedly, the weariness of the day gradually dissipated in this moment, as everyone gathered around the campfire, savoring the tranquility. Yuan Yuan and Chiyo Saika leaned against each other, Watching the wild hens rest in the corner of the coop with their chicks after a satisfying meal, their faces adorned with content smiles. Reflecting on their triumph over the fear of worms earlier that day, as they foraged for food for the chicks, they were filled with a profound sense of accomplishment. In this unfamiliar and challenging environment, every small effort became extraordinarily significant, bolstering their belief in their ability to adapt and survive. Ling Kun gazed at the wild rabbits roasting over the fire, yet his thoughts remained entangled in the complexities of domesticating wild hens. The flickering flames danced before his eyes, mirroring the myriad thoughts surging through his mind. He understood well the pivotal importance of successfully domesticating the wild hens for their survival in this harsh setting. It represented not merely a steady food supply, but, more crucially, instilled a sense of hope within this makeshift community, rekindling their faith in the future. Zhuge Yun, engrossed in turning the roasting rabbit, was bathed in the playful glow of the fire, which painted his face a warm crimson, emanating a unique warmth. At his feet, Dudu rested its chin on its paws, its fluffy tail curled into a small ball. Occasionally, it would glance at Zhuge Yun flipping the meat, and then turn to observe the laughter and chatter around the fire, suddenly stifling a little yawn. Revealing its pink tongue before hastily closing its mouth, ears perked up, maintaining an air of seriousness. Not far away, old Joe leaned quietly against the cave wall, his eyes slightly closed. Although resting, his fingers were thoughtfully tracing patterns on his knees. He contemplated the details of constructing a bamboo bed for the next day, selecting bamboo of a suitable thickness for the frame, ensuring the spacing was not too wide to avoid discomfort while sleeping. The bed legs needed to be sharpened for stability when buried in the ground, perhaps even adding a woven bamboo edge for storing small items. The flickering firelight illuminated the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. It also revealed the unyielding spirit within. He felt a warm glow within him, having spent a lifetime working with wood and bamboo. While he may not rival Ling Kun in hunting prowess or Marco in cleverness, at this moment, the prospect of providing a proper bed for everyone, allowing the young women to rest without curling up on the ground, made his hands feel worthwhile. Life on the deserted island was harsh, yet with diligence. One could carve out a semblance of comfort. At that moment, Marco abruptly stood up and retrieved a solar-powered lantern from her backpack. She selected a straight bamboo pole, squatted down to find a sturdy patch of earth in the center of the cave, and pressed the pole into the ground. After ensuring it stood firm, she secured the lantern atop it. With a click of a switch, a gentle white light instantly spread, enveloping the cave in a delicate veil and banishing the shadows from the corners. Yuan instinctively squinted, then laughed, remarking on how much brighter it had become, reminiscent of the small light at home. The group engaged in a discussion about their plans for the coming days, deliberating on how to utilize their existing resources to enhance their lives. As night deepened, the flames of the campfire dwindled, transforming into smoldering embers of dark red. Yuan and Chio Saika carried a grass mat towards the newly constructed bamboo shelter, which old Joe had hastily woven together that afternoon, supported by 4 bamboo pillars. The roof was thickly thatched with bamboo leaves, with a few strands of bamboo filaments cascading down the edges. Marco, come sleep here. The bamboo shelter is spacious enough. Yuan called back, her voice tinged with drowsiness. Marco waved his hand dismissively, indicating the entrance. I'll stay here. It's more convenient for me. You all sleep. No sooner had he spoken than Ling Kun squeezed in from behind, grinning as he dove into the bamboo shelter. I'll join the fun. This place looks quite cozy. Yuan shot him a playful glance, but made no move to stop him. Within the shelter wafted the fresh scent of bamboo, mingled with the faint bitterness of the leaves. Ling Kun reclined on the grass mat, finding it surprisingly more comforting than his mattress at home. Outside the cave, Zhuge Yun glanced towards the bamboo shelter, shaking his head with a smile. The others accepted Ling Kun's presence without objection. After all, the absence of dissent suggested an unspoken bond. On this deserted island, mutual reliance was essential for survival. Outside, the night breeze whispered gently, rustling the leaves as if softly bidding goodnight. Inside the bamboo shelter, Yuan and Chio Saika had succumbed to a rhythmic slumber akin to two gentle breezes. Yet, Ling Kun lay awake, gazing at the crisscrossing bamboo strips of the shelter's roof, unable to find sleep beside the two enchanting ladies. His mind was flooded with memories of moments shared with Yuan in the sea. How wonderful it would be to have a proper little house, even just a few square meters, where they could sleep soundly without fear of the wind or noise, ideally with soundproofing, so that engaging in activities wouldn't disturb others. Dudu lay alone at the cave entrance, ears perked and alert, vigilantly listening to the sounds around. Occasionally, the chirping of insects pierced the tranquility of the night. With Dudu present, everyone felt a sense of security and reassurance. As night deepened, even breaths gradually filled the cave, their weary bodies finding relaxation in slumber. As dawn slowly filtered through the gaps in the leaves, it scattered like stars at the cave's entrance. Dudu was the first to awaken, shaking its fur and scanning the surroundings with vigilance. Ling Kun also opened his eyes, inhaling the fresh air deeply, feeling a surge of renewed energy within him. He stood up and inadvertently caught sight of an exposed moment, quickly brushing off the dust from his clothes before stepping out of the bamboo shelter. Dudu followed closely behind, its tail wagging joyfully. Old Joe, nestled in a pile of pine needles, stirred as he noticed the others rising one by one. He too got up, rubbing his eyes and stretching his sore limbs. In truth, he had been awake for some time, intending to rise early to work. But he feared that the sound of bamboo cutting would disturb everyone, so he had patiently waited in silence. Armed with a newly acquired toothbrush and toothpaste, he took a bamboo cup and filled it with water from the cave, moving to the other side to begin his morning routine. At home, I habitually squeezed the toothpaste abundantly, yet I have now learned the art of moderation, dispensing merely a pea-sized amount as I gently brush my teeth. Droplets of water cascading down the edge of the bamboo cup. After breakfast, everyone busied themselves. Marco positioned the solar panels under the sun to continue charging. When Along's body was carried back to the camp, his body temperature had long dissipated with the sea breeze. Beneath the thatched shelter of palm fronds, the face that once smiled while sharing grilled fish with everyone now appeared pallid, reminiscent of a shell washed ashore by the tide. Silence enveloped the scene, broken only by the soft lament of waves crashing against the rocks, interspersed with muffled sobs. In quietude, we began to excavate the gnarled roots of the old banyan tree. The hollow trunk resembled a silent mouth, swallowing the man who had endured months on this desolate island. Someone gathered purple bougainvillea from the thicket, scattering the petals upon the freshly turned earth, forming a small mound of flowers before Along's gravestone. Yue knelt before the flower mound, her simple linen skirt stained with green from the grass. Chapter 39. Coveting the sister-in-law, she hung her head, her long, dark hair cascading like a waterfall, obscuring much of her face and revealing only a slender neck, pale to the point of translucence, quivering gently with each suppressed breath. The sea breeze lifted a corner of her skirt, delineating the curve of her pert backside, akin to sand dunes kissed by moonlight. Ahu stood 3 paces away, his gaze clinging to her like a vine. He watched as Yue's shoulders trembled slightly, her full bosom rising and falling with her sobs, resembling 2 startled white doves fluttering beneath a sheer fabric. He swallowed hard, feigning comfort as he approached her. "Sister-in-law, do not be too sorrowful. Brother Long in the heavens would not wish for you to feel this way." As he spoke, his hand casually rested upon her back, his fingertips intentionally grazing her waist. Yue flinched as if scalded, lifting her head with tears glistening on her eyelashes. Her almond-shaped eyes, which were typically filled with laughter, now brimmed with alarm, resembling a frightened fawn. "Thank you. I am fine." Her voice, tinged with a sob, sounded even more delicate, igniting the flames of desire within Ahu that soared several inches higher. In the subsequent moments, his gaze remained fixated on Yue. He observed the taut curve of her skirt as she bent to fetch water. He watched her close-fitting garments as she hung laundry. And even as she lowered her head to cook, he glimpsed her silhouette through the flickering flames, the contours beneath her thin attire tantalizingly discernible. Lying on the grass that night, he could not escape the memory of her tear-streaked eyes, reminiscent of water-laden black grapes. and the rosy hue that emerged from her fair skin when her clothes were dampened by the sea. Desire flourished within him like wild grass in the rainy season on a deserted island, igniting a feverish heat throughout his body. That night, the moon was shrouded by dark clouds, leaving the camp illuminated only by the remnants of a few dying campfires. Ahu clenched his fists, pacing before Yu Wei's hut, the shadows of palm leaves casting grotesque shapes across his face. He could smell the faint fragrance of herbs wafting from the hut, a scent of wildflowers that Yu Wei had crafted into an aromatic infusion. Finally, he licked his parched lips, raised his hand, and knocked on the door, his knuckles purposefully creating a gentle sound against the wood. "Sister-in-law, it is I." He softened his voice, though the urgency in his tone was unmistakable. "I just roasted a fish. Let me bring some to you." After a brief silence within the hut, he heard Yu Wei's faint movements, as if she were shifting something behind the door. "No need, I'm not hungry." Her voice was tight, laced with unmistakable resistance. Ahu's patience waned instantly. He forcefully pushed against the door. The grass-woven barrier creaked ominously, and he could hear Yu Wei's startled gasp from within. "Sister-in-law, do not hide." He lowered his voice, the greed in his tone nearly spilling over. "Brother Long has departed. How can you, a woman, survive alone? Stay with me, and I promise you shall suffer no grievances." "Ayu, do not act recklessly." Yu Wei's voice trembled, the door shaking more violently as she resisted. "Brother Long has only been gone a few days, and you—" "What of it?" Ahu scoffed, pushing the door with renewed force. The wooden stick braced against it groaned under the strain, and he saw Yu Wei's arm trembling against the door, moonlight streaming through the crack and illuminating her bare forearm, dazzlingly pale. "On this island, there are not so many rules. If you comply with me, you will enjoy a life of luxury. If not—" He deliberately paused, his gaze sweeping over her tightly pressed crimson lips. "I have my ways to ensure your obedience." Just as the door was about to be pushed open, a figure blocked its entrance. The boy with the buzz cut clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. "Elder brother, please don't do this." His voice was low yet imbued with stubbornness. "Brother Long cared for sister-in-law the most during his lifetime. You cannot. Get out of the way." Osnaped, turning suddenly and delivering a punch to the boy's chest. The youth staggered back a few paces yet stood tall, asserting, "Sister-in-law does not wish for this. You cannot force her." Ahu, thoroughly enraged, was about to advance for another strike when he heard the door creak behind him. Yu Wei stood within, her face as pale as a sheet, tightly clutching a stone knife, its blade glinting coldly in the moonlight. "Ahu, if you push me further, I shall die before you." Her voice trembled, yet her gaze was resolute. Ahu regarded the stone knife, then glanced at Yu Wei's determined face, a flicker of trepidation crossing his eyes. He spat in disdain, glaring fiercely at the two. "You shall pay for this." With that, he turned and kicked over a nearby can of milk powder, storming off in a fury. It was not until Ahu's footsteps faded into the night that Yu Wei's legs gave way, and she slid down the door, collapsing to the ground. The buzzcut boy rushed forward to support her, but she evaded him. "Thank you," she murmured, her head bowed, her long hair obscuring her face. "But you should not have helped me. Ahu will not spare you." "Brother Long always protected me," the boy replied, squatting down to pick up a stick from the ground. "He said that a man must protect those who need safeguarding." The firelight danced in his eyes, reflecting the unique tenacity of youth. In the days that followed, Ahu indeed targeted the buzzcut boy at every turn, seizing his prey, deliberately knocking over his water container. Yet, whenever Yu Wei encountered trouble, the boy was always the first to appear. One day, when Yu Wei went to the rocky area to collect shells, she was trapped by a sudden rising tide. It was the buzzcut boy who swam over and carried her back. As he waded through the waist-deep water with her on his back, he could smell the scent of grass and wood in her hair and felt her slight shivers against him. "I know a place where we could find a boat." That night, the buzzcut boy stealthily approached Yu Wei. "Captain Gao's team has many members. We can seek help." For the first time, a glimmer appeared in Yu Wei's eyes, but quickly dimmed again. Ahu is watching closely. "How can we escape?" "They are heading north in search of fresh water the day after tomorrow." The boy lowered his voice. "I have already hidden some provisions. We will head south through the mangroves before he could finish." A sudden crack of breaking branches sounded behind them. Ahu emerged from behind the tree, wielding a thick wooden stick, his face contorted with rage. So you two are indeed up to something. He charged at the buzzcut boy, the stick slicing through the air. The boy reacted swiftly, rolling away and grabbing a stone from the ground to throw back. Two individuals engaged in a fierce struggle upon the sandy shore, with the seawater lapping at their ankles, mingling with mud and debris that splattered everywhere. Ahu, being older and robust, swiftly overpowered Zhao Pingtu, raining down punches upon him like a relentless downpour. Yue, crying out in desperation to intervene, was abruptly knocked to the ground by Ahu's kick. At that moment, Zhao Pingtu suddenly rolled over, seizing a shard of seashell nearby and viciously driving it into Ahu's arm. Ahu let out a pained cry, instinctively loosening his grip, and Zhao Pingtu seized the opportunity to shove him away, grasping Yue's hand as they fled. Run! The two dashed under the moonlight, with Ahu's furious shouts echoing behind them. Catch them! Bring that woman back to me! The glow of torches drew nearer, accompanied by a cacophony of hurried footsteps and shouts. As they darted through the thicket, Yue's skirt was caught by a branch, causing her to tumble to the ground, her knee scraped and bleeding from the jagged stones. Zhao Pingtu turned back to assist her, only to see her pointing in terror behind him. Ahu's figure loomed closer amidst the shadows of the trees, brandishing a hefty wooden club. You go ahead. Chapter 40. Changes in the cave. Yue pushed the boy with the crew cut aside and picked up a stone. I will block him, she declared. The boy gazed at her mud-streaked yet resolutely defiant face and suddenly grasped her hand tightly. Let us go together. He pulled her along, racing towards the mangrove forest. The moonlight filtered through the leaves, casting elongated shadows behind them, while the torches and roars in the distance resembled haunting will-o'-the-wisps, relentlessly pursuing them through the night on the deserted island. Meanwhile, in recent days, Ran Shaoli and the bald-headed men had not remained idle. They endeavored to locate Ling Qin's dwelling, yet their efforts bore no fruit. Ling Kun was tasked with hunting during this period, while Lu Dong busied himself with chopping wood, intending to construct a wooden cabin outdoors. Old Zhou took on the responsibility of crafting furniture from bamboo. Gradually, the cave began to resemble a home, furnished with bamboo beds, chairs, tables, baskets, curtains, and more, infusing the space with a burgeoning sense of domesticity. The atmosphere increasingly reflected a modern essence, allowing everyone to enjoy their own beds instead of sleeping on the ground. Today, as was customary, Ling Kun ventured into the woods to hunt. He had become familiar with a portion of this forest, with the bow and arrows exchanged for through the system slung across his back. He moved gracefully and lightly through the lush foliage. Since that night, when he mistakenly consumed bear bile, he felt an increase in both stamina and endurance, even able to see well at night. Sunlight struggled to penetrate the dense canopy above, casting dappled patterns of light and shadow on the ground, while Ling Kun's keen eyes swiftly scanned his surroundings for signs of prey. As he walked, his thoughts drifted back to a few days prior. Beneath a sturdy palm tree, he had discovered a wild chicken's nest. His previous visit had yielded an abundant harvest of a dozen or so eggs. At that time, he had not merely acted out of kindness in leaving 2 eggs for the wild hen. He was acutely aware of the importance of sustainable resource acquisition. He understood that only by allowing the hen to continue its reproduction could he secure greater rewards in the future. He wondered if the hen would still be there upon his return, or if it had abandoned the nest due to previous disturbances. As he approached the large palm tree, a faint sound of whimpering reached his ears. It seemed the wild hen had indeed been startled away. Suddenly, a wave of tension gripped Ling Kun. His instincts, honed by years of surviving in the wild, were on high alert. He instinctively tightened his grip on the bow and arrows, treading more lightly and cautiously as he crept towards the source of the sound. Upon drawing closer, he was momentarily taken aback by the sight before him. It was Shun Meng and Zhang Mei. In just a few short days, they appeared utterly haggard and unrecognizable. Shun Meng's complexion was as pale as parchment, devoid of any color, her eyes bloodshot, and her disheveled hair fell wildly over her shoulders, presenting a picture of utter disarray. Zhang Mei had become emaciated, resembling a candle flickering in the wind, as if a mere breeze could easily topple her. The moment Shen Meng spotted Ling Kun, her eyes sparkled with an explosion of joy, as if she had seen a beacon of hope after drifting in darkness for far too long. Without hesitation, she lunged toward him, wrapping her arms tightly around him, as though releasing her grip would send her plummeting into an endless abyss. Tears streamed uncontrollably from her eyes, her voice trembling with a heavy sob as she uttered, "Ling Kun, I finally found you." Through her weeping, she continued, "These past days have been unbearable. Liang is dead." A cold smirk flickered in Ling Kun's heart. He was well aware that he had taken Liang's life. Yet, he feigned astonishment, exclaiming, "Ah, Liang is dead?" As he spoke, he gently patted Shun Mango's back, appearing to offer comfort while subtly maintaining control over his own emotions. "Do you have any food? I feel as if I might collapse from hunger." Ling Kun retrieved a piece of jerky from his backpack and handed it to Shin Mango, softly saying, "Have some, and take your time." Zhang Mei looked on eagerly, prompting him to produce another piece for her. The two devoured the food ravenously, while Ling Kun waited quietly, a flicker of complex emotions passing through his eyes. Zhang Mei's voice was hoarse as she remarked, "I heard from Pandong that he was shot by an arrow." After uttering this, her gaze, sharp as an eagle's, landed precisely on the bow, an arrow Ling Kun had slung over his back. Her expression hardened, and she eagerly inquired, "Where did you get that bow and arrow? I've never seen such a thing before. Could it be that Li Yang was killed by Ling Kun?" Ling Kun's heart skipped a beat, yet his mind raced while he maintained a calm facade. Understanding the danger of excessive words, he replied evenly after a brief pause, "I found it in the woods." "Oh," Zhang Mei acknowledged, her eyes revealing a hint of complexity as she fell silent for a long moment, seemingly weighing something internally. Observing her demeanor, Ling Kun felt a surge of caution, yet he remained outwardly composed and casually asked, "What are your plans now?" As Shun Mango munched on the jerky, she finally felt a sense of security, exclaiming, "Ah, Kun, I was wrong before. Can you come back with me? Would you return to the cave with me? With you around, we might still find something to eat." Ling Kun frowned slightly, contemplating before decisively suggesting, "You should come back to my cave. At least there, you'll have shelter from the wind and rain, and enough food." "Huh? We should return to your cave?" Shin Mango asked, bewildered. Ling Kun replied expressionlessly, "No, not you both. Just you." Shin Mango was momentarily taken aback, then quickly asked, "Why only me? What about Zhang Mei?" Ling Kun replied sternly, "My cave is a bit far from here, and she's too weak to endure the long journey. I will take you back first, and once you are settled, I will return for her." Ling Kun had been displeased with Zhang Mei for quite some time. Even bringing her back to the cave would be a burden. But he chose to prioritize stabilizing Shin Mango. Shin Mango then inquired, "What about my parents?" Ling Kun pondered for a moment, casually asking, "What do your parents do?" Shin Mango choked back tears as she replied, "They farm. They used to raise pigs and chickens at home." Upon hearing this, Ling Kun's expression brightened with joy as he said, "That is perfect. There's a patch of wasteland near our cave that we can cultivate, which will serve our purpose well. Come back with me first, and then we shall devise a plan to bring your parents over." A glimmer of hope flickered in Shun Mang's eyes, but it was swiftly replaced by hesitation. "But Zhang Mei," Ling Kun's gaze was resolute, his tone leaving no room for dispute. "If you're unwilling to go, then so be it." Shin Meng hesitated for a considerable time, torn between conflicting thoughts. Yet the reality dawned upon her that, at this moment, she had no alternative but to rely on Ling Kun. Finally, she slowly nodded, drawing a deep breath as though summoning all her strength, and with a hint of resolve in her voice, she declared, "Very well, I will return with you." Seeing her determination solidify, Ling Kun felt a sense of relief and promptly prepared to set off. Meanwhile, Zhang Mei, upon realizing they intended to leave her in this desolate wilderness, became frantic. Her eyes widened in terror as she cried out desperately, "You cannot abandon me. I can wash and cook." Her voice trembled with profound despair, reminiscent of a trapped wild beast howling helplessly. Ling Kun regarded Zhang Mei with a twinge of compassion, yet his tone remained firm. "Maisie, in your current state, following us would only heighten the danger. Once I have settled them, I will come back for you." Tears streamed down Zhang Mei's face as she clutched at Ling Kun's clothing, her voice hoarse with desperation. "Please do not leave me behind." Shen Meng, unable to bear her plight, softly reassured her, "Maisie, we shall return as swiftly as we can." Zhang Mei's eyes shimmered with tears, and the solitude and helplessness engulfed her like a chilling tide. Chapter 41. Expelling Zhang Mei, she parted her lips, yearning to utter something further, yet found her throat constricted as though ensnared by an unseen force, rendering her utterly mute. Ultimately, she managed a feeble nod, the movement sluggish and burdened, as if every ounce of her strength had been siphoned away. Before departing, Ling Kun, out of a flicker of compassion, retrieved several strips of jerky from his backpack and extended them toward Zhang Mei. He pressed the jerky into her hands, earnestly advising, "Take these and hurry back. Do take care of yourself and avoid wandering about." Zhang Mei gradually accepted the jerky, her fingers trembling slightly. At that moment, a glimmer of gratitude flashed in her eyes. Her lips moved as if to convey a thank you, yet the words remained unspoken. She could only watch helplessly as Ling Kun and Shen Meng gradually receded, their figures shrinking until they vanished beyond the tree line. A profound sense of loneliness surged within her, akin to an overwhelming tide. Zhang Mei clutched the jerky tightly, as though it were her sole anchor in this moment. Slowly, she crouched down, a torrent of regret flooding her heart. She deeply lamented her previous decision to accept 100,000 yuan from Liang, which had interfered with their relationship. Had she not succumbed to the mere allure of that sum, perhaps she would not find herself in such dire straits now, especially since the payment could only be fulfilled post factum. If only she knew where Li Yang's body lay, she would be tempted to unearth it and unleash her wrath upon it. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to compose herself, silently vowing to persevere against all odds. After finishing the second piece of jerky while seated on the ground, she carefully wrapped the remaining strips and tucked them into her pocket before heading toward the cave. Ling Kun supported Shen Meng as they progressed steadily. He couldn't help but feel an inexplicable warmth and softness emanating from her as he held her underarm. The woman you failed to conquer, I shall take care of in your stead," he mused, shaking his head gently to dispel distracting thoughts. Noting that Shen Meng's steps were becoming increasingly assured, Ling Kun had not forgotten that their primary objective for the day was hunting. After scanning the surroundings to confirm there were no imminent dangers, he quietly inquired of Shen Meng, "How does your body feel now?" Shen Meng looked at him, puzzled, entirely perplexed by his question. Sensing her confusion, Ling Kun patiently elucidated, "If you feel no unusual sensations, I would prefer to hunt before returning." Upon hearing the mention of hunting, a spark of excitement ignited in Shen Meng's eyes, and without hesitation, she nodded affirmatively. "I'm fine. Let us go together." Ling Kun smiled subtly, and the two continued their journey in unison. Deep within the forest, the symphony of birdsong wove a natural melody. They navigated cautiously through the dense underbrush, each step upon the fallen leaves producing a faint rustling sound. This subtle commotion occasionally startled a few mice, which scurried away in a flurry. Shen Meng shrieked, momentarily tense with fright. Ling Kun reacted swiftly, grasping her hand and murmuring soothingly, "Fear not. It's merely a little mouse." Shen Meng pressed closely against Ling Kun, her heart racing violently. After a considerable time, her heartbeat gradually began to steady. The two had searched the woods for quite a while, managing to catch only a single wild rabbit, a modest haul. Nevertheless, combined with their previous catches, Ling Kun's accumulated points had risen from over 2,000 to more than 3,000. Yet, a lingering question troubled him, ever since their encounter with the wolf pack. No large predators had roamed this area. What could be the reason for this? Unbeknownst to them, Ling Kun and Shen Meng arrived at a clearing. Ahead, the sound of rushing water startled a flock of green-headed wild ducks. Ling Kun instinctively shielded Shen Meng, parting the last thicket, and suddenly, the vista opened before them. At that moment, he comprehended why they had not encountered wolves in the woods for days. Initially filled with delight, his heart sank soon after. A pond, 100 meters in diameter, lay like an emerald set in the grassland, its surface adorned with duckweed, while the banks bore massive claw marks embedded in the mud. Ling Kun quickly pulled Shunmang down. A dozen glossy-maned wild horses lowered their heads to drink from the shallows, their tails swishing to ward off horseflies, hooves shattering the reflections of clouds. 50 meters away, in the reeds, 3 water buffaloes submerged their bodies in murky mud, leaving only their vigilant eyes visible. Suddenly, a young horse snorted, and the entire water body fell silent. Ling Kun noticed, lurking in the shadows on the opposite side of the pond, 3 crocodiles lying eerily still, with only their nostrils and eyes breaking the surface. A herd of spotted deer grazed in the opposite direction of the crocodiles. Their ears perked up as the trees swayed in the breeze. Without the obstruction of trees, sunlight flooded the ground, casting a gentle glow on the green grass. Resembling a soft carpet, beneath the shade, 2 plump lions basked in deep slumber. Ling Kun lowered his voice to explain. Carnivores and herbivores maintain a delicate balance. The crocodiles await weak prey to approach the water's edge, while lions prioritize attacking the solitary. Herbivores must remain perpetually vigilant, as long as they do not infringe upon one another. This place serves as a rare oasis of survival. At that moment, a graceful spotted deer approached the pond's edge. Its elongated neck mirrored in the water as it bent down to sip. The massive body of a water buffalo immersed in the water revealed only its head and nostrils, occasionally splashing droplets. The horses leisurely nibbled on the grass nearby, occasionally glancing up with alertness. Wild ducks frolicked on the water's surface, diving for food or flapping their wings to take flight, creating ripples that danced across the pond. In this seemingly tranquil oasis, the undercurrents of predation and vitality intertwined like the ripples and reflections on the water surface. Under the shade, each breath of the 2 lions stirred the nerves within a 100-meter radius. Their amber eyes quivered even in slumber, and their claws instinctively dug into the earth, as if ever ready to rend the throat of their prey. While the herd of deer drank, the eldest doe stood sentinel, her antlers glistening with a pearlescent sheen in the sunlight. Whenever the wind rustled through the reeds, she would suddenly raise her head and call out, her ears rotating like precision radars. 20 meters away, the wild horses immediately ceased their chewing, their manes rippling with the tension of their muscles, hooves digging into the ground, scattering fine grass shards, poised to transform into a silver-gray whirlwind at any moment. The water buffalo, mired in the mud, suddenly emitted a low, resonant moo, causing the turbid waters to ripple with delicate waves as their taut backs arched. These colossal beasts, each weighing half a ton, turned their wrinkled necks towards the lions, exhaling a misty vapor that coalesced into tiny rainbows in the sunlight. Their coarse tails rhythmically struck the water's surface, sending splashes that startled the green-headed ducks foraging for aquatic vegetation. The cacophony of flapping wings from the startled flock resembled the sudden quiver of a taut bowstring. Meanwhile, the crocodile remained in a statuesque pose, with only the fine scales around its eyes subtly shifting with each breath. Its dark brown skin melded seamlessly with the decaying leaves at the bottom, lying in wait for some unsuspecting prey to approach, perhaps a thirsty fawn or a greedy wild duck seeking the floating vegetation. As a heron skimmed across the water's surface, the tip of one crocodile's tail carved a graceful arc through the mud, only to retreat into silence upon realizing the absence of its intended target. Chapter 42. A terrifying encounter by the pond. Ling Kun lay prone on the ground, his fingers unconsciously caressing the Nepalese dagger at his waist, the cold metal transmitting a chill up his spine. Shinmang's eyelashes fluttered gently as she took a deep breath and whispered, "What should we do? Though there are many animals here, it is far too perilous." Ling Kun scanned their surroundings and replied in a low voice, "Stay calm and try to avoid disturbing them." With that, the 2 slowly retreated, each step taken with utmost caution, fearful of snapping a dry twig and alerting lurking predators. The air around them seemed to thicken, with only the sound of their heartbeats echoing in their ears. They were acutely aware that in this oasis, the line between life and death could be crossed in an instant. Ling Kun mused that having enough points to exchange for a firearm would be advantageous. as it would provide at least a semblance of safety in this treacherous environment. It appeared necessary to accumulate more points. He wondered if anyone else had ventured into this place. As Shun Meng crawled backward, her hand inadvertently brushed against a spherical object, bringing it closer to her eyes. She was horrified to discover it was a human skull, prompting her to scream in fright. She immediately hurled it away, and it rolled into the underbrush. Ling Kun swiftly covered her mouth and admonished in a hushed tone, "Silence." Yet the noise had already escaped, and rustling sounds emerged from the grass, revealing the shadow of a monkey. Its gaze was as sharp as a blade, fixating on the sudden commotion. Ling Kun and Shun Meng held their breath, their hearts racing, fully aware that even the slightest noise could provoke a lethal attack. The monkey advanced slowly, each step laden with an oppressive sense of dread. Ling Kun gripped his bow tightly, his eyes resolute, bracing for a potential confrontation. Shun Meng pressed herself to the ground, striving to minimize her presence. Time seemed to freeze, the air thick with tension and peril. Suddenly, the monkey in the trees emitted a piercing cry, causing the canopy to tremble and stirring nearby resting raptors. A hawk suddenly dove down, its sharp talons aimed directly at the monkey. Panic ensued as the monkey fled in all directions, shattering the standoff. A lion abruptly halted, its ears twitching as if it had detected a sound from afar. Seizing the opportunity, Ling Kun gently pulled Shun Meng up, signaling for her to follow him toward a nearby boulder. They held their breath, synchronizing their heartbeats and breaths, praying that the monkey would divert its attention. Indeed, the lion turned its gaze toward the distance and gradually sauntered away. The two exhaled a sigh of relief, their tightly clenched fists finally relaxing, yet they remained vigilant. Proceeding with caution, they continued to scan their surroundings, wary of any other lurking dangers. Sweat trickled down their foreheads, soaking their garments. Yet they understood the necessity of maintaining composure. Ling Kun, alongside Yuan, retreated into the woods before turning to run. At that moment, they encountered a wolf that sprang from the underbrush, its eyes glinting with malice as it growled and lunged at them. In a state of panic, Ling Kun and Yuan fled wildly, the earth beneath their feet kicking up clouds of dust. Spotting a tree that was easy to climb, Ling Kun and Yuan torstayasen. Yuan, already terrified, would have given up had it not been for Ling Kun leading her away. Now urging her to ascend, she was in a state of utter panic. Ling Kunchuo firmly supported her rear, pushing her upwards with all his might, urgently shouting, "Hurry, climb!" Yuan, using both hands and feet, finally managed to grasp the tree trunk and began her ascent. However, at that moment, it was too late for Ling Kun to follow her up. The wolves were closing in relentlessly. He could only shout to Yuan in the tree, "Wait for me here." Having uttered those words, he swiftly turned and sprinted in another direction. Unburdened by concerns for Yuan, Ling Kun's movements became remarkably agile. He swiftly drew an arrow from his quiver, pivoted, and with a fluid motion, knocked the bowstring, releasing an arrow aimed directly at the leading wolf pursuing him. With a whoosh, the arrow struck the wolf's front leg with precision. The creature yelped in pain, collapsing to the ground and rolling in agony, emitting a series of anguished howls. Chapter 43. Discovering Taro. Keep it a secret, taking advantage of the moment. Ling Kun dashed forward, discarding his bow and arrow, and drew the Nepalese knife from his waist, striking fiercely at the wounded wolf, his heart brimming with rage from the relentless pursuit. After several blows, the wolf finally fell silent. At that instant, a notification echoed in his mind. "Congratulations, you have gained 240 points, totaling 3,340 points. Having dealt with the wolf, Ling Kun wiped the bloody knife on the wolf's fur and then realized he had stumbled upon a wetland. The edges of the wetland were adorned with taro, stretching as far as the eye could see, covering several acres. This revelation filled Ling Kun with joy. In such dire circumstances, this was a precious source of sustenance. He understood that not only could the taro be consumed, but the taro stalks were also edible. In the western regions, there were even pickled dishes made from taro stalks, renowned for their unique flavor. Furthermore, taro is rich in starch and provides a strong sense of satiety, making it an excellent staple food. If he could utilize these taros, he would no longer have to worry about food in the future. Without pausing for rest, Ling Kun hurried to the tree and called down Yuan Yuan, bringing her to the wetland's edge to explain the value of the taro. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of hope appeared on Yuan Yuan's previously weary face. Without hesitation, Ling Kun squatted down, parted the weeds, and located the main stem beneath the decaying leaves. He seized the knife and began to carve vigorously at the soil. As the blade penetrated the earth, he carefully excavated the surrounding wet soil, gradually revealing the outline of a taro encased in mud. After digging around it, a plump, brown taro, roughly the size of 2 fists, emerged. The fresh, earthy scent wafted forth, and the arduous effort bore fruit. While Yuan Yuan busily washed the taro, Ling Kun swiftly collected the smaller taros beside the large one into his spatial storage, and then unearthed several more plump taros, along with their leaves. Yuan Yuan was completely engrossed in scrubbing the dirt from the taro's surface and remained oblivious to his actions. It was only after he had excavated 4 or 5 taros that Ling Kun straightened up and ceased his work. After gathering the taro stalks as well, he found it more convenient to skewer the taro with a stick for easier transport. This time, he had collected 10 large taros, with 1 remaining outside, while the others were stored away. System notification. Congratulations, you have gained 50 points, totaling 3,390 points. As the wind rustled a few dried leaves past his feet, Ling Kun was focused on identifying the plants in the grass when a sudden rustling sound emerged from behind him. He turned sharply to see Ran Xiaoli unexpectedly emerge from behind a tree, her hands cradling several yellowish-green wild fruits, their skins dusted with fine soil, evidently fallen from the tree above. Her gaze first fell upon the lush, dewy plant Ling Kun held, then shifted to the woman beside him, disheveled and unrecognizable, yet her figure, wrapped in fabric, hinted at an alluring curve. Ran Xiaoli's eyes widened in shock, her pupils dilating as if startled by something. Her previously calm brows shot up, and the corners of her eyes twitched slightly. She instinctively tightened her grip on the wild fruits in her hand, the few unripe berries becoming even more squished. However, this vigilant expression lingered on her face only for a fleeting moment, quickly replaced by a stronger sense of curiosity. She stepped forward a couple of paces, her gaze darting back and forth between the water-dropping guanine and the unfamiliar woman, as if she had stumbled upon something extraordinary. Her voice, now tinged with a sharper pitch than usual, inquired, "Didn't you say that the water-dropping guanine is inedible?" Ling Kun tightened his embrace around the plant, his tone revealing little of his emotions. "I retract my previous statement. One cannot hastily judge that which has not been tasted. And so, are you intending to test it on yourselves?" Ran Xiaoli edged closer, her eyes widening in astonishment, her breath quickening as she spoke, her chin slightly raised, embodying a blend of tension and anticipation. Ling Kun secretly chuckled, his gaze sweeping over her astonished demeanor, inwardly scoffing. "Open your eyes wide and see clearly. This is taro, not water-dropping guanine. On this desolate island, survival was of utmost importance. He was no saint devoted to saving the masses, and he had no time to engage with her trivialities. There was no need to enlighten her about the nature of the taro. Chapter 44. Urgency. Thus, he replied, "The landlord's household is devoid of provisions, so I intend to give it a try. By the way, how did those individuals fare with the water droplet plant last time? Please take heed not to attempt it. Even the author dares not try the water droplet plant. This is merely a narrative necessity." Ran Xiaoli responded, "It seems there is no major issue, though 2 individuals have experienced a bit of diarrhea." Her gaze was complex as she scrutinized Ling Kun, taking another look at the girl beside him. Xin Meng, unfamiliar with Ran Xiaoli, allowed Ling Kun to handle the situation while she silently observed. "Who is she?" Ran Xiaoli inquired tentatively. Ling Kun casually replied, "A friend, assisting in the search for food." Ran Xiaoli nodded and gestured to the wild fruits in her hand. "These are also edible, though they possess a slightly astringent taste." Ling Kun examined them closely for a moment and nodded. "Having something is better than having nothing. Filling our stomachs takes precedence." Ran Xiaoli generously offered 2 wild fruits. Ling Kun declined, yet perceiving a hint of goodwill in her. He retrieved the sole wild rabbit from his bag and handed it to her, stating calmly, "We are somewhat acquainted. Take this rabbit." Ran Xiaoli hesitated, refraining from accepting it. Biting her lip, she softly asked, "May I join your group?" Ling Kun, slightly taken aback, his gaze flickering, realized she was a habitual thief who had pilfered from several households. He could not easily bring her along. He declined with measured words, "Let's discuss this later." A flicker of disappointment crossed Ran Xiaoli's eyes, but she soon regained her composure, silently retracting the wild fruits. Acknowledging her past actions, she understood the difficulty of gaining trust now. If she were in her position, she too would hesitate to invite someone home. As she turned to leave, Ling Kun once again extended the wild rabbit towards her. "Take it. It won't do any harm." After a moment's hesitation, Ran Xiaoli accepted the rabbit, murmuring her thanks. As she departed, her expression was intricate, hinting at reluctance. Ling Kun watched her retreating figure, pondering silently. Survival on a deserted island is fraught with unpredictability. One must tread cautiously. Shinmeng gently tugged at Ling Kun's sleeve, quietly inquiring, "Are we truly not allowing her to join us?" Ling Kun slightly shook his head, responding softly, "The situation is complicated. An additional person adds to the risk." Shinmeng, contemplative, nodded, yet her eyes revealed a trace of compassion. Ling Kun cautioned, "I do not accommodate martyrs. If you feel sorry for her, then care for her yourself." Fearing Ling Kun might misconstrue her intentions, Shinmeng quickly clarified, "That is not my meaning. I merely feel it is difficult for her to be alone." Ling Kun scoffed lightly, speaking with indifference on this deserted island. "No one has it easy. Perhaps you should return." Shinmeng's expression shifted, urgency in her voice. "No, I want to go back. I wish to accompany you. You can ask me to do anything." Noticing her distress, with beads of sweat forming on her brow, Ling Kun tossed the taro he held onto the ground. Suddenly softening his tone, though with a hint of mischief in his gaze, he said, "Anything? Then how about repaying the girlfriend debt you owe?" Shinmeng's face flushed a deep crimson, her gaze drifting elsewhere as she pretended to tidy her hair, tousled by the wind. I am utterly destitute at the moment." Ling Kun chuckled softly, his voice as gentle as a feather brushing against one's ear. "Silly girl, can money be eaten on this island?" Shinmeng twisted her hair with her fingers, wishing she could dig a small hole in the ground with her toes, her voice barely above a whisper. "Then, how do you expect me to repay you?" Ling Kun's eyes, profound as a tranquil pond, slowly drew nearer to her, his warm breath caressing her ear. "Instead of making the sky our canopy and the earth our bed, why don't we engage in a more intimate exchange here?" Shinmeng, startled, took a half-step back, her hands instinctively clasping her chest, her face contorting into a bun of anxiety. "No, that won't do. It's so barren here. What if something unexpected happens?" Ling Kun narrowed his eyes like a mischievous cat, coaxing her gently. "Then let's find a more secluded spot." Shinmeng shook her head vigorously, her small hands flailing in front of her. "That won't work either. The ground is littered with stones. It's too uncomfortable." Ling Kun raised an eyebrow. "Then where do you suggest we go?" Shinmeng bit her lip, pondering for a moment, her eyes suddenly sparkling as she pointed towards a large tree not far off. "There. There are flat stone beneath that tree. Perhaps that could work." Her face flushed again, and she hastily lowered her head, feigning interest in an ant. Ling Kun picked up a taro from the ground and handed it to her, suppressing a laugh. "All right, I'll follow your lead." Shinmeng accepted the taro, her palms burning as if cradling a small furnace, her heart racing so fast it felt as though it might leap from her throat. With leaden feet, she trailed behind him, her eyes daring not to meet his. After walking for more than 10 minutes, as the trees around them changed, Shinmeng finally realized and halted, glancing around in confusion. "Wait, weren't we heading to that stone? Where are we now?" Ling Kun turned, a teasing smile playing on his lips as he scrutinized her from head to toe, deliberately elongating his tone. "Tell me, how long has it been since you brushed your teeth, washed your face, or bathed?" Shinmeng jumped as if her tail had been stepped on, her eyes widening in surprise, her hand instinctively reaching to her face, her cheeks instantly flushed as if they could bleed. You find me repulsive? Ling Kun glanced sideways, noting that her blush had yet to fade, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. What? Have you come to your senses now? So eager? Shen Mang, feigning indignation, caught up to him and playfully hit his back. You are the eager one. I simply don't want to be hungry. Shen Mang found herself unable to remain angry at his laughter, her heart warming like a piece of sweet candy. As they continued, listening to Ling Kun recount tales of the people and events within the cave, her steps lightened considerably. With just 2 kilometers left to the cave, a furry shadow suddenly darted out, startling Shen Mang into a frightened yelp as she ducked behind Ling Kun, her small hand gripping his arm tightly, her knuckles turning white. Ling Kun bent down to pat the head of the fluffy creature. The dog Dudu wagged its tail joyfully, its tongue lolling out. Don't be afraid, this is Dudu, he asked very gentle. Shen Mang peered out from behind Ling Kun, her eyes wide with astonishment as she beheld the wagging dog. Her hand rested incessantly on her chest, and it took her quite some time to regain her composure. Dudu seemed to sense her anxiety and trotted over, gently nudging her leg with its head, its eyes shimmering with warmth. Shen Mang swallowed nervously and cautiously glanced at Ling Kun, her voice tinged with hesitation. May I touch it? Ling Kun nodded affirmatively. Of course. She slowly crouched down, her fingers tentatively reaching out to caress Dudu's fluffy back. As she felt the warmth beneath her fingertips, her trepidation gradually dissipated, and her lips involuntarily curved into a smile. Dudu squinted contentedly, its tail wagging with exuberance, almost brushing the ground. The setting sun cast a soft golden hue upon Shen Mang's face, her eyelashes fluttering like delicate fans, and Ling Kun found himself momentarily entranced. Shen Mang looked up and smiled at him, her voice gentle. Thank you. Ling Kun snapped back to reality, scratching his head. Let us go. If we linger any longer, my stomach might protest. Yet internally, he mused, fortunately, you never treated the original owner poorly. Otherwise, my attitude towards you would have been quite different. The trio, a girl, a dog, and a young man, cast long shadows in the evening light as they leisurely made their way towards the cave. Upon reaching the clearing outside the cave, they spotted old Zhou squatting on the ground, weaving a bamboo basket. Upon seeing Ling Kun return with Taro, he immediately abandoned his task, his face breaking into a cheerful smile. Well, is that Taro? What a delightful surprise for dinner tonight, he exclaimed, eagerly accepting the taro and bustling off to prepare. Lu Dong, who had been sawing a plank, paused to join in the excitement, exclaiming, Taro on this island? How remarkable! Chapter 45. The shock of Shen Mang. Ling Kun cast a sidelong glance at Lu Dong, the corners of his mouth curling slightly. Is the taro good? Or do you wish a gnaw on tree bark? Lu Dong scratched his head and laughed heartily, placing the saw on the ground. Not at all. I simply didn't expect this wretched island to harbor so many treasures. Just as he spoke, Yuan Yuan and Chio Saika emerged from the cave. Yuan Yuan, with her keen eyes, immediately spotted Shen Mang beside Ling Kun. Her complexion was pale, her cheeks sunken, and her wrinkled clothes were stained with mud. Back already? Yuan Yuan greeted with a smile, her gaze lingering on Shen Mang, tinged with a natural concern. Mademoiselle Ling Kun nodded in acknowledgement. Yuan Yuan stepped closer, scrutinizing Shen Mang from head to toe, her voice softening. Your complexion appears much worse than the last time we met. Upon hearing this, Shen Mang instinctively twisted the hem of her garment, forcing a smile that was more painful than tears. I'm fine, just a bit tired. Her heart raced with anxiety. She could not possibly admit to being reduced to such a pitiful state from hunger. That would be too humiliating. Yuan Yuan, perceptive as ever, chose not to confront her directly, instead offering a gentle pat on her shoulder, her eyes conveying an understanding warmth. Chio Saika, meanwhile, was captivated by the taro in old Zhou's hands, crouching beside him with her head tilted, her eyes sparkling like a child encountering a wondrous toy. Old Zhou, nimble of hand, had already peeled the taro, chopping it into chunks with a few swift strokes of his knife, tossing them into a basket. The creamy white flesh of the taro was laced with streaks of red, resembling a child's haphazard crayon strokes on white paper. Marco, watching nearby, swallowed hard, urging old Joe, "Brother Joe, peel a few more, please." Ultimately, 4 taros were peeled, each weighing about 4 to 5 pounds. Only one remained in the basket. Marco, eager and impatient, hurriedly carried the basket into the cave, his footsteps swift with purpose. Once inside, he poured the taro into a pot and rinsed them, then replaced half the pot of water atop the stove. As the water bubbled and boiled, the taro chunks slid in with a splash, nearly scalding his hand. Zhuge Yun, observing from the side, nodded in approval, unable to suppress his admiration. This taro is indeed a treasure. It fills the stomach and replenishes strength, far superior to wild fruits. As soon as he finished speaking, Marco excitedly stirred the contents with a spatula, fearful of them sticking to the pot. "Indeed, tonight, we can feast heartily." Zhuge Yun, leaning on a smooth bamboo pole, sauntered over to a bamboo lounge chair, sinking into its comfort with a sigh of satisfaction. This chair was 100 times better than sleeping on the ground. He held deep gratitude in his heart for Zhou Taizhu, the craftsman of the chair. Days later, he would indeed help Zhou Taizhu forge a connection that blossomed into a romance. In truth, old Zhou was merely in his early 40s, not old at all. It was just that everyone had grown accustomed to the name. Ling Kun led Shun Meng into the cave, casually grabbing a small bamboo stool. "Sit." Shin Meng remained rooted to the spot, her feet seemingly anchored to the ground. She stood at the mouth of the cave, her eyes narrowing sharply before widening in astonishment. The bamboo tables and chairs reflected in her pupils. Her mouth fell slightly ajar, and she stood there, unable to close it for quite some time. Instinctively, she took a step back, covering her mouth with her hand, her knuckles turning pale. This was no cave at all. It was distinctly a cozy little home. The bamboo table gleamed with polish, the stools arranged in perfect order. Even the bowls and chopsticks were carved from bamboo. The stove emitted a wisp of steam. All that was missing was a basin to complete the picture. All of this. Her voice trembled, filled with incredulous shock. Ling Kun followed her gaze and softly explained, "We all work together to accumulate these things over time." Shin Meng nodded. A sudden wave of warmth surged from her heart. On this desolate island, she had finally caught a glimpse of home. Only then did she notice how brightly the cave was lit, the light emanating from a lamp within, casting a gentle glow throughout the cavern, warm and inviting. She fixated on that lamp, tears streaming down her cheeks, her shoulders trembling slightly, choked with emotion, unable to articulate her feelings. It had been so long since she had seen such light, akin to stars in the night, so bright it made her heart swell with warmth. Ling Kun gently patted her back, his voice softening. "That's a solar lamp we salvaged. It still works." Shin Meng hastily wiped away her tears, forcing a smile as that sense of helplessness within her seemed to dissolve in the glow of the light. She ventured deeper into the cave and discovered several small bamboo huts, simple yet exuding a sense of sturdy reliability. She chose the largest hut and stepped inside, where to her surprise, there was a bamboo bed covered with straw. Shin Meng instinctively threw herself onto the bed, the long-forgotten comfort washing over her, nearly prompting a sigh of relief. "Should I let you rest for a bit? I'll call you when it's time to eat," Ling Kun asked, leaning against the doorframe. Shin Meng shot up suddenly, her face flushing, hurriedly getting off the bed and waving her hands. No, this is someone else's room, right? I just haven't slept on a bed in so long. I got a bit carried away." She realized her earlier impulse had been rather rash. When visiting someone else's home, one ought to maintain a semblance of decorum. Ling Kun chuckled in understanding. He, too, had felt a sense of novelty when he first lay on a bamboo bed. Just then, Marco called out from outside, "A Kun, time to eat." His voice echoed through the cave. Ling Kun turned to respond, and then said to Shun Meng, "Let us go. It's time for dinner." Shin Meng nodded and followed him to the dining table. In the center of the table sat a single-handled pressure cooker. Marco lifted the lid with a satisfying clank. A wave of savory meat aroma wafting out, mingled with the sweetness of taro, making mouths water. "Here you go," Marco said with a smile, handing her a steaming bowl of food, the taro and meat piled high. Shin Meng took the bowl, her fingertips recoiling from the heat, her eyes welling up again. How long had it been since she had enjoyed a warm meal on this island? Her stomach grumbled in protest. They all sat down together, diving into their meal, while Dudu joined in beside them, happily eating as well. Shinmang picked up a piece of taro, and, as it entered her mouth, the tender and glutinous texture mingled with the savory aroma of meat, bursting upon her taste buds. To her astonishment, there was a hint of salt. She abruptly lifted her head, her eyes widening in disbelief as she gazed at the others. Could it be that this dish contained salt? Finding salt on the island was more challenging than sourcing meat. She had long run out of salt in her cave. Chio Saika, happily gnawing on a chicken bone, mumbled, pointing vaguely at Ling Kun, yes. The salt was brought back by Oni-chan. Shinmang fell silent, her head bowing as she eagerly shoveled rice into her mouth, even crunching the tiny fragments of bone within the chicken, something she would never have done before. Yet now, every bite felt like a treasure, warming her empty stomach and soothing her anxious heart. Lu Dong finished his bowl and filled another, smacking his lips. Marco, next time, add more broth. This taro soup is exquisite. All right, as long as Dongji likes it. Marco responded with a smile. Ling Kun nodded in agreement. This meal was indeed a rare delight. Listening to the laughter and merriment around her, Shun Mang felt a pang in her heart. Compared to the lifeless cave she had previously inhabited, this place was nothing short of paradise. Dudu finished the meat in his bowl and, wagging his tail, slipped beneath the table to lie down. Chio Saika tossed 2 chicken bones his way, and he promptly bounded to them, excitedly crunching away. Watching Dudu, Shun Mang was momentarily stunned before her arrival. She had worried about the next meal, yet here they had surplus food to feed a dog. Life here was remarkably better. Of course, when compared to the harsh existence on the island, it was simple, yet far superior to elsewhere. Yuan, noticing Shun Mang's dazed expression as she stared at Dudu, gently spoke, Mang, though life here is simple, if we all put in our efforts, things will surely improve. She paused, gesturing towards the dog beneath the table. Don't underestimate Dudu. He is quite remarkable. Much of the wild chicken and rabbit we eat were caught by him. What? Shin Mang turned to Dudu, her eyes widening even further, her mouth agape in astonishment. She recalled how she had chased after wild rabbits, nearly exhausting herself, and yet this dog could catch them? Dudu, seemingly understanding the praise, barked proudly twice, wagging his tail even more vigorously as he continued to gnaw on the bone. Old Joe chuckled, adding, indeed, Dudu is our hunting expert and works as a security guard at night. That evening, every face was adorned with satisfied smiles, and the air itself seemed to carry a lightness. Lu Dong, noticing that everyone had set down their bowls, glanced at the remaining broth in the pot and rubbed his hands together with a grin. Let's not waste this little bit of soup. Shall we share it? The group waved their hands. We can't eat anymore. Lu Dong laughed. Well then, I want to hold back. He served himself another bowl, relishing the flavor. This soup is truly delicious. I can't stop. Hey, save some for me. Old Joe suddenly interjected. Lu Dong, chuckling, poured the last bit of soup into Old Joe's bowl. You didn't say anything when I asked you earlier. I was lost in thought. I didn't hear you. Old Joe held a bowl, his face slightly flushed. Lu Dong playfully winked at him, teasingly inquiring whether spring had arrived, awakening all things and stirring other thoughts within him. Old Joe's face turned even redder as he hastily bowed his head to sip his soup, attempting to mask his embarrassment. Laughter erupted among the group, enhancing the jovial atmosphere. Dudu also joined in the merriment, wagging his tail in a plea for affection. After everyone had finished their meal, Ling Kun recounted the events of the day. Chapter 46. Hunting with Dudu. Lu Dong's ears perked up as he caught wind of the words wild cattle. In an instant, he sprang up from the bamboo stool like a coiled spring unleashed, slamming his empty bowl onto the table with a clatter. His eyes shone brightly, akin to 2 powerful searchlights, and his voice soared an octave higher. Is there such good fortune? Why wait? Let us go take a look tomorrow. If we can bring back a wild bull or 2, paired with this taro, my brothers and I could lay back for at least half a year without a worry. He rubbed his hands together and spun around, his feet thumping against the ground with a resounding echo, a broad grin spreading from ear to ear. eager to dash off with his gear right away. Old Joe, still clutching his soup bowl, immediately frowned and shook his head at the proclamation, his voice tinged with urgency. Did you not hear that there are crocodiles lurking by the riverbank? Not to mention lions and packs of wolves roaming about. This is no trifling matter. Venturing out would be courting death. Lu Dong's enthusiasm was doused like cold water. He scratched the back of his head, his steps slowing, his eyes darting around. Leaning in closer, he spoke with a hint of reluctant negotiation. Then, let us be cautious. We can take Dudu along. Its keen nose can detect any commotion from 10 miles away. It's sure to give us an early warning. As he spoke, he affectionately patted Dudu's head, as if assigning it a mission. Zhuge Yun, reclining in a chair with his eyes half closed, interjected in a measured tone, neither loud nor soft, yet carrying weight. Taking a dog is clever, but we must weigh the risks. The teeth of wild beasts are not made of cotton. If we truly encounter a pack of wolves or lions, even Dudu would struggle to withstand the danger. The moment these words were spoken, the once lively cave fell into a profound silence. Everyone furrowed their brows, contemplating, on one hand, the allure of a 6-month respite, and, on the other, Dudu's safety. It warranted careful consideration. Ling Kun nodded in agreement, following Zhuge Yun's train of thought. The master speaks wisely. Dudu is indeed formidable, but safety comes first. It has been with us for so long that it has become a part of our family. We cannot risk its life for mere sustenance. Upon hearing the phrase part of the family, Zhuge Yun felt a warmth welling up in the corners of his eyes. His gaze falling upon the well-worn cloth collar around Dudu's neck. Crafted by his granddaughter's own hands, its stitches crooked yet charming. She had proudly declared this way, Dudu one T get lost. Each time he caught sight of that collar, it warmed his heart, evoking vivid memories of the day his son brought the dog home and of his granddaughter laughing while cradling it. Dudu seemed to sense the soft warmth of those words, its tail gently sweeping the ground as it nuzzled against Zhuge Yun's pant leg, emitting a low, affectionate hum, its moist eyes gazing up at him, filled with trust, as if to say, I'm not afraid, while also displaying a hint of playfulness. Zhuge Yun raised his hand, gently stroking Dudu's fluffy head, his fingers gliding over its ears, his voice soothingly tender. No, we shall not take that risk. Grandpa will protect you. Ling Kun observed this heartwarming scene, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he added, not only is it a master of hunting, but it is also the joy of our home. It cannot be replaced. Listening to these words, Eldong felt his enthusiasm wane. He scratched his head and chuckled, realizing that Dudu was indeed our benefactor and must not be let down. Only then did everyone breathe a sigh of relief. As the night deepened, it was time to rest. Yuan led Shinmang to wash up, just as she picked up the toothpaste and toothbrush from the rack. Shinmang's eyes widened in disbelief. Such luxuries still existed on this deserted island. Grasping the toothbrush handle, her fingertips trembled slightly, and she was momentarily lost in thought. When Yuan handed her a set of clean clothes, she was even more taken aback, her mouth agape and rendered speechless. This was beyond mere attentiveness. In a place where even drinking water required a watchful eye on the sky, having toothpaste and a toothbrush, along with the chance to don clean garments, was more dignified than the wealthiest in the city. Observing her astonished expression, Yuan couldn't help but laugh, saying, I was startled at first too. I never imagined life on the island could be so comfortable, like a hidden paradise. She lowered her gaze to smooth out the hem of her clothing, her eyes sparkling, and her resolve to bring her parents here grew stronger. This truly was a place for humanity. After freshening up, the two returned to the bamboo shelter. Just as Shinmang sought a corner to sit, her gaze swept over the bamboo bed, and she was immediately troubled. The bed appeared to be only about 1.80 meters in width. Could they possibly squeeze 2 adults, along with Qian Dai Qingya, onto it? The thought of 4 adults cramped onto a single bed was stifling. While she pondered this dilemma, Ling Kun had already brought a grass mat to the corner of the bamboo shelter, unfurling it with a swish and patting off the stray grass clippings. He smiled at them and said, I'll sleep here. You 3 can rest comfortably on the bed. Yuan was momentarily taken aback, but quickly nodded in gratitude. Thank you for your kindness. Ling Kun waved his hand dismissively, saying nothing. Yet as he lay down, he couldn't help but grumble inwardly, surrounded by three young ladies. One who was both alluring and untouchable, while the other two required careful consideration even in mere observation. His thoughts were stirred like a cat scratching at his heart. He promptly shut his eyes, forcing himself to think of something else, resigning himself to the rare tranquility. Typically, summer nights in the mountains would be the domain of mosquitoes, their buzzing capable of disturbing one as sleep. However, ever since old Joe and Marco introduced those two types of plants, the situation had changed dramatically. Every few meters in the cave, a pot was placed, and dried mosquito-repelling herbs hung from the beams of the bamboo shelter, exuding a faint, pleasant fragrance. This scent seemed to possess a magical quality, keeping the mosquitoes at bay, rendering the bamboo shelter eerily quiet, with even the chirping of insects dwindling. Ling Kun lay on the grass mat, turned towards the bamboo wall, the aroma of the mosquito-repelling herbs enveloping him. The faint light filtering through from the bed illuminated the wall, and he could hear the gentle breathing of the young women. The restlessness in his heart gradually dissipated, leaving only a profound sense of peace. His consciousness sank into the system marketplace, and before him unfolded a dazzling array of virtual shelves. Ling Kun made a beeline for the daily necessities section. 10 pairs of slippers were clearly priced at 120 points, 6 vegetable wash basins, each with a diameter of 60 centimeters, appeared robust and round, also priced at 120 points, which seemed rather economical. In the dining area, a set of 6 12-centimeter stainless steel small bowls costs 144 points, while a set of 5 30-centimeter large bowls is quite economical at merely 50 points. Turning to the toiletries, a dozen soft and absorbent towels is priced at 200 points. A pack of 3 soaps is 10 points, whereas the aromatic soap is a bit pricier at 20 points for 3. Almost all daily necessities can be found here. Next, in the medical section, a bottle containing 100 cold tablets rests quietly on the shelf at 25 points. A box of 12 fever-reducing tablets is slightly more expensive at 30 points. The most practical item is the first aid kit, which includes disinfectant, gauze, and antibiotics, all for a total of 65 points, instilling a sense of reassurance. Finally, he pauses at the outdoor survival tool section, where a multi-functional knife gleams with a cold light at 220 points, and a sturdy-looking entrenching tool is priced at 350 points. In a corner, household items are displayed. A set of 12 soft and fluffy pillows for 120 points, and 10 elegantly patterned sheets for 150 points. After selecting his items for checkout, the system prompts. The total expenditure is 1,684 points, leaving a remaining balance of 1,706 points. The exchanged items are automatically deposited into his spatial ring. As Ling Kun exits the system, he feels both satisfied and regretful. Points tend to vanish too quickly. He spent over 1,000 just for these few items. When will he ever accumulate 10,000 points? He recalls the Glock G17 pistol deep within the shelves, needing 9,000 points for exchange, a crucial item for life-saving moments. Even with the system at his side, Ling Kun dares not be complacent. This deserted island is fraught with peril, and life must be guarded with a sense of reverence. Upon waking early, Shunmeng eagerly inquires when Ling Kun will go to fetch her parents. Ling Kun ponders for a moment and replies with a smile, "Tomorrow, there are still many tasks to attend to today." His gaze sweeps across the companions within the bamboo shelter as he mentally organizes the day's assignments. A flicker of disappointment crosses Shunmeng's eyes, quickly replaced by understanding as she nods silently. Just then, the sound of a chick interrupts them. Ling Kun looks up to see several fluffy chicks pecking joyfully outside the bamboo shelter. Old Joe gently shakes a handful of grass to coax them closer. With a hen present, there is no fear of them scattering. For safety's sake, the mother hen remains in her cage. If released, she would surely dash away. So she must endure this temporary confinement. Shunmeng is immediately captivated by these fluffy little beings, crouching down to playfully tease them, wondering where they came from. Ling Kun smiles and explains they were brought back from a recent hunting trip. Just then, Marco's call echoes from the cave, interrupting their conversation. Marco emerges with a steaming pot of wild vegetable porridge, its aroma wafting enticingly. In reality, it is a simple concoction of last night's leftover taro combined with wild greens, simmered into a hearty porridge. Though simple, the taro porridge exudes a rich mountain essence. After the meal, Ma Gu remarked that in recent days, Lao Zhou and Donggu had meticulously arranged the cave, adding an array of new furniture. With little left to occupy their time, he expressed his desire to venture out with Lu Dong to gather wild vegetables. Ling Kun nodded in agreement, reminding him to prioritize safety and to carry the necessary tools. Oni-chan, may I accompany you on the hunt? Chio Kyoka inquired, her eyes glimmering with anticipation. Ling Kun smiled gently, responding, hunting can be perilous. It will be best for you to stay home and assist. Although somewhat disheartened, Chio Kyoka nodded understandingly. Ling Kun then turned to Shin Mang-gu, asking her to help tidy up the bamboo shelter and maintain its cleanliness. Shin Mang-gu smiled in affirmation, secretly looking forward to the gathering the following day. At that moment, Zhuge Yun interjected, Xiao Kun, when you go hunting, be sure to take Dudu along. As a hunting dog, his keen sense of smell will be a great asset. Ling Kun agreed, that's an excellent idea. Dudu will indeed prove to be a valuable companion. Chapter 47. The plane crash. Having said that, he gently patted Dudu's head, the latter wagging his tail excitedly. Old Joe, you've been quite busy these past few days. Today, you should take a good rest, Ling Kun remarked. It's nothing, Xiao Kun. The hunting primarily relies on you. This old body of mine can only contribute to what little I can, Old Joe humbly responded. Ling Kun felt warmth in his heart as he patted Old Joe's shoulder. I see everyone's efforts. Today, just rest easy. With that, he slung on his backpack, shouldered his bow and arrows, and set off. Yuan watched as Ling Kun's figure gradually faded into the dappled shadows of the forest and turned to Shin Mang-gu, softly saying, Mang-gu, let us attend to some household chores within our capabilities. Shin Mang-gu smiled and nodded in agreement. Indeed, it's a good opportunity to tidy up this place. Meanwhile, Chio Saika busied herself alone in the pine grove outside the cave, diligently gathering pine resin. The resin varied in form. Some had already solidified into amber-like chunks, quietly resting upon the soft fallen leaves, while others were viscous as undried sap, clinging to the rough tree trunks, requiring her to carefully scrape them off with a bamboo stick. She moved gently, placing the collected resin delicately into her small bamboo basket. On the other side, Ling Kun traversed through the shadows of the trees, intending to find a tranquil spot to rest briefly before retrieving and packing the items in the space, notifying his companions to come for assistance later. The twists of fate often arrive unexpectedly. As he inadvertently glanced skyward, he saw an aircraft billowing thick black smoke, plummeting rapidly towards the beach of the island. The deafening roar of the engine instantly shattered the tranquility of the forest. A sense of alarm surged within Ling Kun. Without a moment to ponder, he sprinted towards the beach, the dry leaves crackling beneath his hurried steps. Simultaneously, the others inside the cave were drawn to the unusual commotion in the sky. Shin Mang-gu pointed at the horizon in terror, her voice quivering. Is that plane in trouble? Her fingertips trembled slightly, her eyes filled with anxiety and panic. Yuan's expression turned grave. Her gaze locked on the out-of-control aircraft as she spoke with a heavy tone. The plane is going to crash. I wonder if it will pose any danger. Chio Saika hurried over, her face as pale as a sheet, murmuring with concern, will Oni-chan be all right? She had been busy in a pine grove, but rushed back upon hearing the noise, eagerly suggesting, should we go help Ling Kun and the others? Yuan pondered for a moment, calmly shaking her head. Let us not rush. We should wait here for news. Acting impulsively will only increase unnecessary risks. Beside them, Zhuge Yun gazed at the sky and sighed heavily. Ah, this island is about to welcome new guests again. His words were laden with resignation and sentiment. The other survivors in the forest also heard the buzzing sound from above. To them, the misfortune of others transformed into a rare opportunity, and they hurried towards the crash site, hoping to scavenge useful supplies. Ouyang Mingwei and Ouyang Yefeng also gathered their group and headed towards the direction of the plane's descent. Han Zhuo stood atop a massive rock, gazing contemplatively in the direction of the crashing aircraft, murmuring to himself that this was indeed a fortuitous opportunity. Those supplies must not be allowed to fall into the hands of others. With that, he rallied a group of individuals and sprinted toward the beach. Yuan Hongba, observing the aircraft plummeting from the sky, felt a flicker of excitement in his eyes. This was a treasure indeed. He promptly instructed his subordinates to retrieve whatever they could, for if they tarried, nothing would remain. The three factions raced toward a common goal, trampling through the forest, causing the flora to bend and sway violently, while the hurried footsteps startled flocks of birds into flight. A fierce contest over the resources of the downed plane and the fate of the survivors was about to unfold on this very beach. Ling Kun ran with all his might, the briny sea breeze assaulting his senses. Upon reaching the shoreline, he was met with a shocking sight. The aircraft's nose was deeply embedded in the shallow waters, severed from its body, which tilted precariously half-submerged. Had it not been for this sandbank, it would have surely sunk to the ocean's depths. Ling Kun quickly scanned the surroundings and noticed that the cabin door had burst open, and someone was desperately swimming toward the shore. He turned to his companion, Vidu, and cautioned, "Stay here on the beach. Do not venture anywhere." Dudu seemed to comprehend his words, obediently sitting down and fixating on Ling Kun's departing figure. Without hesitation, Ling Kun plunged into the sea, striving toward the survivor. Saving the individual was merely an afterthought. His primary goal was to secure rice. Ever since being marooned on this island, he had not tasted a single meal of rice. Although the system's marketplace offered a plethora of supplies, it lacked rice, which was the true impetus behind his daring venture. The waves battered against Ling Kun's body as the salty water surged into his nostrils, yet he paid it no heed. Upon nearing the survivor, he discovered a young woman, her complexion as pale as parchment, her eyes filled with dread and despair, clearly still reeling from the sudden catastrophe. Without uttering a word, Ling Kun hoisted her up with all his strength and swam fervently toward the shore. The woman weakly clutched his shoulder, though she did not speak. The gratitude that flickered in her eyes silently conveyed her profound emotions. As they finally approached the beach, Ling Kun exerted himself to lift the woman onto the sand. She collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath, her chest heaving violently, her frightened demeanor tugging at the heartstrings. Ling Kun prioritized her well-being, swiftly assessing her injuries, relieved to find that aside from her shock and a few minor scrapes, she was largely unscathed. At that moment, an urgent cry for help emanated from the nearby wing of the aircraft. "Help! Someone save me, and I will pay 20,000 as a reward." Ling Kun furrowed his brow, dismissing the self-serving shout. His attention was soon captured by a flight attendant struggling in the waves. She intermittently surfaced and submerged, her situation dire. Without a moment's hesitation, Ling Kun swam back into the water, swiftly lifting her from the grasp of the sea. The flight attendant clung tightly to his arm. Gritting his teeth, Ling Kun exerted every ounce of strength to pull her toward the shore. With great difficulty, the flight attendant crawled onto the beach, collapsing beside the previously rescued woman, her expression filled with the relief of survival. Ling Kun, neglecting to wipe the seawater from his face, urgently inquired of the flight attendant, "Is there food on the plane?" This was indeed Ling Kun's primary objective. The flight attendant, panting heavily, informed him that there were over 200 meals stored in the tail compartment, along with several boxes of mineral water. Additionally, the dessert section housed milkshakes, while the fruit section contained bananas. Ling Kun's eyes sparkled with excitement as he turned and made his way back toward the cabin. At that moment, everyone was desperately attempting to escape, yet Ling Kun moved against the tide, plunging into the chaotic throng within the cabin. The water had already risen to his knees, and he struggled to navigate through the swaying cabin until he finally reached the storage cabinet in the tail kitchen. Upon opening the cabinet door and seeing the neatly arranged food and mineral water inside, he felt a surge of joy. The items that had not been soaked could be consumed, while those that could still serve as feed for chickens. He cautiously scanned his surroundings, noting that no one was paying attention, and swiftly stowed the majority of the simple meals into his spatial ring. He also collected a substantial amount of milkshakes and bananas. A notification chimed at his mind. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 600 points. Total points, 2306. He refrained from taking everything, leaving a small portion behind. Suddenly, a violent metallic screech emanated from deep within the cabin, followed by the thunderous crash of heavy objects falling. A sense of urgency gripped Ling Kun, prompting him to hasten his collection of supplies. Just as he was about to store the last few boxes of mineral water, the overhead luggage rack suddenly loosened, and several suitcases plummeted toward him. He instinctively activated his spatial ring, instantaneously transferring the falling suitcases into the space, narrowly escaping disaster. Chapter 48. Chaos on the Island. The crystalline mountain spring flowed sweetly, rendering the few crates of bottled water inconsequential in Ling Kun's eyes. His keen gaze swept across the cabin, where several passengers were still trapped. A man in a suit was strangled by a twisted seatbelt, his face turning a deep shade of purple, while a woman in high heels was half buried under a suitcase, her exposed calf exhibiting an alarming shade of bluish-black, their plight dire. Without a moment's hesitation, Ling Kun bent down to untangle the safety belt and exerted all his strength to lift the oppressive luggage off her. Amidst the harsh sound of metal scraping, the veins at his temple throbbed slightly. After rescuing the three, he realized his palm had been lacerated. As for the victims whose bodies had long since turned cold, he could only clench his teeth and set them aside for the moment. During his final retreat, he caught a glimpse of scattered suitcases out of the corner of his eye. Seizing a brief lull while others gasped for breath, he deftly turned his wrist, swiftly stowing away the sturdiest-looking cases into his spatial ring, the motion so quick it appeared almost illusory, dragging his leaden legs back to the beach. The briny seawater dripped from his hair just as he intended to collapse onto the sand. Suddenly, a shrill clamor pierced his ears like a dagger. There stood a short-haired woman in her 30s, frantically shouting, with a young girl lying unconscious at her feet. Her drenched V-neck floral dress clung tightly to her body, delineating her fragile form, her complexion pale as if she had just been retrieved from an ice cellar, droplets of water cascading down her chin and pooling at her collarbone. "Do not touch her." The short-haired woman spread her arms protectively, her crimson-polished fingers nearly poking the nose of a middle-aged man who dared approach. Spittle flew with her furious retort. "You filthy men just want to take advantage. If anyone is to save her, it must be a woman." Ling Kun pushed through the crowd, his shirt soaked with seawater clinging to his back, his voice hoarse from the recent brush with death. "Every second counts. We must administer aid immediately." Yet the woman seemed deaf to his plea, continuing to bristle defiantly. "I don't care. My sister cannot be touched by men. Only women can save her." Ling Kun's brows furrowed in irritation. He ceased his futile discourse. His right hand, as sharp as a blade tempered in ice, struck swiftly at her nape like a flash of lightning. "Ugh!" The woman emitted a muffled grunt and crumpled to the ground, prompting gasps of astonishment from the onlookers, as someone's empty water bottle clattered onto the beach. Ignoring the collective intake of breath around him, Ling Kun quickly turned the drowning girl onto her back. As he deftly unfastened the clasp at her neckline, he noticed a fine mark around her neck. He then interlaced his hands, pinpointed the lower segment of her sternum, and began to apply firm compressions, once, twice, thrice. His shoulders moved subtly with each motion, beads of sweat trickling down his jawline to land on the girl's pallid neck, forming small damp spots. After 30 compressions, he pinched her nose, took a deep breath, and leaned in. The moment their lips met, he could distinctly feel the icy chill of her skin. After 2 artificial breaths, he immediately returned to the compressions, the cycle repeating endlessly, his shirt thoroughly soaked to the point of wringing out water. The bystanders held their breath. Even the sound of waves crashing against the shore seemed amplified tenfold. A woman in a floral dress clutched the hem of her garment, her hands turning pale, while a bespectacled man adjusted his slipping glasses. The atmosphere was thick with suffocating tension. At this moment, the 2 women previously rescued by Ling Kun slowly helped each other to their feet. Dudu merely tilted its head to glance at the short-haired woman lying on the ground, quickly redirecting its amber gaze back to Ling Kun. its tail occasionally brushing the sandy ground. Observing that the dog exhibited no signs of distress, the two women dared to inch closer. They exchanged a glance, each seeing the same confusion reflected in the other's eyes. Why was the dog's fur still so fluffy and dry? Time seemed to stretch like elastic, each second weighing heavily on the heart. A flight attendant in uniform approached briskly, squatting beside the drowning woman, oblivious to her skirt being lifted by the sea breeze. Her fair thighs gleaming under the sunlight. She tucked stray hair behind her ear, ready to take over from Ling Kun. Outside the crowd stood two men, one of whom had a long gash in his shirt, revealing a bleeding wound, yet they paid no heed to staunching the blood. Their eyes fixed intently on the rescue scene, completely unaware of their soaked clothing clinging to their bodies. Finally, the drowning woman emitted a faint cough, a few bubbles of seawater spilling from the corner of her mouth. Her eyelashes fluttered, and she weakly opened her eyes. Ling Kun estinte folders tud in the schlumpet, a long exhale escaping him, heavy with the scent of seawater. As the flight attendant rose, her height of over 7 meters made her appear half a head taller than Ling Kun. She was not breathtakingly beautiful, but her tailored uniform accentuated her curves perfectly, and the black stockings enveloping her calves shimmered delicately in the sunlight. She untied the scarf around her neck and offered it to him, her fingertips inadvertently brushing against the back of his hand. "Wipe your sweat." Ling Kun waved his hand dismissively, using the back of his hand to wipe his face, sweat droplets splattering onto the sand, leaving small dark circles. Gazing at the flight attendant before him, he mused. He had often heard that flight attendants were among the most beautiful women, but now they seemed rather ordinary. The crowd, once silent, erupted into thunderous applause, some embracing each other in excitement, their admiring glances flooding towards Ling Kun. With the flight attendant's assistance, the drowning woman slowly stood up, her complexion still as pale as paper, yet her eyes regained a glimmer of vitality. She looked around in bewilderment, and when her gaze fell upon Ling Kun, a flicker of genuine gratitude sparkled in her damp, almond-shaped eyes. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice as light as a feather, yet laden with sincerity. Ling Kun managed a weary smile in return, waving his hand, "As long as you're all right." He glanced up at the flight attendant beside him, the airline insignia on her uniform collar glinting in the sunlight, and he felt his throat constrict awkwardly. Now this felt right, he thought to himself. Though she was merely half a head taller, it felt somewhat peculiar. Suddenly, the flight attendant deeply bowed to Ling Kun, her neckline slightly revealing as she bent down, the pristine curve dazzling to the eyes. Ling Kun hastily averted his gaze, yet could not suppress his admiration. This was indeed a true weapon of allure. He quickly reached out to steady her arm, his fingertips brushing against the delicate fabric of her stockings before he retracted his hand, assuring her, "No need for thanks." It was merely instinctive. The woman lifted her head, tears glistening in her eyes, yet her lips blossomed into a gentle smile. "I am Unifying, the head attendant for this flight." As Ling Kun's gaze landed on her face, he swiftly turned to the distant sea, diverting the topic. "I have several matters to discuss. Please listen attentively and refrain from questions until I have finished." The crowd gradually fell silent. "First, we must promptly gather the supplies aboard the aircraft. Drinking water, food, and first aid kits should all be centrally managed. Additionally, the victims' jackets should be collected," he noted, observing some faces contort in distaste. Intensifying his tone, he added, "Do not regard me with such disdain. These items are essential for survival. Torn into strips, they can serve as bandages. Stacked, they can provide pillows." A rustle of murmurs arose on the beach. Some nodded while others frowned. Ling Kun rummaged through his pockets, producing 2 lighters, their silver shells glinting coldly in the sunlight. He handed one to a man in a jacket beside him, and the other to a woman who had just recovered from her near drowning. "We will take turns keeping watch at night. There are many wild creatures on this island, particularly those that venture out to hunt after dark. A strong fire will deter them." The woman accepted the lighter, her fingers trembling slightly, her eyes filled with confusion and hesitation. At that moment, someone attempted to retrieve the backpack and bow that Ling Kun had left on the beach. Dudu suddenly dashed forward like an arrow, deftly grabbing the strap of the backpack, then pawing at the bow, wagging its fluffy tail as it returned to Ling Kun, emitting a low whimper. Ling Kun took the gear and slung it over his shoulder, gently stroking Dudu's head, a fleeting sense of relief flickering in his eyes. This dog had not been in vain. Yuan Fong glanced at the lighter in his hand, then at the archaic bow. Unable to contain her curiosity, she ventured to ask, "May I be so bold as to inquire where these items came from?" No sooner had she spoken than a barrage of questions fell upon them. Why is the dog's fur dry? Isn't it inauspicious to take clothing from the dead? Are there truly wild beasts on the island? How do you know all this? Are you a native of the island? Can you take us to where you live? Ling Kun furrowed his brow and raised his voice. Silence. The clamor ceased abruptly, dozens of eyes fixed intently upon him. Taking a deep breath, his voice resonated with an undeniable steadiness. I am a survivor of the cruise ship disaster and have been living on this island for nearly 2 months. Before he could finish, a ragged group of men and women suddenly burst forth from the forest. Upon seeing the wreckage of the aircraft on the beach, their eyes ignited with a wolfish hunger, and they howled as they plunged into the sea, racing towards the remnants of the plane. The individuals upon the beach were initially taken aback, but soon one of them reacted with a shriek, exclaiming, "The looters are here!" Instantly, the crowd erupted in chaos. Those capable of swimming plunged into the sea, while those who could not frantically rushed towards the bodies of the deceased nearby, tearing at their clothing. Ling Kun remained still, observing coldly as 2 men grappled over a box of instant noodles. Suddenly, the man in the checked shirt seized a sharp metal shard and struck fiercely at his opponent's temple. Dark crimson blood mingled with the seawater, creating an eerie sheen upon the sand under the sunlight. Meanwhile, those who had already entered the fuselage were frantically ripping open suitcases, and those who failed to seize any goods lunged towards the corpses, oblivious to the blood staining their souls. Were it not for certain considerations, they might have even attempted to strip the deceased of their undergarments. Ling Kun silently tightened his grip on the bow, an arrow in his hand. Such is the essence of humanity, laid bare in the face of desperation. Chapter 49. Clouds of doubt and farewell. Kong Zizi suddenly shivered, the damp fabric clinging to her skin like a cold serpent, slowly slithering against her. Instinctively, she lowered her gaze, her heart skipping a beat as she realized her collar had been unfastened, revealing the delicate cream lace that fluttered in the sea breeze, reminiscent of startled butterfly wings trembling gently. Heat surged to her ears, tinting her neck with a faint blush. In a flurry of panic, she fumbled to button up her garment, her fingertips slipping repeatedly in her haste, droplets of water cascading from her hair and landing on her collarbone, raising a flurry of goosebumps. In her flustered state, her almond-shaped eyes collided with Ling Kun's gaze, unexpectedly catching a fleeting stiffness in his otherwise icy demeanor, akin to a stone cast upon a tranquil lake, sending ripples that quickly faded into silence. "Why don't you go seize the supplies?" she questioned, clutching the sodden hem of her shirt, her knuckles whitening as the sea breeze fragmented her words, revealing her undeniable embarrassment. In the distance, the clamor of contention rose and fell, silhouettes flickering amidst the surging waves, the dull thud of suitcases colliding with rocks mingling with coarse curses, resembling a cauldron of boiling murk. Ling Kun's lips curled into a subtle arc, his voice steady like the undercurrents of the deep sea. "What we need is order and unity." Each word was crystal clear, yet the 3 girls found themselves adrift in confusion, the phrases colliding in their minds without forming coherent meaning. Lin Xiao abruptly jolted upright from her stupor, staggering as she propped herself up, a dull ache in her neck causing her to gasp, her vision momentarily darkening. She rubbed her numb temples, surveying the chaotic scene unfolding on the water's surface. Her pupils constricted to pinpoints as memories surged like the tide. Vivid recollections of the sharp gust of wind before she fainted, Kong Zizi's suddenly pale face, all now as clear as if etched with a blade. "Did you knock me out?" She stumbled forward, nearly jabbing her sand-coated fingernails into Ling Kun's nose, her t-shirt askew at her waist, exposing a portion of her pale midriff still dusted with grass. Ling Kun leisurely straightened up, his gray-blue shirt taut against his shoulders as he replied, "Yes, that was indeed me." His tone remained as calm as if he were merely commenting on the pleasantness of the day. Lin Xiao erupted, her hand raised in a slap that froze mid-air. Du had unexpectedly positioned itself protectively before its master, its bristled fur resembling an exploded dandelion, crimson fangs dripping saliva, a low growl emanating from its throat, each sound imbued with a threat to tear apart its prey. The short-haired woman trembled, frightened into retracting her hand, turning to embrace Kong Zizi, sobbing, "Zizi, you scared me to death just now. I thought I was going to lose you. If you had intervened a bit more during the rescue, you might have truly lost her." The flight attendant's frigid voice cut through the weeping like an ice pick shattering glass. The short-haired woman, her eyes clouded with tears, released Kong Zizi and turned to the flight attendant, her tone fierce. "What do you mean by that?" The flight attendant coldly recounted the earlier events, her calm demeanor radiating an undeniable sharpness, each word as if tempered with ice. Kong Zizi gently patted Lin Xiao's back and whispered, "It was indeed inappropriate for you to obstruct them back then." Lin Xiao fell silent, a flicker of guilt crossing her eyes as her voice dropped an octave. "I was too anxious at that time." Acknowledging the futility of further discussion, Kong Zizi softened her tone. "Let us not dwell on the past. Instead, we must endeavor to live well moving forward." Turning to Ling Kun, she extended her hand, her fingertips trembling slightly. "Hello, I am Kong Zizi. I'm truly grateful for your assistance earlier." Ling Kun grasped her hand, his thumb inadvertently gliding over her delicate skin, a sensation akin to brushing against warm silk. He responded with a smile, "Ling Kun, a pleasure to meet you." Lin Xiao, the woman with short hair, pouted defiantly, yet her gaze wandered elsewhere, once fierce and combative. She now resembled a deflated cat, her ears drooping. Yuan Fong unfastened the top button of her uniform, revealing her exquisite collarbone, droplets of water cascading down her neck, disappearing into her attire. She graciously extended her hand, the chain of her bracelet still dripping, creating a gentle jingle. "I am Yuan Fong. What is your perspective on this?" Ling Kun's tone held a hint of jest, his eyes slightly uplifted. The flight attendant paused in surprise, then laughed softly, her shoulders trembling, the hem of her uniform brushing against her ankle wound, causing her to wince. In this environment, unity is paramount. Her gaze subtly lingered on the quiver at Ling Kun's waist, where 6 polished arrow shafts gleamed with the warmth of prolonged use. "And I am Wang Lina. Thank you for saving me earlier." Her voice was as gentle as a spring breeze, yet her eyes held a resolute gratitude as they met Ling Kun's. "Would you like to accompany me back to the cave?" Ling Kun's sudden invitation shattered the brief stillness. "What?" The 4 women appeared momentarily frozen, their expressions solidifying. Lin Xiao stumbled back a step, her back colliding with Kong Zizi's arm, her voice wavering. "You can't be intending to trick us," and then her words trailed off, gradually silenced under Ling Kun's calm gaze, leaving only the faint sound of her trembling teeth, reminiscent of leaves falling in an autumn breeze. Yuan Fong discreetly nudged Wang Lina with her finger behind her, her vigilance akin to a taut bowstring, ready to release an arrow at the slightest provocation. Kong Zizi bit her lip, her gaze flitting between Ling Kun and the shadowy forest, her heart racing as if it housed a frightened rabbit. Ling Kun suddenly laughed, the lines at the corners of his eyes shimmering with the golden light of the setting sun. "I was merely being polite. Remember what I said before. Let's part ways here, each cherishing our own paths. May we find hope in adversity and welcome the dawn of tomorrow. Until we meet again." With that, he turned, leading Dudu away. After taking a few steps, he paused, retrieving 4 simple meals from his backpack and handing them to the 4 women with a smile. "Since we have crossed paths, take these. Please take care of them, lest others seize them." He then distributed 2 bottles of 300 milliliters mineral water to each of them. Yuan Fong clutched the meal box embossed with the date 2023-07-18. She vividly recalled that when Ling Kun disembarked from the aircraft, his hands were utterly empty, devoid even of a shard of glass. It appeared as though he had brought nothing with him. Wang Lina's voice floated in the air, her gaze fixated on Ling Kun's receding silhouette, as if she sought to discern two gaping holes within him. The distant howls of the sea breeze, coupled with the frantic quest for supplies, rendered her questions extraordinarily poignant. Suddenly, Yuan Fong seized Kong Zizi's arm, her nails nearly embedding themselves into the flesh, her breath whispering against the other's ear, laced with the briny taste of the sea and a barely perceptible tremor. Did you see that he emerged from the plane without anything in his hands? Kong Zizi tilted her head in contemplation, her mind only conjuring the image of Ling Kun diving into the ocean, and the icy droplets that splashed onto her face as he rescued her, chilling and piercing. He just saved me, didn't he? I was just waking up, completely oblivious. She shook her head, droplets still clinging to her eyelashes. Lin Xiao suddenly tucked the meal into her arms, her movements swift as if she were pilfering, her voice feeble yet deliberately loud. Who cares where it came from? Let us just fill our stomachs first. It seemed as self-reassurance, a bolstering of courage. Kong Zizi inhaled deeply, retrieving a lighter concealed in her pocket, proposing, let us first seek a safe haven to dry our clothes, organize our supplies, and deliberate on our forthcoming plans. The girl who had performed CPR moments ago was indeed striking, tall, with eyes that seemed to shimmer with untold depths. Yet, Ling Kun believed in destiny. To pursue her forcefully would be akin to being a mere sycophant. Rather than insist, it was wiser to let things unfold organically. Perhaps in the future, they would reunite at a more opportune time and place. Moreover, he was already entangled with Yuan and two others whose affections were ambiguous. Thus there was no urgency. As he strolled along the soft sandy beach towards the cave, grain slipped between his toes, while Dudu wobbled behind him, occasionally lowering its head to sniff at the footprints left in the sand. Inside the cabin, several individuals who had failed to secure any supplies were circling around a corpse, stripping its garments as a last resort. After all, such resources were indeed rare. One young man was laboriously tugging at the shirt of the deceased when he was abruptly yanked back by a companion, the force nearly causing him to stumble. Look over there, the latter hissed, gesturing discreetly with his chin towards the front. The young man followed his gaze, and there, not far off, a striking figure reclined against a seat, her long hair obscuring her face, rendering her features indistinguishable, yet her exquisite form exuded a breathtaking beauty, even in death. Xiangzi. It would be a shame for such a beautiful girl to die. The onlooker swallowed hard, his eyes wide. Xiangzi, the young man, felt his throat tighten, his voice strained. Then, what are we waiting for? Shouldn't we hurry while the opportunity is ripe? However, his companion swiftly covered his mouth, glaring at him fiercely. I merely lament the loss of such a fine visage. What kind of pervert are you? Chapter 50. The resurrection of the corpse. Chang's gaze was as if glued to the lifeless body before him, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down, a barely perceptible tension lurking within his voice. So, should we remove her clothing? Xiangu shot him a sidelong glance, his brows knitting together in irritation, his tone barely containing his impatience. Of course we must. On this cursed island, a complete outfit is more precious than gold. Are we to leave it for her as a burial offering? Instantly, Chang moved as if pecking at grains, his fingers deliberately slowing as they grazed the fabric of the shirt. He rubbed the cotton material repeatedly, his eyes glinting like rusty hooks scraping over the girlesque form, his mouth curving into a crooked smile as drool trickled down the corner of his lips, forming a glistening bead at his chin. The shirt was roughly yanked off and tossed aside, the hem rustling against the gravel. The exposed pink, lace lingerie shimmered softly in the sunlight, its delicate rose patterns floating upon her skin like clouds, the edges of the lace fluttering gently in the salty sea breeze, as if still imbued with the warmth of its former owner. Chang's breath quickened, heavy as a bellows, his chest heaving painfully against his ribs, his throat constricting once more. Xiangu, do we have to remove this lingerie too? His eyes fixated on the lace-delineated curves, his fingertips trembling as if electrified, caught in a paradox of desire and fear, hovering in midair, his fingertips flushed and his knuckles quivering. Enough nonsense. Gu smacked him sharply on the back of the head, the force ringing in Chang's ears like a swarm of bees. "Hurry up, stop dawdling." Chang retracted his neck, responding with a nod, the veins in his neck pulsing as he reached for the clasp of the lingerie. The metallic fastener snapped open with a crisp click, and as the fabric slid away, her exquisite form burst forth before their eyes, its delicacy and porcelain-like complexion dazzling in the sunlight. Chang's Adam's apple rolled frantically, his fingertips trembling like sifted chaff as he could not suppress the urge to caress and knead, his face contorting with a blend of obsession as drool dripped from his chin, creating ripples in the ocean below. The sensation was heavenly, soft as if cradling a freshly plucked cloud, with a delicate elasticity reminiscent of piano strings. Chang felt a cat-like itch within him. What a pity she was dead. Such a figure, such beauty, truly a case of beauty's fleeting existence. Gu lamented the girl's untimely demise. Suddenly, his gaze was caught by the skirt at her waist, the soft silk glimmering like pearls in the sunlight, its draping lines exuding an indescribable air of elegance. His eyes brightened, akin to steel balls tempered in fire, as he quickly licked his parched, cracked lips, a murky gurgle escaping his throat. "That skirt looks valuable. If we take it off, we might trade it for half a box of compressed biscuits, enough to sustain us for 3 days." He paused, his gaze sweeping over the girl's exposed skin before adding, "Chang, let's remove the skirt as well," leaving her with just her panties. With great reluctance, Xiangzi withdrew his hand, the warmth of skin seemingly lingering between his fingers. He twisted his fingertips vigorously, as if attempting to preserve that sensation. In a flustered attempt to unfasten the belt buckle of the skirt, the metal clasp stubbornly caught in its slot, causing his knuckles to turn white from exertion, the veins on the back of his hand throbbing. Just as he finally managed to release the buckle and his fingertip grazed the cool silk, the girl seated before him suddenly fluttered her eyelashes like startled butterfly wings, casting fleeting shadows beneath her long, thick lashes. Abruptly, her eyes flew open, initially clouded with a misty confusion. Her pupils were unfocused, but upon recognizing Xiangzi's face, which loomed closely, and his hand gripping the waist of her skirt, her pupils contracted to the size of pinpricks, and the whites of her eyes became instantly veined with crimson. A piercing shriek, like a poison ice pick, shattered the tranquility of the beach, startling the seabirds circling low overhead into flight, the sharp sound waves numbing the eardrums. Xiangzi, terrified to the core, slumped to the ground, his rear colliding with the seawater, splashing a cascade of droplets. Frantically, he crawled backward, his complexion drained of color, his lips trembling like leaves in an autumn breeze, his teeth chattering softly. Gu, bent over rummaging through a nearby suitcase, was startled by the commotion, stumbling back 2 steps, his lower back colliding heavily with the corner of the case, causing him to wince and draw in a sharp breath, cold sweat beading on his forehead. His face turned as pale as parchment, his lips quivering, unable to utter a word, his eyes wide and round, fixated on the girl as if she were a specter. The girl trembled violently, akin to a withered leaf in a chilling wind, her teeth chattering, her jaw clenched tightly. Panic surged within her like rising tides, bringing with it a cold, briny scent that engulfed her. When she glanced down to see her bare upper body, a short whimper escaped her lips, and in a frenzy, she seized the discarded shirt beside her, wrapping it haphazardly around herself. The fabric twisted awkwardly, its edges curling into spirals, large swathes of her skin still exposed to the air. Yet, she clutched it desperately, as if it were a lifeline, her knuckles whitening from the force of her grip, her fingertips reddening. She stared at the 2 men before her eyes instantly swelling with tears, which cascaded down her cheeks like pearls from a broken string, landing on the shirt and leaving darkened spots. Her voice, sharp and hoarse, rasped like iron scraped against sandpaper, laced with a wail, "Beasts! You are monsters!" Her scream rippled like a stone cast into a still pond, attracting the attention of other survivors scavenging for supplies nearby. Several figures approached, the sound of their footsteps splashing through the water. Upon seeing this, the girl, disregarding her disarrayed clothing, abruptly seized the lace underwear still clutched in Xiangzi's hand. fiercely holding it to her chest, then turned and stumbled toward the exit of the cabin. As she ran, her ankle suddenly snagged on a rope on the ground, propelling her forward. She staggered but managed to regain her balance, continuing to weave unsteadily into the crowd. Xinggu and Changzi remained frozen in place, resembling two weathered statues, wide-eyed and bewildered, their minds a blank canvas. How could she be alive? Just moments ago, they had checked for breath, and her chest had shown no sign of rising and falling. Changzi could even vividly recall the icy touch of her skin beneath his fingertips. As they struggled to comprehend the miraculous awakening of the girl, the commotion from the beach grew more intense. A cacophony intermingled with the sharp clang of metal and the shouts and curses of the crowd, bubbling like water reaching a boil. Exchanging a glance, Changzi and Xinggu hastily stuffed scattered clothing into their backpacks, ignoring the snagged zipper, and fled alongside the panicked throng, their footsteps scraping against the gritty sand in a hurried rhythm. Damn it, these ruffians are faster than us. Ouyang Yefeng's curse erupted, spitting with indignation as he kicked an adjacent empty suitcase, the metal casing emitting a dull thud as it skidded along the beach. The few individuals surrounding him gasped for breath, their chests heaving like bellows, their eyes ablaze with fury as they fixed their gaze upon the tumultuous crowd scrambling for supplies. Let us not rush. Ouyang Mingwei, clad in a crisply ironed uniform top with gleaming epaulets, stood out despite her sandy-soled sneakers, while her attire seemed mismatched. Evidently chosen for ease of movement in the forest, it did little to conceal her alluring figure, the contours of her body accentuated by the sea breeze. She placed a hand on her brother's taut arm, her fingertips cool with the ocean's breeze, akin to an icy shard against his fevered skin. Stray wisps of hair danced in the wind, revealing her smooth, full forehead, beads of sweat trickling down her temples. Taking a deep breath, her voice resonated with greater steadiness than the swelling tide. What they are frantically grabbing are merely bread and shirts, hardly our most pressing needs. What is truly essential? A burly man wiped the sweat from his brow, salt crystals marking white lines on his cheekbones, his Adam's apple bobbing as he swallowed hard, his throat rasping with thirst, lips cracked like parched earth, oozing fine droplets of blood. Ouyang Mingwei's gaze swept across the chaotic scene. A man in a floral shirt was tearing into a box of cookies, the tin warping as crumbs scattered across the ground. A woman with a ponytail hastily donned a wrinkled t-shirt still stained with dark smudges. An elderly man in glasses trembled while clutching a half-empty bottle of mineral water, his murky eyes fixated on the bottle's mouth as though it contained a rare treasure. Unconsciously, her fingers caressed the metal chain around her wrist, the coolness penetrating her skin, soothing the throbbing at her temples. Weapons, she suddenly whispered, her gaze sharp as a hawk's, fixated on a distant pile of suitcases, their vibrant colors glinting coldly under the sun. And anything for self-defense. Once this foolish mob has had their fill of scraps, we shall seize it all. As her words lingered in the air, a sudden sharp crack pierced the stillness of the afternoon, like a brittle twig snapping underfoot, echoing with unsettling clarity through the dense forest behind them. Everyone instantly turned their heads, as if frozen in place, resembling fish caught in a net. Is that not the enchanting Ouyang Mingwei? A dozen figures emerged from behind the trees, their footsteps crackling over the dry branches. The leader, a young man with his hands thrust into the holes of his tattered jeans, revealed sun-kissed skin through the rips at his knees. A mischievous smile curled at the corners of his mouth, and his gaze roamed over Ouyang Mingwei, scrutinizing her as one might appraise a coveted item in a shop window. It was Gao Zhua. I hear you are in search of some means of self-defense. Gao Zhua stepped forward, his military boots crunching on the crushed shells underfoot, prompting laughter from the others behind him, their mirth laced with ill intent. Coincidentally, I happen to possess a treasure. However, he deliberately elongated his tone, his gaze lingering on Ouyang Mingwei's taut collarbone, a predatory appraisal in his eyes. First, we must take care of certain matters, lest we end up squabbling amongst ourselves and allow others to reap the benefits. Ouyang Mingwei's face remained impassive, her jawline taut as a drawn string. Yet her fingers subtly clenched into her palm, leaving pale imprints. Her voice was as frigid as the surface of a frozen lake. Gaozhua, if you see collaboration, demonstrate some sincerity and refrain from mere verbal sparring. Sincerity? Gao Shui chuckled heartily, the glint of calculation dancing in the corners of his eyes as he leaned in closer, almost able to catch the faint scent of her shampoo, reminiscent of a cheap gardenia fragrance. Is my intent not sufficiently clear? He suddenly lowered his voice, laced with a hint of seduction, his warm breath brushing against Ouyang Minghue's ear. Should we unite in matrimony, this desolate island would be ours to command. Wouldn't it? We could indulge in luxuries far superior to scavenging for these trifles. A barely perceptible frown flickered across Ouyang Minghue's brow, as if stung by something foul. A fleeting glimmer of disdain crossed her eyes, swift as a meteor streaking across the night sky, before being smothered by an icy calmness. Spare me the frivolities. She met Gao Zhui's gaze, her pupils gleaming with cold light, her tone resolute. This cursed place offers no guarantee of survival. What use is a marriage alliance? I seek tangible resources and a clear framework for collaboration. Seeing her imperviousness, Gao Zhui turned to Ouyang Yefeng, casting a conspiratorial glance. His tone dripped with provocation. Brother Yefeng, do you see how stubborn your sister is? We are all striving to survive. Why the need for such tension? As he spoke, his eyes wandered behind Ouyang Yefeng, eager to glimpse whether his girlfriend, Meng Shui, had accompanied him. That woman not only possessed skill, but also embraced freedom in her pursuits. The experience from last time lingered delightfully in his memory. Ouyang Yefeng's expression turned awkward, his hands rubbing together at his sides, the pads of his fingers growing warm against his palms. His voice bore a tone of resignation. Our bond is strong, but when it comes to my sister's affairs, I truly cannot decide. He stole a glance at Ouyang Minghue's tense profile, instinctively recoiling slightly. Gao Zhui's heart brimmed with a cold, mocking laughter. If Ouyang Yefeng were to discover the clandestine exchanges he had secretly engaged in with his girlfriend, right beneath his very nose and on several occasions, the implications of such a revelation would surely take a different turn. The smile at the corner of his lips deepened, his eyes glinting with a hint of calculation, reminiscent of a fox fixated on its prey. At that moment, a languid male voice drifted in from the side, laced with a teasing tone. Ah, it seems I am the last to arrive today. Chapter 51. The three parties gather. Slaying the shark, the crowd turned their gaze toward the source of the sound, where Yuan Suo emerged from behind the rocks, flanked by a dozen individuals. With his arms crossed and a bemused expression, he surveyed the assembly, inquiring about the lively discussions taking place. The faces of Gao Zhuang and his companions darkened instantly, silently cursing their misfortune. Yet another group vying for a share of the spoils. Ouyang Minghue cast a discerning glance at Yuan Suo's entourage, noting the fierce determination etched on their faces and the wariness in their eyes. Realizing the predicament was becoming increasingly precarious. Nevertheless, she maintained her composure, allowing a faint smile to grace her lips. It was fortuitous that Uncle Yuan had arrived. With everyone present, it would be prudent to engage in a dialogue, to discuss how to avert unnecessary conflicts on this desolate island, and to allocate resources judiciously. Yuan Suo raised an eyebrow and took a couple of steps forward, the grains of sand beneath his feet crunching softly. Judicious allocation? He mused, the words rolling off his tongue with ease. But who shall assume the role of the allocator? And what grounds do we have to expect compliance from all? As his words lingered in the air, murmurs arose from behind Gao Zhuang, echoing dissent. Indeed, why should we heed her? The tension in the atmosphere thickened, akin to a bowstring drawn taut, ready to snap. At that moment, a piercing cry for help shattered the tension. Help! Help! Everyone froze, turning toward the sound, where a young man struggled desperately in the shallow waters, flailing his arms wildly as a dark, shadowy figure dragged him deeper into the sea. Each frantic attempt to break free only pulled him further from shore. Oh no, it's a shark. Gao Zhuang's sharp eyes recognized the grim reality, his expression shifting to one of horror as he shouted. Before the words could fully escape his lips, the ocean surged, forming an eerie whirlpool. The young man's cries abruptly ceased, and a crimson bloom spread across the waves, reminiscent of a sinister flower unfurling upon the surface. Ouyang Mingyue's pupils constricted, her dagger slipping halfway from its sheath with a metallic whisper. She fixated on the tumultuous waters, holding her breath as dread enveloped her. Yuan Suo raised his hand, signaling the crowd to retreat, his gaze fixed on the shadowy form beneath the water, the air thick with a tension more pungent than the briny sea breeze. Those who had previously scavenged in the water scrambled in terror back to the shore, their screams mingling with the crashing waves and cries of despair. In the chaos, some were inadvertently pushed back into the sea by their panicked companions, their desperate wails piercing the air. Others stumbled over the rocks, struggling in the sand, choking on mouthfuls of salty water, coughing uncontrollably. The throng at the shoreline erupted, some attempting to assist the survivors clawing their way back to safety, while others recoiled in fear, causing a pile of luggage to topple, scattering belongings across the ground. As the crowd grappled with the shock of the sudden shark attack, Ling Kun, accompanied by Dudu, appeared atop a distant rock formation, having lingered nearby. He had been wandering when he spotted a jackfruit tree, its boughs heavy with fruit, and had quickly climbed to gather them. Just then, the heart-wrenching cries for help reached his ears. Since the last unfortunate incident with the bear bootlicker, his hearing had become unusually acute, and his vision enabled him to discern objects even in the dark. He gazed toward the sound emanating from the tree, faintly perceiving a shadowy figure moving beneath the water surface. If he could eliminate that entity, it would undoubtedly yield a considerable number of points. Contemplating this, he swiftly stowed the jackfruit into his spatial ring. A chime resonated in his mind, accompanied by the notification. Congratulations, host. You have gained 100 points. Current total points, 2,406. After securing his belongings, he adeptly descended from the tree and hurried toward the source of the sound, his swift footsteps stirring up fine grains of sand. Ling Kun ascended the rocks, positioning himself above the height of a shark's head, his gaze fixed intently on the dark mass in the water. His eyes sharp as blades. He deftly withdrew an arrow from his quiver and knocked it onto the bowstring, drawing his arm back slowly, muscles taut and veins slightly pronounced. The moment the bowstring was fully drawn, it emitted a resonant hum. The tension in the air heightened, causing everyone to turn and gaze at him, their minds racing with apprehension. What on earth is he planning? To shoot a shark? Yuan Fong, Kong Zizi, Wang Lina, and Lin Xiao stood not far off, exchanging glances filled with shock and anxiety. Why has he returned? Kong Zizi gripped the hem of her clothing tightly, her nails nearly digging into her palm, fingers whitening. Lin Xiao's eyes widened, a gasp escaping her throat, which she quickly stifled with her hand. Wang Lina instinctively covered her mouth, leaning slightly forward, her expression rife with concern. Yuan Fong narrowed his eyes, his focus intently locked on the bow and arrow in Ling Kun's grasp, his heart racing in his throat. Look, sister, that dog seems to be Dudu, Ouyang Yefeng exclaimed, pointing at the dog at Ling Kun's feet, his tone filled with astonishment. As soon as the words left his lips, Ouyang Mingyue followed his gaze and beheld the regal pharaoh hound standing on the rocks, vigilantly watching the sea. She immediately shouted, Dudu. Upon hearing Ouyang Mingyue's call, Dudu perked up its ears, glanced toward her, wagged its tail excitedly a couple of times, then returned its focus to the water, its demeanor intent. Ouyang Yefeng echoed the surprise. It truly is Dudu. Sister, how is it that it is with that person? Ouyang Mingyue scrutinized Ling Kun in the distance. Her eyes filled with confusion as she pondered why her dog appeared so close to him. Just as her thoughts swirled, Ling Kun's bowstring was taut, the atmosphere crackling with tension. He held his breath, aiming at the shark's fin protruding above the water's surface. As the shark began to dive, he released his finger, thrusting his arm forward with force. With a swift whoosh, the arrow shot through the air like a bolt of black lightning, piercing the dark figure in the sea. Blood instantly stained the water crimson as the shark thrashed violently, creating towering waves that crashed against the rocky shore, resonating with a series of thunderous booms. Ling Kun, unhesitating, swiftly drew arrow after arrow, launching them towards the wildly thrashing shark. Each arrow sliced through the air with a sharp whistling sound, piercing the creature's vital spots, while the fletchings fluttered in the sea. Dudu, beside him, barked excitedly, its front paws scratching at the rocks as if cheering for Ling Kun. Setting down his bow, Ling Kun tossed his backpack onto the rocks, retrieved a gleaming dagger from his waist, and with a nimble flip, leaped into the ocean, sending up a great splash of water. Upon seeing Ling Kun dive into the sea, Ouyang Yefeng's eyes brightened, and he hastened towards Dudu, intent on claiming the powerful bow and arrows for himself. As he reached down to pick them up, Dudu's previously calm demeanor transformed into a fierce glare. A low growl emanated from its throat, and it bared its sharp teeth, lunging at Ouyang Yefeng. With a swift motion, its claws knocked him to the ground, pinning him down with a heavy paw on his chest, drool dripping onto his face. Ouyang Yefeng, pinned down, struggled in a panic, shouting, "Dudu, it's me. Let go." Yet Dudu remained unfazed, its growl growing more menacing, eyes filled with warning. Ouyang Mingyue's expression shifted dramatically as she shouted at Dudu, "Stop." Hearing her command, Dudu's ears twitched, but it did not relent, its amber eyes filled with vigilance, fixated on Ouyang Yefeng, wary of any treachery. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Ouyang Mingyue sprinted toward the rocks, knowing that any forceful attempt to drive Dudu away would only exacerbate the situation. Meanwhile, Ling Kun's struggle with the shark intensified. Each thrust of the dagger was met with the creature's violent thrashing, waves crashing against the shore, and the salty, sanguine water spreading across the surface, staining the ocean red. The onlookers held their breath, tension palpable in the air. At last, the shark's movements began to slow, its struggles waning until it finally flipped over, belly up, floating motionless on the surface. A notification chime echoed in Ling Kun's mind. "You have slain a deep-sea man-eating shark, earning 600 points. Total points, 3,006. Chapter 52. Dividing the shark. Meet Ling Kun stood atop the lifeless body of the shark, emerging from the sea with labored breaths that heaved his chest, each inhalation accompanied by a heavy gasp. His face and body were splattered with a mixture of blood and seawater, cascading down his skin like a butcher returning from the depths of hell, exuding an aura of intimidation. He raised a hand to wipe the moisture from his face, offering a weary smile to the crowd on the shore. The salty breeze carried with it the essence of his valiant feat, immortalizing his bravery upon this chaotic yet awe-inspiring beach. Initially, an eerie silence enveloped the shore, as the onlookers were rendered speechless by the sight before them, only to erupt moments later into thunderous cheers, with some even leaping in excitement. Ouyang Mingyue mused to herself that this individual's strength and courage likely far exceeded what was visible at first glance. A complex expression flickered in her eyes, surprise, scrutiny, and an almost imperceptible hint of wariness. Gouge was mouth-gaped, his previously cheeky grin twisting into an unappealing grimace, shock flooding his mind. He had not realized the fierce nature of this person within his own team. Should such a formidable individual be harnessed, the odds of survival on this desolate island would dramatically increase. Conversely, should he become an adversary, he would undoubtedly present a formidable challenge. He instinctively clenched his fists. Yuan Su crossed her arms, her brow furrowed slightly, a thoughtful glimmer passing through her gaze as she lingered on Ling Kun, as if evaluating something profound. Yuan Fong and the others were so overwhelmed with excitement that words eluded them. Kong Zizi's eyes glistened with unshed tears, while Lin Xiao stomped her feet in exhilaration, her face alight with joy. Wang Lina covered her mouth, tears cascading through her fingers, a blend of relief and happiness washing over her. Yuan Fong murmured to herself, "He truly accomplished it." Ling Kun clambered back onto the rocks, shaking off his damp hair as droplets scattered around him. He regarded the Ouyang siblings, a flicker of barely discernible amusement dancing in his eyes, before reverting to a calm demeanor. He reached into his backpack, retrieving a crumpled towel to casually wipe his face, removing some of the blood and seawater. Casting a glance at the shark's carcass floating in the water, he bent down to retrieve his bow, nonchalantly placing the arrows back into the quiver with a composed grace. The crowd continued to swell with excitement, their cheers mingling with the crashing waves, yet he merely smirked, seemingly indifferent to the commotion. His gaze inadvertently swept over Kong Zizi and her companions nearby, offering a subtle nod of acknowledgement. Dudu, come here. Upon hearing the command, Dudu released its grip on Ouyang Yifeng's front paw, wagging its tail as it approached, pawing at Ling Kun's pant leg and emitting a playful whimper, as if seeking recognition. Ling Kun bent down to pat its head, disregarding the Ouyang siblings, and then straightened up, suddenly calling out, "Who wants shark meat? Come help out. Do it yourself." This proclamation momentarily stilled the boisterous crowd, only to ignite an even more fervent commotion as people jostled toward the rocks, their faces alight with eagerness. As Ling Kun directed the crowd in dividing the shark meat, he remained vigilant, attuned to the surroundings. Ouyang Mingyue felt a sense of being undervalued. Her status and appearance were incomparable to that of ordinary individuals, yet Ling Kun seemed oblivious to her presence. Taking a deep breath, she compelled herself to regain her composure, reminding herself that on this desolate island, emotions would only serve as stumbling blocks, and only through calm planning could one survive. She adjusted her expression and strode toward Ling Kun, maintaining her upright posture, though her gaze now held an added weight of scrutiny and consideration. As she approached, navigating the rocky terrain, the sea breeze tousled her hair, pressing it against her cheeks, yet could not obscure the icy aura she exuded. Mr. Ling possesses exceptional skills. Our forthcoming collaboration should prove more manageable. Ouyang Mingyue deliberately slowed her tone, infusing her voice with an undeniable pressure, her eyes locked onto Ling Kun's face, attempting to discern any hint of concession in his expression. Ling Kun raised an eyebrow in her direction, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "The date for our collaboration has yet to arrive, hasn't it? I merely wish to remind you, lest you forget." Ouyang Mingyue brushed aside the wind-tossed strands of hair, revealing her smooth forehead, and continued, "How could Dudu possibly be with you?" She paused momentarily, as if realizing something, then added, "Is Zhuge Yun with you?" Ling Kun's smile remained, and he affectionately ruffled Dudu's head, who nuzzled comfortably against his palm. "Dudu and I have a special bond. We encountered each other in the woods, and it insisted on following me. As for Zhuge Yun, I'm unaware of whether he is male or female." His gaze skimmed past Ouyang Mingyue's face, his tone casual as he continued to slice through the shark's fins with deft movements. "If you have no other matters, Miss Ouyang, I must attend to these shark fins. After all," he paused, casting a bemused glance at the assembled crowd. "Everyone is eagerly awaiting a hearty meal." The newly arrived survivors, undeterred by the shark meat, lingered uncertainly, their eyes wary. The ones distributing the shark meat were the former survivors. Amidst the crowd, hushed murmurs began to circulate. "This fellow truly possesses remarkable skill. He managed to slay a shark single-handedly. Indeed, with him around, we might just survive a few more days." A few ragged survivors stumbled forward, the leading man still bearing the remnants of tears on his face, gripping Ling Kun's garment tightly, his knuckles white from the strain. His voice trembled with desperation. "Hero, I implore you, save my wife." She was swept away by the waves. I saw her drifting toward the eastern reef. This plea instantly silenced the previously bustling scene, as all eyes turned to Ling Kun, some filled with hope, others shadowed by concern. Ling Kun furrowed his brow slightly, having just endured a fierce battle. His body was still weary. With so many people here, seek assistance from someone else. I have already expended considerable energy battling the shark, and I fear I may be powerless to help. With a sudden thud, the man knelt before Ling Kun, his knees striking the rocks with a dull thud, his head hitting the sand heavily, sending a cloud of dust into the air. His voice, laced with tears, cried out, "Brother, no one else will help. Only you can save my wife." The crowd around them erupted into a flurry of whispers and gasps. Some shook their heads in dismay, while others exchanged hushed conversations. Although Ling Kun was not one to meddle in others' affairs, he felt a pang of compassion upon witnessing the man sacrifice his dignity in a desperate bid to save his wife. He observed the man's disheveled appearance, and then gazed toward the tumultuous sea to the east, where the waves roared menacingly, presenting an apparent peril. Finally, he extended his hand, pulling the man up, and said, "Let's go and see." He withdrew the arrows from the shark's body, stowing them in his quiver, and hurriedly followed the man towards the rocky outcrops, with Dudu wagging its tail closely behind. The murmurs of the onlookers gradually faded, swallowed by the sea breeze. As they rounded a colossal rock, they spotted a figure struggling in the distance, perilously close to being engulfed by the waves. The woman's clothing was tattered from the jagged rocks, and strands of seaweed clung to her arms, her form becoming increasingly elusive amidst the surging tide. The man, upon seeing her, cried out her name in anguish, ready to plunge into the sea, but Ling Kun seized him, saying, "Hold on. Rushing in blindly will only complicate matters." He narrowed his eyes, assessing the dangerous currents, retrieved a rope from his backpack, secured one end around his waist, and handed the other to the man. "Pull me back immediately if anything goes awry." Before he could finish his sentence, Ling Kun leaped into the water like an arrow released from a bow. Dudu, frantic on the shore, paced anxiously, barking with urgency, occasionally directing its barks toward the ocean. Ling Kun fought against the waves, the briny water stinging his nostrils and filling him with a sense of urgency. He skillfully navigated around the sharp rocks, propelling himself toward the woman with all his strength. At last, when he grasped her arm, a sudden undertow struck, forcefully thrusting them toward the rocks. In a moment of desperation, Ling Kun turned, using his back to absorb the impact. A dull thud resonated, and he stifled a groan, yet he held on tightly to the woman, fearful that she would be swept away once more. On the shore, the man was drenched in sweat, gripping the rope with white-knuckled intensity, his gaze fixed on the water, his heart in his throat. Ling Kun gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain radiating from his back, as if his bones were being dismantled. He adjusted his position and, using the wave's momentum, struggled to swim toward the shore with the woman. Each inch gained a monumental effort. Finally, as they neared the rocky edge, the man and several others rushed to help, their hands working frantically to pull the two to safety. The woman had long since succumbed to unconsciousness, her face as pale as parchment. Ling Kun collapsed on the rocks, gasping for breath, his back aflame with pain. When he touched his shirt, he discovered it had been torn by the rocks, blood seeping through and adhering the fabric to his wound, every movement eliciting a sharp agony. Chapter 53, A Bloodied Encounter. Dudu protects its master. The man knelt beside his wife, trembling hands reaching towards her breath. The moment his fingertips grazed her icy skin, the color drained from his face. His eyes widened, pupils constricted in sheer terror, lips quivering as though all strength had been sapped from him. In the next instant, the pent-up grief erupted like a volcano. He buried his face in her chest, shoulders heaving violently, his cries raw and hoarse, akin to iron scraped by sandpaper. The doctor had warned her against water. She suffered from asthma. Each word was steeped in blood and tears, shattering against the rocks like fragile glass. Suddenly, he turned his head, disheveled hair clinging to his sweat-drenched face. His bloodshot eyes locked onto Ling Kun, a tempest of emotions swirling within, one of despair at having lost everything, the other a fervent desire to incinerate his adversary with resentment. "It's all your fault. Why didn't you come sooner?" His voice pierced the air, sharp as nails scraping against glass, each syllable laced with venom. In a fit of rage, he lunged at Ling Kun, hands gripping his throat like iron clamps. Ling Kun, already drained of strength, felt the pressure constrict around his neck, his cheeks rapidly turning a shade akin to liver. His eyes bulged slightly, a gasp escaping his throat. Disbelief etched across his features. He never anticipated such a sudden assault in the midst of this man's sorrow. Dudu, witnessing the unfolding chaos, perked up its ears, first standing on end like a row of steel needles, amber eyes narrowing into slits. With a fierce growl resonating from its throat, it sprang forth like a flash of white lightning, sharp fangs sinking mercilessly into the man's wrist, piercing to the bone. The creature shook its head violently, jaws wide, as if intent on tearing the flesh away, refusing to release its grip. The man arched his back in agony, a scream escaping him that sliced through the air like a butchered pig. His face contorted in pain, veins bulging on his forehead, cold sweat mingling with tears as they streamed from his eyes, gathering at his chin before splattering against the rocks. He flailed with his other hand, desperately attempting to beat Dudu off, yet the creature's grip was astonishingly strong. Each shake only widened the wound, blood gushing from his arm, pooling on the rocks in dark crimson patterns, reminiscent of a blossoming flower of death. The unexpected assault threw the man off balance, causing him to crash heavily to the ground. His legs kicked wildly, striving for freedom, but the grip on his wrist remained steadfast, as though locked in a vice. Fear replaced his initial fury, his gaze reflecting the temperatureless eyes of Dudu. Onlookers gasped in shock, many instinctively covering their mouths, color draining from their faces. Yuan Su leaned against the rocks with arms crossed, a playful smirk gracing his lips, eyes darting amidst the chaos as if savoring a meticulously choreographed performance. The hero fails to save the damsel, and instead finds himself drenched in blood. Gao was squatted down, picking up a shard of stone and tossing it into the sea, the splash sparkling in the sunlight like fragments of gold leaf. He cast a sidelong glance at the chaos, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes, his tone laced with unabashed mockery, indeed a mere mutt. After Dudu had dragged the man to the ground, it finally released its grip, just as the crowd exhaled in relief. Believing the ordeal had concluded, they saw a feral glint still lingering in Dudu's eyes, the amber orbs swirling with a beastly ferocity. It abruptly turned, sinking its teeth viciously into the man's neck. The man flailed desperately, striking Dudu's head with both hands, his face a canvas of sheer terror. Yet Dudu remained unmoved, its sharp teeth severing his trachea and carotid artery. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, splattering across Dudu's face and body, and pooling at the feet of those nearby. Some shrieked in horror, stumbling backward, nearly losing their balance, their faces as pale as parchment. Others widened their eyes in disbelief, muttering incoherently, their lips trembling, unable to form complete syllables. The scene plunged into an eerie silence, the only sound being the sea breeze carrying the scent of blood past their ears. This was no ordinary dog. It was clearly an enraged wolf, vicious and merciless. The man's eyes widened, his pupils still reflecting the last vestiges of fear and defiance, his limbs twitching momentarily before falling utterly still. Gaozhua gazed at Dudu's fierce demeanor, his eyes shimmering with unmasked envy, even tinged with a hint of fervor, murmuring under his breath, "If only I had such a formidable ally." Yuan Su cast him a sidelong glance, a smirk playing on his lips, scoffing lightly. "You may not know, but this dog once belonged to the Ouyang family." Gaozhua's interest piqued immediately, stroking his chin, his gaze filled with curiosity. How could the Ouyang family's dog be so loyal to Ling Kun? The smile on Yuan Su's lips deepened, his eyes darting between Ouyang Mingyue and Ling Kun. Imbued with a subtle, enigmatic significance, this dog originally belonged to Zhuge Yun of the Ouyang family. Who knows how it ended up with Ling Kun? However, the nature of this dog bears some resemblance to that young lady of the Ouyang family, appearing beautiful and docile, yet inherently fierce. His gaze lingered for a moment on Ouyang Mingyue's face before shifting back to Ling Kun, that smile concealing an understanding of all things. Upon hearing this, Gaozhua frowned slightly, his eyes flickering uncertainly, unsure if Yuan Su was deliberately sowing discord or had ulterior motives. After all, Ouyang Mingyue was chosen by her parents as a future daughter-in-law, undoubtedly possessing her own remarkable qualities, yet she had always regarded him with disdain. The usual charms he employed to win favor with women proved utterly ineffective on her, which was truly vexing. He stroked his chin, a hint of irritation flashing in his eyes. The surviving spectators were still reeling from the gruesome scene, each one shaken, their gazes evasive, as if scorched by a blinding light, too fearful to meet Ling Kun's eyes. The marks of fear lingered on their faces, terrified that a moment's misstep could render them the next to collapse in a pool of blood. After releasing its grip, Dudu shook its head, flinging the blood from its mouth in all directions, and then sauntered over to Ling Kun's side, the earlier ferocity evaporating, leaving only a gentle demeanor in its amber eyes. It gently nudged its head against Ling Kun's arm, emitting a plaintive whimper from its throat, as if recounting the earlier peril to its master. Ouyang Mingyue approached, her gaze a complex tapestry woven with astonishment at Dudu's ferocity and a probing curiosity about the bond between Ling Kun and the dog. She bent down to pick up the blood-stained rope from the ground, her fingers tracing the coarse texture, then raised her eyes to Ling Kun, her tone laced with inquiry. "This is quite a predicament. How do you intend to handle it? Did you not claim this dog belonged to you?" Ling Kun met her gaze, his expression calm and unperturbed. Ouyang Mingyue let out a soft laugh, carelessly tossing the rope aside. The sea breeze tousled her hair, strands clinging to her cheek. It could not obscure the keen glint in her eyes. "Mr. Ling, do you perceive me as one who seeks trouble?" Ling Kun, steadying himself against a rock, rose slowly, retrieving the fallen bow and arrows. His voice was frigid, as if tempered by ice. "You previously asserted it was your dog, and now you disavow it." He shifted the conversation, caressing the dagger in his hand, his gaze sharpening with a sudden intensity, conveying unspoken words that lingered in the air. His eyes, sharp as a hawk's, swept across Ouyang Mingyue's face, disregarding her beauty entirely. The dagger glinted ominously in the sunlight, tracing a cold arc through the air. "I'm not one to invite trouble, yet I do not shy away from it." The scent of blood permeated the atmosphere as Ling Kun wiped the corner of his mouth, deftly sheathing the dagger at his waist. His movements as seamless as when he had just hunted the shark. After all, on this desolate island, strength is the ultimate truth. Ouyang Mingyue, upon hearing his words, felt her pupils constrict slightly, yet the cool smile remained on her lips, though the tranquility in her eyes was disrupted, rippling with unease. She stepped forward, her frosty aura colliding with Ling Kun's lethal presence, sparks igniting. Mr. Ling sees through it all. However, matters on this island cannot be resolved solely through brute force. As Dudu settled down, Ouyang Yefeng hurriedly approached, seizing Ouyang Mingyue's arm before she could finish her thoughts, pulling her swiftly backward, away from Dudu. His face was as pale as parchment, his palms slick with cold sweat. "What are you doing?" Ouyang Mingyue retorted, nearly stumbling from his grip. Ouyang Yefeng's voice trembled, his gaze fixed on Dudu, brimming with terror. "Sister, that dog has gone mad. Do not approach it." He tightened his hold on her arm, knuckles whitening with the effort, fearful that the beast might suddenly turn violent. The incident with the couple was merely a minor interlude. The others suppressed their own trepidation and returned to the task of dividing the shark's meat. The heavy stench of blood attracted numerous seabirds, circling above and emitting piercing cries, as if accompanying this brutal celebration of survival. This shark weighed no less than 500 or 600 pounds, sufficient to sustain these individuals for quite some time. As for whether shark meat is palatable, on this forsaken island, merely having food is a luxury beyond compare. Among the survivors aboard the aircraft, there were a few quick-witted individuals who, upon observing others bustling with fervor, decided to join in the distribution of shark meat for future sustenance. Yuan Su stood atop a protruding rock on the beach, cleared his throat, and declared loudly, "Esteemed survivors who have journeyed from afar, since fate has brought us together on this desolate island, we must unite in our endeavors. I have been on this island for over 2 months without any sign of rescue, so I advise everyone to prepare yourselves in advance." Before he could finish his statement, the crowd below erupted into a cacophony of murmurs and discussions. Members of the Ouyang team were the first to respond with sarcastic retorts, mocking Yuan's words, stating that it was rather novel to hear such sentiments from someone who had survived for 2 months. Those who had met with misfortune should have learned to fend for themselves by now. One individual, clutching a piece of shark meat, scoffed disdainfully, asserting that while it was dressed up as preparation, the truth was that he merely sought to have us toil for him. Chapter 54. Watching coldly, returned to the cave Gao Zhua, reveling in the chaos. Deliberately raised his voice, laced with palpable sarcasm. If Uncle Yuan truly possessed any skill, why does he not take the lead in constructing a vessel to escape this wretched place? The fragile harmony that had barely been maintained shattered in an instant, and the atmosphere grew tense once more. Yuan Su's expression darkened, his gaze sweeping over the crowd with a hint of ferocity. Since you all harbor such distrust towards me, let us rely on our own abilities. But heed my warning, should you find yourselves in dire straits, do not come seeking my assistance. No sooner had he spoken than the 10 or so individuals behind him stepped forward in unison, adopting a stance that suggested they were ready to strike at any moment, their eyes fierce as they glared at the others. Among the crowd, a few timid survivors shrank back, nearly dropping the shark meat they clutched, their faces pale with fear. Yuan Su cast aside his pretense and commanded those behind him, "Go and gather what we need to take back." Gao Zhua, unwilling to be outdone, began selecting items alongside his followers, his demeanor brimming with provocation. Ouyang Yefeng was equally unrestrained, beckoning his subordinates to join the fray, a smirk of triumph playing upon his lips. The survivors from the plane attempted to resist, but were swiftly subdued, forced to watch helplessly as their belongings were seized. One of the brash followers boasted, "You were given a chance to align yourselves. You squandered it, so do not blame us." Dark clouds began to gather on the horizon, resembling a vast ink blot spreading across rice paper, the daylight gradually fading into gloom. The sea breeze intensified, carrying with it a briny scent, tearing the sounds of quarrels and curses into disjointed echoes. Ling Kun observed the tumultuous scene with a cold gaze, his brow furrowed. Looking up at the darkening sky, he sensed that a storm was imminent. He turned, shouldering his backpack, preparing to depart this place of turmoil. Ouyang Mingyue swiftly called her companions, urging them to vacate the area in search of shelter from the impending rain, her eyes filled with resolve. Ling Kun glanced down at the eagerly approaching Didu and gently ruffled its fur, murmuring, "Let us distance ourselves from this troublesome lot." Didu, seemingly understanding its master's words, wagged its tail joyfully and trotted alongside Ling Kun, brimming with excitement. As the two and their canine companion ventured deeper into the dimming landscape of the deserted island, the clamor of disputes, insults, and the cries of seabirds faded into the distance, becoming increasingly indistinct. Kong Zizi and her companions, seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos, managed to grab a few items and fortuitously retrieve their backpacks. Realizing that the torrential rain was about to descend, they stumbled after Ling Kun, not daring to show any signs of slackness. Wang Lina nearly slipped and fell, but Kong Zizi swiftly caught her, and in that moment, they exchanged glances, each reflecting the remnants of fear from their harrowing experience and a glimmer of uncertainty regarding the path ahead. Lin Xiao gazed at Ling Kun's broad back, her steps faltering slightly, and she broke the silence with a voice tinged with doubt. "Do you think that by following him, we will truly survive?" Yuan Fong grasped the shark meat tightly in her hand, her gaze resolute. Rather than remain in the company of that group, she preferred to take a gamble. Ling Kun, noticing the encroaching darkness and the imminent rain, quickened his pace, swiftly vanishing from the sight of the four women. Wang Lina gasped for breath, leaning on her knees and coughing a few times. She looked up at the sky, engulfed by ominous clouds, her voice laced with concern. "This rain does not seem likely to cease anytime soon. We must avoid becoming drenched like drowned rats." Before long, Ling Kun's figure disappeared into the woods. Yuan Fong furrowed her brow, her tone tinged with urgency. "What if we lose him?" Ling Kun had been navigating this terrain for a month or two, agile and strong. How could these office girls possibly keep up? No sooner had she spoken than large raindrops splattered down with a resounding thud, quickly followed by a torrential downpour that drenched the group to the bone. Just as their anxiety peaked, a natural cave appeared before them, its entrance concealed by vines, nearly imperceptible without careful searching. Kong Zizi raised her hand to part the vines and stepped into the cave first. Inside, it was dry and spacious, with a lighter Ling Kun had previously provided. She swiftly ignited some dry twigs, and as the flames leaped up, they dispelled the chill within the cavern and illuminated the weary and anxious faces of the group. The crackling fire cast flickering shadows on the cave walls. Wang Lina cautiously approached the fire, rubbing her hands together for warmth, a hint of relief on her face. "This fire has come just in time. Had it been any later, we might have fallen ill from the cold." Lin Xiao huddled in a corner, clutching her knees, her gaze fixed on the dancing flames. Worry etched in her eyes as she murmured, I wonder how Ling Kun and Dudu are faring in this downpour. Can they find shelter? Yuan Fong added a stick to the fire, glancing at Lin Xiao with a calm demeanor. If he can handle a shark, what is there to fear from a little rain? We only need to take care of ourselves. Kong Zizi gazed at the curtain of rain outside, her brow furrowed with an unsettling premonition that things would not be so straightforward. Yuan Fong shed her wet clothes, beginning to dry herself, clad only in her underwear. My goodness, you are quite bold, Lin Xiao exclaimed, her eyes wide with surprise and envy. Wang Lina chuckled at Lin Xiao's remark, her tense nerves easing slightly. Yuan Fong waved her hand dismissively, rummaging through her garments as she spoke. We are all women. What I have, you all possess as well. Why be ashamed? If we catch a cold later, that will truly be troublesome. Under the glow of the flames, steam rose from the damp fabric, obscuring her outline. Kong Zizi agreed with Yuan Fong's sentiment and followed suit, removing her soaked clothing and placing it near the fire to dry. Wang Lina and Lin Xiao hesitated momentarily, but ultimately shed their outer garments, joining in the drying process. From the face of survival, modesty held little significance. The four women gathered around the fire, the rising steam intertwining with the flickering flames, temporarily alleviating the fears of survival on the deserted island. They scrutinized each other, and although their physical forms were identical, their sizes, skin tones, and curves differed, momentarily alleviating some of the awkwardness. Lin Xiao gazed at the scene before her and suddenly burst into laughter, jesting, At last, I comprehend why those men are so fickle. Kong Zizi shot her a sidelong glance, a faint smile tugging at her lips. You certainly seem to know a lot. However, outside the cave, torrential rain poured down, and fierce winds lashed the rain against the vines of the cave's entrance, creating a cacophony that seemed to herald the calm as merely a brief respite before the impending storm, with greater dangers perhaps stealthily approaching. Ling Kun, noticing the intensifying downpour, quickened his pace and soon reached the cave. He emptied the contents of his spatial ring outside the cave and called out to Lu Dong and the others. Together, they lifted the pre-prepared supplies back into the cave. Just as they stepped inside, the rain outside fell in torrents. Ling Kun shook off the water from his body and flicked his hair. Dudu joyfully dashed in a cave, shaking off droplets that splattered everywhere, causing Shun Meng to squeal and sidestep with a look of playful reproach. After Lu Dong and the others set down the supplies, they gazed at the accumulated goods and chuckled. Brother Ling always returns from his outings with plenty of spoils. This time is no exception. Yuan, noticing bloodstains on Ling Kun's shirt, turned pale and hurried forward, her eyes filled with concern. Are you injured? She reached out to inspect his wounds. Ling Kun waved his hand, signaling that he was fine, his tone light, just a minor injury. I accidentally scraped myself on some rocks by the sea. Having said that, he turned to the gathered crowd and pointed at the packages on the ground. This time, luck was on my side. I found some useful items. Marco eagerly opened the packages and began to take inventory. Pillows, sheets, slippers, a large stainless steel basin, small bowls, soap, and cold medicine. When he finally spotted a multi-functional knife and a spade, he excitedly brandished them in his hands, his face alight with enthusiasm, exclaiming, These are truly excellent finds. Chio Saika rushed to the front of the packages, her large, watery eyes surveying the contents with curiosity. She reached out to touch the brand-new soap and looked up at Ling Kun, her voice filled with awe. Oni-chan, where on earth did you find these? To have so many daily necessities on this deserted island feels like magic. Old Joe picked up a stainless steel basin, examining it with delight. With this, cooking will be so much more convenient. Marco disagreed. Isn't having 2 pots enough for cooking? This basin is better suited for washing vegetables or clothes. Ling Kun replied. I originally intended it for holding food, but it can certainly serve as a basin as well. Zhuge Yun, seeing their animated discussion, couldn't help but chime in with a smile. There are several large basins. They will be sufficient for whatever we need to do. Chio Kiyomi tilted her head slightly, her brows furrowed in contemplation. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, she gazed quizzically at the others. Oni-chan, how could there be so many everyday items on the plane? Her words brought the lively discussion to an abrupt halt. leaving the group exchanging glances, each pair of eyes reflecting a flicker of confusion. Chapter 55. Ambushed in the wild boar cave, Ling Kun's Adam's apple gently rolled as a faint cough echoed distinctly in the silent cave. His gaze flitted nervously, akin to a startled bird, his voice laced with uncertain tremors. These are items from planes and cruises. Isn't that rather normal? The moment the words left his lips, he averted his eyes, his fingertips unconsciously grazing the edge of his canvas bag. He himself sensed the fragility of this excuse. Old Joe quickly seized the opportunity to speak, his deliberately raised voice concealing a hint of feigned nonchalance. Yes, it's not like they were all collected from one place. It's entirely reasonable for them to be mixed together from various sources. Yet, from the corner of his eye, he discreetly surveyed the pile of pristine cans and waterproof fabric, his mind swirling with questions. Why were these precisely the most urgently needed supplies? But this thought was swiftly suppressed. Regardless of their origin, survival on this deserted island was paramount. Chio, with her large, misty eyes, nodded in a seemingly understanding manner, her long eyelashes fluttering. Yet, she couldn't help but murmur in a breathy tone, "But these items look as if they were just taken off the shelf." Not a single scratch. The trailing sound dissipated into the air, piercing the hearts of those present like a fine needle. Yuan felt ripples of unease stir within her, instinctively turning her gaze toward Ling Kun. However, he had already crouched down, his expression focused as he delicately examined the supplies, as if the earlier dialogue had been mere background noise carried by the wind. She swallowed the question that had risen to her lips, tasting a subtle bitterness on her tongue. Suddenly, Shinmang lifted the stainless steel bowl in her hand and lightly tapped it with her knuckles. The crisp sound rang out like a wind chime, her crescent-shaped smile illuminating her features. At last, we have proper utensils for eating, much steadier than holding bamboo bowls. Her words acted like a stone cast into a lake, successfully redirecting everyone's attention toward the purpose of the supplies, and the ensuing chatter gradually dispelled the earlier tension. Outside the cave, the rain grew increasingly fierce, with pea-sized droplets hammering against the rock walls, creating a cacophony. The tumultuous wind swept rain into the cave, causing the fire to sputter and crackle, sparks dancing like startled fireflies, casting eerie shadows across everyone's faces. Just as they gathered around the moisture-proof mat to plan the allocation of supplies, a sudden, heavy panting echoed from outside, resembling some colossal creature racing through the rain. Before anyone could react, a slick and robust wild boar, accompanied by several piglets, burst into the cave, muddy water splattering everywhere from their stout hooves. Judging by their familiarity with the surroundings, it seemed they had often sought shelter in this cave from the rain. The unexpected intrusion rendered the cave instantly silent. Everyone felt as if they had been paralyzed. Even their breathing grew hushed. Marco's entrenching tool clattered to the ground as he quickly covered his mouth, terror nearly spilling from his eyes. Dudu reacted faster than anyone, darting to the front like a flash of dark lightning. Its fur bristled ominously, and a low growl emanated from its throat, while its tail stiffened like a steel whip. The amber eyes locked onto the lead wild boar with an unwavering ferocity. The boar, weighing perhaps 200 to 300 pounds, had its damp bristles matted against its glossy skin. It shook its tusks, caked in mud, and its murky gaze languidly swept over the humans in the cave, exhaling 2 plumes of white vapor laced with a pungent, gamey scent. The disdain in its eyes was scarcely concealed, as if the humans and the dog before it were merely stones obstructing its path. The air within the cave felt as if it were compressed, so tense it could almost be wrung dry. Ling Kun's hand stealthily glided towards the Nepalese army knife at his waist, and upon brushing against the cool handle, he exchanged a furtive glance with Lu Dong and the others. Lu Dong immediately seized a nearby, sturdy wooden stick, his knuckles whitening from the force of his grip. Just then, the lead boar lunged toward Marco without warning. Marco's reflexes were commendable. Instinctively, he raised his entrenching tool to defend himself. Yet, the boar's brute strength was akin to that of a small tractor, and with a resounding crash, the tool was knocked from his grasp. ricocheting off the rocky wall before hitting the ground. Marco staggered back 3 steps, his lower back colliding heavily with the stone wall, his face paling instantly. In this critical moment, Dudu sprang forth like an arrow released from a bow, sinking its teeth into the boar's hind leg. Its sharp fangs pierced through the thick flesh, causing the boar to stagger. The wild boar, in pain, let out a deafening howl. It violently thrashed its body, flinging Dudu to the ground as if it were a mere rag. Dudu rolled twice in the mud, emitting a sound of indignation, yet immediately righted itself. Its gaze even fiercer than before, ears pinned back as it charged again. Dudu must not be harmed, Ling Kun shouted sharply, gripping his knife as he rushed forward. In the dim light of the flames, the blade gleamed coldly as it accurately pierced the boar's flank. Blood erupted with a splatter, staining Ling Kun's clothing in a vivid crimson. The wild boar, thoroughly enraged, writhed violently, using sheer force to knock Ling Kun to the ground. The foul stench assaulted his senses as the boar, tusks bared, prepared to bite down on the fallen human. Hey! Lu Dong's roar nearly shattered eardrums as he swung the wooden stick forcefully against the boar's head. With a dull thud, the tremendous impact momentarily halted the boar's movements. Seizing the opportunity, Ling Kun rolled aside, narrowly escaping the tusks, and reversed his grip on the knife, thrusting it upward with force. The sound of the blade stirring within the flesh was excruciating, and the boar's cries grew increasingly anguished. The other piglets, frightened by the commotion, squealed in terror, scrambling into the adjacent bamboo shed. Old Joe, quick-witted and nimble, grabbed a wooden plank and with a loud bang, barricaded the entrance, trapping the little ones inside. A cacophony of rustling erupted from within the shed, eventually succumbing to silence. They had all scurried beneath the bed, trembling in fear. Under the relentless assault of the 2 men and the dog, the wild boar's struggles began to slow. Blood gushed from the wound, pooling on the ground, saturating the air with a heavy scent of iron. Ling Kun seized the moment and said to Lu Dong, "Let me finish this." A flicker of barely perceptible excitement glinted in his eyes. This was indeed a splendid opportunity to accumulate points. Lu Dong, mistaking his fervor for a reckless thirst for vengeance, chuckled and stepped back a couple of paces. "Go ahead." Ling Kun inhaled deeply, gripping the hilt of his knife, and aimed for the soft spot beneath the wild boar's neck, plunging the blade with force. The great beast emitted one final mournful cry, its massive form swaying before it collapsed with a resounding thud, utterly silenced. A notification sound, audible only to Ling Kun, echoed in his mind. "Congratulations, host. You have earned 2,400 points. Total points, 5,406. He calculated silently. This boar weighed around 300 pounds, which amounted to approximately 8 points per pound. Given that the market price for live pigs was merely 7 or 8 yuan, this was a profitable venture. Only then did the others in the cave dare to exhale deeply, each collapsing to the ground in exhaustion. Sweat mingled with blood on their faces, and their eyes still bore the remnants of terror. Dudu shook off the mud, clinging to its fur, and bounded over to Ling Kun, its tail wagging like a blooming flower. It nudged its head against his pant leg, issuing a soft whimper that clearly sought praise. Ling Kun reached down to stroke its damp head, feeling the slight tremor in its muscles beneath the skin, a genuine warmth blossoming in his heart. Zhuge Yun had held a slender stick aloft throughout the ordeal, not daring to lower it until the wild boar lay dead. He sighed deeply, his legs suddenly giving way as he collapsed on the ground. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, he managed a wry smile. That was too close. I nearly met my end here. If it weren't for my foot injury, I would have rushed to help sooner. Marco continued to breathe heavily, wiping his face as his voice trembled like leaves in an autumn breeze. That moment, I thought I was done for. Chio Saika's face was as pale as parchment, her grip on Yuan's clothing tight enough to turn her knuckles white. Her voice, thin and quivering, held a hint of tears. That boar was terrifying. What we have done without Dudu and Ling Kun. Old Joe wiped the blood from his face with his sleeve, his gaze fixating on the carcass of the wild boar, his eyes alight with astonishment. This could be a blessing in disguise. It's always hard to find food in this heavy rain, and this creature has delivered itself to us. Shenmeng, leaning against the stone wall, slowly rose, surveying the chaos with a wry smile. Let us not dwell on food for now. This cave is in shambles and needs to be tidied up promptly. Awakened from their daze, the group began to clear the battlefield, their legs feeling as heavy as lead. Yuan rummaged through the medical kit and, without hesitation, grasped Ling Kun's arm. Let me see if you're hurt. Ling Kun intended to reassure her that he was fine, but upon meeting her earnest gaze, he relented, allowing her to clean the abrasions on his arm with iodine-soaked cotton. A cool sensation washed over him, and though a hint of helplessness flickered in his eyes, warmth quietly crept in as well. Outside, the torrential rain continued to pour, while the fire within the cave blazed anew. This unexpected incident served as a touchstone, subtly bridging the gap between individuals who had previously been somewhat distant. It was as though, having collectively endured a trial of life and death, a quiet sense of trust began to blossom amongst them. Marco observed old Joe circling the carcass of a wild boar, brandishing a skinning knife, and could not resist jesting. Old Joe, are you planning to roast a whole pig? Or perhaps a wild boar stew? Though it seems we lack mushrooms. Old Joe chuckled heartily, prodding the boar's thick hide with the tip of his knife, deliberately inspecting its abdomen. Whatever, he mused, let's clean it up first. We can always forage for wild vegetables in the mountains. After a meticulous examination, he breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that it was not a lactating sow. Yuan, who was tending to Ling Kun's bandaging, looked up with curiosity. Is there really a difference? Indeed, old Joe replied, wielding his knife with conviction. The meat of a lactating sow is tough, the fibers coarse like hemp rope. No matter how long you stew it, it remains stringy and lacks flavor. El Dong, listening nearby, burst into laughter and interjected. I always said spring heralds the revival of all things, and animals enter their mating season. Looks like old Joe has his eyes set on a veritable beauty. Chapter 56. A man and a woman's unexpected intrusion. Old Joe raised an eyebrow, his hand striking heavily against his knee, a hint of impatience lacing his playful reprimand. Get lost. I am discussing serious matters. The sudden earnestness elicited laughter from the crowd. The previously taut atmosphere began to relax, akin to a balloon that had been punctured. Even the flickering flames on the cave walls softened in response. Just as the laughter swirled around the cave's ceiling, a piercing scream erupted from outside, cutting through the incessant rain like a rusted awl, brutally piercing through the ears of everyone present. Ling Kun sprang to his feet, the military knife at his waist nearly leaping from its sheath, the veins on the back of his hand tautening as his pupils constricted to pinpricks. Fixating intently on the cave entrance, Dudu emitted a low growl from deep within his throat, his back arched like a taut bow. Every black hair on his body standing on end, his nose flaring rapidly as it detected unfamiliar scents in the air, his front paws scratching the ground, producing faint sounds. The temperature within the cave seemed to plummet instantaneously. The faces that had just relaxed from laughter now turned pale, resembling paper dampened by water. Eyes darted among the group, all reflecting a shared panic. What monstrous entity might emerge from this desolate island? In the adjacent jungle, the crew cut Zhou Yuan fell into the muddy ground. A large patch of skin scraped off his elbow, the pain causing him to grimace and gasp, blood mingling with the rainwater trickling down from a wound on his forehead. Yu Wei, disregarding any notion of gender propriety, hurried through the muck to grasp his arm, her fingertips trembling as she asked, "Are you able to get up?" Their clothes had long lost their original color, now caked with dark, yellowish mud, while Zhou Yuan's pant legs were torn by thorns. Blood oozing from his wounds mixed with rainwater, creating dark red stains on his trousers. Yu Wei gazed at the exposed flesh on his arm, her lips quivering like leaves in an autumn breeze, her voice choked with emotion. Zhou Yuan, it's all my fault. If I hadn't tripped, they wouldn't have caught up to you. Don't be foolish. Zhou Yuan suddenly forced out a smile that was more painful than tears. His face as pale as parchment. He wiped his face with a muddy hand, streaks of filth, a mixture of rain and blood, marking his cheeks. To be able to bring you to safety, these wounds are nothing. He strained to lift his chin, scanning the surroundings, and suddenly his eyes brightened as he tugged at Yu Wei's sleeve. Sister Yu Wei, look over there. Is that a cave? Following his pointed direction, Yue indeed spotted a cave entrance concealed behind vines, half hidden like a beast lurking in the shadows, silently gaping. A flicker of hope ignited in their eyes, simultaneously as they supported each other, taking uneven steps towards it. With every stride, fresh blood seeped from Zhou Yuan's leg wounds, leaving intermittent crimson trails on the muddy ground. The torrential rain pelted down upon them like countless pebbles, sending chills through their very bones. Yue hunched her shoulders, yet bore most of the weight, striving to conserve Zhou Yuan's strength. Upon reaching the cave entrance, both halted in astonishment. A row of sharpened bamboo stakes jutted out at an angle, clearly a deliberate defense, behind which stood an elegantly crafted wooden door. An incongruous sight on this forsaken island. The door creaked open just a crack, revealing Ling Kun, who stood in the shadows, gripping a military knife still bearing traces of unclean blood. A low growl emanated from his throat, deep and menacing, as he fixed his gaze upon the two unwelcome guests. Drenched from head to toe, their tails taut like iron rods. The others in the cave peered out, the previously relaxed atmosphere instantly tautening once more. Even the flames of the campfire seemed to freeze in place. Yue's legs weakened, nearly collapsing into the muddy water, her fingers clutched tightly at Zhou Yuan's clothing. Resembling a frightened rabbit hiding behind him, daring to peek out with only one eye. Cold sweat trickled down Zhou Yuan's forehead, dripping from his chin. Yet he slowly raised his hand, his voice fragmented by the torrential rain. "Brother, please, we just seek refuge from the rain. How did you find us?" Ling Kun's voice crashed through the rain, his expression as rigid as a block of frozen stone, eyes brimming with suspicion. Zhou Yuan swallowed hard, his brow furrowing in pain, his voice trembling. "Someone is chasing us on the island, armed with sticks and knives. We ran desperately, and in our panic, we stumbled into here just as this dreadful storm hit." Ling Kun's gaze roamed over the two, catching sight of the raw, exposed flesh at their wounds, then glancing outside at the torrential downpour, droplets splashing against the ground and nearly reaching the cave entrance. After a moment of silence, he finally shifted slightly. "Come in and take shelter from the rain." The tension in the cave eased as the others relaxed their shoulders. Yuan had already turned to fetch a clean coarse cloth, preparing to tend to their wounds. Zhou Yuan and Yue, feeling as if they had been granted a reprieve, helped each other across the threshold, leaving a trail of wet footprints on the dry ground, which soon began to spread into small patches of moisture. At that moment, they remained unaware that this cave, hidden within the dense forest, would become their new sanctuary on this desolate island, fundamentally altering the course of their wandering fates. Yue had barely settled by the fire when a shiver coursed through her. Her damp clothes clung tightly to her body, chilling her to the bone, making her teeth chatter. Lu Dong's eyes were drawn to her soaked shirt, his gaze fixated as if magnetically pulled, his Adam's apple moving involuntarily. Old Zhou glanced over hastily, turning away as if scratching his chin, though his ears betrayed him, turning a shade of red. Yuan offered a large men's linen shirt, gently saying, "Change into this, or you'll catch a cold. There are no fever reducers on this island." Yue hesitated, clutching the shirt, her eyes darting over to Zhou Yuan. He leaned against the cave wall, his lips pale as if coated in frost, beads of sweat lined up on his forehead, trickling down his cheeks. "Don't worry, we'll keep an eye on him." Yuan reassured her with a gentle smile, patting her hand. "Take care of yourself first. Only then can you have the strength to look after him." Nodding with her lip bitten, Yue followed Yuan into the adjacent bamboo hut. Yuan kindly turned her back, but Yue found herself staring blankly at the bamboo bed strewn with hay, momentarily mistaking it for her old rental in the city, where she had often complained about the hard bedboards. Now, however, she felt that this bamboo bed was nothing short of paradise. "Hurry and change. If you linger any longer, you truly will catch a chill." Yuan's voice pulled her back from her stupor. "Oh," Yue responded slowly, shedding her clothes as her damp shirt slid to the ground, creating a small splash of water. Upon emerging in dry attire, she was taken aback to find the cave furnished with bamboo tables and chairs, and a large, dark iron pot perched on the stove, alongside a gleaming pressure cooker, its polished surface shining under the flickering firelight. The elegance of these items was astonishing. She tightened her grip on her wet clothes, her fingers turning white at the knuckles. How could there be a pressure cooker on a deserted island? Had this place once been inhabited? Just as she contemplated voicing her thoughts, Ling Kun suddenly lifted his gaze towards her, his eyes sharp as ice-cold blades, sending a shiver through her heart, and the question died on her lips. Ling Kun discarded the bloody cloth he had just removed, his tone as rigid as his demeanor. Don't look around yet. If you have questions, save them for later. He retrieved a paper-wrapped package of medicine, counted out 4 cold tablets, and distributed 2 to each of them. We must conserve the precious supplies on this island. He then handed 2 antibiotics to Zhou Yuan. Your wound is inflamed. Take this as well. We will discuss later who was pursuing you. Zhou Yuan accepted the medication with a wry smile, swallowing the tablets with the water offered, wincing as his Adam's apple bobbed painfully. Lu Dong rummaged through his backpack and produced a set of men's clothing, emphasizing, "This is merely a loan. You must return it once you procure clean garments." Fabric was scarce on the island, and each piece of clothing was a treasure. He thought it unnecessary to gift it outright, and merely lending it for temporary use sufficed. Zhou Yuan reached out to accept the clothes, feeling the dry fabric brush against his fingertips, warming his heart slightly as he managed a faint smile. "Thank you. I will certainly return it." He leaned against the cave wall and slowly rose to his feet, every movement causing the injury on his leg to sting as though salt had been poured into the wound. Lu Dong gestured toward the innermost bamboo hut. "Change in there. It's clean." After donning the fresh clothes, Zhou Yuan surveyed the cave's decor, unable to suppress his astonishment. This place resembled a hidden paradise. His gaze fell upon a wild boar tied in the corner, and his eyes brightened, reminiscent of a dog spotting a bone. "You managed to hunt this?" His stomach audibly growled in response, and he sheepishly scratched his head, his eyes glued to the meat, after struggling on the island for so long. He had forgotten the taste of flesh, and merely finding wild fruits daily felt like a blessing. Yu Wei followed his gaze, and upon seeing the massive wild boar, her throat instinctively tightened, her empty stomach echoing her hunger. Chio, standing by the fire, added quietly, "This pig came to us. It knocked itself out on the bamboo spikes at the cave entrance, without needing Ling Kun's orders." Lu Dong and Old Zhou rolled up their sleeves and began skinning the pig, under the glow of the fire. The thick hide of the wild boar was sliced open by a sharp knife, dark red blood dripping down the blade and spreading a deep stain on the ground. Old Zhou deftly peeled the skin while muttering, "This creature possesses remarkable strength. When I awoke earlier, it nearly thrust me against the rocky wall. If it weren't for Ling Kun's quick reflexes." Lu Dong interjected with a smile, "If it weren't for Dudu stubbornly clenching its hind leg, we wouldn't have been able to subdue it so effortlessly." Speaking of which, Dudu deserves the credit. Their exchange enlivened the atmosphere within the cave. As Zhou Yuan strained to sit upright, his curious gaze fixed upon their actions, eyes gleaming with excitement, Yu Wei quietly approached. Momentarily forgetting her earlier unease under Ling Kun's scrutiny, her attention fully captivated by the gradually exposed, pristine pork. She and I stood nearby, her demeanor calm as she observed the bustling activity, leisurely weaving straw ropes as if the unfolding scene bore no relevance to her. Dudu squatted by Ling Kun's feet, ears gently twitching in response to the movements around, its tail occasionally sweeping the ground, seemingly anticipating the rare and sumptuous feast ahead. The cave resonated with the sounds of skinning and butchering, punctuated by Zhou Yuan's muffled groans from his injuries, though these were swiftly overshadowed by the anticipation of the meal. Zhuge Yun crouched by the fire, adding fuel and gazing at the gradually steaming iron pot, unable to suppress a nostalgic reflection. In my youth, I adored watching pigs being slaughtered, for it signified the promise of pork. Back then, our circumstances were modest, and our family could only indulge in pork once a month, making each occasion feel like a festive celebration. Chapter 57. Processing pork, rendering lard. Ling Kun gazed at Zhuge Yun, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. "Master, I did not expect you to have a penchant for indulgence." Zhuge Yun adjusted his sleeves and laughed heartily. "Regardless of who one may be, The essentials of sustenance must always take precedence in this world. Ling Kun wholeheartedly agreed, nodding with a smile. In the current environment, one could not remove the bristles from the pig, but could only strip its skin. The task of skinning proved far more laborious than anticipated. The wild boar's hide was thick and tough. Old Joe gripped his knife, each cut requiring immense effort to penetrate deeply. The blade became ensnared within the layers of skin, necessitating several back-and-forth motions to carve a small incision. Before long, beads of sweat dotted his forehead, cascading down his cheeks and dripping onto the glossy fur of the wild boar. He paused intermittently, bending over to catch his breath, wiping the sweat from his forehead with his rough sleeves, smearing his face in the process. Yet he dared not linger too long in his movements. Lu Dong worked in perfect harmony beside him. As old Joe made an incision, he would grasp the edge of the skin, gradually pulling it away along the cut. The connective tissue between the skin and muscle creaked as it was torn, revealing glistening red flesh bit by bit beneath the fur. As the hide was gradually peeled away, a potent, fishy odor surged through the cave like a tidal wave, raw and untamed, stinging the nostrils. This uncastrated wild boar was indeed different. The scent was striking. Old Joe grimaced and spat, his brow furrowed, yet his hands continued their steady slicing of the remaining sinews. Yue caught a whiff of the aroma and instinctively turned her head aside, her nose slightly wrinkling, yet her gaze remained magnetically fixed upon the vibrant red meat. At a moment when her stomach growled with hunger, the pungent scent seemed far less intolerable, instead accentuating the allure of the fresh meat. Zhou Yuan could not resist inhaling deeply. The odor assaulted his senses, yet he swallowed hard. The thought of soon indulging in meat caused his previously scrunched face to relax, his eyes sparkling with anticipation, and the corners of his mouth involuntarily curling upward. After the skinning was complete, Lu Dong took the Nepali cookery handed to him by Ling Kun, the blade gleaming coldly in the firelight. He bent down, scrutinizing the wild boar's body, pressing his fingers at the joints to find the right spot. With a sudden surge of strength in his wrist, he thrust the blade precisely into the joint seam, and with a slight exertion, he separated the pig's leg from its body. Old Joe stood nearby, ready with a bamboo raft, deftly catching the freshly detached leg, anxious that the warm piece of meat might fall to the ground. The neatly divided chunks of meat piled on the bamboo raft, the contrasting layers of fat and lean flesh vividly visible, glistening under the flickering flames, igniting a deep yearning within. Lu Dong straightened up, wiping the sweat from his brow with the back of his hand, carefully shifting the bloodied entrails aside. The offal would be reserved for soup tomorrow. For now, the focus was on the meat, to satisfy everyone's cravings. Marco could no longer contain his excitement, rubbing his hands together as he approached, his eyes wide and fixated on the chunks of meat on the bamboo raft, as if ready to unleash a fiery wrath. Just moments ago, he dared to confront me. But now, let's see how I shall deal with you. With that, he turned and busied himself at the stove, gathering firewood and scrubbing pots, eager to showcase his skills. Zhuge Yin suddenly spoke up, urging them to render the pig lard first, as it would be quite useful for stir-frying, exuding an enticing aroma. Upon hearing this, Lu Dong promptly crouched down, meticulously cutting the large, snow-white slab of lard into thumb-sized pieces, his movements both swift and precise. Just as Marco finished tidying the stove, he hurried over, gingerly accepting the chopped lard and pouring it into the iron pot. Flames crackled eagerly against the pot's base as the lard gradually melted, releasing golden oil that sizzled delightfully. Before long, the rich scent of the oil began to waft through the cave, enveloping it in a warm, comforting embrace that gently masked the wild boar's gamey odor, making one unable to resist the urge to swallow. Meanwhile, the pork was almost fully dissected. Ling Kun, what about the taro stems we brought back earlier? Bring them over to cook together and balance the richness. Old Joe, without lifting his gaze, called out as he diligently cleaned the remnants of meat from the pig bones. Shen Mangao immediately responded, I know where they are. I'll go fetch them. She trotted back with a bundle of taro stems, which appeared somewhat wilted. Frowning slightly, she remarked, they seem to have lost their freshness. Old Joe took a look and nonchalantly replied, a little wilting is no issue. as long as they are not spoiled. A brief blanching will suffice. They will still be edible. If only we had some chili peppers, it would enhance the flavor. With that, he expertly trimmed away the old stems and tore the taro stems into thin strips. Yuan gazed at the heap of pork on the bamboo raft and pondered aloud. Chili peppers would indeed be wonderful, but with so much meat, we certainly cannot consume it all at once. Perhaps we should cure some of it for later enjoyment? Ling Kun sighed inwardly. Despite having a system, he could only exchange for 2 bags of salt each month, and this month's quota had long been depleted. Unable to store the meat in his spatial ring, he could only shake his head in resignation. We're out of salt. Curing it seems impractical. Yuan bit her lip, contemplating alternative methods when suddenly Marco clapped his thigh, his voice brightening. I've got it. We can dry the meat with lard and render the fatty pork into oil to preserve the meat. It can last quite a while. Zhuge Yun's eyes lit up, and he too clapped his thigh in agreement. Yes, we often employed this method to preserve pork back in the countryside. It can last for a year or 2 without spoiling. Everyone nodded in affirmation, their gazes towards Marco filled with admiration, relieved that they need not worry about the meat spoiling. Flattered by the praise, Marco continued, additionally, this method is far less troublesome than making cured meat. When it's time to eat, just boil it thoroughly, then slice the cooked meat for quick stir-frying. It's incredibly convenient. Ling Kun contemplated for a moment before adding, let us process the remaining meat this way, ensuring everyone has their fill tonight. And we shall deliberate on how to extract salt from seawater tomorrow. The group responded in unison, invigorated by the prospect. The cave was enveloped in a bustling yet expectant atmosphere, with flickering flames casting a warm glow on every face, their eyes sparkling with anticipation for the sumptuous dinner. The previously cut pieces of pork were rather large, proving cumbersome for cooking, necessitating further chopping. Lu Dong picked up a knife and deftly sliced the meat into palm-sized chunks, facilitating the removal of excess blood during cooking and making them easy to handle when served. With nimble hands, he swiftly completed the task, neatly arranging the remaining pieces on the side for later use. In the corner, Didu seemed to have caught a whiff of the enticing aroma of meat. Sensing the impending feast, its tail gently thumped against the ground, producing a rhythmic sound, while it occasionally glanced toward the stove, emitting soft whimpers as if urging the others to hasten. Chio stood quietly in the corner, arms crossed, observing the organized flurry of activity around her. The firelight danced upon her face, and a faint smile unconsciously graced her lips, her gaze imbued with warmth. Marco hummed a tuneless melody while using a bamboo-slotted spoon to scoop the rendered pork lard from the pot, transferring it into a stainless steel bowl. As the golden lard glistened enticingly, bubbles gently broke the surface. Ling Kun had long been eyeing that bowl of cracklings, and upon seeing it removed, he reached out eagerly. The moment he grasped a piece, the scorching heat surged through his fingertips, prompting him to quickly toss it into his other hand, juggling it back and forth while blowing on it fervently. Just as he was about to pop it into his mouth, he suddenly remembered Zhuge Yun and turned to ask, Master, would you care to try first? Zhuge Yun chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. You rascal, how thoughtful of you. I'm not in a hurry. Please indulge yourself. Only then did Ling Kun place the crackling in his mouth. As he gently bit down, a satisfying crunch accompanied by a rich, savory aroma exploded on his palate. The delightful combination of saltiness and a hint of crispiness made him involuntarily squint his eyes in bliss, savoring the moment. Chio, watching intently from the side, widened her round eyes in anticipation and softly inquired, Onaikin, is it delicious? Ling Kun, with bits of crackling still clinging to the corners of his mouth, nodded with a smile. It's delightful, exceptionally fragrant. I want to try too. Chio's voice was soft and sweet, laced with a hint of coaxing as her eyes sparkled with eagerness. Amused by her charm, Ling Kun promptly offered her another piece. Chio carefully accepted it, bringing it to her lips for a gentle bite. The crisp sound of her chewing resonated clearly in the quiet corner, and she sighed contentedly, her eyes curving into crescent moons, blissfully unaware of the oil smudged at the corners of her mouth. Zhou Yuan and Yu Wei watched enviously from the side, swallowing hard as their eyes glimmered with longing, their throats audibly gulping as they fixated on the bowl of cracklings. Old Joe, noticing their keen interest, could not resist teasing. If you wish to taste, simply take a few pieces, don't just stand there gawking. The two individuals, feeling a touch of embarrassment, scratched their heads, their cheeks flushed with a shy hue. Yet, their gazes remained fixated on the morsels of crispy meat in the bowl, as if the mere act of looking longer could alleviate their gnawing hunger. Observing their hesitance, Ling Kun decided to present the bowl before them, urging them to indulge without reservation. They exchanged glances, hesitated briefly, and then cautiously each took 2 pieces of the delectable morsels. As they took their first bites, the crispy texture and rich aroma exploded in their mouths. Zhou Yuan, with his mouth stuffed, mumbled inarticulately, "It's exquisite. This is the most delicious thing I've ever tasted on the island." Yue nodded vigorously, tears of joy welling in her eyes at the unexpected delight. She had never anticipated that escaping would lead to such a savory feast. It was no wonder that Along had once blocked their path for deer meat. For those with the means, there were always ways to procure meat, whether it be fish from the sea or conch from the shore. Anything that could satiate one's cravings was deemed a treasure. However, for those without resources, merely filling their stomachs on this desolate island was a formidable challenge, let alone the prospect of indulging in meat. At this moment, as they watched the group methodically preparing the wild boar, Zhou Yuan and Yu Wei felt a profound sense of gratitude for their serendipitous arrival at this cave, where they encountered a community willing to embrace them. It was then that Ling Kun recalled the presence of several piglets. With collective effort, they herded the frightened piglets into a corner of the cave, barricading them with wooden planks. Once this task was accomplished, Ling Kun contentedly returned to savor the crispy morsels once more. Yuan and Shunman Ge, drawn by the delightful scene, could not resist approaching to grab a few pieces from a bowl. The sounds of crisp chewing and joyful laughter intertwined, filling the cave with warmth, as even the air seemed to be infused with a sweet aroma. Marco, with nimble hands, took the chopped meat and placed it directly into the large pot, not stopping until it was nearly brimming, planning to save the remaining meat for the next batch. An hour and a half later, the first pot of freshly fried jerky emerged, its vibrant red hue enticingly reminiscent of the roasted pork sold in markets. Chapter 58. Inquire about origins. The 6 wash basins, once prepared, now brimmed with chunks of meat soaked in lard, a translucent sheen forming along the basin's rim, accentuating the glossy and firm texture of the dried meat. Marco wiped the sweat from his forehead, his fingertips brushing against the strands of hair clinging to his temples. As his gaze swept over the neatly arranged dried meat, the smile at the corners of his eyes deepened. This should suffice to sustain us for a while. If only we had a large earthenware jar, preferably with a lid. A tightly sealed clay rim would protect the meat from moisture, allowing it to be stored for months without issue. In the future, we should attempt to craft our own pottery, Ling Kun interjected. Yuan looked up at him, her eyelashes fluttering slightly. "You can make pottery?" Ling Kun smiled faintly. "I have not tried it myself, but I have seen the entire process in a documentary. The principles are generally the same. Once you grasp the fundamentals, you can surely figure it out." Marco picked up the conversation, and before he could finish his sentence, Old Joe had already rolled up his sleeves and was pouring water into the large iron pot, droplets splattering on the stove. The taro stalks blanched to a pale green color, and as Old Joe lifted them to drain, he called out, "Many hands make light work. Come, and help peel the skins." The group swiftly set to work, stripping the outer layers in mere minutes. Old Joe placed the iron pot on the stove and added some dry firewood to the hearth, the flames crackling as they licked the bottom of the pot. Once the pot was shimmering with oil, he ladled in the lard he had previously rendered, and the oil began to dance joyfully. With a resounding splash, the cut pieces of wild boar tumbled into the pot. The meat curled up in the hot oil, releasing a primal aroma that mingled with the gradually rising fragrance, creating a peculiar blend of scents. Old Joe wielded a spatula, flipping the meat until the edges turned a light golden brown. He then grabbed a bamboo basket and tossed in all the drained taro stalks to stir-fry together. With a flick of his wrist, the iron pot described a gentle arc on the stove, the ingredients swirling up and down with emotion. while the grains of salt cascaded onto the surface, evenly mixing into every piece of meat and every segment of stock. As he continued to stir-fry, an amber-hued broth began to seep from the pot, bubbling and thickening around the ingredients, the sticky aroma wafting through the air. The bitterness of the taro stalks was softened by the meat's fragrance, the raw scent dissipating significantly. Lu Dong focused intently on the bubbling meat, his throat bobbing as he chuckled, though it carries a hint of wildness in this desolate island. Being able to gnaw on warm meat is already a blessing. What more could one ask for? Yue Wei gazed at the food, gradually taking on a savory hue, her stomach grumbling eagerly, and she unconsciously swallowed, her eyes sparkling with a yearning light akin to scattered stars. Zhou Yuan couldn't help but lick his chapped lips. The pain from the corner of his mouth was dulled by the enticing aroma of the meat. Old Zhou drizzled a spoonful of soy sauce into the pot, the deep brown liquid instantly emerging with the broth, completely suppressing the gaminess. The enticing fragrance of the meat combined with the sweet freshness of the taro stalks filled the cave, tantalizing every individual's appetite as though they were serenading an empty city. He picked up a piece of taro stem with his chopsticks, brought it to his lips, and blew gently before taking a small bite. Nodding, he remarked to him, "It's just right. We can eat now." Yue Wei and Zhou Yuan's gazes were magnetically drawn to the pot, their fingers trembling slightly, eagerly anticipating their share. Ling Kun paused momentarily with the bowl in hand, silently relieved he had exchanged for this large iron pot. Had it been a regular single-handle frying pan, it would not suffice to satiate so many appetites. Yue Wei sat at the bamboo table, cradling a stainless steel bowl filled with marbled wild boar meat, her mind drifting as though in a dream. With trembling hands, she grasped the bamboo chopsticks and lifted a piece of meat to her mouth, the tender texture melting between her teeth, while the fragrant essence of taro stem slid down her throat, alleviating much of the hunger and exhaustion that had plagued her for days. Tears unexpectedly welled up, splashing into the bowl and mingling with the steaming broth, leaving her unsure whether the emotion stemmed from the satisfaction of finally filling her stomach or the warmth discovered in a desperate situation. Zhou Yuan, noticing her emotional response, disregarded propriety and stuffed large chunks of meat into his mouth, oblivious to the grease trickling down his chin onto his clothes. Xin Meng observed their voracious consumption, momentarily recalling her own arrival, a gentle warmth flickering in her eyes. Chen Daikinjia experienced taro stem for the first time. The soft, slippery stalk, saturated with meat juices, was initially dense, but erupted with delectable flavors upon chewing. Her eyes widened in astonishment as she swallowed small bites, mumbling praises. "I've never tasted anything so fresh." The leftover pig bones will be saved for tomorrow's taro soup. Ling Kun remarked, "This taro stem, soaked in broth, is even more enticing than the meat." Old Zhou, holding his bowl, mumbled as he picked up another large piece of stem with his chopsticks. The cave soon buzzed with life. Even Dudu was gnawing on a bone in the corner. Old Zhou then stated, "Those wild piglets will smell terrible if kept in the cave. Tomorrow I'll find a place outside to build a pen for them." Ling Kun replied, "Sounds good. We'll rely on you for that." The bamboo table, accommodating all 8 of them, was filled to the brim, the clinking of bowls and chopsticks mingling with a chorus of appreciative murmurs, harmonizing with the softening rain outside, creating a warm ambience. Ling Kun sat in a corner with his bowl, occasionally casting glances at Zhou Yuan and Yue Wei. Noticing their bowls were nearly empty, he set down his chopsticks, took a tissue to wipe the corner of his mouth, and said, "Now that we can catch our breath, let us talk. Who is it that's pursuing you?" Zhou Yuan, having just stuffed the last piece of meat into his mouth, froze at the question, the color draining from his face. He swallowed hard, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand, his voice heavy like a waterlogged stone. "It's Ahu and his gang." He then recounted a long ordeal and how Ahu had coerced his sister-in-law, laying everything bare. Ling Kun exchanged glances with Lu Dong. So the ruthless character was named Ahu. Who could have anticipated that initial incident would unravel such a series of events? Ling Kun gently traced the rim of his bowl with his fingertips, raising his gaze to meet Zhou Yuan's eyes. "Do you know who harmed your elder brother?" Chapter 59. Secret Affairs. Zhou Yuan's Adam's apple bobbed twice, his knuckles turning white as he hastily spoke. That day, I had a stomachache and squatted in the temporary shed for quite a while, never even made it to the trading market. As for who harmed my brother, he stole a glance at Ling Kun's taut jawline, his voice dwindling. When they returned, they were cursing and not a single word was mentioned about the assailant. Ling Kun's brows knit together tightly, his fingers unconsciously tapping the rim of the bowl, the sound echoing distinctly in the damp cave, while the rain outside seemed muffled as if filtered through cotton. Suddenly, he halted his movements, leaving a faint mark on the bowl's edge. How many of Ahu's group are gathered now? Do they possess any weapons? It was essential to ascertain their situation. Zhou Yuan quickly licked his cracked lips, his nails digging into his palm to jog his memory. Approximately 17 or 18, I saw a few sharpened iron spears and a chipped machete. Those were taken during the last skirmish with the western camp. The rest were just wooden sticks and stones. Ling Kun's facial muscles relaxed slightly, yet his demeanor remained steely. He cast a sidelong glance at Yue, huddled against the rock wall 2 meters away. The girl twisting the hem of her garment, droplets from the cave ceiling clinging to her lashes. Having lingered on this island for so long, you should be aware that this is not a refuge. He turned back to Zhou Yuan, his voice as cold as tempered steel. The more mouths to feed, the more rations are required, and that includes 2 additional ones. Zhou Yuan's face turned ashen. No more than 3 days. Ling Kun rose, the campfire casting flickering shadows behind him. Show me your worth within 3 days, or find your own place come dawn. On the other side of the island, the thatched hut was rattled by the patter of rain. Wang Mingxin rested her chin on her knees, gazing at the rain curtain outside that resembled a white veil, her fingers subconsciously probing the seams of the grass mat. Is the oilcloth that Han Zhuo and the others brought sufficient? I hope we don't fall ill from the rain. The fire beside her had dwindled to a pile of dark red coals, the occasional spark illuminating the worry in her eyes. Han Yu waved his hand, instructing 2 nearby teammates to reinforce the roof, and, upon returning, he casually draped his arm around her shoulders, the warmth of his palm seeping through her shirt. Don't worry, those fellows are seasoned veterans. They were fishing on the rocks even during the last typhoon. Wang Mingxin struggled momentarily, but then relaxed, adding a few dry branches to the fire. The flames leapt up half a foot, illuminating her furrowed brow, yet their water supply was depleting if they failed to find fresh water. Han Yu's fingers gently caressed her shoulder, his gaze shifting from the rain to her face, illuminated by the firelight, now slightly flushed. Perhaps we could take this opportunity to resume what we left unfinished last time. Wang Mingxin's face flushed crimson, and she pushed him away, her tone soft as cotton. Were you thinking at a time like this? It would be awful if they returned unexpectedly. Yet despite her firm words, her voice betrayed a hint of shyness and hesitation. As Han Yu beheld the scene, a triumphant smile graced his lips, observing her bashful yet feigned composure. He felt a familiar heat rise within him once more. Without uttering a word, he reached out and drew her into his embrace. Han Yu's hands grew increasingly restless, gliding slowly along her waist, his warm breath cascading over her neck. Wang Mingxin's heart raced like a drum, her hands instinctively clutching his clothing, her eyes a tumultuous blend of panic and anticipation. This signal served as the most potent catalyst for Han Yu. His palm caressed her delicate waist, feeling the astonishing softness through the thin silk shirt. The rounded, firm curves tightly enveloped by the deep gray pencil skirt provided an exquisite tactile experience. The remarkable elasticity communicated through the fabric left him utterly captivated. A soft, trembling sigh escaped Wang Mingxin's throat, igniting all of Han Yu's passions in an instant. His breathing quickened, his body temperature soared, and reason faltered under the weight of desire, pinning her amidst the grass. Wang Mingxin's eyes fluttered shut, her hair disheveled across the grassy bed. Her usual commanding presence dissolved as she became enveloped in an atmosphere thick with ambiguity and tension. Her delicate form swayed slightly, as if both resisting and yielding. Just as Han Yu was on the brink of complete surrender, she suddenly opened her eyes wide, the remnants of her reason prompting her to recognize the consequences, and she pushed against him with urgency. No, We cannot let it go this far. Hanyu, momentarily taken aback by her push, gazed at her tear-streaked visage, his desire momentarily retreating, yet he was still reluctant to release her. His heavy breaths fanned against her flushed cheeks. Mengxin, don't. I truly like you. I'll transfer 0.1 of the shares to you when we return. A value of 300 billion, 0.1 is quite substantial. The transfer of shares in a publicly listed company is not as simple as one might think. It requires board approval and legal notarization. Thus, whether the transfer is feasible remains uncertain. The immediate priority, however, is to win her over. Upon hearing this enticing offer, Wang Mingxin turned her face away, unable to meet his gaze, her mind a whirlwind of confusion, torn between the fear of being discovered and her bewilderment at his fervor. Her long hair was speckled with grass fragments, her chest rising and falling dramatically, resembling a startled fawn. Hanyu observed the redness at the corners of her eyes and her slightly swollen lips, his throat tightening as the stirrings of desire surged once more. She struggled to rise, yet he held her firmly within his grasp, her feeble resistance rendered futile against the onslaught of his masculine allure. Witnessing her predicament, Hanyu's desire to conquer surged anew, the previously subsided heat within him boiling over, his gaze growing ever more intense. Caught in the tug-of-war between passion and reason, Wang Mingxin reluctantly succumbed, ultimately surrendering amidst the grass, her eyes glazed and breathless. At that moment, the rain intensified, large droplets pummeling the thatched roof, creating a cacophony that threatened to drown out this clandestine affection. The sounds of their heavy breathing intertwined with the relentless rain. Meanwhile, Han Zhuo and a group of individuals sought refuge in a hollow tree, sheltering from the rain. He wiped the water from his face and gazed at the increasingly tumultuous curtain of rain outside, his brow furrowed in concern. The teammates beside me were drenched to the bone, shivering from the cold, yet they persevered in tallying the supplies. Chapter 60. The Escape this time. The spoils were somewhat decent. Several unopened bottles of beverages, leftover airline meals, and a few articles of clothing. Team member Xiao Li clutched the supplies in his arms, his teeth chattering in the cold rain, the sound reminiscent of leaves trembling in the wind. Han Zhuo shrank deeper into the tree hollow, the damp bark pressing against his back, making it feel stiff. He nodded, his gaze sweeping over the others. Old Zhang had a long gash on his pant leg from a branch, exposing skin that was pale and bruised. Xiao Lin huddled in a corner, hugging his knees, his lips tinged with a bluish hue. The rain showed no signs of abating, and he silently calculated that as soon as the downpour lightened, they must return to the camp. Wang Mingxin and the others must be anxiously tending to the pile of firewood. Suddenly, footsteps echoed outside the hollow. A squelching sound, as if someone was dragging wet boots through the mud. Accompanying it was the scraping of heavy objects against the ground, a sound that pierced through the curtain of rain. Han Zhuo's spine instantly stiffened, and he swiftly drew the dagger from his waist. The cold metal offered a slight reassurance, and he raised his left index finger to his lips, signaling for silence among his teammates. Squinting, he leaned closer to the crevice of the tree hollow and beheld 3 figures, drenched and staggering toward them. Leading the group was a burly man shouldering a bulging sack, its bottom dragging on the muddy ground, leaving behind a dark red trail that spread into eerie patterns amidst the rain. He held his breath, his knuckles turning white from gripping the dagger tightly. The man's face was brutish, a grotesque scar marring his left brow, his gaze as predatory as a circling eagle, scanning the surroundings. The blood seeping from his sack wound through the mud like a venomous snake, sending chills down one's spine. Were these individuals foes or allies? Judging by their demeanor, they appeared anything but benign. With a thud, the burly man kicked aside the dead branches blocking the entrance of the hollow, sending mud splattering. He dropped the sack to the ground with a dull thud, his piercing gaze sweeping across the hollow's entrance. Listen here, those hiding inside, hand over what you've concealed, and perhaps we might spare your lives. His hoarse voice, laced with the chill of the rain, seeped inside, making the temperature within the hollow plummet several degrees. Han Zhuo exchanged glances with his teammates, each of them instinctively tightening their grips on whatever makeshift weapons they had. Old Zhang picked up a sharpened branch. While Shaolin clutched a stone he had scavenged. They pressed against the damp walls of the hollow, forming a defensive arc, the air charged with palpable tension. Hanjua took a deep breath, the icy air stinging his lungs. In a hushed tone, he instructed his teammates, "Stay steady, do not act rashly." Yet his eyes remained fixed on the burly man's face, trying to glean insight from the twitching of the scar. At that moment, a faint whimper emanated from the sack, piercing the taut atmosphere like a needle, rendering the surroundings even more uncanny. The burly man, clearly irritated, kicked the sack, spitting a mix of saliva and rainwater onto its surface. "Behave. Move again, and I'll deal with you right here." Hanjua's heart sank. Was there a woman trapped inside that sack? He suddenly recalled the girl that Xianggu had mentioned, the one who had nearly been assaulted in the cabin and had desperately fled into the depths of the rainforest upon awakening. At that moment, the plane had been torn asunder, and she had rushed barefoot into the wilderness, not anticipating that she would end up in the clutches of this group. He vaguely surmised the origins of the burly man, for his mannerisms hinted at being one of Yuan Su's subordinates. This faction was entrenched in the rainforest, eager to ascend through Yuan Xing's favor. It seemed that the burly man had sinister intentions, having once preyed on women older than himself in his youth. He had now become infatuated with the young and innocent. Captivating this striking girl, he likely aimed to bypass Yuan Su and present her as an offering to the voracious Yuan Xing, seeking an opportunity to rise above. As for how they had tracked her down, it was likely that their search for supplies had led to this encounter. This greedy band, intent on flattery while coveting resources, was clearly adept at scheming. The individuals in the hollow tree exchanged wary glances, and Old Zhang subtly inched closer to Hanjua, forming the question, "What shall we do?" with his lips. Before Hanjua could respond, a deafening clap of thunder erupted above, a blinding flash illuminating the entrance. Torrential raindrops suddenly intensified, cascading like a waterfall, reducing visibility outside the tree hollow to less than 3 meters. The two henchmen behind the burly man began to fidget nervously, muttering indistinctly. Hanjua keenly sensed this flicker of uncertainty and devised a plan. Just as he was about to signal his comrades to act, a sharp bark erupted from outside, slicing through the tension of the rain-soaked standoff. The two men flinched visibly, nearly dropping their clubs. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Hanjua commanded now. The team surged forth from the hollow like arrows released from a bow, the sound of their footsteps muffled by the rain. Old Zhang thrust a sharpened stick into the abdomen of the man on the left, while Shaolin, propelled by momentum, toppled the one on the right. At that moment, the burlap sack on the ground began to convulse violently, ripping open with a loud crack. A bloodied woman tumbled out, her hair matted to her face with blood, leaving only her wide, terrified eyes visible. When her gaze met Hanjua's, a flicker of survival ignited within them. Without pausing for thought, Hanjua felt the piercing despair in her eyes and drew his dagger, lunging toward the advancing burly man. The man reacted swiftly, sidestepping to evade the strike, his machete unsheathing with a sharp sound as it swung toward Hanjua's shoulder. The two became locked in a fierce struggle, their blades flashing amidst the downpour. Meanwhile, the other team members engaged in a chaotic melee with the burly man's subordinates, the clash of weapons, grunts of exertion, and shouts swallowed by the relentless rain. The woman huddled in the mud, her hands clamped tightly over her mouth in silence, her body trembling uncontrollably, her eyes fixed unblinkingly on the tumultuous fray. The barking outside grew ever closer, suggesting that more than one dog was closing in. Hanjua's heart sank as he intensified his offensive, skillfully maneuvering against the burly man while shouting a warning, "Be cautious. They may belong to Yuan Su." His comrades, upon hearing his words, felt a surge of determination, their attacks becoming increasingly ferocious. Old Zhang thrust his sharpened wooden stake, piercing his opponent's thigh, eliciting a series of agonized screams. At that moment, the sound of barking drew near, accompanied by a deep, menacing growl, as 3 large wild dogs charged into the fray, their disheveled fur matted and drool dripping from their jaws, clearly starved. The scene descended into chaos. One wild dog fixed its gaze on a woman cowering in the corner. emitting a low growl before lunging toward her. "Ah!" she screamed, her cry piercing the air. Out of the corner of his eye, Hanjua caught sight of this horrifying scene, his heart racing with urgency. He feigned an attack, forcing the burly man to retreat, and swiftly turned to sprint towards the woman. Just as the wild dog's claws were about to grasp her, Hanjua delivered a powerful kick to the dog's side, sending it tumbling in the mud. The dog, yelping in pain, rose more ferociously, baring its sharp fangs and circling Hanjua while growling threateningly. He shielded the woman behind him, panting heavily with one hand on his knee, the other gripping his dagger, ever watchful of their surroundings. Both old Zhang and Shaolin were entangled with the wild dogs and remaining henchmen, unable to break free for the moment. The rain washed over their wounds, the metallic scent of blood permeating the damp air as the battle grew increasingly tense. A plan to break through was imperative. Hanjua's gaze darted around until it landed on a nearby, leaning dead tree. Its trunk had long rotted at the core, and its roots were softened by the rain. If he could topple it, it might create chaos, providing an opportunity for escape. Seizing the moment as a wild dog lunged once more, he deftly sidestepped and picked up a stone from the ground, summoning all his strength to strike the decayed base of the dead tree. Thud! 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 The stones hit relentlessly, and the tree creaked ominously as if on the verge of collapse. With the aid of the howling wind and pouring rain, it finally succumbed, crashing down into the tumultuous crowd. Watch out! The burly man and his henchmen were taken aback by this sudden turn of events, retreating hastily, while two of them were caught off guard and knocked to the ground by falling branches. Several wild dogs yelped in surprise, momentarily forgetting their assault. Hanjua seized this fleeting opportunity, pulling the woman to her feet and shouting, "Run!" He led his comrades in a frantic escape in the opposite direction of the wild dogs, the burly man's furious shouts echoing behind them. "You little brats. Don't let me catch you again." His voice was soon swallowed by the wind and rain. Those left behind were ensnared by the wild dogs, who, evidently famished, pounced on any living being as if it were prey. An injured henchman, unable to rise, was quickly surrounded by the dogs, and in a matter of moments, silence fell upon him. The remaining wild dogs, having found their meal, abandoned their pursuit of the burly men, engrossed in their frenzied feast. The burly man and the remaining subordinates took the opportunity to flee in a hasty tumble. Hanjua and his companions stumbled along the muddy path, their vision blurred by the incessant rain, while branches lining the roadside relentlessly tore at their garments, leaving trails of blood in their wake. Hanjua could not help but curse inwardly. If only the bodyguards hired by his father were here. With their skills, they wouldn't have needed to run. Perhaps they could have even turned the tide and counterattacked that group. After what felt like an eternity of running, only when the sounds behind them faded into silence did Hanjua signal for everyone to halt. They leaned against the tree trunks, gasping for breath, each of them too exhausted to utter a word. The woman, drenched to the bone, weakly leaned against Hanjua's shoulder, her voice barely above a whisper, "Thank you." Hanjua steadied her, his gaze sweeping over the weary faces of his team. Shali bore a deep gash on his arm, exposing bone, while Lao Zhang limped, clearly injured in the leg. He understood the urgency of finding a safe haven to recuperate, yet the vastness of the rainforest left him pondering where such a refuge might be. He lifted his gaze towards the direction of the camp, a knot tightening in his heart. Was the thatched hut guarded by Wang Mingxin and the others safe at this moment? Unbeknownst to him, his girlfriend and father were entwined in a passionate embrace, lost in each other's affections. Chapter 61. The subtle thoughts of Gao Zhua in this grove of banyan trees. It resembles a labyrinth forgotten by giants. The twisting aerial roots dangle to the ground, piercing the damp earth and creating numerous tiny holes. The stoutest banyan tree bears bark that resembles the weathered visage of an old man, with deep crevices filled with blackened mud formed from decaying leaves. Naturally formed hollows in the trees appear as gaping wounds split by a mighty axe, their inner walls clinging with moist moss. Spacious enough for 7 or 8 individuals to sit in a crouch position. As Hanjua nudged the girl into the hollow, her fingernails trembled, leaving faint white marks on the moss-covered trunk. The 4 of them found relative comfort in this space. Hanjua turned to the other boys behind him, instructing them to seek refuge in neighboring trees, as there was insufficient room here. The remaining companions squeezed into the adjacent hollow. Outside, the wind and rain tore through the night, with large raindrops pounding on the banyan leaves, producing a thunderous din occasionally. A breaking branch would crash to the ground with a dull thud. He leaned against the damp wall of the hollow, catching his breath, when his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a figure curled up in the corner. Her pallid cheeks still bore the remnants of unshed tears, and her nostrils flared slightly with rapid breaths, resembling a fawn drenched by the downpour, even the tips of her ears blushing a pitiful pink. "What is your name? How do they capture you?" His voice, imbued with the dampness of the air, echoed within the confined space, startling a few droplets of mud from the ceiling. "Suyao." The girl's voice was as faint as a whisper, nearly drowned by the storm. She tightened her grip on her tattered skirt, her fingertips turning pale from the pressure, while the droplets clinging to her lashes cascaded down, mingling with tears on her chin, creating a small patch of moisture amidst the dirt. "I was traveling with a tour group. We crashed." As she spoke, fear enveloped her, her pupils contracting to the size of pinpricks, her hands instinctively wrapping around her shoulders, as if she could still see the glinting daggers in the hands of those men. Hanjua gently patted her shoulder, feeling the icy fabric beneath his palm, as though it were shrouded in a thin layer of frost. "I was also by the beach before. How come I didn't see you?" Suyao abruptly lifted her gaze, her eyelashes fluttering like startled butterfly wings, and a few droplets fell into the hollow of her collarbone. "I must have been unconscious. When I woke, there were two madmen trying to strip me of my clothes. And then they ran away." Her voice suddenly tightened, her icy fingertips gripping his sleeve as if in desperation, her knuckles turning white as frost. "After that, I encountered a few people who said they wanted to hand me over to Yuan Xing." "Is he very terrifying?" Hanjua's expression turned icy, akin to a blade tempered in frost, his gaze piercing. His clenched fist cracked ominously, knuckles pale as frost. "Yuan Xing was once the mayor. He holds considerable power on this island." Having said that, he bent down to gather the dry twigs and leaves at the bottom of the hollow into a pile, retrieving a zip lighter to ignite a flame. The orange flames licked the damp wood, emitting a hissing sound, while the rising white smoke condensed into tiny droplets on the ceiling, trickling down the rough tree trunk. Su Yao's eyes widened, the flickering light reflected in her pupils, softening the terror that had once resided in their depths. "How do you have a lighter?" Hanjua twirled the lighter before her eyes, the metallic casing glimmering in the firelight, a mischievous smile curling at the corners of his lips. "Have you never seen something like this before?" Two of his lackeys, ever perceptive, approached to stoke the flames. As sparks crackled and danced, he suddenly began to shed his outer garment, the damp fabric producing a dull, rasping sound as it was pulled away. "What are you doing?" Su Yao recoiled sharply, her back colliding with the rough bark of a tree, emitting a muted thud, while droplets of mud from above splattered into her hair. Hanjua had stripped down to his underwear, revealing a bronze-toned skin marked by shallow scars. Raising an eyebrow at her, he remarked, "I'm drying my clothes. Do you really intend to remain in wet garments, risking a fever on this desolate island, where even aspirin is a luxury?" "That won't happen. Rescue will come soon." Su Yao's voice drifted, though she strained to maintain her composure, her fingers subconsciously clawing at the tree bark. The two lackeys had already started to dry their clothing, tossing a discarded t-shirt onto the fire, which emitted curling wisps of white smoke. Hanjua observed her shivering shoulders and suddenly adopted a grave tone. "I've been here for over 2 months, witnessing 7 mirages, each time believing it to be a rescue vessel, only to discover they were mere illusions." He recalled the city, where a mere flick of cash could bend any will. But in this place, money was worthless, little more than scraps of paper, inferior even to a half-piece of compressed biscuit. Suao's breath hitched sharply, her lips trembling as she struggled for words, as if cast into a freezing abyss, her fingertips paling. "It's impossible. We were on an international flight. The airline will initiate a search. The black box has a tracking system." Her voice grew fainter, the final syllables shredded by the howling wind and rain outside, almost inaudible. Hanjua scoffed, tossing aside a half-dry shirt, the fabric rustling softly. What signals could a seawater-soaked black box emit? Moreover, did the cruise ship we were on not send out any distress signals? He leaned closer, the warmth of his breath brushing against Su Yao's ear, imbued with the scent of smoke, and ominously warned. Do you think the people working for Yuan Xing just appeared? Many were gathered from the wreckage of ships and planes, and those who disobeyed have long since been fed to the wild boars in the forest. Su Yao's fingers dug deeply into her palms, fragments of traumatic memories suddenly coalescing. The greedy glint in the captor's murky eyes, their mixed tones of fear and excitement when mentioning Yuan Xing and the strange metallic scent she had encountered while passing through a grove. It ensnared her like a sinister web. But, she wished to argue, yet her throat felt constricted, only allowing her to emit fragmented whimpers, akin to a butterfly with its wings grasped tightly. 2 months were sufficient for the concrete jungle to forget an accident, for the tropical wilderness to cloak all traces of civilization beneath vines and decaying leaves. She glanced down at her skirt, now stained with sea sand and dark red splotches, her stomach churning violently as she quickly turned her face away. Hanj was sought to understand the woman before him and wished to continue captivating her willingly. Did you see those strangling banyans outside? Last month, a fishing vessel ran aground, and the crew member swam ashore, only to be captured by Yuan Xing's men within 3 days to be forced into labor. An elderly man resisted and was dragged into the forest, with only a single shoe found the following day. Su Yao abruptly lifted her gaze, colliding with his fathomless eyes. Within them lay no jest, only the harsh, jagged edges forged by suffering, akin to the rocks battered by the waves along the shore. Why was he doing this? Wasn't he the mayor? Her voice was dry as sandpaper, with every word sending pain through her throat. The mayor? Hanj was scoffed, as if he had heard the most ludicrous of jokes, his lips curling into a mocking smile, the scar at the corner of his eye flickering in the firelight. Here, only those with shotguns and granaries held power. Under the guise of rescue, he deceived the first wave of arrivals, erecting a wooden fortress before beginning to seize passing vessels and conscripting laborers for construction. As for women, he paused, his gaze sweeping over Su Yao's pallid face, as if appraising an object's worth, either to become his concubine or to be distributed among his subordinates as wives. Su Yao's teeth began to chatter, not from the cold, but from a terror that seeped from her marrow, making her fingertips tremble. Observing her reaction, Hanjua felt a sense of satisfaction at having instilled fear. She understood at last why they had sent her to Yuan Xing, comprehending the chill that flickered in Hanjua's eyes at the mention of that name. The so-called rescue was merely another entrance to a deeper abyss, far more terrifying than drowning in the sea. She curled tighter, burying her face in her knees, her suppressed sobs finally spilling from her lips, mingling with the sound of rain outside, creating an especially mournful symphony. Shivering shoulders, resembling a small creature drenched by the downpour, and tossed her his thoroughly dried coat. Put on. Catching a cold here is worse than being taken by Yuan Xing. His voice returned to a neutral tone, devoid of emotion. If you wish to survive, do not cling to unrealistic hopes. Su Yao raised her head, tears blurring her vision. Yet for the first time, she clearly beheld the man before her. He was not unhandsome, exuding an inexplicable nobility, like a fallen prince. His gaze was not gentle, perhaps even somewhat roguish. Yet the coat he offered bore the warmth of life, the only solace in this desolate place. She extended her hand, accepting the jacket that carried a faint scent of tobacco, and in that moment, she finally acknowledged the reality she had resisted for so long. Rescue would not arrive. She must survive here, relying on herself or the unfamiliar survivors around her. Could you turn your backs? Her voice was as delicate as a whisper, her cheeks burning with embarrassment. Hanjui understood, signaling to his 2 subordinates, and the 3 of them simultaneously turned away, their backs to the fire, feeling the heat suffuse their shirts. The sound of rustling clothes came from behind, the fabric's friction distinctly clear and far quicker than anticipated. All right. Su Yao's voice trembled with shyness, akin to a startled little rabbit. When Hanj would turn back, his breath caught inexplicably in his throat. A loose shirt draped over her figure, the hem swaying and covering her thighs, reminiscent of a child inadvertently donning an adult's attire. The relaxed neckline tilted to one side, revealing a glimpse of her pale collarbone, akin to a crescent moon nestled in the snow, adorned with a warm golden edge from the firelight. As she tugged at the hem, her fingertips anxiously brushed against the fabric, yet could not conceal the skin above her knees. With each movement, the fabric undulated, exposing her delicate calves, as white as lotus roots, with traces of sea, sand clinging to her ankles. The crackling of the bonfire filled the air, its warm glow climbing up her flushed cheeks, slipping down her neck into the open neckline. She raised her hand to fasten the bottom button, but her fingers halted abruptly upon touching the fabric, inadvertently widening the loose front. The hazy curves beneath the cloth flickered in and out of view, reminiscent of hills shrouded in mist, inviting contemplation. Hanj was suddenly perceived that her brows and eyes bore a striking resemblance to a famous actress from martial arts films, particularly the beauty mark beneath her eye. His gaze became involuntarily affixed to her, his throat constricting as he hastily diverted his attention to the fire. Su Yao felt her entire being flush under his scrutiny, as though tiny flames danced upon her skin, instinctively wrapping her arms across her chest. Yet, this only accentuated her waist, causing the shirt hem to rise slightly, revealing the inner thighs illuminated by the fire's glow, akin to lychee flesh encased in honey. "No, do not look." Her voice trembled softly, her eyelashes casting shadows over her glistening eyes, yet she defiantly lifted her chin, embodying a mixture of fear and forced composure, like a white bird with damp feathers, novelly spreading its wings, utterly unaware of how alluring her exposed skin appeared. The sleeves of her shirt were overly long, concealing half of her palm, revealing only the rounded tips of her fingers, their nails neatly trimmed and tinged with a soft pink hue. She shifted closer to the bonfire, the fabric gently rising and falling with the heat, contouring her slender waist, quivering softly with each breath, akin to ripples spreading across water, resonating deep within the heart. Han Shui suddenly snapped back to reality, catching sight of two younger men casting lingering glances at Su Yao's legs, his throat constricting as he barked. "What are you staring at? Never seen a woman before? Keep staring, and I'll have your eyes served to the dogs." The two men hastily turned their gazes toward the rain curtain at the cave entrance, their ears flushed crimson, like shrimps scorched by the fire. Su Yao sidestepped Hanju's gaze, extending her damp coat toward him. The moment the sleeve slipped, it revealed her delicate wrist adorned with faint blue veins, reminiscent of intricate patterns on a jade hairpin. "Could you help me dry this?" Her voice still carried a tremor, yet it was imbued with newfound steadiness, no longer tinged with the imminent threat of tears. As Hanjur reached out to take the coat, his fingertip inadvertently brushed against her hand, sending a jolt of electricity through him, leaving a tingling sensation. He glanced down at the mud-stained coat, flecks of grass clinging to the fabric, then lifted his gaze to her. She was crouched on the opposite side of the fire, clutching two slender twigs, cautiously propping open her undergarments, her movements so tentative as if she were engaged in a matter of great significance. The sheer fabric, illuminated by the firelight, became nearly transparent, casting a soft white glow that outlined her petite form. Su Yao's cheeks burned hotter than the bonfire, her fingers gripping the twig with such fervor that it nearly snapped. Even her earlobes blushed to the point of near bleeding. She deliberately fixed her gaze upon the flickering flames, yet her peripheral vision continuously caught glimpses of Han Zhui's movements, her heart racing as if it housed a frenzied rabbit. "Hurry up," she thought, for a spark might leap forth and incinerate her undergarments. Hanju's voice floated over from across the way as he laid his coat over the rocks to roast, his gaze seemingly tethered to her, observing her clumsy efforts with a hint of a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Embarrassed, Su Yao responded with a soft hastening her actions, the twigs producing gentle crackling sounds as they collided. The delicate lace of her lingerie swayed in the firelight, and she suddenly realized how absurd she must appear, dressed in a strange man's shirt, grilling her intimate garments on a deserted island. Yet, amidst the earlier panic, A deeper anxiety took root within her. The door stood wide open. Should Hanjua choose to pounce at this moment, she would be utterly defenseless. After several minutes, reassured by their lack of unusual actions, she felt her tension ease. Perhaps the bonfire had dispelled the chill, or perhaps this prickly man was not so terrifying after all. At least he did not regard her with the lewd gaze of those infatuated fools. Outside the tree hollow, the storm had quietly lessened. The raindrops tapping against the leaves grew gentle, as if someone were fanning a distant breeze. Only the crackling of the bonfire and the barely perceptible breaths shared between the two remained, accompanied by the furtive glances of the two younger men, unable to contain their curiosity as they occasionally stole glances in this direction. Chapter 62. The plight of the plane survivors. The clouds had thickened ominously, resembling cotton soaked in ink, looming heavily in the sky and weighing down upon the hearts of the survivors. The oppressive rumble of thunder rolled through the layers of cloud, at times deep and guttural like the growl of a great beast, and at other moments rising sharply, as if on the verge of breaking free from its shrouded confinement. The sea breeze, laden with the briny scent of the ocean, enveloped them, tousling their disheveled hair and stirring the unsettling ripples within their hearts. In an instant, the rain began to fall, the size of the droplets akin to pearls scattered by divine hands, initially sparse and gentle, splattering against the sandy shore and the metallic remnants of the aircraft with a crisp patter. Yet, within mere moments, the raindrops coalesced into a relentless downpour, transforming the landscape into a white mist, blurring the horizon where the sea met the sky into a chaotic blend. The survivors of the crash, still reeling from the shock of their ordeal, bore the lingering sense of jet fuel and smoke. The sudden deluge only heightened their disarray. Some instinctively wrapped their arms around themselves, as if this could shield them from the cold and fear, yet the icy rain seeped down their collars, saturating their thin garments and prompting involuntary shivers. Others, disoriented, ran aimlessly along the beach, sandals sinking into the wet sand with each laborious step, desperately seeking shelter. Their vision was obscured by the dense curtain of rain, and within moments, they stumbled on the slick grains, falling hard to the ground and splashing into a muddy puddle. As they struggled to rise, a sharp pain shot through their knees, revealing a crimson streak mingled with dirt. Their bodies were coated in a brownish sludge, hair clinging to their foreheads, faces etched with frustration and urgency, eyes darting about like a lost creature. Those with quicker reflexes spotted the nearby woods and dashed toward it in a frenzy. They splashed through water that reached their ankles, ignoring the sharp shells that cut into their soles. Upon reaching the edge of the forest, some broke off slender branches, sap coating their hands, while others tore large leaves, the serrated edges drawing blood from their fingertips, unnoticed amidst the chaos. In a flurry of hands, they hastily constructed a makeshift shelter. Yet the crude structure offered little protection from the torrential rain. Water dripped incessantly through the gaps in the branches, like countless needles piercing their skin, leaving those huddled below damp and shivering. They pressed closely together, shoulders touching, seeking warmth as their teeth chattered involuntarily. Some attempted to inch closer to the center of the shelter, eliciting ire from those beside them, who retaliated with a jab of an elbow, their glances rife with suspicion. Each face bore the mark of their predicament, yet their eyes harbored individual calculations, all yearning to move deeper into the refuge that offered the promise of greater protection from the rain. Ouyang Mingyue and Ouyang Yefeng led their group through the thicket with great difficulty. The rain soaked their hair and clothing, cascading down the tips of their hair and the edges of their garments, pooling into small puddles on the muddy ground beneath their feet. Yet their pace remained unaltered. Ouyang Mingyue led the way, gripping a sturdy branch, occasionally pushing aside the encroaching vines, the silver bracelet on her wrist glinting faintly in the dim light. Ouyang Yefeng followed closely behind, his keen eyes scanning the surroundings, ever vigilant for any lurking danger. They trudged through the muck, each step a struggle as the mire occasionally clung to their shoes, requiring considerable effort to lift their feet. The group cautiously navigated around the rampant vines, which coiled around the tree trunks like venomous serpents, ready to trip the unwary. Rainwater streamed down the leaves, drenching them relentlessly, striking their faces with painful intensity. Yet their minds were singularly focused on one thought: to find a true refuge from the storm. The well-being of others was far from their concerns. Some in the group were succumbing to fatigue, their steps gradually slowing. Ouyang Yefeng turned back, casting a sharp glare, prompting the weary individual to grit their teeth and quicken their pace. On the beach, survivors continued their battle against the torrential rain. Makeshift shelters constructed by some were being battered by the tempest, swaying perilously as several branches snapped, and large leaves were whipped into the air, threatening to collapse entirely. A few rushed to support the structure. One pulled to the left, another tugged to the right, but their uneven efforts ignited a quarrel. "It's your fault. If you had tied the branches more securely, this wouldn't have happened," shouted a man in a blue shirt, drenched to the skin, the fabric clinging to his gaunt frame, revealing his sharp contours. His face was marred with anger, veins bulging as spittle flew with his words. The young man beside him, clad in a gray t-shirt, retorted defiantly, "Why am I to blame? Weren't you just standing by while I tied the branches? Where were you then?" Their heated exchange escalated into a scuffle. The man in the blue shirt seized the collar of his adversary, while the gray t-shirt wearer retaliated with a punch to his arm. Nearby, a bespectacled middle-aged man attempted to intervene, but as he reached out to separate them, he was inadvertently knocked to the ground by the man in blue, his glasses flying off and sinking into the mud. Struggling to rise, covered in filth, he finally grasped his glasses, only to find the lenses smeared with muck, rendering them useless. Enraged, he shouted, "Can you two stop fighting? Is this really the time for bickering?" The scene descended into chaos. Others shivered in the rain, their hands clasped tightly against their chests, bodies curled in on themselves. They gazed at the drenched supplies, the luggage salvaged from the aircraft strewn across the ground, zippers burst open, clothes and books spilling out, quickly succumbing to the deluge. A woman in a floral dress knelt in the mud, watching helplessly as her cherished dress became sullied, tears escaping her eyes and mingling with the rain as they traced down her cheeks. Her face was etched with despair, her heart consumed with the fear of losing all that she possessed. They were unaware of how long such days would persist, nor could they ascertain whether they could survive on this unfamiliar island. Each individual bore the weight of a heavy stone upon their hearts. Just as the crowd succumbed to desolation, a bolt of lightning sliced through the inky darkness of the sky, cleaving it in twain like a sharp blade. The fleeting illumination revealed the shadows beneath the distant cliffs. There appeared to be a vast cavern, its entrance shrouded in darkness, resembling the gaping maw of a colossal beast, lying in wait, perhaps offering a genuine sanctuary. An initial gasp of astonishment rippled through the crowd, some instinctively parting their lips, allowing the rain to pour in. Soon, conversations erupted amidst the sound of the rain, akin to a boiling cauldron. Was that truly a cave? An elderly woman with graying hair squinted in an attempt to discern the distant sight, her voice tinged with uncertainty. "Perhaps we can find shelter from the rain," exclaimed a young man, a glimmer of hope igniting in his eyes. Some tentatively lifted their feet, yet as their toes grazed the deeper muck, they hesitated, deterred by the slippery ground and the fear of the unknown. Their brows furrowed in contemplation as they pondered. What if there were beasts inside? What if the cave was unstable and collapsed? They dreaded the thought of encountering danger first, until a hoarse voice rang out. "If we linger here any longer, we shall freeze to death. Rather than waiting for death, let us venture forth." The speaker was a dark-skinned, middle-aged man, a long scar tracing from his forehead to his chin. This emboldened some to cautiously make their way toward the cliff, stepping gingerly, testing the solidity of the ground with each stride. The mud rose to their ankles, chilling to the bone. Observing this, others hurriedly followed, fearful of being left behind and losing their place. This was a quintessential example of herd mentality. Once one took the lead, others followed suit, even if trepidation lingered in their hearts, unwilling to be left behind. The rain intensified. A tempestuous downpour, coupled with fierce winds, sent the large raindrops hurtling like arrows, rendering it difficult for the group to keep their eyes open. They squinted, shielding their foreheads with their hands as they trudged onward. The procession moved laboriously through the mire, each step feeling as if laden with lead. Some found their shoes ensnared in the mud, opting to proceed barefoot, oblivious to the sharp stones cutting into their soles. One unfortunate soul slipped, uttering a cry as he fell heavily into the muck, splattering mud everywhere. Those behind him quickly extended their hands to assist, several pulling him up amidst the chaos. He had no time to express gratitude, merely wiping the rain and mud from his face before hastily continuing. His mind solely focused on not being left behind. The thought of remaining alone in this torrential downpour was too dreadful to contemplate. Another bolt of lightning struck, more luminous than the last, illuminating the cave entrance more clearly. Its mouth littered with jagged stones, varying in size, some resembling fists, others like grinding wheels. Vines hung like verdant curtains from the rock face, swaying gently in a breeze, adorned with glistening droplets of rain. The cave loomed dark and profound, resembling an unfathomable abyss, with the faint sound of howling winds echoing within, akin to a mournful cry or the low growl of a beast, exuding an air of mystery and foreboding. At last, they had discovered a refuge from the rain. A collective sigh of relief swept through the group, and they hastened their steps toward the cave entrance, its intimidating appearance overshadowed by the threat of the torrential downpour outside. Inside the cave, the atmosphere was considerably warmer, infused with the damp scent of earth and a hint of mildew. The ground was strewn with remnants of burnt ashes. A gentle kick revealed blackened charcoals within, alongside scattered firewood of varying lengths, indicating that this place had once been inhabited. The first to dash into the cave eagerly shook off the rainwater clinging to him, his flailing arms stirring the air. He rubbed his numbed hands together, his knuckles tinged with red from the cold, rummaging through the ashes with an earnest gaze, as if in search of hidden treasure, fearful that someone else might seize the firewood if he tarried. Previously, Ling Kun had given a lighter to a young man, a token acquired from the system's marketplace, which he had casually entrusted to this seemingly astute youth. Now it proved invaluable. The young man's hands, numbed by the chill, fumbled as he attempted to ignite the lighter. After several shaky attempts, it finally sparked to life, producing a small flame. He quickly shielded the flicker with his hands, cautiously bringing it close to the dry kindling, exhaling gently to prevent the flame from being extinguished by the wind. Once a fire was established, the flame grew stronger, and he promptly tucked the lighter away against his chest, guarding it as one would a precious gem, his grip tightening around the pocket, knuckles whitening with anxiety, fearing it might be taken from him. In this desolate island, such a lighter could mean the difference between life and death. The flame danced delicately, crackling as it consumed the wood, as though whispering secrets of its own. The thin wisp of smoke, tinged with the scent of charred bark, curled upward within the cave before drifting out into the open air. The crowd instinctively gravitated toward the warmth of the fire, knees touching knees, shoulders brushing against shoulders, the sound of their chattering teeth echoing clearly in the stillness. Each person yearned to draw closer to the warmth. Some even extended their frostbitten hands toward the flames, palms quickly turning a vivid red. Suddenly, a middle-aged woman beside the fire retrieved a packet of biscuits from her pocket, the wrapping slightly damp and the printed design rendered nearly indistinguishable. With care, she tore open the package and broke a biscuit into smaller pieces, distributing them to the child beside her. The child, approximately 5 or 6 years old, wore a yellow jacket, its hood's fluff matted together by rainwater. The woman's vigilant gaze swept across the surroundings, resembling a protective she-wolf, her eyes lingering on each face, wary of potential threats. The child's lips, once a shade of blue from the cold, now bore a hint of color as he cradled the biscuit, reluctant to consume it. He merely licked it with his tiny tongue, taking small nibbles, before looking up and asking, "Mama, when the rain stops, will Daddy come and get us?" His voice still bore a hint of youthful innocence, accompanied by a barely perceptible tremor. The utterance caused the air to thicken, halting the surrounding murmurs. Every gaze turned towards the mother and child. The woman forced a smile, enveloping her child in her embrace, using her warmth to comfort him, gently patting his back as if to soothe him while simultaneously bolstering her own spirits. Yet, her eyes drifted towards the endless curtain of rain outside, filled with confusion. She was at a loss for how to respond to her child's inquiries, uncertain of whether the child's father was still alive, and even more unsure if they would ever see rescue. A venerable old man, leaning on a branch he had scavenged, sat a short distance away. The branch, sturdy enough to support his frail frame, revealed his resourcefulness. He wore a gray Zhongshan suit, caked with dirt, his hair and beard a disheveled white. His murky eyes fixated on the flickering flames, his gaze vacant as if lost in reminiscence. Suddenly he spoke, his voice raspy as if worn down by sandpaper. "We must conserve the firewood. Who knows how long we'll be sheltering here?" As the words left his lips, the previously relaxed expressions of those around him turned grave once more. Instinctively, some withdrew their outstretched hands, while others inched the firewood closer to themselves. Chapter 63. The portraits of all beings instinctively. Everyone huddled closer to the heart of the fire, as if doing so would allow them to grasp warmth in their hands, fearful of it being taken away by others. The crackling of the flames seemed to diminish, and the atmosphere within the cave grew increasingly oppressive. A young man clad in tattered jeans poked at the ashes with a stick, the end of which was charred black. As he sifted through, a spark of excitement lit up his eyes upon discovering a stash of unburned charcoal buried beneath. The charcoal, dark brown in hue, appeared quite dry. With the exuberance of a new world unveiled, he exclaimed, "There's still usable fuel here." His voice brimmed with delight, and the weariness etched on his face began to fade. He promptly called over others to assist in gathering the charcoal, and several individuals rushed to join him, carefully using sticks to pile the charcoal together and set it aside with caution. Suddenly, a young man pointed at the charcoal markings on the cave wall, exclaiming, "Look, could this be a map?" His voice carried a hint of excitement as he gestured towards the wall. The group, drawn by his words, converged once more, their previously scattered assembly coalescing into a tight-knit crowd. Upon the rocky surface, a series of crooked lines were etched, resembling roads or rivers, while irregular circles bore symbols akin to trees and waves, seemingly drawn with charred branches, some areas already blurred with time. These markings on the wall captivated everyone's gaze like a magnet, their eyes shimmering with curiosity and anticipation. Fingers almost reached out to touch the wall, breaths intertwining in the humid air, resonating with clarity. Unable to contain their intrigue, some leaned closer for a better view, their noses nearly brushing against the cold stone. "Does this circle denote our current position?" A girl with a loosely tied ponytail inquired, her hair tips still dripping with moisture. Mud from their harrowing escape clung to her nails, dark and grimy. Hope glimmered in her eyes, yearning for confirmation that this was indeed their location, allowing them to ascertain what lay beyond. Yet another voice countered, a man in a low-brimmed hat that obscured much of his face, resembling the contours of an island. "Look at the shape, it's all curvy. These wavy lines represent the sea, encircling this outline." He gestured animatedly, striving to convey his interpretation. "This must indicate a river between the mountains." A bearded man interjected, wiping his face vigorously with a sleeve that was too grimy to reveal its original color. His voice quivered with suppressed excitement. "See these two lines? They resemble mountains, and this winding line in the middle should be a river, suggesting there is fresh water on the island." This revelation ignited a spark of enthusiasm among the group. On a deserted island, fresh water was more precious than gold. The bearded man continued, "Regardless of whether this is indeed a map, we must take the chance. We cannot simply wait here. Idly consuming our resources is not a viable solution." Yet a voice of doubt lingered. But what if this map is a deception? A man, slender in stature, voiced his concerns with a tone steeped in uncertainty. His eyes were filled with apprehension. What if this was merely a haphazard drawing or a deliberate deception? Following this lead could potentially plunge us into peril. Silence enveloped the group once more, the flickering flame of hope doused by a deluge of doubt. Each person exchanged glances, weighing the risks and benefits, while the only sounds that filled the cave were the crackling of the fire and the relentless roar of the storm outside. Suddenly, The tall man shattered the silence, his Adam's apple bobbing in his taut throat as his knuckles turned pale from clenching tightly. A tremor laced his voice as he declared, "I refuse to take unnecessary risks based on someone else's whimsical judgment. Who knows if those markings on the wall are genuine?" His words fell like an ice cube into boiling water, freezing the crowd that had been eagerly examining the wall. Hands holding branches froze midair, and bodies that had leaned forward in curiosity abruptly halted. The spark of discovery in their eyes dimmed, shrouded now in uncertainty, as the shadows cast by the flickering flames elongated and shortened unpredictably. The group exchanged furtive glances, the only sounds now being the sporadic crackle of the fire and the howling wind outside, accompanied by the torrential rain. Raindrops battered the rocky entrance, splashing droplets onto the outermost individuals, causing them to flinch. In a corner, a muffled sob broke the tension as a girl in a floral dress huddled beneath the rock wall, her damp skirt speckled with mud. Gazing out at the white curtain of rain, her voice trembled like a leaf in the wind. "Will we truly survive this?" Her words resonated through the silence like a stone cast into still water, sending ripples of despair throughout the cave. The storm outside intensified, twisting the light at the entrance into grotesque shapes, as if an unseen giant hand were clutching the cave's mouth, threatening to crush both the space and its occupants. Each person's shoulders sagged, their hearts weighed down by a heavy sense of foreboding, making even the act of breathing feel laborious. "At least we are spared from the deluge for now," a man with black-rimmed glasses remarked, adjusting the frames that had slipped down to the tip of his nose. His fingers turned white from the pressure, and though his eyes behind the lenses struggled to maintain composure, his tone remained deliberately steady. "Let us safeguard the fire for now. We shall assess the situation once the rain subsides." His gaze swept across the erratic charcoal markings on the cave wall, the intertwining lines flickering in the firelight. Some resembling trees, others paths, concealing countless forgotten tales. Suddenly, a man in a checkered shirt gasped, retrieving a small, rust-covered knife from the depths of the firewood pile. Rubbing his thumb against the hilt, rust dust cascaded into his palm, mingling with the ashes. The knife's sheath bore a damp, musty odor. It's frayed and showing signs of a hasty departure. The man weighed the knife in his hand, turning it slowly. The blade gleamed coldly in the firelight, a fleeting spark of realization glimmering in his eyes as he remarked, "It appears that the previous inhabitants of this place left in quite a hurry." The flames flickered and crackled, sending sparks onto the nearby hay, prompting those closest to hastily push it away with branches. Amidst this light, someone caught a glimpse of shadows deep within the cave, where 3 or 4 dented tin cans lay. The metal was riddled with various indentations, the edges polished from repeated prying open and closing, with faint scratches etched into the surface by some previous hand. The inhabitants of this place were likely survivors like us. A short-haired woman bent down to pick up one of the cans, her fingertips trembling as they met the cold metal. She turned the can over, but the production batch number on the bottom was too rusted to decipher. Her gaze swept the surroundings, silently calculating the possibility of uncovering useful items. The rain continued to fall, yet the firelight within the cave served as a stabilizing anchor, gradually calming the initial turmoil of emotions. Someone could not help but shiver. Their damp clothing clung to their skin like a layer of ice, particularly the soaked socks that stuck to their feet, cold and itchy. Several men were the first to unfasten their coat buttons, water droplets trickling down the fabric as they twisted the edges of their garments, accumulating small puddles by the fire that quickly evaporated into wisps of steam. The women turned their backs, using branches to lift their skirts closer to the flames. The dark water stains on the fabric slowly spreading in the heat, releasing a faint mist that mingled with the smoke from the fire, drifting towards the cave ceiling. Achoo! A loud sneeze erupted from an unknown source, eliciting a wave of weary laughter from the group. This laughter rippled through the air like pebbles thrown into a lake, intermingling with the crackling of the fire as it floated towards the cave entrance, temporarily dispelling the pervasive gloom. Those who had insisted on dragging their suitcases during the escape were now cautiously opening them to change clothes, the zippers emitting soft zipping sounds as they hurriedly swapped garments. using their elbows to guard the openings while casting vigilant glances around, fearful of others glimpsing their personal belongings. On the other side of the island, in Han Yu's thatched cottage, Wang Mengxin awoke with a tingling sensation of numbness and soreness. Morning light filtered through the cracks in the straw curtain, casting mottled shadows on the ground. The first thing her eyes fell upon was the sharply defined jawline of a man, the stubble emerging with a slight bluish hue, his Adam's apple gently rolling with each steady breath, resembling a dormant creature. She found herself securely nestled in Han Yu's embrace, akin to a tamed kitten. Her cheek rested against his warm chest, where she could distinctly hear the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat, each breath infused with the crisp scent of cedar, mingling with the fragrance of sun-dried grass and wood. Fragments of the previous afternoon and night began to surface in her mind, his calloused fingertips threading through her hair, his palm cradling her cheek, allowing her to feel the laughter resonating from his chest like a muffled sound of pebbles dropping into a spring lake, and his low whispers swirling in her ears, carrying a warmth that made her cheeks flush. Those warm sensations ignited her already rosy cheeks, especially the lingering soreness that made her heart skip a beat, rendering her earlobes flushed with heat. He had not returned to his own cottage, but lingered here, sharing the night on this hay-strewn wooden bed, their passion rekindled. Han Yu sensed the subtle tremor of his beloved in his embrace. Her lashes fluttered like the delicate wings of a butterfly as she slowly opened her eyes. Initially, his gaze bore a hint of confusion, yet upon looking down at her, a playful smirk graced his lips, and his voice, tinged with morning raspiness, resembled the gentle friction of sandpaper against wood. "Awake? Mm." Wang Mengxin's voice was faint, akin to a whisper of a mosquito, laced with a lingering languor of awakening, reminiscent of a cat softly purring after a slumber. She instinctively attempted to extricate herself, but the arm around her waist tightened, drawing her deeper into his embrace, as though he wished to meld their beings together, allowing her to better perceive his warmth and strength. "My dear." Han Yu's fingertips caressed her soft curves, his touch gliding over her delicate skin, the mischief in his eyes nearly spilling over. "You worked hard last night." Flushed with a mix of shyness and indignation, Wang Mengxin let out a muffled protest, striking his chest lightly. Her fist landed on his firm muscles, yielding a sensation akin to a kitten's playful affection, lacking any real force. "And you still dare to say?" Her cheeks nestled against his chest, her voice muffled and filled with a blend of embarrassment and annoyance. Han Yu grasped her restless wrist, pressing it against his chest, leaning down to whisper in her ear, his warm breath carrying the scent of cedar, igniting a tantalizing heat within her. "I perceive that you too found enjoyment in it. Whenever we have the opportunity, we should revisit these moments." The warmth brushing against her ear ignited a tingling sensation, akin to tiny insects skittering across her skin, sending her heart into disarray, beating like a drum. She gazed up into his smiling eyes, which brimmed with a blend of mischief and affection, stirring tumultuous feelings within her heart, leaving her unable to discern whether she felt shy or vexed. With tears glistening at the corners of her eyes, she unexpectedly leaned in, planting a gentle kiss on his chin, the softness of her touch lingering. "All right." Her voice, sweet as honey, was laced with a mischievous smile, reminiscent of a little fox who had just pilfered a piece of candy. How would Hanzhou react upon witnessing this scene? Meanwhile, on the other side of the island, in a cave, Ling Kun was jolted from his dreams by the cheerful chirping of a wild chicken, still dazed and momentarily mistaking his surroundings for an illusion. The sound rang clear and urgent, swirling around him as he rubbed his tired eyes, still encrusted with sleep. Through the cave entrance, the blazing sun shone brightly, golden rays streaming through the crevices and casting radiant patches of light on the ground, a stark contrast to the previous day's tempestuous storms. The air, cleansed by the rain, carried the refreshing scent of earth mingled with foliage, invigorating his lungs with a hint of sweetness. He stretched languidly, his bones cracking like an old wooden door creaking open, recalling the succulent roasted rabbit from the night before, its aroma still lingering in his nostrils, causing an involuntary smile to curve his lips, brightening his eyes with mirth. Turning to the interior of the cave, he noticed Zhou Yuan and Yu Wei still curled up in the pile of grass, sound asleep, draped with salvaged clothing. Their breathing steady. The others were busy tidying up the remnants of last night's feast, gathering leftover bones to discard outside the cave. Zhuge Yun crouched in the corner, meticulously tinkering with a self-made distillation apparatus. Glass tubes and bamboo joints were ingeniously connected as he endeavored to extract salt from seawater. Ling Kun approached and squatted beside him, his gaze drawn to the peculiar contraption, a bamboo cylinder, a stainless steel bowl, and a condensation tube fashioned from flexible tubing, all joined together with clay sealing the joints. Under the sunlight, the apparatus gleamed with a damp luster, droplets of water condensing on the pipe's wall, trickling downwards. He reached out to touch the beads of water on the bamboo's exterior. The chill of their surface sharpened his senses, and he furrowed his brow. "Master, can this truly transform seawater into salt? I have heard that extracting salt from seawater is no simple task." Without lifting his gaze, Zhuge Yun adjusted the condensation tube. As murky seawater slowly flowed along the inner wall of the bamboo into the ceramic bowl, pooling into small puddles at its bottom. During my days fishing in the South China Sea, when storms disrupted our salt supply, the old fishermen would employ this method in emergencies. Beneath, a fire crackled, sending steam upwards, which, upon meeting the condensation tube, transformed back into liquid, dripping into the bowl. Once the vapor had evaporated, what remained would be a pristine mound of salt. He prodded the charcoal fire beneath the apparatus with a twig, stoking the flames into a more fervent blaze. Just as he finished speaking, a sudden, sharp exclamation echoed within the cave, piercing and urgent, startling the small birds pecking at the cave's entrance into a flurry of wings. The sound of their flapping remarkably clear in the morning stillness. Chapter 64. Each fulfills their role. Ling Kun and Zhuge Yun exchange a glance, recognizing the wariness reflected in each other's eyes, and both sprang into action. Before them stood Yu Wei, her complexion as pale as paper, devoid of any color. Her fingers were rigidly pointed at the corner of the wall, her nails turning white from the pressure as if they might embed themselves into her palm. A venomous snake, its body a deep shade of green, flicked its forked tongue, rapidly extending and retracting in the air. Its triangular head was held high, its body taut like a drawn bowstring. The scales glistened coldly in the morning light, the lighter hue of its belly hinting at its readiness to strike. Zhou Yuan seized a bamboo stick nearby, positioning it protectively in front of Yu Wei. His muscles tensed under the strain, veins bulging at his temples. And the wound from the previous night, inflicted by a tree branch, seeped fresh droplets of blood, staining the bandage with crimson spots. Ling Kun also grabbed a thicker bamboo pole, stepping forward to confront the serpent, his gaze sharp and hawk-like, intently tracking the snake's movements. "Stay calm, retreat slowly. This snake is still damp from the rain and is particularly aggressive. Do not provoke it," he instructed. Yuan quickly shielded Qian Dai Qingya behind her, both of their shoulders trembling slightly as they cautiously backed away, careful to make no sound. The snake flicked its scarlet tongue, the hissing echoing eerily in the silent cave, akin to the abrasive sound of sandpaper, sending chills down their spines. Ling Kun fixed his gaze on the snake's eyes, devoid of emotion, while he noticed Zhou Yuan's hand, gripping the stick, trembling slightly. After all, he was a city boy, unaccustomed to such a spectacle. Once everyone had retreated to the center of the cave, creating a safe distance from the venomous creature, Ling Kun took a deep breath to steady his quivering arm. He aimed for the vulnerable spot behind the snake's head and, with a swift and precise motion, brought the stick crashing down with tremendous force. The snake reacted with lightning speed, twisting its body to evade the bamboo pole. It struck at Ling Kun's ankle from an even more cunning angle. With a light tap of his toes on the slick moss, Ling Kun used the momentum to retreat a half step, and with a deft flick of his wrist, he swung the bamboo pole in a sweeping arc. A muffled thud resonated as the stick struck the snake's vulnerable spot, causing the creature to arch in pain, curling up like a crumpled rope. Yet, the ferocity in its gaze remained undiminished, its tongue flicking more rapidly as it searched for a new opening. Seizing this fleeting moment, Zhou Yuan clenched his jaw, his knuckles whitening around the bamboo stick, and lunged forward from the side. With all his strength, he brought the stick crashing down upon the snake's head, the dull thud intermingling with the sharp sound of scales shattering. The snake writhed in agony, thrashing on the ground, its tail sweeping up debris in a frenzy. Ling Kun capitalized on the opportunity, pressing down hard on the snake's head with the bamboo pole, applying enough force to bend it slightly. Zhou Yuan's hand, clutching a hatchet, trembled from tension, beads of sweat forming in his palm, yet his resolve remained unwavering. He advanced quickly, raising the blade, and in a swift motion, crimson droplets splattered against the stone floor, blooming into a stark, vivid red. The snake's head rolled onto the ground, its jaws still unconsciously opening and closing, as if it yearned to launch one final attack. Meanwhile, its body writhed like a marionette with severed strings, blood seeping through the crevices of the stone, forming a meandering stream that gradually permeated the earth. When Ling Kun released the bamboo stick, his fingers tingled with numbness, and his arm felt a dull ache. He raised a hand to wipe the cold sweat from his brow, the back of his shirt already damp with perspiration, clinging uncomfortably to his skin. "All right, it's over," he said, his voice slightly hoarse from fatigue. His peripheral vision caught a glimpse of the virtual system panel in his mind, and noticing it was utterly still, he understood this snake was ultimately not slain by his own hand, and thus he would not earn those enticing points. Yue's legs buckled, and she collapsed heavily onto the ground, the icy surface sending a shiver through her. She pressed a hand against her tumultuous chest, gasping for breath, the tips of her hair sticking to her sweaty cheeks, her complexion pale. "That scared me to death, that snake." Her words trailed off, interrupted by her rapid breaths, the rising and falling of her chest lingering for some time. Zhou Yuan's taut spine finally relaxed. He leaned on the bamboo stick, bending over and breathing heavily, the veins in his neck gradually subsiding, his expression shifting from tense to at ease. At that moment, Chio approached a bit closer, her long eyelashes still trembling from the earlier tension, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. She inquired softly, "Can we eat this snake?" Ling Kun was momentarily taken aback, then recalled the unmistakable hunger in everyone's eyes when they dealt with the wild boar yesterday. He glanced at the still twitching snake on the ground, his Adam's apple bobbing unconsciously as he swallowed. Despite the previous day's bounty of wild boar, this modest amount of snake meat should not go to waste. "Yes, we can eat it. It will be a good addition to our meal. Donggu, please help process it." Upon hearing this, Lu Dong stepped forward, picking up the snake's body. The cold, slippery texture transmitted through his fingertips, and blood dripped down between his fingers, merging with the previous stains on the ground. However, he paid it no mind, instead smiling broadly. "Back when I was on a mission in the tropical rainforest, this was a rare delicacy. I'll whip up a snake stew for you all shortly, guaranteed to tantalize your taste buds." With that, he began to prepare the snake meat. The others in the cave, upon hearing his words, felt the cold sweat that had sprung forth from their encounter with the venomous snake dissipate, replaced by a palpable anticipation for the forthcoming feast. Ling Kun discreetly moved away from the group, retrieving several boxes of fast food from his supplies and handing them to Marco. Marco, upon seeing the meal boxes, exclaimed in delight, "There's more? I thought we finished everything last night." He took the airplane meals and busied himself at the stove, filling a pot with water, igniting the dry wood beneath it. The flames crackled softly as they licked the bottom of the pot, quickly bringing the water to a rolling boil, producing a fine mist of bubbles. These airplane meals were originally individually packaged and not abundant. If distributed directly among the group, it would clearly not suffice to satisfy their hunger. As Marco's mind whirled, she poured the rice and side dishes from the airplane meal into the boiling water, tossing in a few taros as well. With a spoon in hand, she stirred the concoction, and, after a little over 10 minutes, it transformed into a steaming pot of porridge, ample in quantity and visually satisfying. However, as Ling Kun observed this lively scene, an inexplicable weight of pressure settled upon him. He pondered silently, aware that the space still contained 2 frozen wolf carcasses, a half basket of taros, and 200 well-packaged airplane meals, sufficient provisions for the group for a while. Yet, The challenge lay in unobtrusively retrieving these items under the gaze of so many. Revealing the existence of a spatial ring was hardly an option. Chapter 65. An unexpected encounter with Ouyang Mingwei. He was lost in thought, staring at the cold stone wall, when suddenly, a gentle tap landed on his shoulder. "What are you daydreaming about?" Marco approached with a bowl, steam wafting from its rim, carrying an enticing aroma. "Quick, try the porridge I made. I added minced snake meat chopped by El Dongang. It's absolutely delicious." Ling Kun snapped back to reality, accepting the bowl, feeling its warmth seep through his fingers. The steam enveloped him, infused with the rich scent of snake meat and the subtle sweetness of taro, instantly dispelling his earlier tension and fatigue. He scooped a spoonful. The golden snake meat mingled with the pale taro chunks shimmered alluringly in the morning light. The moment it touched his tongue, the freshness burst forth, flooding his mouth with a robust flavor. He couldn't help but smacking his lips in admiration, surprised that snake meat could lend such depth to porridge. Even more flavorful than wild boar meat. Marco raised an eyebrow in pride, casually wiping the beads of sweat from his brow with his sleeve. "Of course, I specifically dug out some of the lard we rendered last night and sprinkled some wild onion shoots just as the porridge was finishing." The aroma instantly lifted. As everyone gathered around the fire to enjoy the porridge, the flames danced, casting a warm glow on each face. Zhuge Yin set down his bowl, wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, and gently tapped the ground with his knuckles, his tone serious. "This porridge warms the body, but with so many of us, we must plan ahead for our food supplies. At this rate, the taro in the cave, one tea lasts 3 days." Ling Kun furrowed his brow, fixating on the cooling porridge in his bowl, lost in contemplation. Just as one meal was resolved, a new survival dilemma entwined itself around them like creeping vines at the cave entrance, demanding attention. Yuan Yuan suddenly exclaimed, as if recalling something, and hurried to a corner, dragging out a wicker basket from behind a pile of debris. Inside lay some dried seaweed. She scratched her head, slightly embarrassed. "I picked a basketful last time at the beach, but I got so busy that I forgot to take it out after it dried." Ling Kun's eyes brightened, as if he had glimpsed hope. He slapped his forehead and exclaimed, "El Dong, you and old Joe should take the distillation apparatus to the beach. Distilling fresh water is crucial, and while you're at it, gather more seaweed. It can serve as food and add variety to our diet." Just as El Dong and old Joe finished their porridge, they placed their bowls on the table and readily agreed. "No problem. But we need to settle the piglets from last night before we go." After saying this, El Dong busied himself with the task. Ling Kun smacked his forehead, realizing he had almost forgotten this critical matter. He joined in to help. After more than an hour, they settled the piglets and rested for a moment. The two of them then tidied up the distillation apparatus and found 2 sturdy bamboo baskets for carrying seafood. With their baskets strapped to their backs, they set off, their footsteps light as they vanished at the cave entrance. Ling Kun also intended to seize this opportunity to dig up more taro to replenish their food supplies. Marco, abandoning his task, rolled up his sleeves, eager to follow, but was halted by Ling Kun's hand. There's no room for her in the ring. Taking her along now would only cause chaos. I can't just stuff taro into thin air in front of her and reveal my secret. He ventured forth from the cave, bearing his bow and quiver alone. The morning air carried a gentle chill, while the surrounding trees stood lush and verdant, their leaves rustling softly in the crisp melody of birdsong. After merely a few steps, he heard Marco's voice calling from behind. "Yuan Yuan, Shun Man Go. Let us go nearby to dig for worms and cut tender grass to feed the chickens and pigs. The forage we gathered yesterday is nearly depleted." Yuan Yuan and Shun Man responded in unison, lifting their bamboo baskets and trailing behind Marco as they descended the slope, their figures gradually vanishing into the underbrush. Yue, observing her companions busily engaged in their tasks while she remained idle, nervously twisted the hem of her clothing, filled with unease. She hurriedly inquired, "Sister Ma, what should I do?" Marco turned back to glance at her still pale visage, softening her tone as she replied, "You have just arrived, and your body has yet to recover. Take a day to rest. If you find yourself unable to sit still, perhaps you could see if there is anything in the cave that requires tidying up." Yue nodded, albeit awkwardly, her gaze sweeping across the cave's interior. She noticed the grains of rice stuck to the stove and the scattered bowls and chopsticks. Biting her lip, she took the initiative to pick up a damp cloth and cautiously began to wipe down the bamboo table. Sunlight streamed through the cave entrance, casting a warm glow that illuminated her diligent shadow upon the stone wall, swaying gently with her movements, creating an atmosphere of serene tranquility. Her fingertips, wrapped in coarse cloth soaked in a solution of wood ash, circled the inner walls of a stainless steel bowl. The dappled light that filtered in fell upon her hand, highlighting the veins beneath her skin. Her motions were as delicate as if she were handling a feather. Her thumb pressed against the bowl's base, turning it halfway, and the grease was meticulously removed. Even the fragments of wild rice embedded in the rim's crevices were painstakingly dislodged with her nails. As she stacked the bowls, her elbows slightly lowered, 10 bowls formed a neat little tower within the bamboo frame, the soft clinking resembling the gentle sound of morning dew falling upon fern leaves. Outside the cave, Zhou Yuan's muffled cough echoed, prompting her to glance towards the entrance. As she did so, a loose strand of hair fell, conveniently obscuring the fresh scratch at the corner of her eye, an injury sustained from the branches during her escape the previous day. Zhuge Yun's bamboo staff tapped lightly against the stone ground, producing a faint sound that reverberated through the expansive cavern. When he reached Zhou Yuan, who was leaning against the rock wall, rubbing his knee, the blood seeping through the bandage had stained his coarse pants a deep brown, with edges still flecked by the mud left from last night's torrential rain. Upon hearing the commotion, Zhou Yuan straightened abruptly, his back colliding with the protruding rock without a sound, though his Adam's apple bobbed hurriedly. "Is the wound still bleeding?" Zhuge Yun inquired, settling beside him, his thin fingers poking the edge of the bandage with rough nails that nearly pierced the flesh. It was then that Zhou Yuan noticed the old man's sleeve had frayed, revealing a forearm marred with scars of varying depths, reminiscent of fissures on the bark of an ancient tree. As he unfastened the cloth pouch at his waist, a fragrance of pine resin mingled with herbs wafted forth. Zhou Yuan's throat constricted as he watched the deftness of Zhuge Yun's hands as he unwrapped the bandage. His movements were more adept than those of the hospital nurses, each application of the herbs imbued with an undeniable steadiness. The flesh surrounding the wound glistened, its edges tinged with an unhealthy grayish white. Zhou Yuan's foot tightened in pain, his toes curling into a tight ball, yet he remained silent, beads of sweat forming on his brow. If this wound is not properly treated, it is susceptible to infection. Zhuge Yun's voice, akin to sanded stone, mingled with the bird songs outside, resonating with clarity. The cluster of blood-seeing sorrow at the cave entrance served as a potent remedy. After 3 days of application, I dare to tread on solid ground once more. As he spoke, his gaze flickered to Zhou Yuan's clenched fist, its knuckles pale, reminiscent of the stubbornness he had displayed in his youth, conjuring memories of the young man who had once carried steel bars at the construction site 20 years prior. "Thank you." Zhou Yuan's smile bore a hint of embarrassment, his ears slightly flushed, and his sun-kissed bronze cheeks radiated youthful exuberance. "Once I recover, I can chop wood and fetch water. I've done farm work back in my hometown." Suddenly, Zhuge Yun halted, the herbal paste congealing into a cool, smooth film over the wound. When he raised his eyes, a glimmer of sharpness flickered within his murky gaze, akin to a bobcat fixating on its prey. "This island does not sustain idlers. If you and Yue wish to stay, you must ensure that the people in the cave feel your presence is worthwhile." Zhou Yuan's shoulders quivered imperceptibly. Then he nodded earnestly, his throat constricting as he uttered 3 words, urgency woven into his tone. "I understand." As the bamboo staff struck the ground once more, Zhuge Yun had already risen to depart, his silhouette shrinking into a stooped figure against the morning light at the cave's mouth. Zhou Yuan gazed down at the freshly changed bandage. The coolness of the herbs seeped into his flesh, reaching his bones. He quietly bent his knee, the pain still sharp. Yet he could bend at 5 degrees more than the previous night, sufficient to allow him to stand and assist in gathering firewood. Ling Kun's boots crunched on the decaying leaves, each step sinking into the damp earth. The morning mist, reminiscent of diluted milk, blurred his vision, transforming the tree trunks 5 meters away into indistinct shadows. He pushed aside the obstructing ferns with his left hand, the dew immediately soaking into his sleeves, a coolness creeping up his forearm. The quiver on his back swayed gently, the leather making soft, rustling sounds. The torrential rain from the previous night had washed away 3 traps. Today, he needed to bring back more taro. Zhuge Yin mentioned that Yue seemed to be experiencing low blood sugar and needed to consume more starch. The bowstring felt cold against his palm, and he suddenly halted, instinctively pressing his right hand against the quiver. 30 paces ahead on the left, something was munching on the grass leaves, the rustling sound interspersed with a crisp drop of dew, rhythmically akin to a small clock. Ling Kun inhaled slowly, the damp air infused with the earthy sweetness filling his lungs. He arched his back, resembling a poised leopard, 3 fingers of his right hand gripping the bowstring as he gradually drew it back. The pine bough emitted a faint hum, the arrow aimed towards the half-visible antlers peeking from the thicket. The mountain deer, tilting its head to nibble on the tender new shoots. Its mottled coat appeared as a flowing play of light within the mist. Occasionally, it lifted a hind leg to kick, splashing mud onto the fern leaves. Ling Kun's gaze fixed upon the soft white fur on the inner side of its foreleg. There lay the most vulnerable spot. Last year, he had struck there, bringing down a stag that had provided 3 meals for the people in the cave. He held his breath, his knuckles whitening from the exertion. And at the moment the string was released, the mountain deer suddenly lifted its head. Its glistening black eyes collided with his gaze, the reflection of his bow-drawing figure clear within its pupils. The arrow grazed the deer's ear, embedding itself in a nearby tree with a persistent buzzing, the fletching quivering violently. Startled, the mountain deer's mane bristled, its hooves churning up mud that splashed onto Ling Kun's boots, and in the blink of an eye, it vanished into the dense forest, leaving behind only a few broken fern leaves swaying in the wind. Damn it, Ling Kun muttered under his breath. His foot had slipped unexpectedly while drawing the bow. A piece of waterlogged, decayed wood had turned beneath his boot, throwing off his aim by a fraction. Frustrated, he clicked his tongue. Only 5 arrows remained in his quiver, each a fine product of the system. He took off in pursuit, his feet sliding on the slick fallen leaves as if he were walking on soap, his body swaying at precarious angles before he regained his balance. Thorns tore at his trousers, blood oozing out and quickly diluted by the dew into faint red markings. Yet his focus remained on the shifting brown shadow ahead, oblivious to the crimson impressions the bowstring had etched into his palm. Suddenly, the deer darted into a grove of bamboo, the green stalks rustling in the wind, and the dew cascading from the leaves splashed coldly onto Ling Kun's face. By the time he burst into the thicket, all that remained were the swaying bamboo tops and a few bloody hoof prints on the ground. The thorny thicket had indeed inflicted a wound. Leaning against a bamboo for support, he gasped for breath, each inhalation tinged with a metallic scent of rust. It was then he realized the surrounding trees had transformed. Those towering cyathea trees were a species found only on the western slope of the island, indicating that in his haste, he had crossed the usual boundaries. Suddenly, a cry for help echoed from afar, a woman's voice hoarse as if rasped by sandpaper, yet persistently calling out for salvation. Chapter 66. A melodious cry reverberates in the valley. Ling Kun's hand tightened around the bow, his fingertips gliding over the icy arrowhead. The voice that resonated was neither that of Yue nor any woman from the cave. It bore a distinct, albeit hoarse, semblance of dignity. He parted the bamboo branches and advanced, the dew on the leaves dampening his hair, chilling his forehead. As he traversed the last layer of bamboo forest, the wind from the precipice, laden with moisture, rushed towards him, rustling his garments. On a slope about 4 to 5 meters from the edge, a woman lay sprawled on a protruding rock. Her gray suit was torn in several places, revealing a white shirt beneath, the once stiff collar now skewed, stained with grass and mud. Her hands, caked in dirt, gripped the crevices tightly, shards of stone embedded between her fingers. With each cry, her body slipped half an inch downward, loose gravel cascading beneath her, plummeting into the unfathomable abyss, where silence enveloped the fall. Ling Kun's gaze fell upon the shattered watch on her wrist, its cracked glass housing a dried leaf. He suddenly recalled the polished women in the city's office buildings, who adored such glittering adornments, their high heels clattering rhythmically against the floor. Clenching his bow, he cautiously approached her, his footsteps startling her into a quick turn. Her makeup was smeared, mascara tracing dark lines down her cheeks, yet her eyes shone with an astonishing brightness, akin to a small creature trapped in a snare. Momentarily filled with joy upon seeing him, the fierce wind swept through the canyon, rustling dead leaves, creating a sound reminiscent of a lament. While Ouyang Mingyue's long hair was whipped into a chaotic tangle, dancing wildly in the air. Dark brown vines had long been soaked in blood around her ankles, the crimson trails winding down her calves, leaving shocking marks upon her mud-streaked skin, evidently torn by stones and thorns during her fall. Leaning against the cold rock face, her knuckles whitened from gripping the protruding stones. Every breath extracted a toll of pain from her body, her chest rising and falling with an undeniable tremor. Ling Kun stepped on the brittle twigs scattered across the ground, producing a crisp crackle that resonated through the silent forest. He first paused to listen intently to the surrounding sounds, confirming that only the wind's mournful whisper passed through the trees, alongside the occasional distant calls of unknown birds. Before he crouched down, his fingertips parting the foliage before him, warily surveying the situation at the cliff's base. Only upon discerning that the curled figure was not a beast did he slowly rise, softening his footsteps, a habitual nonchalance gracing his lips. In this desolate wilderness, what beauty could possibly be found? The figure at the cliff's edge turned sharply at the sound, disheveled hair clinging to Ouyang Mingyue's pallid face, obscuring much of her features. Her almond-shaped eyes, usually filled with pride, now brimmed with a palpable fear, reminiscent of a startled fawn. Upon recognizing the chiseled visage at the cliff's edge, a spark of joy ignited in her eyes, yet the sudden thrill caused her to sway, her lower back colliding with the rock behind her, eliciting a sharp gasp of pain and a furrowed brow. "Ling Kun, it's me, Ouyang Mingyue," she cried out in desperation, her voice laced with a barely perceptible tremor. Instinctively attempting to move her injured leg, she felt a sharp agony shoot through her ankle, as though countless needles were simultaneously piercing her flesh. Her face drained of color in an instant, cold sweat trickling down her temples into her collar, igniting a shiver that compelled her to involuntarily tremble. Ling Kun squatted at the edge of the cliff, his fingertips idly tapping his knee, his gaze appraising her. Were it not for her frantic cry, he might not have recognized this usually poised young lady. Her trousers were torn, revealing a multitude of scratches on her calves, and her mud-streaked face bore traces of tears, devoid of any of her usual elegance. A smirk danced at the corner of his mouth. What a curious performance this was. Was she, perhaps, here at the cliff's base to collect bird eggs? Ouyang Mingyue bit her lip, mentally cursing this gleeful individual 1,000 times. Yet the instinct for survival suppressed her rising anger. She inhaled deeply, striving to keep her tone even. "Yesterday, there was a torrential downpour, and I slipped and fell here." At this juncture, she cast a wary glance at the unfathomable darkness behind her, where it seemed as if a monster lurked. Her voice trembled involuntarily. "Had it not been for this rock, I fear I would have." The words hung unspoken, but the peril was unmistakable. Ling Kun followed her gaze. The protruding rock could barely accommodate a single person curled up, with loose stones cascading down the edges, threatening to collapse at any moment. He furrowed his brow, his eyes scanning her bleeding ankle and then flicking to the nearly 70-degree cliff face, slick with moss and sharp stones. He calculated in his mind, given this height, there was no way she could have climbed up here on her own. With so many people in your team, how did they leave you behind? He pinched a dry leaf between his fingers, leisurely twirling it. The daughter of the Ouyang family. When had she ever been alone? Ouyang Mingyue's eyes dimmed, as if shrouded in a shadow. Her voice carried the chill of the mountain wind, tinged with bitterness. The rain fell so heavily. It was impossible to keep my eyes open. Our group got separated. She paused, trembling as the wind swept by, instinctively wrapping her arms around herself, as if seeking a modicum of warmth. Her gaze remained fixed on the figure at the cliff's edge, clinging to what felt like the last lifeline. "Ling Kun, pull me up." Hearing the urgency in her tone, Ling Kun instead took a half step back, crossing his arms and observing her with an air of nonchalance. My dear lady, rescuing you cannot come at the cost of my own safety, can it? Out here in the wilderness, I lack even a proper tool, and with this steep cliff, a moment's carelessness could see me becoming your downfall. You can find a thicker vine and throw it down. Ouyang Mingyue's voice rose in agitation, tinged with authority, a habit cultivated over the years. I haven't seen a vine as thick as my finger on my way here. How can I save you? Ling Kun shrugged it, his tone languid, yet his eyes glinted with mischief, as if he were savoring a delightful spectacle. Ouyang Mingyue suddenly comprehended. This fellow was bargaining. She clenched the rock tightly, her knuckles turning white, nearly grinding her teeth in frustration, inwardly cursing. What a scoundrel, even at such a critical moment. What must I do for you to rescue me? Ling Kun raised an eyebrow, stroking his chin as if in deep contemplation, before leisurely replying, I could help you, but I require a touch of sincerity. I've heard you're still single. Why not consider me? At such a time, he dared to jest. Ouyang Mingyue's face flushed crimson with indignation. Even her ears tinged with a rosy hue, resembling a ripe apple. Moreover, you're not even taller than I am. How could I possibly be seen with you? This is no jest. Ling Kun leaned forward, resting his arms on his knees, his gaze fixed intently upon her, though his smile bore a hint of mischief. Height is essential for the sake of offspring, optimizing genes, which is precisely why I chose you. Just think, with your beauty, your genes must be splendid. Our child could very well be tall and handsome. Of course, if you decline, I'll simply turn and leave, pretending I never saw you. Ouyang Mingyue, both anxious and furious, felt her eyes welling with tears, like pearls on a broken string ready to fall. Her voice trembled with emotion. How can you do this? Taking advantage of me. Yet, trapped on the cliff, she had no room to negotiate, clinging desperately to the rocky edge, her fingertips raw from the rough surface. Terrified that releasing her grip would send her plummeting into the abyss of darkness. Ling Kun, however, waved his hand dismissively and turned to stroll into the forest. His voice carried by the wind, Farewell, Miss Ouyang. Ling Kun, you scoundrel. Ouyang Mingyue's voice broke in desperation as she saw him truly leaving. Tears finally fell, splattering upon the coarse rock, creating a small damp patch. Regardless of her status or pride, in the face of life and death, they all dissipated into nothingness. Yet, the instinct for survival made it clear she could only pin her hopes on that rogue. She fixed her gaze on the direction in which Ling Kun had vanished, her nails nearly digging into her palm, her heart filled with regret. She should have simply agreed to his terms without hesitation, disregarding any conditions. Ling Kun had not ventured far into the woods, yet he remained attuned to the sounds from the cliff, hearing her frantic curses. A subtle smile crept across his lips as he continued on his way. In just 5 minutes, he spotted a vine as thick as a ping-pong ball, robust and seemingly durable. He retrieved his trusty Nepalese knife and swiftly cut it down, meticulously inspecting it for any fractures before weighing it in his hands and sauntering back to the edge of the cliff. Miss, did you miss me? He called down, waving the vine with a grin that resembled a cat that had just stolen a treat. Behold, your lifeline has arrived. However, this vine is precious. I shall require some interest for pulling you up. Noticing her face tighten, akin to an irked kitten, Ling Kun suddenly flashed a broad smile, a glint of cunning in his eyes. First, call me something sweet, perhaps Brother Kun. Who knows, if it pleases me, I might just let you off the hook. He teased her with the vine, yet his gaze remained fixated on her expression, fearful that her emotions might spiral into chaos. Ouyang Mingyue trembled with rage, tears welling up in her eyes, threatening to spill over as she choked out, Ling Kun, don't go too far. A torrent of grievances and anger nearly engulfed her, yet she fought to suppress it, her nails digging deep into her palm to maintain her composure. She could not truly provoke him, for doing so would spell her doom. The cliff's wind howled, sending shivers through her fragile form, the pain from her wounds intertwined with her fear, rendering her as vulnerable as a leaf caught in a tempest, at risk of being swept away at any moment. Ultimately, the instinct for survival overpowered all else. Ouyang Mingyue bit her lip, tasting the faint metallic tang of blood. She feared he might actually abandon her, her voice quavering like a leaf in autumn's breeze. Kun. Brother Kun, save me. No sooner had the words left her lips than tears cascaded uncontrollably down her cheeks, akin to pearls strung on a broken thread, splattering against the rough rocks below. Ling Kun observed her disheveled yet defiant demeanor, a peculiar ripple stirring within him. He had always believed that to be remembered for one's kindness, one must exert some effort. That which is easily acquired is often taken for granted, and some may even feel entitled, believing they are owed something in return. He intended for her to remember this act of salvation. Without further ado, he turned and secured one end of the vine tightly to the gnarled trunk of an ancient tree, large enough for three to embrace, tugging it repeatedly to ensure its strength before meticulously examining the knots, ensuring nothing was amiss, and then returning to the edge of the precipice. Leaning against the tree trunk, he regarded Ouyang Mingwei, who was pouting and turning her face away in anger, deliberately elongating his tone. "Oh, are you truly upset? I risked attracting the attention of wild beasts to fetch this vine, and I cannot even collect a little emotional compensation." Noticing her continued silence, reminiscent of a petulant child, Ling Kun sighed, crouching closer to the cliff's edge, his tone unexpectedly earnest. "Rest assured, I will not leave you to your fate. However, this cliff is too steep. The vine alone cannot hold firm. It needs reinforcement, otherwise if it snaps midway, we are both doomed." With that, he swiftly retrieved several short wooden sticks from his backpack, sharpening them with a knife before inserting them into the earth along the vine's path, wrapping and knotting the vine around the sticks to create a makeshift anchor, ensuring it could bear some of the load. Ouyang Mingwei watched his methodical movements, her anxiety dissipating like mist before the wind, yet her words remained sharp. "If you had done this sooner, we wouldn't be in this mess. Must you always complicate things?" Ling Kun did not respond, concentrating on navigating the rubble and soil at the cliff's edge, using his military knife to clear the protruding stones, seeking the most stable foothold. The vine was meticulously entwined, knotted, and secured to the surrounding shrubs, forming a rudimentary safety line that appeared significantly more stable. As Ouyang Mingwei observed his diligent efforts, an inexplicable sense of reassurance settled within her. Though she had been seething with anger moments ago, she now found him dependable. The wind swept through the falling leaves, caressing the cliff's edge, while Ling Kun's damp hair clung to his sharply defined face, a stark contrast to his usual nonchalant demeanor. This intense focus rendered her momentarily dazed. After completing the fortification, Ling Kun straightened his back and pounded his aching spine, producing a creaking sound. He raised an eyebrow at Ouyang Mingwei, who was positioned below the cliff. "Miss, everything is prepared. We merely await your cooperation. When you climb up, do ensure your limbs do not falter." Noticing her complexion had paled further, evidently from fear, he winked reassuringly. "Fear not. I am here. Should you fall, it shall be my responsibility." With a vigorous throw, he sent a vine spiraling down, which landed steadily beside Ouyang Mingwei, accompanied by the sound of rushing wind. "Grip it tightly. I shall pull you up. Do exert some effort yourself. Do not rely solely on me. My strength has limits," Ling Kun advised, firmly grasping the other end of the vine. Bracing himself for the task, Ouyang Mingwei trembled as she clutched the vine, the rough texture of the bark grating against her palms, quickly turning them red and sore. Inhaling deeply, she bore the agonizing pain in her ankle and painstakingly began her ascent. Each movement felt as if it drained her of all vitality, the ache in her ankle nearly compelling her to surrender. As she neared the brink of the cliff, her foot suddenly slipped, leaving her suspended in midair. The sensation of weightlessness startled her into a scream that echoed throughout the valley. Ling Kun's heart seized instinctively, and he lunged forward, gripping the vine tightly. His arm muscles tensed, veins bulging as he exerted every ounce of strength to pull her upwards. The vine dug painfully into his palms, yet he dared not relent, urging her, "Do not let go. Hold on tightly. I will bring you up." Only when he had securely drawn her to the cliff's edge did he exhale in relief. Collapsing on the ground, panting heavily, his chest heaving violently. Chapter 67. The Gift of Medicine. Ouyang Mingwei lay prostrate on the sodden ground, her fingers deeply embedded in the damp soil, inadvertently tugging at a few blades of grass. Her chest heaved violently, akin to a battered bellows, each breath laced with the tremors of a life spared from calamity. The remnants of panic from her recent fall from the precipice still coursed through her limbs. Tears, mingled with grass and mud, streamed down her cheeks, carving a path of disarray upon her visage. Yet, as she lifted her glistening almond-shaped eyes, the droplets clinging to her lashes cascaded down, enhancing the brilliance of her gaze, which remained strikingly beautiful and hauntingly captivating. Ling Kun crouched down, the motion stirring a breeze that carried the distinctive, crisp scent of the surrounding pine forest. The sound of his backpack's zipper being pulled apart shattered the momentary stillness within the woods. He withdrew a roll of pristine white bandages and, without waiting for her response, firmly grasped her bloodied ankle. The soil surrounding the wound was saturated with crimson, darkening to a somber hue. Upon feeling her icy skin beneath his fingertips, he instinctively softened his grip. The wound required attention, as inflammation could lead to unbearable pain. With deft fingers, he wrapped the bandage around her ankle, securing it with a precise knot. When he raised his eyes, he found himself ensnared by her defiant gaze, which was rife with indignation and resentment, reminiscent of a cornered, agitated creature. He continued to tease her mercilessly. "The king of hell is not nearly as lenient as I am with your bandaging." Ouyang Mingwe, already brimming with frustration, felt her temper flare at his words. She bit her lip and, bracing herself against the ground, attempted to free herself from his grasp. The moment she lifted her foot, a sharp pain shot through her ankle as if a needle had pierced her bone, instantly pulling her back to reality. Her back collided heavily against a warm chest, the mingled scent of pine needles and sweat enveloping her, causing her heart to skip a beat. Both remained frozen, as if their breaths had ceased. The cicada's call seemed magnified, their incessant noise clashing against the silence, rendering the moment even more awkward. Ling Kun's gaze fell upon her heaving chest, the fabric of her shirt dampened by sweat, outlining her delicate form. He swallowed hard, redirecting his gaze swiftly, his voice dropping to a low murmur. "Behave yourself. Should you tumble again, I will not rescue you." He bit the end of the bandage with youthful vigor, tearing it free. Ouyang Mingwe abruptly turned her face away, her ears burning with embarrassment, and a faint blush crept up her neck. After a moment, she managed to whisper, "Thank you." "No need for formalities," he replied, a smile breaking across his face, the corners of his eyes crinkling like sun-kissed lines. "We have endured trials together, after all." He reached out to help her rise, just as his fingertips were about to brush against her wrist. Suddenly, a shout echoed from a distance, causing him to tense up immediately. His fingers instinctively gripped the bough behind him, the string vibrating slightly under his touch. Ling Kun squinted towards the source of the commotion, his mind racing with thoughts. In this desolate wilderness, the identity of the voice, friend or foe, remained uncertain. He hoped fervently that it was not directed at them. The cries grew ever closer, imbued with an anxious tone that traversed the layers of the forest. Ouyang Mingwe suddenly straightened her back, her eyes sparkling with surprise. Akin to a pearl cleansed of dust, her younger brother, Xiaofeng, had come to find her. She called out with her hoarse voice, excitement palpable within, "I am here." No sooner had the words left her lips than several figures emerged from the dense thicket, droplets of morning dew clinging to the branches and leaves in their wake. Leading the group was a young man clad in a neatly pressed white shirt, his sleeves rolled up to his forearms. It was Ouyang Yefeng. He bore a striking resemblance to Ouyang Mingwe, though his features were more defined. Upon seeing his sister slumped on the ground, his complexion drained to a ghastly white, and he stumbled forward, urgency in his steps. Cautiously supporting his sister's arm, he shot a fierce glare at Ling Kun, his eyes brimming with wariness and animosity. "Did you bully my sister?" Ling Kun was taken aback by the sudden accusation, a mix of incredulity and bemusement crossing his face. He raised his hands, a gesture of explanation, indicating the muddy, blood-stained vine on the ground alongside the used bandage. "My friend, one may indulge in careless eating, but one should not speak lightly. Your sister was trapped beneath a cliff, and it was with great effort that I managed to pull her up with this vine. Xiaofeng, do not act impulsively, Ouyang Mingyue interjected, tugging at her brother's sleeve. Her tone, though tinged with the frailty of survival, was resolute. I fell down there by accident. It was thanks to Ling Kun that I am not still trapped. Ouyang Yefeng recognized his own fault in the situation. He had been so preoccupied with seeking shelter from the rain that he had failed to keep pace with his sister, allowing her to wander off unnoticed. Guilt flickered across his face at the realization. While he tempered his hostility, he still regarded Ling Kun with the vigilance of a protective wolf. His ears tinged with red as he finally uttered, "Consider this a debt of gratitude." Noticing the bandage around his sister's ankle was neatly applied, the edges carefully tucked, he swallowed hard and turned his face away, muttering this time, "I owe you one." Ouyang Mingyue leaned against her brother, struggling to stand upright, her body swaying slightly. As she cast a furtive glance, she observed Ling Kun engrossed in organizing his backpack, stray strands of hair cascading over his forehead, obscuring the emotions that lay beneath. His demeanor was indifferent, as if he had merely assisted an inconsequential stranger, as though the recent peril and ambiguity had been but a fleeting illusion. "Sister, let us return swiftly," Ouyang Yefeng interrupted, deliberately severing the tenuous connection between them as he half embraced her and turned. "Last night, when I discovered you had not returned, our parents scolded me until the early hours. Before dawn, I took the household servants to search the mountains, nearly driven to despair." "Wait," Ling Kun interjected suddenly, his voice resonating clearly through the forest. He reached into the side pocket of his backpack and retrieved an oiled paper package, its edges worn, indicating it had been used over time. After opening it, he poured out several pills, meticulously sorting them. 4 cold medications, 2 to be taken at a time after meals, 2 anti-inflammatory tablets, to be taken once a day with warm water. He pinched the pills between his fingers and extended them towards her, sunlight filtering through the leaves above and illuminating the calluses that had formed on his fingertips. In her heart, she contemplated the implications, should she succumb to illness. Her master's plans for retribution would lose a pivotal piece. It would be a disservice to allow that group of old men to benefit. It was imperative to retain her as a valuable asset, especially considering her striking beauty and her status as a high-ranking official at the provincial level. Such youthful officials were indeed a rarity, and the prospect of subjugating one held a certain allure. As the pills were placed into Ouyang Mingyue's hand, imbued with the warmth of his fingertips, he turned and strode deeper into the dense forest, his steps light and seemingly eager to avoid lingering. Those in power often bore a haughty demeanor, making them difficult to engage with. The earlier coercion that forced her to call him brother had been a reluctant concession. Now, it was time to make a hasty exit. Suddenly, a simultaneous call from the siblings halted his steps, causing his figure to pause amidst the dappled shadows of the trees. Ouyang Yefeng exchanged a glance with his sister, a silent understanding passing between them. He nodded slightly, urging her to voice the question that lingered in her mind. Clutching the pills in her palm, her fingertips gliding over the cold surface, she gazed at his retreating silhouette and inquired, her tone laced with a barely perceptible curiosity. "Where did you obtain this medication? How much do you have?" Chapter 68. Deliberate provocation. Ling Kun's ankle twisted slightly as the soles of his boots crunched over several withered leaves, producing a delicate rustle. He stealthily maneuvered to stand beside a half-man-high, protruding rock. This position was exquisite. It provided a natural defensive barrier against any threats from his right, while allowing his right hand, firmly gripping a Nepalese kukri, to remain steadily pointed at Ouyang Yefeng and his companions, the blade's glint flickering ominously before their eyes. The heavy backpack pressed down on his shoulders, the straps leaving faint red marks, while his quiver hung diagonally on the opposite side, swaying gently with his slight movements. Sunlight trickled through the gaps in the canopy, cascading onto the blade and refracting a chilling light that mirrored the coldness in his eyes. The smile curling at the corner of his lips resembled a blade steeped in honey, laced with a hint of mischief. He half-heartedly waved the kukri. "The medicine? I found it among the wreckage of the plane. As for the remainder," he paused deliberately, his gaze flitting over Ouyang Yefeng's eyes, which blazed with urgency, before he leisurely added, I've used most of it, just a few left, barely enough for emergencies. Show me the bottle. Ouyang Yefeng stepped forward, but Ling Kun's smile instantly froze, as if the air had plummeted in temperature. The blade suddenly shifted, slicing through the air with a sharp whoosh as it struck the birch tree beside him. Wood shards mixed with viscous sap erupted, some landing accurately on Ouyang Yefeng's climbing shoes, leaving dark stains. I saved your sister. Must I expose my own resources for your inspection? The blade was embedded deep into the trunk, still vibrating slightly, emitting a faint hum. If you need medicine, find it yourself. There's plenty in the wreckage, provided you have the skill to retrieve it. Ouyang Yefeng's clenched fist turned pale, the veins in his arms slightly bulging, ready to erupt. When suddenly he was yanked back violently by the collar, the force causing him to stagger backwards. Ouyang Mingyue, enduring the sharp pain in her ankle, stumbled forward. Mud splattered across the cuffs of her light sports pants, and several cuts marred her legs, revealing reddened skin beneath. Xiaofeng. She shot her brother a fierce glare, her eyes brimming with reproach, but softened slightly as she turned to Ling Kun, laced with a hint of apology. He has a quick temper. Please don't take it to heart. We simply wish to inquire about the supply of medicine. If needed in the future, we will exchange equivalent goods with you, ensuring you do not suffer any loss. A smirk flickered across Ling Kun's face as he raised an eyebrow, his wrist twisting elegantly, the blade performing a graceful flourish between his fingers, tracing a silver arc before snapping back into its sheath with a crisp click. He cast a sidelong glance at the siblings, a derisive laugh escaping him, unmasked in its scorn. If he had said so earlier, we could have avoided this waste of time. He tapped the knife handle lightly, producing a clear, ringing sound. Let me be clear. If you wish to trade, you must bring something of real value. I have little interest in those worthless trinkets. As he raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his brow, his arm lifted slightly, intentionally allowing the water bottle nestled in the side pocket of his backpack to roll out a fraction of an inch. The airline logo emblazoned on the bottle stood out starkly against the dappled shade of the trees, like an unintentional flaw that had been revealed. Regarding your quest for adventure and treasure, his gaze swept over Ouyang Mingyue's ankle, which was wrapped in white bandages, the edges of which faintly oozed a hint of crimson. Given your current condition, perhaps it would be wise to refrain from overextending yourself. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. At the moment he tightened his grip on the bow and turned away, he distinctly heard Ouyang Yefeng's low, reluctant complaint from behind, laden with discontent. With so many of us, can we not surpass just one person? This was soon followed by Ouyang Mingyue's hurried and exasperated reprimand, tinged with a sense of disappointment. Ling Kun's steps did not falter in the slightest. Instead, they grew steadier, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. As he passed through the dense thicket of hazel trees, the branches brushed against the hem of his clothing, producing a soft, rustling sound. Ling Kun reached into the concealed compartment of his backpack to feel the medicine bottle hidden within. He had deliberately exposed it to them, merely a meticulously prepared empty vessel. Those two siblings were rather intriguing, particularly Ouyang Mingyue, whose reddening eyes, when glaring, resembled a small creature feigning calm despite being agitated, stirring an inexplicable ripple of emotion within him that lingered for quite some time. The soil of the taro field exuded a damp, earthy aroma, mingling with the fresh scent of plant roots enveloping him. The hoe, which he had exchanged for 50 points, was wedged upright in the ground, its metallic blade gleaming in the sunlight, the wooden handle still caked with fresh earth. He swung the hoe high, then forcefully drove it down, the reddish-brown soil rolling over to reveal round, plump taros hidden beneath, their fibrous roots resembling the white beard of an elderly man, fine and tangled. 400 pounds. He tapped his fingers against the surface of the spatial ring on his hand, which flickered with a faint glow, and he could vaguely hear the dull thuds of taros rolling inside, as if celebrating the bountiful harvest. Sweat beads trickled down his forehead, coursing down his cheek and stinging his eyes, prompting him to blink forcefully. Yet, his vision involuntarily flickered to Ouyang Mingyue, who was coughing against a tree, her pale complexion suddenly tinged with a sickly flush, akin to a red plum blossom blooming in the snow. exuding a vitality that was somewhat more pronounced than usual. His hoeing did not pause. Each time he unearthed a whole cluster of taros. He carefully buried the smallest ones back into the earth, his movements gentle, as if sowing seeds of new hope. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the taro leaves, dancing upon the mud-speckled back of his hand, casting mottled shadows that shifted shape with his every motion. It was not until the sun began its descent, painting the horizon with a soft orange hue, that he leaned against the old locust tree, resting on his hoe. The rough texture of the tree's bark grazed his back, offering a slight coolness. As he heated 2 servings of airplane meals, his stomach rumbled in protest, voicing its intense hunger. As the rich aroma of braised pork mingled with the sweet fragrance of aged pumpkin wafted through the air, Ling Kun suddenly smiled. In the past, he would have dismissed such fast food without a second glance. Yet now, he found it to be a rare delicacy. He twisted open a bottle of orange soda and guzzled down half of it, the icy liquid sliding down his throat, followed by a bubbly belch, as if the fatigue that enveloped him dissipated somewhat. He raised his hand and gestured in the air, summoning the system panel. Space storage 1,003 pounds of taro, 0.7656. He needed just 1344 more points to exchange for a firearm. With a gun in hand, he could truly establish a foothold in this perilous forest and attain a genuine sense of security. How to expand the space? He inquired into the emptiness, his voice echoing clearly amidst the serene woods. The system remained utterly silent. Ling Kun shrugged helplessly, stowing away the hoe and the bundled taro stalks into the space as the setting sun painted the horizon in vibrant shades of orange and red, gilding the clouds with golden edges. He rose and made his way towards the cave, retrieving a backpack from the space and filling it with half a basket of taro and some taro stalks. This was for the sake of appearances. He wished to keep his secret concealed. Woof, woof. The distant sound of joyful barks floated towards him. The pharaoh hound, resembling a scruffy mutt, wagged its fluffy tail and bounded towards him like a cannonball, its front paws eagerly clawing at his pant leg, its nose sniffing curiously around the backpack, emitting a playful whine from its throat. Ling Kun chuckled, teasing the hound with the tenderest taro stalk, watching as it excitedly grabbed it and dashed away, its tail wagging even more vigorously. Inside the cave, Yuan was standing by the stone table, gathering wild vegetables, the vibrant greens piled in a coarse ceramic bowl, fresh and dripping with vitality. Hearing the commotion, she turned her head, her simple cloth skirt dusted with a bit of firewood ash, her hair loosely pinned with a wooden hairpin, as she hurried to greet him, a gentle smile gracing her face. "You're back," Ling Kun said, reaching out to pinch her flushed cheek, his fingertips still carrying the coolness of the earth and the warmth of sunlight. "Yes, I'm back," Yuan smiled, stepping aside to let him enter the cave. The backpack thudded heavily against the ground, causing the tumbling taro to hit the floor with a dull thud, startling the hen in the coop, which flapped its wings in a frenzy, feathers scattering about. Ling Kun observed the excited doo-doo circling near the chicken coop, and then glanced at Yuan's gentle profile, suddenly reminded of Ouyang Mingyue, her hair lifted by the wind, just like that, carrying a hint of herbal fragrance, lingering at the tip of his nose. Chapter 69. Marco's initiative. Yuan tiptoed closer, her nose nearly brushing against the edge of the basket. The morning sun streamed through the gaps in the vines at the cave's entrance, illuminating her face, her eyes wide with astonishment. "Wow, how did we manage to dig up so many today?" She picked up a round taro, its weight causing her wrist to sway slightly, the skin still caked with moist black soil. With a flick of her fingers, she nudged a nearby taro stem, dirt cascading onto the grass blades. Stir-frying pork with the taro stems tonight would surely create a dish so fragrant that it could make one forget their worries. As she spoke, she suddenly raised her hand to lightly pat her forehead, leaving a faint gray mark on her skin, as if recalling an important matter. "Look at my memory. You should go change into clean clothes. You're covered in mud, as if you've been rolling in it." A gust of wind would blow it all off. Chiyo Saika and Shunmanga also gathered around, drawn by her voice. The basket brimmed with taro, their purple-brown skins still moist with earth. exuding the unique freshness of the mountains and fields. Oni-chan, today truly is a bountiful harvest, Chiyo Saika exclaimed, her voice bright and her small face alight with excitement. Old Joe brought back a lot of seaweed, looking so fresh and green, and Lu Dong brought over more than 10 pounds of salt. Oh, and there are live crabs crawling around in the bucket. Ling Kun sat on a stone at the cave entrance, listening, beads of sweat trickling down his jawline and bringing a cool sensation against his skin. A weary smile gradually spread across his face. He uncapped his water bottle and took several deep gulps, the sound of his Adam's apple moving distinctly audible in the quiet cave. As he set the bottle down, the lingering coolness remained in his throat. Everyone has worked hard. We'll have an extra meal tonight. Saying this, he rummaged through his backpack, pulling out several boxes of airplane meals, their aluminum foil wrappers glinting silver in the evening sun, capturing the attention of everyone present. I traded with a few survivors in the woods today using wild chickens. His tone was casual, as if he were recounting the most ordinary of events. Yet a flicker of cunning danced in his eyes, unnoticed by anyone as his fingers tightened slightly. Chiyo Saika's eyes sparkled instantly, resembling a sky filled with stars. As she reached out to take a box, her fingertips trembled with excitement. Wow, airplane meals. Aside from the porridge this morning, I haven't had proper white rice in ages. The rice pattern printed on the plastic wrapping made her lips involuntarily purse. A joyful smile spreading from the corners of her mouth to her eyes, raising her voice several notches. Shun Manga, intrigued, leaned in closer, her fingers gently tracing the airline logo on the meal box. The exquisite design stood in stark contrast to the desolation of the island. Were they those survivors from yesterday? How do we get such good things? We encountered a few who were craving meat. Ling Kun replied, his smile growing more natural, weaving lies with ease, his eyelids barely fluttering, as if the tale were entirely true. Yuan was meticulously examining the freshness of the taro stems, her fingertips gently pinching the stem's base to sense its abundant moisture. Suddenly, she paused, a frown creasing her brow, the relaxed expression on her face vanishing entirely. Ah, yes. A few foreigners had appeared near the cave today. Tall with pronounced noses and deep-set eyes, clad in work boots, they exuded an air of menace. They lingered suspiciously around for quite some time before departing. We had concealed ourselves behind the stones, scarcely daring to breathe. Chiyo Qingyan nodded in agreement, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her clothing, the fabric wrinkling under her grip. They had even glanced in our direction, seemingly holding something in their hands. Could it be that they had set their sights on us? Her voice betrayed an unmistakable unease, the tremor evident at the end of her words. Ling Kun's smile vanished in an instant, his gaze turning as frigid as ice. His fingers traced the hilt of a knife at his waist, the rough texture of a leather sheath providing a familiar comfort. It would be best to maintain peace, but should they dare to provoke us, they would find no return. His words were succinct, yet imbued with an undeniable severity, chilling the air around them. The aroma of rice wafted through the cave, mingling with the savory scent of meat and the sweet freshness of taro, creating an enticing atmosphere. A box of rice was carefully divided into 2 portions, ensuring that everyone could savor that long-missed fragrance. Coupled with the tender, stewed taro and fragrant meat, the servings were generous, each bowl piled high. Zhou Yuan and Yu Wei cradled their stainless steel bowls, feeling the warmth radiating from the walls. The hearty meal soothed their long empty stomachs, causing their brows and eyes to relax. How long it had been since they had enjoyed such a proper hot meal. Even the pumpkin, which they had previously shunned, now seemed particularly delightful, each bite savored with gratitude. The laughter and chatter of the group enveloped them in the warmth of the campfire, dispelling some of the island's solitude. Ling Kun observed their satisfied faces, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Yet his mind remained heavy with thoughts of the foreigners Yuan had mentioned, like a stone pressing down on him. The flickering flames danced in his eyes, casting shadows that obscured the turmoil within. As Yu Wei tidied up the dishes, her movements were gentle, carefully picking out the leftover meat, anxious not to waste a morsel, before turning to deposit it into the food bowl. The pharaoh hound, wagged its tail against her pant leg, the soft rustle of its movements accompanied by a low whimper, its wet nose brushing against her hand. Sensing the tension that hung in the air, its bright black eyes filled with vigilance, Ling Kun suddenly reached out to stir the campfire, sparks flying up into the night sky, illuminating the dark with flickering light. The rising smoke carried the scent of burning wood, causing Qingya to cover her mouth and cough lightly, her eyes glistening with moisture. His brow was furrowed tightly, as if knotted in worry, his voice heavy as though burdened by a great weight. We must reinforce the cave's defenses. Those foreigners could arrive at any moment, and we need to be prepared. Eldong meticulously polished the dagger with a cloth, the fabric gliding across the blade, producing a faint sound. The edge of the weapon gleamed coldly in the firelight, casting a reflection of his resolute profile. Tomorrow, I shall venture forth to gather some thorns, weaving them together with vines into an intricate net, dense enough that anyone attempting to breach it would surely suffer. Lao Zhou approached, extending a sharpened bamboo stake towards him, its tip glistening with a pale hue and sharp brilliance. Bury these around the cave entrance, disguise them with dry leaves. It will ensure they suffer a significant setback and realize we are not to be trifled with. As the night deepened, the bonfire flickered and waned, leaving only a pile of glowing embers. A few individuals sat nearby, whispering plans, their shadows elongated by the firelight, dancing against the rock walls. Lao Zhou had been tirelessly laboring these past few days, calluses forming on his hands. He had constructed several makeshift wooden shelters atop the original bamboo structure. Though the mortise and tenon joints were rudimentary, they exuded a sturdy resilience. The wind rustled through the wooden beams, producing a soft creaking sound that rang out sharply in the stillness of the night. As Ling Kun pushed open the door of the newly erected wooden hut, it creaked softly. Shenmeng sat on the edge of the bed, deftly lacing her shoes, the laces weaving skillfully in her grasp. "Tonight, you should squeeze into Yue's room," he asserted, his tone leaving no room for argument, before tossing his bedding onto the wooden bed. "At last, I can sleep on a proper bed. These past few days curled up in a small corner have left me sore all over." Eldong had been well fed and slept soundly at night, sharing a room with Marco. Though the wooden bed was small, it was sufficient for two to rest comfortably. Not far from the cave entrance lay Dudu's dedicated space, where a cozy bed of soft hay had been specially collected by Yue. Dudu curled into a fluffy ball, ears perked, alert to any sounds beyond the cave, ready to detect the slightest rustle. In the stillness of the night, the chorus of insects outside grew increasingly distinct, rising and falling like countless fine needles piercing the silence, weaving a cacophonous web. "Adong," Marco's voice broke through the darkness, tentative and cautious, shattering the momentary tranquility. "Mm?" Eldong's voice was laced with the raspiness of sleep, clearly roused from slumber. Marco turned to face him, illuminated by the moonlight filtering through the cave, revealing Eldong's half-open eyes, his eyelashes casting faint shadows upon his eyelids. "You mentioned last time that you broke up with your girlfriend while traveling?" she whispered, careful not to disturb the others, her tone imbued with curiosity. Eldong fell silent for a moment. The darkness enveloped him, and a soft sigh escaped, tinged with helplessness and melancholy. "I simply could not continue. I could not provide her with the life she desired. The romance and companionship she sought were beyond my means." Marco gently acknowledged this with a soft "oh," refraining from probing further, having touched upon a sensitive subject. They turned over, the wooden bed creaking softly, the sound resonating in the quiet night. Just as Eldong was on the verge of drifting back into dreams, Marco spoke again, her voice reflective. "I've only heard of couples traveling to marry. I've never known of anyone traveling to part ways. It's quite unique." Eldong's voice seemed somewhat ethereal in the darkness, as if he were lost in reminiscence. He often lamented that during their time in the military, he had little opportunity to accompany her, nor had he taken her on any travels, leaving a lingering unease in his heart. This time, he had hoped to fulfill her wishes and spend quality time together. But fate had trapped them on this desolate island. Marco intended to say something further, but a sudden owl's call pierced the night sky, sharp as shattered glass, causing a tightness in their chests. The The two held their breaths, straining to hear the sounds around them. Even the rhythm of each other's heartbeats became distinctly audible, as if the very air had solidified. After a considerable pause, reassured that no unusual sounds persisted, they gradually exhaled, allowing their taut bodies to relax. On this occasion, Marco said nothing, suddenly wrapping his arm around Eldong's waist, his palm gently caressing his back in a soothing manner. Eldong stiffened momentarily, as if paralyzed, shifting uncomfortably, his voice tinged with awkwardness. "Don't tease, let us sleep." Yet Marco, emboldened, buried her head into the crook of his neck, her warm breath brushing against his skin, igniting a tingling sensation. "What do you think of me?" Eldong swallowed hard, unable to discern his expression in the dark. Only the tension of his jawline was visible. After a prolonged silence, he finally managed to speak, his voice barely above a whisper. "You are wonderful, diligent, can cook, and possess extensive survival skills. With you here on this island, I feel at ease." Suddenly, Marco's breath grew fervent, her words laced with allure, winding around him like tendrils. "Is that all you feel?" Eldong pressed his lips together, her touch igniting a ticklish sensation on his back, his heart racing erratically like a frantic rabbit. After what felt like an eternity, he stammered, "I can't quite articulate it." He felt his cheeks flush, his heartbeat quickening to an almost explosive pace. Marco's heart tightened, realizing there was no time to hesitate. Any further delay might cost her the chance. With a sudden motion, she flipped Eldong beneath her, illuminated by the faint moonlight, her eyes brimming with fervent emotion, nearly igniting. "Eldong, I like you. I have liked you since the first time I saw you. When I witnessed your selflessness in gathering food and caring for others, my heart was captivated." The unexpected confession left Eldong's mind in a haze, as if the pause button had been pressed on his thoughts. His hand, poised to push her away, froze mid-air, forgetting how to react. The sound of Marco's rapid breathing filled his ears, while his own heartbeat thundered as if to shatter his ribs, echoing loudly in the stillness of the night, as if the entire cave could hear it. He opened his mouth, but before he could utter a word, Marco's kiss descended upon him, imbued with an irresistible fervor and years of restraint. Instinctively, Eldong attempted to resist, but she firmly grasped his wrist, pinning him to the wooden bed with a force that rendered him immobile. He feared causing her harm. Otherwise, her strength could not confine him. The turmoil in his heart and the unfamiliar fluttering intertwined like a tangled mess. He was not a novice. Confronted with such boldness, at the moment his throat constricted, he found himself inexplicably leaning into her embrace. Two tongues intertwined like coiling serpents, swirling in the humid warmth of the mouth, as an ambiguous atmosphere quickly permeated the small wooden cabin, rendering the air almost scalding. Lu Dong's hand, driven by an uncontrollable urge, climbed up Marco's chest, his fingertips distinctly feeling the soft contours and astonishing elasticity, causing his heart to shudder. Marco's breath faltered, a soft moan escaping his throat, reminiscent of a mosquito's wings, tantalizing and imbued with long-suppressed desire. Just as the two were on the brink of losing control, a sudden, urgent sound of footsteps echoed from outside the cave. The chaotic scuffing of shoes over gravel, producing a jarring noise that sliced through the stillness of the night like a blunt knife, disrupting the tranquility. Dudu sprang from his dog bed, barking fiercely, his alarm shattering the night sky, his growls filled with vigilance, resonating loudly enough to pierce eardrums. Lu Dong was jolted awake, as if doused with cold water, abruptly pushing Marco away. The two scrambled to their feet, seizing their weapons from beside the pillows, gripping them tightly as they exited the room. The footsteps grew ever closer, interspersed with chattering voices, the harsh accents unmistakably those of the foreigners Yuan Yuan had mentioned during the day, their words laced with excitement and greed. Dudu's barking intensified, reverberating through the cave, as if warning the approaching intruders of their ill intent. Ling Kun, embracing Yuan Yuan, had just grazed his fingers along her smooth back, reveling in the extraordinary softness of the moment, when Dudu's barks startled him into stillness. Typically, this dog would sleep soundly through the night like a docile lamb. Tonight's unusual behavior certainly indicated something amiss. He swiftly leaped from the bed, moving like a gust of wind, and upon opening the door, found that everyone else had also awakened, each person clutching a weapon, machetes, wooden clubs, eyes alertly fixed on the cave entrance, resembling a pack of poised cheetahs ready to confront the impending confrontation. Chapter 70. Disturbing Events. Enemies approaching. Ling Kun stepped into the center of the cave, first extinguishing the solar-powered lamp and soothing Dudu to keep it quiet. Once Dudu settled into silence, he leaned closer to listen to the sounds outside, with a crackling of dry branches mingled with the hurried footsteps approaching from the southeast. In a hushed tone, Ling Kun warned the others, "Stay silent. There is something happening outside." No sooner had he spoken than a faint metallic clink echoed from beyond the cave, as if someone were handling firearms. With the light extinguished, the moonlight streamed in at an angle, illuminating a figure in the corner. Chio Saika clutched a sharpened wooden stick, her knuckles pale from exertion, and the veins on her arms subtly visible in the moon's glow. Beside her lay a woven basket, filled with wild fruits gathered during the day, now carelessly kicked aside. Ling Kun quickly gestured for her to refrain from moving closer, urging, "It's safer to hide behind us." He then exchanged a knowing glance with Lu Dong and Old Zhou. The three of them crouched low, treading softly over the gravel, making nearly no sound as they stealthily approached the cave entrance, extinguishing the remaining embers of the fire with their feet as they passed. Ling Kun's palm gripped his Nepalese knife tightly, the blade shimmering with an icy gleam in the moonlight, while the anti-slip texture of the sheath pressed deeply into his hand. Lu Dong held his dagger in a reverse grip, his knuckles straining, the muscles in his forearm twitching. With his other hand, he stealthily reached for the flint at his waist, a crucial tool for creating chaos in case of an emergency. The trio held their breaths, ears nearly pressed against the cool cave wall, attempting to discern the true intentions of their unseen foes from the chaotic footsteps and indistinct foreign chatter outside. Drops of water seeping from the cave walls fell to the ground, producing a sharp sound that seemed jarringly loud in the stillness. Old Zhou curled up, peering through a crack in the door. The moonlight filtered through the dense canopy overhead, casting mottled shadows on the ground, where 5 or 6 moving silhouettes wielded flashlights, sweeping through the underbrush, their beams flickering like serpents' tongues over the vines surrounding the cave entrance. One tall, slender shadow suddenly raised its voice, shouting in stilted Chinese, "Listen, those inside, we heard the barking of your dog just now. We know you're hiding here. Hand over your food and water, or don't blame us for being unfriendly." As he spoke, the machete at his waist swung with his movements glinting in the light. A chill swept over Ling Kun's eyes, a cold snort escaping his throat as he lowered his voice to those behind him. "Indeed, they are after us. Let us not act rashly. Let us observe their next move." From the crack in the door, Ling Kun noticed that as the speaker talked, 2 individuals kept their hands resting on their waists, bulging ominously, most likely firearms. Old Zhou tightened his grip on the spear, its wooden shaft slick with sweat, feeling increasingly unstable in his hold. Lu Dong rotated the dagger in his palm, the sound of metal scraping faint yet laced with an undeniable intent to kill. 3 figures formed a triangular formation at the entrance of the cave, where the air seemed to be gripped by an unseen hand, rendering each breath a struggle. The remnants of a fire smoldered in the corner, casting shadows that flickered and danced erratically. Zhuge Yun leaned on a sharpened branch, stealthily inching closer to Ling Kun's side. When his staff touched the ground, he deliberately avoided the loose stones, producing only a faint thud. Recently, bolstered by bear bootlicker, his foot injury had healed remarkably quickly. What once resembled a swollen bun had diminished significantly. Under ordinary circumstances, he would have been bedridden for at least another fortnight. At that moment, he gently tapped the ground with his staff and whispered, "Do not rush into a confrontation. During my reconnaissance a few days ago, I discovered a hidden passage behind this cave, leading to the cliffs of the rear mountain." He gestured with his staff towards the stone wall deeper within the cave, where dried grass concealed the entrance, easily overlooked by the unobservant eye. Upon hearing this, Ling Kun's previously tense jaw relaxed slightly, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. soon replaced by overwhelming joy. This hidden passage might very well be the key to their salvation. He turned to his master, his voice brimming with suppressed urgency. "Master, when did you discover this? I've been wandering in this cave daily and noticed nothing." He recalled having arranged firewood beside that very stone wall yesterday, oblivious to the anomaly, and felt a wave of regret wash over him. Zhuge Yin stroked his short beard, smiling without responding. "Let's first deal with the immediate trouble. If it becomes unbearable, we will retreat. The entrance to that passage is blocked by stones, and they would not uncover it even if they dug 3 feet into the ground." Ling Kun nodded solemnly, his gaze returning to the flickering beam of the flashlight outside the cave, feeling a newfound sense of confidence. He stealthily shifted back a half step, using his foot to nudge the rope on the ground, which was a trigger for the mechanism leading to the hidden passage, ready to be pulled swiftly if necessary. At that moment, Chio Saika quietly approached, straining to listen to the conversation outside. Having grown up in a bilingual environment, she possessed a keen sensitivity to English, and the previously muddled words began to crystallize in her ears. Through the crack of the door, she spotted a blond man speaking in English to a burly man with a beard. "John, these Easterners must be hiding a wealth of treasures. I saw them cooking last time, and the smoke wafted half a mile away. We cannot return empty-handed this time," the blond man declared, shining his flashlight on the footprints left behind during the day. The bearded man licked his cracked lips, his gaze greedily sweeping over the cave entrance like a hungry wolf. His hand repeatedly grazed the gun holstered at his waist. "Not just cooking. I personally saw them with sealed airplane meals and freshly dug taro. We must pry their secrets from them today." His words revealed yellowed teeth, and saliva lingered at the corners of his mouth, a clear indication of his intense hunger for food. The blond man furrowed his brow and recoiled slightly, his voice laced with hesitation. "But what if they have weapons? We are only 5 in number, and we might not have the upper hand." He cast a wary glance at his companion's gun, clearly lacking confidence in a direct confrontation. "What is there to fear?" The man with the scruffy beard let out a derisive snort, swiftly brandishing his pistol, the metallic body glinting coldly in the moonlight. In the presence of such a weapon, their bamboo spears and wooden clubs appeared as mere toys, and eliminating Ling Kun was all that mattered. He made a decisive motion across his throat, his eyes swirling with a fierce intensity that rendered the moonlight devoid of warmth. His 2 companions chuckled lowly, one of them deliberately racking the gun slide, producing a threatening click. Chio Saika felt as though her ears were pressed against the stone crevices. Their dialogue pierced her heart like ice picks, and a cold sweat trickled down her spine. She abruptly turned, her fingertips digging into her palm with such force that crescent-shaped red marks formed. They not only sought supplies, but were armed as well. The bearded man, John, declared his intent to kill Ling Kun. Her voice trembled. The expressions of those in the cave grew grave, despite having prepared numerous sharpened wooden sticks and stones. In a corner piled with bundles of torches soaked in pine oil, these makeshift weapons were rendered as flimsy as paper in the face of real firearms. Yue instinctively moved closer to Shinmeng, their hands clasped together, trembling slightly. Ling Kun's expression darkened to the point of dripping water, his knuckles cracking against the hilt of his knife with a soft sound, a crisp noise of bone against bone. He fixed his gaze on the flickering lights outside the cave, a glint of cold determination flashing in his eyes as he spoke rapidly to the group. "They have guns. To confront them head-on would be tantamount to suicide. Lao Zhou, take the master and the women through the secret passage first. I will stay behind to find an opportunity to deal with that armed leader with my arrows." He felt the quiver on his back, containing 5 arrows, 1 lost after shooting a roe deer. Lao Zhou tightened his grip on the spear, the splinters digging into his palm unnoticed as blood slowly seeped along the wood grain. "No, you are our cornerstone. If anyone should leave, it should be you first." He gestured with his chin towards Yue and Shun Meng, huddled in the corner. It was crucial to ensure the girls' escape. He and Adong would hold the rear. They had worked as a team for so long that their synergy was no less effective than his. He recalled the last time they hunted wild boars in the valley. It was their collaboration that secured their catch, and he was even less willing to let Ling Kun take risks alone now. Enough of this argument. You all go first. If I can eliminate these foes, I will meet you at the end of the secret passage. If the situation turns dire, I will retreat immediately. Remember, safeguard yourselves. We cannot afford to lose anyone. Lao Zhou gazed at the bamboo huts, tables, and chairs crafted over several days. The neatly stacked dry firewood in the corner cut into half-foot lengths for easy lighting. His throat bobbed twice, but at this life-and-death juncture, what did these external possessions amount to? He clenched his eyes shut, and when he opened them again, all hesitation had vanished. He quietly urged the others, quickly, take some water bags and pork, leave everything else behind. Though Yue and Shun Meng were pale with fright, their lips trembling, they understood that now was not the time to create chaos. The two individuals hurriedly stuffed essential supplies into their backpacks. Yue accidentally knocked over a bamboo tube filled with herbs, causing the brown powder to scatter across the ground. In a flurry, she attempted to gather it, only to be firmly pulled back by Shun Meng, who urged, forget it, just run. Zhuge Yun, leaning on his cane, persistently urged them, hurry, be nimble. The narrow passage could accommodate only one person at a time, necessitating an orderly queue. Yuan, who had just shared a moment of intimacy with Ling Kun, was now confronted with the imminent threat of separation, her eyes suddenly welling with tears. The tears cascaded down her cheeks like beads slipping from a broken string, landing on Ling Kun's hand, searingly warm. Clinging tightly to the hem of his shirt, her voice trembled uncontrollably as she declared, I won't leave. I want to stay with you. I can use my slingshot to provide cover. Indeed, a self-made slingshot, crafted from a tree branch and rubber bands, hung at her waist, typically used with precision for bird hunting. Ling Kun raised his hand, gently brushing away the tears at the corner of her eye, his fingertips brushing her icy cheek. His tone was resolute. Listen, take Dudu with you. Its keen nose can detect traps. Find a concealed pile of stones at the back mountain and wait for me. I will come swiftly. He removed a jade pendant from around his neck and placed it in Yuan's palm, saying, this is a family heirloom. Wearing it will ensure your safety. The smooth texture of the jade brought her a modicum of calm. Biting her lower lip, tears continued to fall like scattered pearls. But under Ling Kun's steadfast gaze, she finally choked back her emotions, releasing her grip and turning to assist Yue in packing a bag of biscuits into her backpack. The copper bell dangling from the bag jingled softly, its delicate sound piercing through the tense atmosphere. Mark gave Lu Dong's shoulder a reassuring pat, the calluses on his palm brushing against Lu Dong's sleeve. Be safe, he merely said before picking up a solar lamp and joining the group. The light cast a long shadow behind him, resembling a wavering ribbon of illumination. Zhuge Yun led the way at the forefront, tapping his cane against the ground to discern the path. Every 3 steps, he paused, straining to listen to the sound behind them. As he observed the silhouettes of the others fading into the depths of the cave shadows, Ling Kun turned back to Lu Dong and instructed, when you hear my signal, toss the torch to the left as I shoot. We will alternate covering each other. First, we need to deal with that bearded man armed with a gun. He deftly unstrapped his bow from his back, knocking an arrow with swift precision, the fletching glimmering softly under the moonlight. Lu Dong nodded slightly, rubbing his dagger against his palm, the sharp blade reflecting the murderous intent swirling in his eyes. The footsteps outside grew increasingly closer, mingling with the clinking of metal, indicating that the adversaries had readied their weapons for an assault. A gruff voice shouted, on the count of 3, charge in and fire to intimidate them. Ling Kun inhaled deeply, drawing the bowstring taut like a full moon, his arm muscles taut and white-knuckled from the strain. His gaze, sharp as an eagle's, fixed intently on the cave mouth, even the dust clinging to his eyelashes visible in stark detail. The bearded man crouched low, slowly approaching, the flashlight beam glinting off his shiny forehead, casting an eerie glow. With each step, he kicked aside the loose stones at his feet, clearly unfamiliar with the terrain. The golden-haired man behind him vigilantly surveyed the surroundings, the beam of his flashlight sweeping back and forth near the cave entrance, as if searching for the optimal point of breakthrough, muttering something in English under his breath. Ling Kun held his breath, his fingertips pressing against the bowstring with a slight tension. His keen night vision eyes had already discerned the situation outside the cave with clarity. 5 adversaries, 3 of whom wielded handguns: the bearded man, the golden-haired man, and a stocky individual. The other 2 were armed with machetes, with daggers sheathed at their waists. Ironically, these men were solely fixated on their prey, oblivious to the lethal weapon he bore upon his back. Had it not been for the vexing moonlight, the circumstances would have favored him, as the bow and arrow were far less detectable in darkness. The troubling aspect was that the golden-haired man stood like a stubborn adhesive, shielding the bearded man's vital areas, including his heart and throat. Ling Kun felt a surge of anxiety, his knuckles whitening from exertion, and his arms began to ache. If he could strike the bearded man with an arrow, even if it merely grazed his shoulder, it might disrupt their formation, providing his companions with a chance to retreat. He regulated his breathing, slowly exhaling the stale air from his lungs, awaiting the fleeting opportunity. The chirping of insects outside had ceased at some point, leaving only the increasingly approaching footsteps, which resonated like a hammer, striking the heart of each individual present. Suddenly, from the left side of the cave, a crisp crack pierced the silence, reminiscent of a dry twig snapping underfoot. The sound was faint, yet it rang out with startling clarity in the stillness of the night. The once vigilant, golden-haired man abruptly turned, directing the beam of his flashlight towards the source of the noise, the silhouette of the bearded man, instantly illuminated by the moonlight pouring into the cave, with a crucifix necklace around his neck clearly discernible. A glint of cold light flashed in Ling Kun's eyes as he suddenly released the tension on the bowstring. The arrow whistled through the air like a streak of black lightning, racing towards its target. Chapter 71. Pursuing victory. Ling Kun's pupils shimmered with a faint azure glow. He had long been poised to strike, his fingertips deeply embedded in the bowstring's groove, his knuckles pale and lustrous from exertion. Tendons taut on his forearm like finely drawn steel. The darkness within his gaze fractured, every detail of the bearded man's Adam's apple rolling. The slight tremor in his finger poised on the trigger became as vivid as if illuminated by moonlight. Seizing the fleeting moment when his adversary was reloading, he abruptly released the string. The arrow sliced through the air with a shrillness more abrupt than thunder, propelled by a force capable of tearing flesh. It struck with pinpoint accuracy, penetrating the rolling Adam's apple. Crimson droplets surged forth along the shaft, bursting forth like a ruptured ink sac, creating a sinister web of crimson against the obsidian arrow. The man emitted a half-strangled gasp, his body toppling backwards, the dull thud of his back colliding with the rock wall, resonating more chillingly than the gunfire itself. The weapon fell from his grasp with a clatter, the sound exploding in the silence of the cavern, causing loose stones from the ceiling to rain down. The remaining foreigners recoiled, as if thrown into boiling water, their bodies convulsing in shock. The blond man's face drained of color, his hand trembling uncontrollably around the flashlight. The beam flitting wildly across the cave walls like a headless fly, seeking an escape. He babbled incoherently, calling out the names of his companions, his voice drifting like a severed kite, each syllable laced with despair. Ling Kun did not even blink, his right arm's muscles coiling like a dragon, instinctively nocking another arrow. With a resonant twang, the bowstring vibrated, its echo lingering in the cave as the second arrow was already soaring towards the nearest foreigner. Just as the man raised his gun, the arrow pierced through his grip, blood dripping down the barrel and pooling onto the floor, forming a small, warm stain in the darkness. Simultaneously, Lu Dong erupted from the shadows like a predator long poised to strike. With a deft twist of his wrist, the glint of the dagger flashed towards the blond man's throat. Though the blond man was momentarily startled, his reflexes outpaced his thoughts, and he hastily raised his arm to block. The dagger clashed against the opponent's short blade, sparking a dazzling display in the darkness. The harsh sound of metal scraping echoing through the cavern like nails on glass. Outside, chaos erupted in panicked screams, the cacophony of footsteps resembling the shattering of glass. Piercing through the air, the remaining foreigners, trembling so violently they could barely grip their weapons, fired erratically towards the cave entrance. Bullets struck the rock walls, sending debris cascading down, mingling with the acrid scent of gunpowder that constricted throats. Seizing the opportunity amid the enemy's reloading, Ling Kun's wrist flickered like a striking serpent, unleashing 3 arrows in rapid succession. The first arrow pierced the shoulder of the man on the left, the white feathers quivering within the bloodied wound. The second arrow drove straight into the knee of the adversary on the right, sending him crashing to the ground with a resounding thud as his gun scraped the rocky floor. The third arrow followed closely, accurately piercing the heart of the former, a spray of crimson mist erupting as the arrow emerged from his back. In mere moments, 2 more adversaries collapsed, warm blood snaking across the stone floor like restless serpents. Meanwhile, Lu Dong and the blond man remained locked in fierce combat. The golden-haired man, though startled, remained composed, wielding his short blade with a dazzling glint that narrowly evaded lethal strikes multiple times. In a fleeting moment when El Dong shifted his breath, the adversary seized the opportunity amidst their entanglement and forcefully raised his knee, striking El Dong's abdomen with tremendous force. El Dong let out a muffled groan, staggering backward until his back collided with the cave wall, pain clouding his vision and blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Observing this, the golden-haired man swiftly seized a gun from the ground, aiming its dark muzzle directly at El Dong when, suddenly, an arrow pierced through his wrist. The weapon clattered to the ground as he clutched his wrist, howling in agony, blood gushing between his fingers and staining half his arm crimson. Ling Kun, ever vigilant, had been closely monitoring the battle. His penetrating gaze had already tracked the trajectory of the golden-haired man's gun, and seizing this critical moment, he intervened once more to rescue El Dong. The remaining 2 foreigners, utterly terrified, hastily abandoned their comrade's lifeless body, scrambling into the night outside, leaving behind a trail of blood smeared across the ground. Ling Kun and El Dong watched the direction of their retreat, cold sweat trickling down their backs, clinging to their clothes with a chilling grip. Their taut nerves were as tightly strung as a bow, unwilling to relax even slightly. The 2 stood back to back, scanning their surroundings with vigilance, their ears attuned to every subtle sound within the cave, only bending down to retrieve the discarded firearms once they confirmed no signs of returning foes. El Dong wiped the blood from his face with his sleeve, forcing a pale smile as he gasped for breath, acknowledging that he had truly snatched a life back from the jaws of death this time. Ling Kun sheathed his bow and retrieved his arrows. His eyes, capable of discerning shadows, swept across the surroundings, the cracks in the cave walls, the blood on the ground, and the enemy's spent shell casings, all vividly clear as in broad daylight. Once assured that no one else lingered, he crouched down, his fingers gliding over the recently acquired firearm. The cold metallic sensation spread through his palm, momentarily merging with the tactile memory of gripping a weapon during his military days. Back then, the gun was warmed by the sun and rain, with lives to protect behind him. Suddenly, a system notification echoed in his mind, shattering the brief tranquility. Congratulations, host. You have earned 500 points, bringing your total to 156 points. Ling Kun raised an eyebrow, previously contemplating saving enough points for a handgun. This revelation saved him considerable effort. A handgun required 9,000 points for redemption, while surrendering one yielded merely 500. He had discerned the system's nature, realizing that the gun's exchange value was aligned with black market prices. While points were accrued at factory rates, there was no recourse but acceptance. He swiftly detached the magazine to inspect the ammunition, the metallic clinks resonating crisply in the stillness of the cave. Turning to El Dong, his expression had shifted from earlier ease to one of urgency. You should return to the cave and inform them of the situation here. I will pursue. El Dong hastily grasped his arm, exclaiming, No, they cannot have gone far. They may have set an ambush nearby. Pursuing alone would be akin to a lamb walking into a tiger's den. Ling Kun gently patted the back of his hand, his gaze as heavy as iron tempered in ice. Rest assured, I am well aware of the situation. He chambered a bullet with a soft click that resonated sharply in the darkness. From beside the fallen enemy, He retrieved a spare magazine and tucked it into his waistband. His voice subdued. These individuals knew too much about us. Their existence posed a threat that must be eradicated under the cover of night. He handed the confiscated handgun to Lu Dong. You should be proficient with a firearm. Guard the entrance. If I have not returned by dawn, lead everyone to safety. Without allowing Lu Dong to protest further, his figure melded into the dense night, like a wisp of smoke disappearing into the shadows, leaving only the faint sound of crushed leaves, soon swallowed by the night breeze. Ling Kun moved swiftly through the inky darkness, his night vision causing his pupils to glimmer faintly, akin to two mysterious lanterns. The scattered stones by the roadside and the low shrubs were distinctly discernible. Even the dewdrops clinging to the grass blades were vividly clear. His steps were light, as if treading on cotton, almost soundless. He followed the chaotic footprints, trampled grass stems, and the occasional droplets of blood, maintaining his relentless pace. The night wind rustled the branches, and the chirping of insects surrounded him. Yet any sound that deviated from nature instantly heightened his senses. He was acutely aware that should this pursuit fail, his comrades in the cave would face a far more frenzied retaliation. As he approached a steep incline, his steps suddenly halted. At that moment, the clouds parted, and the cold moonlight bathed the slope, revealing fresh drag marks winding through the mud. Dark red blood mingled with the wet earth, glistening ominously in the moonlight, resembling a crushed red snake. Ling Kun's pupils constricted sharply as he bent down, his fingers brushing against a fragment of stone embedded with fibers of a gray cloth, still stained with warm, viscous blood. The wounded had fled. He tightened his grip on the gun, the cold metal seeping into his palm like a stabilizing agent. Like a gecko, he adhered to the cliffside, descending cautiously, his fingertips probing the crevices of the rock, feeling the damp moss glide beneath his touch. His ears detected the sound before his eyes did, a stifled cough, mingling with the sweet metallic scent of blood, fragmented by the night wind, wafting up with the essence of death. Ling Kun held his breath, inching closer to that trace of scent, his heart steady in his chest, beating like a precisely timed drum. Suddenly, a stone at his feet tumbled down with a clatter into the abyss, and he froze, blending into the cliff like a rock. Holding his breath for a moment to ensure the silence from the valley remained unbroken, he resumed his stealthy descent, each step placed with utmost caution. Through the gaps in the bushes, 3 dark figures huddled behind a boulder. One of them had a wound on his left arm, blood still seeping from it, the dark red stains saturating much of his garment, dripping onto the ground, pooling in the mud and exuding a strong scent of blood. Ling Kun silently disengaged the safety on his gun. The soft click dissolved into the night breeze, crawling along the damp ground. The chill of the earth soaked into his trousers, yet he remained oblivious, his eyes fixed like a hawk on the 3 shadowy figures, even discerning the slight tremors of their shoulders. Just 3 meters closer, and his precise marksmanship could eradicate them in one fell swoop, completely eliminating this looming threat. Just as his index finger was about to press the trigger, a rustling sound suddenly emerged from the bushes on his right. This was no mere whisper of the wind. It was the unmistakable sound of fabric brushing against branches, accompanied by deliberately muffled breaths. Instinctively, Ling Kun rolled to the left, his movement swift as a fleeting shadow. A bullet whizzed past, grazing his scalp and sending a searing rush of air, shattering a rock behind him, with the debris stinging his neck. As smoke rose around him, he retaliated with 2 shots aimed at the source of the noise, his figure slipping into the nearby shadows like a wisp of smoke, vanishing without a trace. The hidden adversaries were evidently more acquainted with the terrain. After the gunfire ceased, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Even the chirping of insects seemed stifled, leaving only the soft sigh of the wind weaving through the trees. Ling Kun pressed his back against a gnarled tree, the rough bark digging into him. Yet it sharpened his senses. With his ear against the trunk, he discerned every minute vibration amidst the cacophonous night breeze. Suddenly, a faint crack of a dry twig snapped from the left slope, delicate, like snowflakes landing, yet it did not escape his keen hearing. He immediately lowered his stance, like a poised leopard, stealthily maneuvering through the shadows towards the source of the sound. his firearm trained on the area that might conceal his foes, his finger subtly tightening on the trigger. With the advantage of night vision, clarity filled his mind. These individuals were doomed tonight. The ambushers, believing themselves to be cleverly concealed, remained oblivious that each of their movements laid bare before his eyes, even the tension in their muscles betraying their anxiety. A cold, sardonic smile curved his lips as he devised a plan. Gunfire would easily betray his position. He swiftly stowed his firearm within a spatial ring and drew a bow from his back, its string glinting coldly in the moonlight. As he nocked an arrow and drew the string taut, his gaze locked onto the target, calculating even the rhythm of their breaths. An arrow sliced through the night, an almost invisible arc like a bolt of black lightning, piercing the throat of one enemy. The man emitted no sound, his eyes widening in shock as he collapsed silently, the thud of his body muffled by the night breeze. The remaining two, gripped by terror, scrambled to flee, their movements frantic as they crawled like frightened insects. Ling Kun pursued them like an arrow released from its bow, his footsteps light as air, moving through the darkness with ease. "Please spare me. I haven't attacked you." One of the fleeing men suddenly cried out in halting Chinese, glancing back, his face streaked with tears and snot. Ling Kun did not falter. The sound of another arrow whistled through the air, precisely embedding itself in the runner's knee. The man let out a wretched scream before collapsing onto the ground, his knees stained with blood that instantly soaked into the earth beneath him. He clutched his legs and rolled on the ground, emitting cries reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. Ling Kun advanced menacingly, pressing the sole of his boot firmly against the back of the man's neck, forcing his face into the mud. His voice as frigid as ice. "Speak, who sent you?" The other individual, petrified by the scene before him, collapsed in terror, trembling uncontrollably, his bodily functions betraying him as a foul stench permeated the air. Ling Kun raised his foot and kicked away the dagger lying beside the man, sending it sliding across the ground, its bloodied blade coming to rest against the man's throat, its icy touch causing him to shudder. Refused to speak? It was President Han. The man, his heart and guts in turmoil, stammered out the name of his employer, his teeth chattering louder than his words. He divulged that killing Ling Kun would earn them a bounty, adding that he was a remorseless killer. Ling Kun let out a cold, mocking laugh, the sound laced with a chilling edge. It seemed they had honed their skill in distorting the truth quite adeptly. He suddenly yanked the man's collar, lifting him off the ground, his gaze piercing like a cold star, as if he sought to peer into the very marrow of his bones. "What benefits did President Han promise you?" His blood-stained fingertips dug painfully into the man's wrist, the intensity of his grip eliciting a cry of agony, the sound of bone grinding audible in the stillness. "Money. He promised us 100 million. Enough to buy a riverside apartment in Beijing, Shanghai, or Guangzhou." The man, tears streaming down his face from the pain, struggled to articulate his words. Upon hearing the figure, Ling Kun abruptly released him, letting the man crash to the ground like a ragged sack, producing a dull thud. He let out a low, mocking chuckle filled with scorn, which echoed eerily in the still night. It seemed, after all, that his life was worth quite a sum. Chapter 72. Wait for President Han. With a clean neck before the words could fully escape his lips, he swiftly drew the dagger from his waist, its cold glint slicing through the inky darkness of the night, embedding itself with a sharp thud into the trunk of a tree, the size of a bowl. Mere inches from his side, the blade penetrated 3 inches deep, and from the torn bark, a fine stream of sap began to seep forth, causing the trembling leaves above to shed a few desiccated remnants, which drifted down to rest delicately upon the fallen mercenary's nose. "Let me tell you, President Han, if he wishes to take my life, he must come himself." Ling Kun's voice, laced with the chill of the forest, struck the air with each syllable, akin to icy beads striking the ground. He bent down to retrieve an arrow that had fallen at his feet, the white feathers still clinging to remnants of grass and mud. With a graceful twist of his slender fingers upon the arrow shaft, the sharp projectile began to dance in his palm, the tip slicing through the air with a faint hum before it swiftly found its home within the quiver at his back. From his elevated position, he cast a disdainful glance at the man curled up on the ground, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his lips. He gently nudged the man's left arm, which had been pierced by the arrow, with the tip of his boot, and inquired, "Which country do you hail from? And from where did you acquire your weapon?" The man, with his left arm impaled and the fabric surrounding the wound soaked in crimson, writhed in agony, cold sweat trickling from his brow into his soiled collar, coalescing into droplets that fell from his chin. Yet, he managed to force a simpering smile, his voice trembling like leaves caught in an autumn breeze. "We are mercenaries from the Eagle Nation, a patchwork of soldiers from various lands. We were initially trafficking arms on the high seas, but unforeseen circumstances led to our ship striking a reef and sinking. In our flight for survival, we seized a few firearms as we made our escape." As he spoke, his gaze flickered nervously toward the thicket to his left. "Why did you come to kill me? How did you know I was here? How many guns do you have left?" Ling Kun's voice suddenly turned icy, akin to a needle tempered in frost, his eyes locking onto the man's with the predatory intensity of a hawk. His expression darkened, almost tangible with menace, as the weight of his military boot pressed down upon the man's neck with increasing severity, the line of his jaw set in a rigid, cold angle. "Think carefully before you answer." The earth, mingled with shards of stone, was ground into the man's collar, and visible red marks began to bloom around his neck. The mercenary's face contorted in pain, his teeth clenched tightly, grinding against one another, blood oozing from his gums unnoticed, as he gasped out through his gritted teeth. "It was young President Han who felt your previous display on the ill-fated plane was too conspicuous. He grew suspicious and feared you would seek retribution. So he sent us to eliminate you, considering you a potential threat. After the task is completed, we were promised a reward of $10 million. As he uttered $10 million, his Adam's apple involuntarily bobbed. Ling Kun, his demeanor as cold as before, queried, "How did you find your way here?" The excruciating pain caused stars to dance before his eyes, morphing Ling Kun's figure into a double image. Yet he persisted in his fragmented explanation. "We followed the subordinates of young Master Han here. They had been tracking you for some time, and eventually led us to this location. As for the firearms, our leader, Yu Han, still has one in his possession, and the rest we managed to bring along this time." No sooner had he finished speaking than a distant hoot of an owl pierced the stillness, causing his body to tremble almost imperceptibly. Ling Kun pressed down again with the tip of his shoe, the heel sinking into the flesh at his opponent's nape. Was there anything left unexamined? The man wept in agony, tears mingling with the blood smeared across his face, carving two deep channels into his cheekbones as pitiful whimpers escaped his throat. "Truly, this is all there is." Any further inquiries would yield the same response. He attempted to raise his hand to push Ling Kun's boot away, but recoiled in fright at the cold glare directed at him. Suddenly, Ling Kun lifted his foot, the sole crashing down upon the joint of the man's right arm. A sharp crack resonated through the silent woods, the sound of bone fracturing echoing ominously. As the man's arm bent at an unnatural angle, he forcefully slammed a muddy arrow against the man's chest, the white fletching brushing against the blood-stained fabric of his clothing. You alone, returning unscathed, would not suffice. It would be far more effective to return with these injuries to deliver your message, and also to inform your superior. Han, his voice dipped suddenly, the dagger lifting the man's chin slightly, a chilling smile emanating from his eyes, instructing him to cleanse his neck and await his arrival to sever it. The man howled in torment, his cries piercing the night, startling the chorus of insects into silence. Cold sweat mingled with blood smeared across his face, yet he dared not convulse too violently, fearing the strain on his injuries. Ling Kun kicked away the limp body, the soles of his boots crunching against the gravel with a harsh, grating sound. With enhanced night vision, the few remaining breaths hidden in the shadows had fallen silent. He could even discern the body 30 meters away, clutching a half-broken rifle stock. He turned towards the nearby corpses, swiftly dispatching the last one still clinging to life with a single stroke, shaking the droplets of blood from his blade, crimson beads falling on the grass, leaving behind small, red stains, before sheathing the dagger at his waist. His gaze swept over the disarray, a bloodthirsty smile curling at the corners of his lips, his fingers twitching slightly. making several bodies and scattered weapons vanish into thin air. This was the exquisite utility of his spatial abilities, a storage space of over 30 cubic meters, more than adequate for such items. Having completed this, his figure melded into the darkness of the night, the hem of his garments brushing against the dewy grass, stirring up a cascade of tiny droplets. Once Ling Kun's presence faded entirely from the woods, the man on the ground dared to shiver and shift. He trembled as if shaken by a sieve, each movement pulling at broken bones, sending searing pain through him. Exhausted, he tore off the bloodied coat of a companion, hastily wrapping it around his mangled arm. The fabric's friction against his wounds was excruciating, causing his vision to darken. Moonlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon his face, where anguish and fear intertwined in a contorted expression, his teeth biting into his lips until they bled. Ling Kun, do you think you can escape unscathed? A hoarse voice mingled with the hoot of an owl in the woods, startling a flock of crows that flapped overhead, the cold wind swirling with falling leaves striking his face. The man with the severed arm gazed in the direction Ling Kun had vanished, a flicker of vengeful light dancing in his pupils. Twigs crunched beneath his feet, the stirred dust enveloping a poisoned vow, gradually dissipating into the lamenting night breeze. Ling Kun had no desire to keep corpses in his spatial storage. On his way back, he found himself at the precipice of a cliff, where he disposed of the lifeless bodies. He glanced down at the motionless forms at his feet, a flicker of indifference crossing his gaze. Without hesitation, he pushed each corpse down the cliff, leaving only a flimsy pair of undergarments behind. He mused that had it not been for the concern that the underwear might harbor infectious diseases, he might have spared them for those in need. Since one arrives in this world bereft of clothing, one should depart in the same manner, he murmured, a sardonic smile curling at the corners of his lips. In his world, humanitarianism held no place. To those who treated him with sincerity, he would reciprocate with gratitude. To those who regarded him as mere fodder, he would show no mercy, repaying them in kind. Upon returning to the cave, dawn had already begun to break, a pale blue light filtering through the trees and casting a glow on the moss-covered rocks. The brand-new wooden door at the entrance remained firmly shut, the latch securely fastened in its socket, and the fine thread he had tied to the hinge was intact, an indication that no one had intruded during his absence. He pushed against the door, but it did not budge, so he called out, "I am Ling Kun. The enemies outside have been dealt with." His voice echoed in the vast valley, startling a few early-rising mountain sparrows. A faint sound emanated from within, first the click of a latch being released, and moments later, the wooden door creaked open, revealing Lu Dong's weary face. "You're back," Lu Dong said, his voice hoarse from sleep, with remnants of sleep lingering in the corners of his eyes. As Ling Kun entered the cave, Lu Dong promptly secured the latch, the door thudding shut with a dull sound. His gaze swept over the blood seeping from Ling Kun's shoulder, and he instinctively frowned. "First, tend to your wounds." With that, he turned to retrieve the medical kit from a corner. Ling Kun sat at the bamboo table, allowing Lu Dong to unfasten his blood-stained shirt, the fabric clinging to the scabbed wound, causing a sharp sting as it was pulled away. A glance around the cave revealed that their belongings were neatly arranged as before, and his tensed nerves began to ease slightly. "Where are the others?" He inquired about the other survivors, his fingertips unconsciously tracing the surface of the table. Lu Dong pressed a cotton ball soaked in alcohol against the abrasion on Ling Kun's shoulder blade, pausing momentarily. "Marco went out to scout, and old Joe accompanied him, saying they would return once you were back." The cotton swab drew out dark red streaks of blood, yet Ling Kun did not flinch. He merely swallowed hard. He succinctly recounted the events of the night, from the ambush by mercenaries to the conspiracy of Little Han. "If it hurts, let me know. Holding back is no virtue," Lu Dong remarked, glancing at Ling Kun's taut jawline, yet his hands did not slow down. He ripped off a piece of medical tape with a sharp sound and adhered it to the wound, although they did not breach the cave. "We cannot remain here much longer." He tossed the bloodied cotton ball into a ceramic jar in the corner, which was already accumulating refuse. "Since Little Han dared to send people here, it indicates that our movements have been compromised. There may still be their spies lurking nearby. Ling Kun shook his head gently, his fingertips tapping rhythmically on the stone table, producing a steady thud sound. I beg to differ. Given the significant losses they suffered tonight, they may hesitate to act again in the short term. This presents us with an opportunity to organize our forces. Marco can familiarize himself with the terrain here, and your expertise in setting traps will be invaluable. Each of us has our roles to play, and when the time comes, we shall deliver them a far greater surprise. As the alcohol seeped into his deeper wounds, he inhaled sharply, yet his gaze remained fixed on the flickering candlelight dancing upon the wall, the flames reflected in his pupils, glowing intermittently. This candle proved to be quite useful, a remnant from when Marco and old Joe scavenged pine resin in the forest. The two of them spent an entire afternoon boiling it over the fire in a shell container, continuously stirring with twigs to prevent it from burning, ultimately pouring it into halved bamboo tubes. The dim golden glow cast shifting shadows on the rock face, elongating their figures and adding a touch of warmth to the atmosphere. Ling Kun's taut nerves finally began to relax. Xiao Han, he murmured softly, unconsciously tracing the pattern on the dagger at his waist, a design he had fashioned from spent shells during his military days, a surge of murderous intent swirling in his eyes. Indeed, this grudge must be resolved proactively. Last time, he had been ruthlessly thrust forward as a human shield, nearly believing his demise was inevitable. To his astonishment, he had survived, yet the adversary remained relentless. A glint of determination flashed in his eyes. Since they were unwilling to let bygones be bygones, he would reckon with both old and new grievances alike. It was high time he took on a role of the hunter in this deadly game. After toiling throughout the night, fatigue washed over him like a tide, his temples throbbing with pain. Ling Kun stretched his hand to massage his aching neck, the tense muscles from combat gradually unwinding, causing his eyelids to grow heavy, the candlelight before him blurring into indistinct spots. I shall take a brief rest. Please call the others back shortly, he instructed before rising and retreating into the larger bamboo dwelling, constructed from thick bamboo poles. He casually discarded his blood-stained outer garment beside the bamboo bed, collapsing onto the mattress, inhaling the unique fragrance of bamboo mingled with the scent of earth. By this time, dawn had broken. Outside the cave, the crisp chirping of birds filled the air, beginning with a single dove, soon followed by a chorus of hundreds of birds. Yet, Ling Kun seemed oblivious. He gazed at the bamboo beams above him, which he had personally crafted, the scars of his axe still visible at the joints. His mind replayed the battle repeatedly, the flames of vengeance igniting fiercely within his chest. Turning over, he buried his face into the pillow imbued with a subtle fragrance of grass and wood, the very pillow that Yuan had sun-dried just yesterday. She often remarked that cleanliness was key to avoiding illness. As his consciousness was gradually engulfed by profound weariness, the last lingering thought was how long it had been since he had shared tender moments with Yuan. Meanwhile, at the survivor camp of the plane crash, one survivor mused, searching for food outside is far better than sitting idly by. Mo Jio bent down to pick up a rusted knife from the ground, the wooden handle polished to a sheen from prolonged use. The blade clanked against the damp rock wall, producing a dull thud that startled a few small insects resting within the crevices. He brushed his thumb across the blade, drawing forth a chill. The tip of his finger was sliced by the keen edge, leaving a slender line of crimson. Who will accompany me? We shall find sustenance, and those who labor earn their share first. As these words escaped his lips, a murmur rippled through the crowd. The cave was so silent that one could count the sparks erupting from the firewood. Ash swirled in the airflow, mingling with the herbal scents wafting from the corners, entwining themselves at the tips of everyone's noses. A young man in tattered jeans clenched his fist suddenly. The frayed hem still clung to remnants of mud from the previous day. Just as he prepared to rise from the ground, a woman beside him grasped the corner of his garment. Dust clung to her lashes, and her gaze flickered toward a shadowy corner. There curled a man with a pallid complexion, his pant legs rolled up to his knees, his ankle swollen like a doughy bun from a snakebite. Cold sweat trickled down his cheekbones, pooling at his chin before silently splattering onto the hay below. Ultimately, 5 men stood up. Huang Xiaohua was sharpening a pine branch against a stone. Li Guangming clutched a sharp flint, its edges gleaming from wear. 2 burly men, who had remained silent, swallowed hard, clearly driven to desperation by the gnawing pain in their bellies. Mo Jiu's gaze swept over them. Huang Xiaohua barely reached his shoulder, while Li Guangming still bore the air of youth. Though they appeared lacking in combat prowess, their courage was commendable. Chapter 73. The moment of life and death he swallowed hard, ultimately opting to brush off the grass clippings from his attire. As he turned to observe the others within the cave, his voice bore a weightier tone than before. Is there anyone else who has ventured out? Noticing that no one stirred, he paused, his fingertips lingering on the hilt of his knife. It would be our own misfortune to perish outside due to ill luck. However, upon retrieving the items, do not entertain any misguided thoughts. With these words, he tucked the small knife behind his waist and seized an old vine from the ground, wrapping it around his wrist. As the vine pressed into his palm, he took the lead towards the cave entrance, declaring, "Let us proceed." El Dong summoned the others back. Kiyoshi Saika gazed at the unconscious Ling Kun on the bed, about to voice her concerns. But El Dong raised a finger to his lips, whispering, "Let him rest a while longer." Yuan studied Ling Kun's pallid visage, her eyelashes fluttering as she sighed softly. She bent down to retrieve the blood-stained outer garment from the floor, the dark red stains having begun to harden. Turning towards the depths of the cave, she fetched a basin of clear water, placing it gently on the stone table with a soft sound. She wrung out a cloth and meticulously wiped the bloodstains from the garment, the water splashing gently akin to spring rain tapping against a window. Shen Mange remained silently in the corner, but suddenly stepped towards the cave entrance. With her back to the group, she leaned against the rock wall, her fingertips absent-mindedly probing the moss in the stone crevices. Her vigilant gaze swept across the dancing shadows of the trees outside, her ears subtly twitching to capture the sound around her. El Dong patted Marco's arm, his voice imbued with a calming steadiness. Last night's ambush dealt us a significant blow. They will not strike again in the near term. Everyone should rest if needed, and attend to tasks if required. Do not create disorder among ourselves. Marco stifled a considerable yawn, tears forming at the corners of his eyes from fatigue. I'm utterly exhausted after a night of turmoil. I shall take a nap first. The gravest matters